Regarding your request to repair the mech, you simply replaced it with a new one. Son, mother, and father have departed. Do not dwell on it. A young man stood in his home, gazing at the letter in his hand, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Son, our parents are not so heartless. They have left you a mechanical repair shop. You must strive diligently. The young man replied, Do you really consider that decrepit warehouse a repair shop? At that moment, the system awakened, and the dilapidated warehouse transformed into the most formidable repair shop on the planet. Boss, is the cost of repairing my mech excessively high? It's merely an Earth mech, and you demand 1.5 million? What a swindler. The young girl, gazing at her beloved mech and the exorbitant repair fee, found herself in a painful dilemma. The youthful shopkeeper declared, Not only can I repair it, but I can also awaken your mech's innate abilities. Are you truly willing to let your mech become mere scrap metal? Are you out of your mind? I merely came for maintenance, and you wish to charge me 10 billion. This maintenance can elevate you to the pinnacle of interstellar travel. Are you not considering it? Of course, you may customize it whether you desire innate abilities, rare armor, or materials of truth level. My services are comprehensive and guaranteed to satisfy. That as external foes approached and the tide of star beasts surged, truth-level mechs of the Blue Star Alliance stood poised for battle. The young man charged forth, sweeping away countless adversaries. The crowd exclaimed, We asked you to open a repair shop, yet you have ignited a storm of mech warfare. Chapter 1. Am I truly just a bonus for recharging my phone? A strikingly handsome youth stood in the empty living room, staring at the letter in his hand, trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that he was greatly agitated. The reason is naturally found in the content of the letter, which is quite shocking. My dear child, your parents have departed. Unless there is something of utmost importance, do not seek us out. You, our burden, have disrupted our marital life for 18 long years. 18 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured this time? You can surely comprehend our abrupt departure. Can you not? If you cannot, it matters little, for you will be unable to locate us. The day you realized you lacked the talent for mech combat was a day of immense joy for your father. It meant you would remain on Blue Star, undisturbing our world of two. We have established a repair shop for you, a token of our farewell, so that you may learn to be self-sufficient. But by the way, I am not entirely heartless. Your account holds 1 million star coins. Should you choose to live a life of ease, it will suffice for your remaining days. With love, your father and mother. Upon reading the familiar handwriting, Subai was utterly bewildered. I knew it. This old man gave me 10,000 star coins yesterday to enjoy myself, all the while waiting for me here. How astonishing. It is the year 3033, and yet someone still leaves a letter and departs without a word. Is paper free? Are they unaware of the convenience of interstellar messaging? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Subai. He quickly retrieved his interstellar phone and opened the messaging app, hastily composing a fervent rebuke directed at his father. The message was a heartfelt expression of grievance, passionately condemning their actions, especially the assertion that he was a burden. Having penned a lengthy essay of 5,000 words, I felt a twinge of insecurity and hastily made a copy, intending to share it with my esteemed mother. Daha. Perfect. After a thorough review of my composition and finding no typographical errors, I confidently clicked send. However, a disheartening message appeared. The recipient is not your friend. Message sending failed. Gazing at the glaring red exclamation mark and the words indicating the absence of friendship, my lips involuntarily twitched. All right, I see how it is. Thankfully, I have a backup that I promptly located my mother's contact on the messaging app and pasted my composition, only to be met with the same disheartening notification. The recipient is not your friend. Message sending failed. This all too familiar scene unfolded once more, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. Was my mother also led astray by that old man? No, this cannot be true. In that moment, I began to entertain the unsettling notion that my parents' long-standing jest about my being a product of a prepaid phone plan might hold a grain of truth. After standing in place for what felt like an eternity, I ultimately succumbed to reality, my eyes devoid of light as I slumped onto the family sofa, adopting a posture of utter defeat. Restlessly rubbing my beautifully arched brows, I felt an insistent throb in my temples. Finally, with a resigned sigh, I mused, perhaps they have their own struggles. I ought to be more understanding. Who knows? They might be extraordinary beings, beset by countless adversaries, and while lack of aptitude for mecha might be a concern for them, fearing it could embroil me in their conflicts. Yes, that must be it. Subai possessed few hobbies, with a particular fondness for reading, especially novels, rendering such plots familiar to him. After a moment of self-encouragement, the light returned to Subei's eyes. Humming a cheerful tune, he tucked the transparent card into his pocket. He prepared to venture to the mechanical repair shop mentioned by the old man. In this grand era of interstellar travel, such a shop naturally catered to the maintenance of mechs. Although Subai lacked innate talent for piloting mechs, his passion had rendered him quite knowledgeable. A year prior, he had obtained a junior mechanic license. Running a junior mech repair shop posed no significant challenge, even with modest business. It was sufficient for sustenance, as for the 1 million star coins left to him by the old man. Subai had no immediate intention of utilizing them, embodying the spirit of do not underestimate the young and impoverished. He, Subai, was also a person of ambition. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star Interstellar Airport, a stylish and striking middle-aged couple had just passed through the boarding gate, poised to embark on their interstellar journey to Subei's mother. Zhou Mayun glanced down at her phone, uncertainty creeping in her voice as she spoke. Old Su, is this truly appropriate for our little Bai? Beside her, Su Nantian replied with a mischievous grin. What's inappropriate about it? That little rascal has probably been longing for this day for years. Besides, we are not leaving forever. After a few years of exploring the stars, we can return and check on him. Thaddeus for now. Let us forget that little rascal. He has disrupted our married life for so many years. Now, you belong solely to me, he said with a chuckle. Observing her husband's demeanor, Zhou Mayun felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. She playfully pinched his waist and remarked, "You old fool, at your age, you still can't behave." Indeed, Xiao Bai has been rather listless over the years, and without the talent for awakening a mech, our presence might only serve to discourage him further. By the way, where is our first destination? Suppressing the pain radiating from his waist, Su Nantian glanced at the interstellar ticket in his hand and replied with a smile. First, we shall head to Centaurus. Now, let us savor our journey. With the main account exhausted, we shall strive to cultivate a secondary one. Ignoring her husband's frivolous banter, Zhou Mayun shot him an exasperated look before stepping into the cabin. Su Nantian hurriedly followed her in, glancing back at the direction of the clouds just before entering the cockpit. Goodbye, son. Achu at that moment, Subai, on his way to the repair shop, suddenly sneezed. Looking up at the bright sun, he felt puzzled. This shouldn't be happening. How could I catch a cold in the middle of summer? Rubbing his slightly itchy nose, he dismissed the thought and soon arrived at the repair shop his father had mentioned. As he surveyed the scene before him, Subei's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he clenched and relaxed his right fist repeatedly. All right, I can endure this. Before him stood a dilapidated warehouse, its expanse suitable for a mecha repair shop, covering approximately 1,000 square meters, which could accommodate the maintenance of around 10 mechas at once. Yet, its condition was utterly disheartening. Though the warehouse was situated not far from the city center, the sight of its battered roof, the walls faded beyond recognition, and the ancient, rusting roll-up door spoke. Volumes of neglect. IT was undoubtedly a forsaken structure. Indeed, I have been rather naive, Subai thought, rendered speechless as he gazed upon the warehouse. It became clear to him why the old man had bequeathed him 100,000 star coins that IT was evidently intended for renovations. Just when despair began to set in, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in Subei's ears. Chapter 2, A Transformation and the Arrival of a Customer A System. The ethereal voice resonated in Subei's ears like celestial music. As a seasoned aficionado of novels, he was keenly aware of the significance of a system. It seems that I, Su, am indeed the chosen one. Without transmigration or rebirth, I've managed to awaken a system. Subai mused, feeling a surge of elation. He immediately began to examine the system's introduction. Interstellar Mech System. Utilize stellar points to procure items from the store or to augment target mechs with stellar enhancements. The description was somewhat concise, but Subai was unconcerned. After all, it was a system, and these stellar enhancements were bound to be extraordinary. His primary quandary at the moment was how to acquire these stellar points. Stellar points can be exchanged for star coins at a rate of 10,000 star coins per stellar point. exchanged for star coins? A ratio of 10,000 to 1? That's a bit steep, Subai thought, wincing slightly at the exchange rate. He had just glanced at the top-tier items in the store, and they were indeed remarkable. Truth Class Mech, exchange price, 100 billion stellar points. Celestial Chi Absorption Technique, exchange price, 50 billion stellar points. Truth Class Exclusive Material, Starry Sky Engine, exchange price, 10 billion stellar points. The prices were astronomical, almost all exorbitant. If exchanged at that rate, they would amount to trillions of star coins. To put it in perspective, the current wealthiest individual in China possesses a mere 500 billion star coins. The purchasing power of the star currency is remarkably strong, which is precisely why Su Nantian mentioned in the letter that 1 million star coins would suffice to ensure Subai's comfortable living for the rest of his life, allowing him to lead a leisurely existence. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside thoughts of those marketplace items for the time being and focus on refurbishing his repair shop, gradually saving money. After a brief moment of contemplation, Subai felt invigorated with determination. Although he could not afford those items at present, he believed that with perseverance, he would eventually acquire them. With newfound ambition, he gazed at his somewhat shabby repair shop, finding it increasingly pleasing to the eye. Ding! The system detected that the host's repair shop does not meet the standards for interstellar enhancement and requires 90 interstellar points for modification. Would you like to proceed with the transformation? Upon seeing the system notification, Subai hesitated not for a moment and resolutely chose to proceed with the modification. Though it meant parting with 900,000 star coins, he firmly believed it was worth the investment. With a click of his finger, the balance was reduced by 900,000. Subai felt a pang of despair. He vowed this was undoubtedly the largest expenditure of his life. He hoped the system would not let him down. Almost instantaneously, as the balance was deducted, a cascade of starlight enveloped the warehouse before him. After a fleeting minute, the starlight dissipated. The once dilapidated warehouse vanished, replaced by a gleaming metallic structure. The colorful graffiti on the walls disappeared, entirely substituted with a lustrous alloy material. The antiquated rolling shutter has been replaced by an inductive light gate, shimmering with faint starlight. The gaping holes in the ceiling have vanished, replaced by the most robust vibranium. Gazing at the repair shop before him, Subai's mouth slightly agape, he thought to himself that this was no mere repair shop. It could easily be deemed the most advanced interstellar refuge. Truly, the expenditure of 900,000 was justified. As a novice mechanic, Subai was acutely aware of the materials required to transform a warehouse spanning 1,000 square meters. The value of these materials alone far exceeded 900,000 star coins. Not to mention the costs of renovation. This was undoubtedly a remarkable bargain. Excitedly, he stepped into the interior of the repair shop. He discovered that the establishment now boasted 10 mecha maintenance bays, with materials indistinguishable from those outside. In the reception area, several luminous screens displayed clear data regarding the conditions of each maintenance bay. Upon entering one of the maintenance bays, Subai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the equipment, the most advanced repair tools, gravitational hoists, beam thermal knives, and nanospraying devices. Previously, Subai had harbored doubts about whether he could earn enough to exchange for the goods within. Now, however, he was utterly confident. Just utilizing these tools for repairs, he could easily set his fees to more than double that of standard equipment. Moreover, with his interstellar enhancement abilities, he was certain he would reap substantial rewards. Although he had not examined it closely, he believed the marketplace surely contained a means for him to awaken his mecha talent. The successful establishment of his own mech has long been a cherished aspiration for Subai, as mechs epitomize the romantic ideals of manhood. At this moment, an ethereal voice resounded once more. The host possesses a repair shop suitable for interstellar enhancement. A novice task has been issued. Successfully conduct an interstellar enhancement within 24 hours. The reward for this task is an opportunity for the host to awaken their mech talent. What the? Subai exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the task's reward. Is this what one wishes for? The time constraint is a bit tight, but it doesn't matter. He is determined to seize the chance for his talent. Without delay, Subai uploaded the details of his shop, naming it the Interstellar Repair Shop. He took a few simple photographs of the basic equipment and promptly posted the information on the Star Network. This was the fastest method he could conceive to attract customers. Fortunately, his father had already taken care of the shop's registration, allowing for a swift upload and publication. With the support of the Star Network, he was confident that customers would soon arrive. 2 hours later, is this the place? A girl clad in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, fair legs strikingly prominent, stepped down from her red hover vehicle and surveyed the interstellar repair shop. Sunhan gazed at the repair shop, which resembled the image on her phone, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This owner must be quite wealthy. Such a repair shop must surely boast at least a cadre of star-level technicians. Yet, I remain uncertain whether they can restore my beloved little red. Sun Hani's gaze dimmed slightly. As a prodigious young lady from Yuhai No. 1, she had acquired her first mech at an early age. The DB-256 series, a Swift-type mech named Red Moon, stands at a height of 12 meters, with a weight of 25 tons, an engine power of 720,000 kW, and a thrust of 60 million kg. Among the initial mechs, it is ideally suited for a one-star mech master who has awakened a speed-related talent. By reducing the weight of its equipment and enhancing its horsepower, the mech's agility is significantly heightened, making it adept at guerrilla tactics. However, its Achilles heel lies in its relatively frail defensive capabilities. Last week, during a test at school, she showcased Red Moon brilliantly, yet just as victory seemed within reach, she suffered a devastating setback. In the climactic battle, Red Moon was severely damaged by her rival. Numerous mech repair shops she visited declared her nearly beyond repair, urging her to consider a replacement. Nevertheless, being her first mech, Sunhani clung to the hope of restoring it. By chance, she stumbled upon the information regarding Subai's interstellar repair shop online. The equipment depicted in the images appeared to others as nothing more than a farcical fabrication. Yet for Sunhani, it seemed like her final glimmer of hope. She resolved to come here and give it a try. Chapter 3. The Almost Decommissioned Mech. Sunhani's final hope. Upon entering the repair shop, Sunhani's conviction in her thoughts grew stronger. The equipment in this establishment was astonishingly advanced. Not only was the exterior resplendent, but the interior also held remarkable surprises. She found it hard to fathom that such a repair shop could exist in this location. From her knowledge, a repair shop of this magnitude would only be found in the most prosperous space stations of the Blue Star Alliance, and even then, they were few and far between. Who would have imagined that Yuhai would host one as well? In that moment, Sunhani felt assured that her gamble had paid off. Welcome, welcome. A youthful voice rang out, and Sunhani was taken aback as she gazed at the young man before her. To her mind, those employed in such a repair shop were typically seasoned technicians, generally of advanced age. Yet, the youth standing in front of her appeared hardly older than herself. Are you the attendant here? She instinctively inquired. No, I am the manager and mechanic, Subai replied with a resigned shake of his head, unperturbed by Sunhani's question. After all, she was his first customer, and he maintained a smile. May I ask, what can I assist you with today? After uploading the images to the Star Network, Subai anticipated a bustling response, yet the reality fell short of his expectations. Instead, the comment section was abuzz with activity. Trying to deceive people with such internet images? I have visited that place before. It is merely an abandoned factory, utterly incapable of transforming into such an impressive repair shop. I truly wonder what those conducting market research are doing, allowing even such dubious online images to pass scrutiny. My friends, let us unite to unveil the true nature of this establishment and prevent anyone from being deceived. Upon seeing these comments, Subai's immediate reaction was to delete and block them, hiding them away. However, he soon realized the truth. His location was clearly marked, and undoubtedly, someone must have known about the existence of the abandoned factory. Furthermore, the images he uploaded were indeed of a rather high standard for Yuhai, so skepticism was only natural. In this context, a customer finally arrived, a delightful young lady. Even though she seemed somewhat oblivious, Subai refrained from expressing any anger. At this moment, Sunhani, realizing her blunder, felt a bit embarrassed and promptly apologized, saying, I am sorry. Nevertheless, she had not anticipated that the owner would be so young. Her eyes reflected a hint of doubt. This owner appeared so youthful, and the repair shop seemed devoid of any other personnel, implying he was the sole mechanic. Could he truly restore her beloved Xiaohong? May I inquire what you need? Subai discerned Sunhani's apprehensions and replied with a gentle smile. My mech skeleton has been damaged. Can you repair it? Sunhani's voice trembled slightly, for this was nearly her last hope. If it cannot be repaired here, then it seems all hope is truly lost. The issues with the mecha's skeletal structure have not yet impacted the core. But if too much time passes and the skeleton completely deteriorates, leading to the self-destruction of the core, there will be no turning back. Please present your mecha for my inspection. Subai did not immediately acquiesce. He needed to ascertain the condition of Sunhani's mecha. After all, with the skeletal damage, even a skilled technician, let alone a novice, would be powerless to assist. Only a stellar-grade technician might possess even a glimmer of hope for a successful repair. Upon hearing this, Sunhani nodded and followed Subai to the first repair bay. Upon seeing the equipment within, she felt a slight sense of relief. At the very least, the presence of such machinery indicated that Subai was undoubtedly a technician of high caliber, possibly even a stellar-grade technician, though he appeared quite young. There remained a flicker of hope. "Bring it out," Subai said calmly, turning his gaze towards Sunhani. It was only then that she realized and hurriedly tapped her wrist-mounted star ring. In an instant, a brilliant flash of light filled the repair bay. Moments later, a humanoid mecha, standing 12 meters tall and adorned with a striking crimson armor, emerged into the space. The pristine finish and the metallic luster emanating from its surface indicated that Sunhani had meticulously maintained her mecha, Red Moon. Regrettably, this colossal entity, resembling a work of art, now bears a hollow wound at its waist. This void extends through the central connection, permeating the mechanized skeletal structure, where a dark-hued skeleton is intricately adorned with a myriad of fine lines. Upon these lines, remnants of desiccated blue radioactive materials still linger. Observing the visage of the Crimson Moon, Subai could not help but furrow his brow. Is this a wound inflicted by a C-nuclear ray? The handiwork of the cold light star inhabitants? C-nuclear rays are a form of radiative assault generated through energy collapse induced by nuclear fission. This technology is currently employed solely by the cold light star, situated approximately 0.32 light-years from Blue Star, where its inhabitants, unable to awaken, rely on pure scientific means to pilot their mechas. However, such methods demand exceptionally high physical prowess from the mecha pilots and entail severe aftereffects. Due to the radiation from the mecha's core, the lifespan of nearly every pilot is limited to a mere 2 years. These techniques have long been forsaken by Blue Star and even the entire Starry Alliance, along with the weaponry of Cold Light Star. Presently, most mechas are driven by stellar energy, primarily through the resonance between the pilot and the mecha. Modern weaponry largely follows this trend, with previously highly radioactive arms nearly abandoned. Nevertheless, the presence of the Cold Light Star inhabitants on Blue Star is unexpected. This matter is far from simple. Upon catching sight of Subai, Sunhan instantly recognized the culprit behind the severe injuries inflicted upon his cherished mech, the Red Moon. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly approached Subai, grasping his hands tightly and imploringly inquiring, "Do you possess a method to restore it?" Noticing the fervor in Sunhan's gaze, Subai did not pause to appreciate the softness of his hands or the warmth emanating from his proximity. "First, you must answer my question," he replied. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Sunhan quickly released Subai's hands, a look of remorse washing over his face. "I apologize for my excessive enthusiasm. Indeed, it was the C-nuclear ray, but the assailant was not a member of the Cold Light clan. He is also from the Blue Star. Yet I remain perplexed as to the means by which he enabled his mech to harness the power of the C-nuclear ray. My negligence has led to such grievous injuries to Little Red." As he spoke, a shadow of despair clouded Sunhan's expression, his eyes reflecting boundless self-reproach. Subai nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the unexpected nature of the incident, yet assured that others would investigate, relieving him of the burden of concern. He approached the Red Moon and reached out to touch the light armor on its leg. The system registered the damaged mech, confirming it met the conditions for interstellar enhancement. Due to the mech's low rank, it only required a level 1 enhancement, necessitating 10 interstellar points. "Would you like to proceed with the enhancement?" "Well, it can be repaired. And the cost is reasonable," Subai mused, yet he remained curious about the effects of the interstellar enhancement. He silently pondered. What is the impact of a level 1 enhancement? Chapter 4. Talent Skill? What a joke. Well, upon witnessing the effects of the first-tier interstellar enhancement, Subai was taken aback. The materials and core upgrades to the first tier were acceptable, but the highlight was undoubtedly the final awakening of the talent skill. Even with the lowest tier as a prefix, it was sufficient to leave Subai in a state of disbelief. It wasn't just Subai. If this news were to spread, even 5-star mechanics would be left astounded. The Red Moon is the most fundamental Earth tier mech, ranking at the bottom among the 9 mech qualities: Earth, Sky, Star Treader, Starbreaker, Starfall, Eternal Sky, Vastness, Universe, and Truth. Within the tiered star rankings from 1 to 9, it merely reaches the pinnacle of the initial stage. Such a mech theoretically could not possess a talent skill. Let alone Earth mechs, even among the higher tier Sky mechs, those with talent skills are exceedingly rare, and any such mech could easily fetch a price tenfold its worth. Talent skills, innate abilities determined by the mech's intrinsic attributes and the user's awakened talents, are fundamentally different from techniques acquired through prolonged practice by mech engineers. The initial proficiency of a talent skill is already at maximum, perfectly aligning with the mech's capabilities, and utilizing it can roughly double its power. If an Earth mech were to possess a talent skill, it would dominate its tier and could even contend with sky mechs without necessarily succumbing. And all this enhancement requires merely 10 interstellar points, equivalent to 100,000 star coins. The unexpectedly modest cost evoked a sense of astonishment within Su Bai, who now grappled with the perplexing issue of establishing an equitable price. Should the enhancements be confined to the materials and a mere elevation to the first tier? The task would be relatively straightforward, given the availability of pertinent benchmarks. The value of a terrestrial 4-star mecha hovers around 200,000 star coins, and consequently, Su Bai could justifiably levy a similar sum for augmenting Sun Han Yi's mecha to that echelon. However, the inclusion of a talent-based skill introduces a further layer of complexity to the valuation. After a period of contemplative deliberation, Su Bai once more encountered Sun Han Yi's gaze, tinged with supplication. It was palpable that her ardor for the Crimson Moon was genuine, otherwise she would not have exhibited such an expression for the restoration of a commonplace terrestrial 3-star mecha. Su Bai enunciated his proposed price, 5 million star coins. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the repairs? Upon hearing Su Bai's figure, Sun Han Yi was rendered momentarily speechless. She had entertained the notion that mending the Crimson Moon might approximate the cost of acquiring a new mecha, or even surpass it. Yet, she had not anticipated a tenfold escalation in price. The average cost of a terrestrial 3-star mecha oscillates around 150,000 star coins. Even those of exceptional craftsmanship and relative rarity seldom exceed 180,000 star coins. The ceiling is predetermined, commencing as a terrestrial 3-star mecha. Its potential culminates at a celestial 3-star rating. Upon reaching the celestial 3-star threshold, obsolescence looms. Typically, a sum of 500,000 would suffice to procure a celestial mecha, whose latent capabilities are sufficient for it to evolve into a stellar-class mecha. Even if her heart brimmed with affection for the Crimson Moon, upon hearing the price, Sun Han Yi could not help but regard Su Bai as a swindler. Is Su Bai truly a swindler? Certainly not. In fact, he possesses a commendable conscience. The Earth mecha, endowed with a gifted skill, could command a price exceeding tenfold that of an ordinary mecha. And the comprehensive enhancement to the first tier that Su Bai offered was entirely complimentary. However, to suddenly declare a repair fee of 5 million star coins would prompt anyone to depart without hesitation. The struggle evident on Sun Han Yi's face reassured Su Bai that his decision was indeed justified. This fee was not merely for repairs, it also encompassed the awakening of the Crimson Moon's gifted skill. Su Bai spoke slowly, while Sun Han Yi, taken aback by his words, stammered, "What did you say? A gifted skill? The Crimson Moon can awaken a gifted skill?" She now suspected that Su Bai had lost his mind. How could the Earth 3-star mecha and a gifted skill be intertwined? Were it not for Su Bai's striking handsomeness and her prior lapse in decorum, she would have been tempted to deliver a punch. The shopkeeper certainly has a sense of humor. Sun Han Yi crossed her arms defiantly, her expression tinged with anger. If you cannot repair it, you need only say so. Why resort to exorbitant prices and gifted skills to ensnare me? In her mind, Su Bai had transformed into a grand deceiver. Unfazed by her reaction, Su Bai maintained a serene smile, suggesting, "We can formalize our agreement with a contract." Oh? Upon hearing this, Sun Han's brow arched. The binding power of Blue Star contracts was widely recognized. Once signed, the other party was obligated to fulfill their promises or face substantial penalties. Seeing Su Bai's willingness to sign the contract, Sun Han's thoughts immediately became animated. Could what he said be true? If Red Moon could indeed awaken a talent skill, then 5 million was certainly not an exorbitant price. It might even be considered a bargain. Regardless, since a contract was to be signed, there was no fear of him absconding. After a brief internal struggle, Sun Han nodded. Very well. 5 million it is. As long as you can repair Red Moon, we can discuss the matter of the talent skill further. Sun Han was not overly insistent, as long as Su Bai could repair Red Moon. Even if it did not awaken a talent skill in the end, she would not demand compensation from Su Bai, but would simply request the return of the premium portion of the repair fee. No problem, please wait a moment. With that, Su Bai immediately drafted a contract, affixed the official seal of the Interstellar Repair Shop, and handed it to Sun Han. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign and transfer the funds. Sun Han took the contract, carefully reviewed its contents to ensure accuracy, then directly signed her name and transferred the funds to Subai. 1. 5 million star coins received via Starry Sky Treasure. Payment successful. Subai then asked Sun Han to wait outside. He then turned to Red Moon. The corners of his mouth slightly upturned. This money is truly easy to earn. Undeniably, Subai, with a mere investment of 10 star credits, accrued a substantial profit of 1.5 million star coins, tantamount to 150 star credits, thereby realizing a 15-fold differential. This advantageous transaction was, in part, a concession to Sun Han Yi's profound attachment to the Red Moon. Absent this consideration, the mere prospect of talent evocation would have justified a valuation of 2 million star coins, a proposition to which, he surmised, Sun Han Yi would have acquiesced. However, it was unexpected that the young lady possessed such prodigious aptitude. Reflecting upon Sun Han Yi's disclosure of her evocation of the A-grade talent, Thunder, Subai was overcome with a sense of wistful admiration. While F to D-grade talents are adequately ranked in the middle and upper echelons, this does not imply that A-grade talents are commonplace, quite the contrary. Although they do not attain the rarity of S-grade talents, which are singular occurrences, A-grade talents are exceptional individuals. Across the expansive Yuhai, it is estimated that this cohort possesses no more than a dozen individuals endowed with A-grade talents. Furthermore, Sun Han Yi's evocation of the Thunder talent, renowned for its formidable destructive capabilities among A-grade talents, potentially positions her for admission to a prestigious intergalactic institution. Presently, Subai approached the Red Moon, extending his right hand to encompass the Crimson Light armor. Employ Tier 1 enhancement. At his mental command, a beam of white light enveloped the Red Moon, permeating the entirety of the repair bay. A thunderous resonance reverberated instantaneously, akin to the descent of celestial lightning. A violet hue manifested. The reverberations resonated throughout the mechanical repair establishment. In the Grand Hall, Sun Han Yi, upon perceiving the tremor, experienced an immediate pang of apprehension. He has not dismantled the Red Moon, has he? Chapter 5, Boss Su. Could you possibly provide a contact number? At this moment, her heart was filled with trepidation. She had previously regarded Subai's claim of awakening a gifted ability as a mere jest. Yet her greatest hope lay in the possibility that he could indeed repair the Red Moon. Now, with the unforeseen turn of events, her anticipation had diminished significantly. And a surge of anger welled up within her. If he truly dismantles the Red Moon, I shall ensure he pays the price. Sun Han's gaze turned icy, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. The ability to produce a staggering sum of 1.5 million star coins for the repair of a Class 3 Earth mecha was a testament to her genuine affection for the Red Moon. It also underscored her extraordinary status. After all, in this age, only a handful of families in the entire Yuhai possess such wealth as pocket money. Sun Han was indeed a member of one such family. The Sun family. Her father served as the current head of the family, with their business sprawling across the entirety of Yuhai, and their power reaching the pinnacle of the star-breaking 5 realm, qualifying him as a star-breaking mechanic. More importantly, her father held yet another esteemed title, the captain of the Yunhai fleet. While this may not classify him among the elite in the entirety of the Xia Kingdom, he certainly stood as a figure at the apex of the pyramid within Yuhai. The cultivation of a mecha mechanic is no easy feat. It relies solely on harnessing the star power inherent in the cosmos for training. The speed of cultivation varies dramatically based on one's innate talent, and reaching the star-breaking 5 level indicates that one's talent is at least of B grade or higher. With formidable financial resources coupled with her father's power and status, anyone daring to confront Sun Hani in Yuhai would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. As Sun Hani simmered in frustration, the voice of Subai unexpectedly resonated from the repair room. Come in. At these words, Sun Hani's suspicions were further solidified. This rascal had indeed damaged the Hongyue. Did he genuinely believe that his handsome appearance granted him the liberty to act as he pleased? Suppressing the volcanic eruption of her emotions, Sun Hani stepped into the repair room. The moment she entered, her previous grievances evaporated instantaneously. Her mouth agape, she beheld the rejuvenated Hongyue before her, unable to resist rubbing her eyes in disbelief. At that moment, the light armor adorning the Hongyue had undergone subtle transformations. It remained a striking crimson. Yet this hue was now deeper, exuding an air of sophistication. Moreover, intricate purple lightning patterns adorned the once monotonous body, enhancing the imposing presence of the Hongyue. The previously glaring void had vanished without a trace, and through the seams of the light armor, the gleaming black metallic luster was distinctly visible. Being intimately familiar with the Hongyue, Sun Hani immediately recognized that its height had increased by 2 meters, rising from 12 to 14 meters. If it weren't for the unique markings in the cockpit, Sunhani might have doubted whether Subai had replaced her mecha entirely. Boss? Is this the Hongwe? Despite having an answer in her mind, Sunhani instinctively inquired of Subai. Subai smiled faintly. Of course, you may give it a try. In an instant, Sunhan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped into the cockpit. It had been far too long since she had piloted her beloved Red Moon, and she felt an urgent need to quell her longing. Upon entering the cockpit, her hands instinctively found the central control, a spherical crystal orb. As soon as her fingers made contact, the cockpit lid sealed shut with a swift motion. Subsequently, delicate lines connected from within the cockpit to her back. Almost instantaneously, her consciousness merged with the mech. The eyes of Red Moon gleamed with a brilliant crimson light. Has the potential for growth reached the Starstrider level? Sun Han's voice resonated through the mech, and even after mechanical processing, the awe in her tone was unmistakable. You can now attempt to use your innate abilities. However, remember, it cannot be truly unleashed. Subai observed Sun Han, who was as exhilarated as a child with a new toy, animatedly maneuvering the limbs of Red Moon, and offered a gentle reminder. This statement momentarily startled Sun Han, leaving her somewhat uncertain. Is it really possible to awaken innate abilities? Having already resolved not to reclaim the repair costs after learning that Red Moon had been restored and its potential enhanced, she felt that the 1.5 million spent was indeed worthwhile. Now, hearing that Red Moon might genuinely awaken its innate abilities, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Of course, honesty is the best policy. Business thrives on integrity, Subai assured her with unwavering conviction. Hoo. Then came the sound of heavy breathing emanating from the Crimson Moon. Sunhani made an effort to calm herself, closing her eyes to attune to her surroundings. As if sensing something, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, placing her hands flat before her. Zzz. Faint arcs of electricity instantly entwined around the palms of the Crimson Moon, then continuously interacted, converging and swirling in the air. In an instant, a sphere of lightning was formed. Purple arcs flickered, and the lightning surged, producing the sound akin to the cries of 1,000 birds. Through the eyes of the Crimson Moon, Sunhani beheld the lightning sphere in her hands, her voice trembling with astonishment. It truly is a gifted technique. My heavens! The Crimson Moon has awakened a gifted ability. How is this even possible? After the initial shock, her admiration for Subai deepened immensely. The notion that a ground mech could possess a gifted technique was simply unheard of. Yet here stood Subai, who had not only revitalized her Crimson Moon from a state of near ruin, but had also bestowed it with a gifted ability. His prowess was nothing short of miraculous. Even a star-level mechanic would hardly achieve such a feat. No, one might argue that even a star-level mechanic could scarcely accomplish this. Who exactly is Subai? Sunhani could not help but feel curious about him. She yearned to uncover the true identity of this seemingly youthful and handsome man before her. All right. It can be put away now. If my device gets damaged, compensation will be required. Lost in her daydreams, Sunhani was abruptly roused by Subai's voice. Hastily retracting the thunderball in her hand, she left the Red Moon and approached Subai, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Boss Su, for repairing the Red Moon. I apologize for any prior offenses and hope for your understanding. Sunhani, having developed quite well, found her body subtly trembling under the influence of gravity with this bow. It was a magnificent sight, truly awe-inspiring. Subai, with a slight smirk, coughed lightly and replied, "It's nothing. This is merely a fair transaction. Please, rise." After casting a brief glance, Subai resumed his demeanor of calm indifference. He, Subai, was a paragon of virtue. Hearing his words, Sunhani exhaled in relief, having momentarily worried that her demeanor might have been too brusque. Offending a genius mechanic endowed with extraordinary skills was a consequence she could hardly bear. After stealing a glance at Subai's expression and realizing he bore no ill will, Sunhani summoned her courage. If it's not too much trouble, could I have your contact information, Boss Su? Chapter 6, Stellar Tides, the Harmony of All Things. Upon hearing this, Subai blinked in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind Sunhani's words. Noticing Subai's expression, Sunhani hastily clarified, I am merely concerned about any potential issues following the Red Moon. Having a means to contact you would be helpful in confirming your presence at the shop. Her flushed cheeks rendered the explanation somewhat feeble. Subai, however, did not dwell on it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. Once Sunhani secured his contact information, she promptly retrieved the Red Moon into her wristband and waved goodbye, exclaiming, "Goodbye, Su Boss. Thank you so much." As he watched her enchanting silhouette fade away, Subai smiled softly and closed the door of the repair shop. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he felt a surge of excitement. Let me see what talent I have awakened. While he commenced the first level enhancement of the Red Moon, he realized that his task had been completed, leaving only the reward to be claimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conducted a stellar enhancement. Duration, 2 hours 40 minutes. Task evaluation, SSS. The task reward is now available. Would you like to claim it? Is that even a question? Without a moment's hesitation, Subai selected yes. As the option took effect, a surge of power flooded into his body, causing a slight sting in his brain at that very moment. In an instant, everything before him seemed to dissolve into nothingness, as if he were standing on a desolate expanse. Confronted with this sudden transformation, Subai clenched his fist. Swish, swish, swish. Abruptly, fragments of metal from the surroundings hurtled toward him, enveloping his body while continuously devouring and merging. Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening the SSS grade talent. Fusion of all things. Upon hearing the system's notification, Subai's pupils contracted, a glint of shrewdness flashing within. SSS grade talent? Fusion of all things? From his previous experience, he understood the capability of fusion of all things, to manipulate and fuse with surrounding metallic substances to enhance his mecha. In essence, wherever metallic elements were present, he could infinitely strengthen himself. The Tao follows nature, all things merge, the universe is one, ceaseless vitality, cyclical and recurrent, infinite and inexhaustible. Suddenly, the strange phenomena before Subai dissipated, and he found himself back in his mecha repair shop. At this moment, countless motes of light began to gather around him, ones he had been previously unable to perceive. Stellar energy? Almost immediately, Subai surmised what these motes of light were, the very source of power for mecha engineers. Stellar energy. However, the stellar energy before him was too scattered, appearing somewhat sparse and rather unruly, surging towards Subai relentlessly. Ding! Upon detecting the host's awakening talent, a grand promotion in the marketplace commenced. The question arose, should one spend 100 interstellar points to exchange for the truth-level star whale breathing technique? The first tier of the star whale breathing method? Subai, upon encountering this system notification, was instantly flooded with unsettling memories reminiscent of common tactics employed in gaming for initial recharge incentives. Was this a deliberate ploy to coax him into spending money? How infuriating. I, Subai, shall not be deceived. Ding. Exchange successful. The first tier of the star whale breathing method has been granted. However, this was indeed a truth-level technique. What mech master could withstand such a trial? As Subai watched his recently acquired 1.5 million star coins dwindle to a mere 500,000, he shed tears of regret, hoping that this decision would not lead to disappointment. Truly, money is fleeting. After soothing his slightly aching heart, a fresh wave of discomfort surged through Subai's mind. Again, suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the scene before him transformed once more. He found himself amidst a vast cosmos, where the starry heavens sparkled magnificently. Abruptly, a colossal figure resembling a galaxy captured his gaze. Its body was adorned with radiant starlight, a massive head atop a long, slender form, swaying a tail that mirrored the stars behind it. As the giant mouth opened, a powerful suction emanated forth, and in an instant, a nearby star was drawn into its depths. The star whale consumed the celestial body as if it were merely an appetizer. As the whale's tail swayed and the stars shifted, Subai once again found himself within the confines of the mechanic shop. However, at this moment, a new breathing technique had emerged within his mind, the star whale breathing technique, first layer. In haste, Subai seated himself cross-legged on the ground, initiating the flow of his innate power according to the principles of the breathing technique, drawing in the surrounding star energy. With a resounding boom, as the star whale breathing technique commenced, the previously scattered points of light around him began to swell with intensity, and countless luminous specks surged forth, coalescing into a tidal wave of star energy. Subai stood at the very heart of the celestial tide. The star energy surged forth, amplifying his essence. Under the nurturing embrace of this cosmic tide, Subai's realm ascended at an astonishing pace. Earth 1 star. Earth 2 stars. Sky 1 star. Absorbing the entirety of the surrounding star energy, Subai transcended the realm of Earth Mechanic Master, emerging as a Sky Mechanic Master. At just over 18 years of age, freshly graduated, his ascension to the rank of Sky Mechanic Master would undoubtedly cause a sensation if word spread. In the recently concluded Mechanic Grand Examination, the strongest individual from Blue Star had only reached Earth 9 stars. Even those entering mechanic university for further studies would find their realms hardly surpassing Su-Bai's at this moment. Moreover, their achievements were the result of years of diligent cultivation. Yet, Su-Bai had accomplished this feat in merely a few minutes. Brushing off the dust from his trousers, Su-Bai felt a sense of satisfaction with his newfound prowess. Who would have thought I would become a sky mechanic master, albeit without a mech? Although he had become a sky mecha master. Another dilemma confronted Su-Bai. He possessed no mecha. His account held a mere 500,000 star coins, a sum woefully inadequate for acquiring a stellar mecha. Moreover, the mecha that would harmonize with his unique talent for universal integration was an even greater challenge to obtain. Alas, the need to earn money became paramount. Feeling the weight of his current poverty, Su-Bai's desire to amass wealth intensified like never before. As for the subsequent exchange rates for the star whale breathing technique, he refrained from checking. For the time being, it sufficed. Looking would only add to his troubles. After all, he could not afford it anyway. Meanwhile, in the heart of Yunhai City, within a towering edifice, a middle-aged man with a square face suddenly furrowed his brow. Directing his gaze towards the location of the interstellar repair shop, his eyes filled with suspicion. What is happening? A surge of star energy? The descent of a star beast? Impossible. The Star Guardians had not issued any warnings. HM? The surge of star energy has dissipated? It must be due to a brief shift in the star energy tides. After a brief analysis, the man retracted his gaze, focusing on the document before him. His right index finger rhythmically tapped the desk. See nuclear rays? What exactly does the CF family intend to do? Chapter 7. Gifted Skill. The tooth of the thunder serpent suddenly. The door to the man's study swung open with a bang, and Sun Hani entered, her face alight with excitement. Dad, I have wonderful news. Upon seeing his beloved daughter, Sun Yu instantly retracted his previous cold demeanor, replacing it with a warm smile. Is the Crimson Moon repaired? He was well aware of his daughter's deep affection for the Crimson Moon and had contemplated sending it out for repairs. However, given their heavy academic workload and the necessity to continuously train for the upcoming mecha examination, he realized that such a delay would undoubtedly have repercussions. He had even suggested that Sun Hani exchange her mecha for a different one, as time was of the essence for the Crimson Moon. Observing the dimness in his daughter's eyes over the past few days had pained Sun Yu deeply. Thus, seeing Sun Hani's radiant smile once more, he instantly surmised that the Crimson Moon had indeed been restored. While he felt joy for his daughter, an undercurrent of curiosity tugged at him. He wondered which master had come to Yunhai. The Crimson Moon had sustained critical damage from a C-core ray that had penetrated its structure, leaving many mecha repair specialists powerless in the face of such devastation. Only a star-level mecha repair master possessed the skill to restore it. It would indeed be fortuitous for his daughter to encounter such a skilled craftsman. Heh, it's not merely repaired, Sun Hani replied with a self-satisfied smile. My Crimson Moon has been entirely rejuvenated. In fact, I've even given it a new name, Wanjun Crimson Moon. Not only has her foundation been elevated by a star, but she has also acquired a unique talent skill. Her Red Moon can indeed be deemed unparalleled in the world. Most importantly, the talent skill of the Red Moon harmonizes exquisitely with her own innate abilities, leading Sun Han to ponder whether Su-Bai had orchestrated this alignment intentionally. Oh, could it be that her potential has been enhanced? Observing his daughter's exuberant demeanor, Sun Yu voiced his conjecture. As a breakstar mechanic and a figure of prominence at the pinnacle of Yunhai, he was well aware that certain powerful mechanists possess the ability to augment the potential of mechas. However, applying such techniques to a terrestrial mecha seemed somewhat extravagant. Raising his teacup, he took a sip and shook his head in mild regret. The repair costs must be rather steep, I presume? Not at all. It's merely 1,500,000. Sun Han's voice resonated with excitement. Uffed. Sun Yu spat out the tea he had just sipped, astonished. What did you say? He wiped the corners of his mouth, incredulity etched on his face as he sought to confirm whether he had misheard. 1,500,000 star coins. Sun Han placed her hands on her hips, her head held high, embodying the very essence of a princess. Sun Yu exclaimed. Have you been deceived? Even if a star-level mechanist were to restore the Red Moon, it would be inconceivable to charge such a fee. Come, let me take you to confront him. How dare he trick the daughter of Sun Yu? Even a star-level mechanist must provide an explanation. Sun Yu was seething with anger. A Ground Star 3 mech, priced at a mere 150,000 star coins, had incurred a staggering repair fee of 1.5 million star coins. Was this not sheer exploitation? Although the status of a top-tier mechanic was esteemed, he, as a lower-tier mechanic, was not so easily trifled with. To his surprise, as Sun Yu spoke, a gasp echoed from outside the door. What? 1. 5 million star coins. What are the two of you hiding from me? A woman, resembling Sun Han E by 7 parts, yet retaining her charm, hurried into the study, her gaze scrutinizing the father-daughter duo with an interrogative expression. Sun Han EX winky face. Sun UX winky face. Upon seeing Zhong Yi enter, the father and daughter exchanged a tacit understanding and promptly sealed their lips. Both were acutely aware of their wife's, mother's, temperament. Regardless of the circumstances, when it came to such a substantial expenditure, she would undoubtedly become frantic. Silence was the best response. After a pause, Sun Yu chuckled and, with a glance, signaled to Sun Han E. No, we were discussing that little girl Lu Ran, who spent 1.5 million to secure early admission to the Flying Star Academy. Yes. Sun Han E immediately grasped her father's intent and nodded vigorously. Although still somewhat perplexed, Zhang Yi's emotions calmed significantly upon hearing this, as she shot a glance at the two. All right, let us not discuss other people's affairs indiscriminately. Dinner will be ready soon. Let us eat. Having spoken, she departed from the study. Upon witnessing Zhong Yi's departure, both father and daughter let out a sigh of relief. Sun Yu lowered his voice, saying, after dinner, take me to find that charlatan. Sun Han shook her head. Boss Su is not a fraud. He even awakened my Wan Junhong Yu's innate abilities. Sun Yu looked utterly astonished, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, it seems you've been thoroughly deceived. You're starting to talk nonsense. The awakening of innate abilities in a ground mech? Preposterous. Father, please don't disbelieve me. After we finish eating, let's head to the training ground. And I will demonstrate. Sun Han's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, seeing his daughter in such high spirits. Sun Yu affectionately ruffled Sun Han's hair, laughing heartily. All right, I'll be waiting for your display. Now, let us hurry to dinner, otherwise, your mother will get upset. At the mention of Ms. Zhong Yi, Sun Han became exceedingly obedient, quickly following Sun Yu to the living room. After their meal, the father and daughter proceeded to their training ground. Although referred to as a training ground, it bore little difference from an ordinary playground, with the sole distinction being a ring of electromagnetic barriers surrounding it, designed to protect against the residual impact of mech battles. As a seasoned Starbreaker mech master, Sun Yu naturally refrained from using his own mech in combat. Instead, he selected a sparring machine from the warehouse. This mass-produced training device was unlike a true mech. Regardless of the disparity in materials and equipment, as a skilled Starbreaker mech master, Sun Yu found it quite manageable to engage in a duel with an Earth mech master. Observing her father stepping onto the training machine, Sun Hani felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Father, do you look down upon me? Why resort to a training machine? Her petulant expression did not escape Sun Yu's notice, prompting a gentle smile from him. It's merely to assess your progress with the Red Moon, is it not? This is not a true battle. The maintenance cost for my Howling Wolf is rather exorbitant. Hearing this, Sun Hani's irritation subsided somewhat. Indeed, the upkeep of the Starbreaker mech was substantial. Moreover, if it were a training machine, well then, you should be cautious. Sun Yu, oblivious to the underlying message in his daughter's words, waved from the training machine. Come forth. Sun Hani lightly touched the bracelet on her wrist, and a brilliant light flickered. The formidable Red Moon materialized instantly in the training arena. She then leaped gracefully, entering the interior of the Red Moon, its crimson and violet luminescence shimmering as its eyes ignited with brilliance. Observing the transformation of the Red Moon, Sun Yu raised an eyebrow with mild surprise. It seems the mechanic possesses some skill after all. The potential tier of the Red Moon had evidently ascended to the star-treading level, and just the enhancement in potential alone was worth 500,000 star coins. However, the price of 1.5 million still felt rather steep. At that moment, Sun Yu's words abruptly ceased as he gazed, with a dazed expression, at the hands of Wan Junhong Yu through the training machine. A crackling sound filled the air, electric arcs intertwined, racing like a dragon, and thunderballs coalesced, producing a chorus reminiscent of 1,000 birds in song. With a resounding boom, Wan Junhong Yu thrust her hands forward, and the thunderball slowly floated outward, instantaneously forming a beam of lightning that slithered through the air like a serpent. With the force of a thunderclap, it struck the training machine piloted by Sun Yu. A deafening roar echoed as the lightning descended, enveloping the training machine in a dense shroud of electricity that surged over Sun Yu's entire body. Even he, a master of the Starbreaker mech, felt a twinge of numbness at that moment. The might of this thunder was far beyond that of an electromagnetic gun. It could likely be compared to that of a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon. This was the awakened talent of Wan Junhong Yu, the Fong of the Thunder Serpent. Chapter 8, The Shattering Star Mech. The competitive spirit of the middle-aged man. As the radiant light dissipated, the once pristine training mech lay in a charred heap. Thin wisps of black smoke curled upwards from its surface, reminiscent of burnt charcoal. The outer shell crumbled away, revealing Sun Yu, cloaked in the ethereal energy of the stars. This master of the shattering star mech stared, transfixed, at the resplendent crimson and violet of the wan June red moon, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. Eventually, he managed an awkward chuckle. "Oh, truly, my daughter is my greatest pride. Tell me, I have not misled you, have I? This is the innate ability awakened by Boss Su. How formidable is it?" From the depths of the mechanical den, a teasing voice emerged, and Sun Han's laughter rang out in joyous abandon. "Now you see my worth. You underestimated me, didn't you?" Sun Yu, already filled with reverence for the mysterious Boss Su mentioned by his daughter, could hardly fathom the extraordinary talent required to awaken a mech's innate ability. Could it be that she had encountered a descendant of the supreme mechanist dwelling in the depths of the cosmos? To know such a remarkable figure was indeed a stroke of fortune for her. Despite the storm of thoughts swirling within him, Sun Yu could not help but smile sheepishly at his daughter's words. Indeed, but a training mech is merely that. It cannot truly showcase the might of your innate ability. Allow me to switch to my own mech, and we shall continue our duel. It will provide a true test of your powers. Upon hearing this, Sun Hani, who had been feeling quite pleased, suddenly found her expression darken. Is this the competitive spirit of a middle-aged man? Previously, he was reluctant to employ his own mech. Yet now his attitude had shifted so dramatically. Nevertheless, Sun Hani would not decline. After all, it was not often that she had the opportunity to witness her father's mech, let alone engage in combat with it. This was indeed an opportunity for her. She nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." Sun Yu let out a sigh of relief. The thought of his esteemed status as a Starbreaker mech master being tarnished by a defeat at the hands of a ground mech master was disheartening. Even if he were to lose to his own daughter, it would still be a blow to his pride. Additionally, he was genuinely curious about the true power of the Thunder Serpent's Fang. His right hand gently caressed the wrist guard, and a dark gleam flickered alongside an ominous thunderclap. Boom! In an instant, a mech of deep azure hue appeared, adorned with fiery patterns, its joints and skeletal structures glimmering with a faint blue metallic light. Crafted from rare materials, forged from dense steel, the mech stood imposing at approximately 50 meters tall, resembling a wolf, yet not entirely so. This was the UCD-24, the singular power-type Starbreaker mech, known as the Azure Wolf, standing at a height of 50 meters with a body weight of 1,600 tons and an engine power of 44 million kilowatts. It boasted a thrust of 3.6 billion kilograms. Its innate ability, Azure Flame, was a blazing inferno that could scorch the heavens and consume the world, burning without end. Before the Azure Wolf, even the 14-meter-tall Crimson Moon appeared as an infant, dwarfed by its stature. Even with prior mental preparation, the moment Sun Hani beheld the broken star mecha, a yearning flickered in her eyes. This was the true visage of a mecha, one capable of traversing the vastness of the cosmos. Observing the posture of the Wan Jun Hongwei gazing upwards, Sun Yu could not help but smile with delight, his tone buoyant. "Fear not, you possess A-grade talent. With diligence, you shall undoubtedly become a broken star mecha master. Perhaps even ascend to greater heights." "I understand," came the mechanical voice from the Wan Jun Hongwei, resonating with unwavering determination. After witnessing the broken star mecha, Sun Hani's aspirations crystallized. She was resolute in her ambition to become a broken star mecha master, striving for the pinnacle of the starfall and beyond. To be a celestial mecha master. In that moment, she envisioned herself piloting a mecha across the star systems, effortlessly vanquishing star beasts, and standing atop the myriad of prodigies. "Now, unleash your innate skill and let me witness its true power," echoed Sun Yu's voice from within the Songlong, tinged with anticipation. The earlier training machine, albeit inadequate in materials, had failed to reveal the full might of the Thunder Serpent's Fang. All right. With a swift retreat, the Wan Jun Hongwei raised her arms high above her head. Crackling sounds filled the air as electric arcs danced, forming a lightning sphere at the top of the Wan Jun Hongwei, its size twice that of before. As she swung her arms, the light armor produced sparks. Ignited by the force of her exertion, thunder erupted and lightning flickered as it spiraled upward, resembling a serpentine bolt of lightning with its gaping maw and two sharp fangs, plunging directly toward the neck of the armored Songlong. A resounding boom echoed. The startling thunder illuminated the world as arcs of lightning enveloped Songlong's form, penetrating the armor and reaching for the bones beneath. With a sudden impact, Songlong felt a tingling sensation from the electric current and gently waved his arms. The surge of air instantly deflected the arcs of electricity. The force of the wind trembled the ground, causing even the formidable Wanjun Hongwei to sway. This exemplified the power of the Starbreaker mecha. A mere casual strike was sufficient to effortlessly counter the innate abilities of the Earth mecha and induce chaos. This was also the reason why Sun Yu refrained from targeting Wanjun Hongwei. A wave of frustration surged within Sun Han, who quietly bowed his head. I have lost. Within Songlong, Sun Yu was not at peace either. The might of the Thunder Serpent's fangs far exceeded his expectations. Wanjun Hongwei was merely a 3-star Earth mecha. Yet this strike bore the strength of a 6-star. This indicated an extraordinary resonance between the Thunder Serpent's fangs and Sun Han's innate thunderous talent. Although both employed thunder-based attacks, not all could achieve such harmony with Sun Han. Was this mere coincidence, or? Suddenly, a bold hypothesis arose in Sun Yu's mind. One that sent a shiver down his spine. He harbored doubts that the Razor Tooth was a talent skill meticulously crafted by Boss Su after recognizing Sun Han's exceptional aptitude. This skill not only awakened the Earth mecha's innate abilities but also ensured a flawless synergy between the skill and the mecha master. The true level of Boss Su's mechanical expertise was beyond Sun Yu's comprehension. Lowering his head, he offered words of comfort to the somewhat disheartened Sun Han. Your strike is formidable. It has certainly reached the power of 6 stars in the Earth realm. This strength is something I never possessed when I was at the 3-star level. You must seize this power as your stellar energy level rises. You will undoubtedly carve out your own path. Perhaps you will even stand shoulder to shoulder with the true prodigies of the Blue Star Alliance. Upon hearing his words, Sun Han's expression shifted as she recalled her father's character. She knew him well. Although he adored her, he would not jest about such matters. This meant that her Razor Tooth truly possessed the might of 6 stars in the Earth realm. The previous gloom dissipated entirely, and her heart brimmed with renewed hope. Indeed, with Boss Su's support, I can surely succeed. When the time comes for the Wanjun Hongyu to ascend, I must seek his assistance. However, a moment of panic flickered in Sun Han's eyes as she realized, but Boss Su must charge a considerable fee, right? Alas, I need to find ways to earn extra income. Sun Yu remained oblivious to Sun Han's thoughts, yet he found himself profoundly intrigued by Su Bai. However, he did not allow Sun Han to take him to meet Su Bai. In his view, a mechanic possessing such extraordinary skills must be an exceptional individual. If he were to leverage his connections to approach the other party, it would inevitably lead to resentment directed towards him. He could not let his own selfish desires jeopardize his daughter's future. Chapter 9. The Legacy of the Stellar Mechanic Chu in the Interstellar Repair Shop, Su Bai. Casually reclining with his legs crossed, suddenly sneezed. Following a recent transaction with Sun Han, the repair shop appeared particularly desolate today. Out of sheer boredom, he resorted to playing games on his phone. After all, he lacked a mech. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to hone his piloting skills. Upon becoming a sky mechanic, Su Bai swiftly perused the intricate specifications and prices of various interstellar mechs. However, he was unable to discover a mech that resonated with his unique talent for harmonious integration. Su Bai's standards were not excessively high. He desired a mech with striking aesthetics, balanced performance, ideally a hexagram warrior, but most importantly, it needed to possess exceptional compatibility. Only then could he truly unleash the potential of his harmonious integration ability. As for whether it came with innate skills or not, that was of little consequence. He could enhance those regardless. Nevertheless, despite the multitude of sky mechs available, he still found himself at a loss, unable to identify one that truly captivated him. Was it possible that he would have to construct one himself? After completing his daily routine in the game, Su Bai put his phone away and began to ponder. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Although he possessed a system that could awaken innate skills in Earth mechs, the endeavor of crafting a mech was far beyond the reach of a novice mechanic like him. Furthermore, constructing a sky mech? That would require at least a 3-star mechanic to accomplish. Sensing the host's desires, a random task has been issued to personally craft a mech for oneself, with a time limit of 1 week. Task reward: absolute control over the interstellar repair shop, and a Hung Tian level defensive barrier. Task assistance: access to the skills of a 3-star mechanic and below for the host to learn. Do you accept? Yes. Upon the system's prompt appearing, Su Bai immediately sprang to his feet in astonishment. Another task had arrived. The reward was absolute control over the interstellar repair shop. Su Bai felt indifferent at this prospect. Although he currently lacked the ability to use certain equipment, he still possessed most of the permissions within the repair shop, rendering the notion of absolute control somewhat redundant. However, the Hung Tian-level defensive barrier was indeed a valuable asset. Within the Blue Star Alliance, the most formidable beings are likely the Hung Tian mech masters, of whom there are only a handful. To possess such a level of defensive barrier within his own interstellar repair shop would certainly give others pause. Although there may not be many customers at present, Subai firmly believed that once word spread of his mech awakening its abilities and ascending in potential, his shop would soon be bustling with patrons. This would inevitably draw the attention of some unscrupulous individuals, and he could not rule out the possibility of desperate souls turning their sights upon him. With such a barrier in place, he could operate within the interstellar repair shop without fear. If necessary, he could simply relocate. Regardless, he is currently all alone. While his parents are blissfully unaware of his whereabouts, enjoying their lives in an unknown galaxy. Upon encountering the final task assistants, Subai's gaze ignited with fervor. He found himself in a mechanical repair shop. Even though he possessed formidable interstellar enhancements, there were still clients requiring ordinary maintenance services. Such maintenance necessitated a solid foundation of mechanical knowledge. Moreover, the knowledge of a star-level mechanic? Such expertise would command an exorbitant price in the outside world. Now, the opportunity to learn for free was an unparalleled benefit. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai promptly accepted the task. As he did, a new option appeared on the system panel. Task Assistance. Inheritance skills of mechanics below 3 stars. He placed his finger on the inheritance skills, and a dazzling array of techniques unfolded before him. 1-star mechanic inheritance skill, exoskeleton switching. 2-star mechanic inheritance skill, armor reflective membrane. 3-star mechanic inheritance skill, core power surge. As he gazed at the various skills, tears streamed down Subai's cheeks. Ultimately, he chose the most fundamental technique at the bottom. Mechanics progress from beginner to advanced levels. Alas, he was merely a novice mechanic. The more advanced techniques were beyond his comprehension. Thus, he could only weep as he embarked on learning from the most basic content. In the instant he made his selection, a hefty tome materialized in his hands. It bore an unmistakable resemblance to the Advanced Mechanics Manual, which one would otherwise have to procure for a staggering sum of 100,000 star coins. Subai mused, well, considering the names are identical, I suppose I am merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. From another perspective, this fortunate occurrence saved him a considerable amount. Quietly, he opened the book, swiftly bypassing the knowledge he had already mastered, and commenced reading from the intermediate section. Perhaps due to his awakening of the SSS-level talent and his newfound status as a sky mech engineer, concepts that had previously eluded him began to flow effortlessly. In just 2 hours, he fully grasped the techniques of an intermediate mechanic, qualifying him as a competent practitioner. Glancing at the sky outside, Subai closed the book and departed from the interstellar repair shop. Upon returning home, he surveyed the somewhat barren living room and shook his head in resignation. Why have I left it so empty? Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of the trials of growing up. With that thought, he promptly activated the interstellar computer in the living room. He then opened several live streaming channels, cranking the volume to its maximum. Subai's residence was nestled within a prestigious neighborhood in the heart of Cloud Sea City, where each floor housed a single unit, boasting exceptional soundproofing that ensured no disturbance to the neighbors. In the past, he would never have dared to indulge in such revelry while his parents were at home. But now, he was liberated. The sky was high, allowing birds to soar, and the sea was vast, permitting fish to leap. After a day filled with busyness, one must find a moment to unwind. On an interstellar spacecraft departing from the Blue Star Alliance, Sunan Tian, who was previously in a state of serene repose, was suddenly jolted awake. A chilling sensation began to creep up his spine, leaving him perplexed. What is happening? An ominous premonition loomed over him. The commotion roused Zhou Mayan, who, in a swift motion, seized the soft flesh at his waist and executed a complete 180-degree turn. I was sleeping. Why the fuss? Sunan Tian stifled a laugh. It's just the bed. Let us return to slumber. As dawn broke, Subai, sporting 2 dark circles beneath his eyes, made his way to the interstellar repair shop. He yawned along the way, having indulged himself the previous night in newfound freedom, resulting in an all-nighter. Despite his current status as a sky mecha master, fatigue weighed upon him. He realized he had been too indulgent. It was time to cultivate some discipline. Today's ambition, to ascend to the ranks of a senior repair master. Upon arriving at the shop, Subai entered a contemplative state. Reflecting on his previous actions with disdain, he resolved to amend his ways, setting a modest goal to undoubtedly become an interstellar repair master today. Chapter 10. A new customer? Could it really be her? Upon entering the store, Subai laid the book from novice to advanced mechanic before him, preparing to commence his studies for the day. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. Ding. Your store has received a 5-star review. Please check it. As soon as he settled down, he opened the message to discover that a new commendation had appeared in the review section of his shop on StarNet. The Queen of Thunder. The owner is kind, handsome, and exceptionally skilled. This was my most delightful experience. I hope everyone will give it a try. Without needing to glance further, Subai knew instantly that this glowing review had been penned by Sun Hani. The previous evening, she had sent him a message expressing her gratitude and mentioned how the power of the Razor's Fong had elevated the Wanjun Red Moon to 3 stars. Regrettably, at that moment, Subai had been in a phase of carefree abandon and had failed to respond to Sun Hani. Now, seeing the 5-star review, he smiled faintly to himself, pondering that perhaps with such a commendation, business would gradually improve. Subai had indeed contemplated promoting the awakening of mech talents directly, yet he knew it required credible belief from others. After all, merely uploading a few images of his interstellar mechanic shop had already led some to brand him a fraud. Claiming he could facilitate the awakening of their mech talents might very well land him in legal trouble for false advertising. Thus, he resolved to accumulate a positive reputation slowly. However, with the first commendation in hand, he hoped that the critics would finally fall silent. With this thought in mind, Subai turned his attention back to the comments section. Underneath Sun Han's comment, an astonishing 100 replies had accumulated. The original poster must be a shill, right? Indeed. How can such an obviously fabricated repair shop garner positive reviews? Let us be honest, how much for a single endorsement? Let us indulge together. Ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. What kind of person is so dashing, so impressively competent? Are you referring to the level of repair skills? Evil grin. JPG, I truly do not wish to be a know-it-all youth. Subai remarked, indeed, nothing can restrain these keyboard warriors. He decided to refrain from further perusing the comment section to spare himself any unnecessary anguish. First and foremost, he needed to elevate his repair skills. After all, there were numerous esteemed repair masters' techniques awaiting his mastery. Ding dong. As Subai settled into his seat, the doorbell chimed, with the automatic door swinging open. A petite yet remarkably affluent young lady appeared at the entrance of the repair shop. She wore a beret pulled low over her brow and a pink mask, seemingly anxious to conceal her identity. Upon spotting Subai, Xiao Mingyan softly inquired, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su?" Subai nodded, greeting her with a radiant smile. "Yes. Indeed. How may I assist you?" It was confirmed. Yi had indeed mentioned that the most handsome individual in the shop was the owner. At this moment, Xiao Mingyan removed her beret, revealing a dazzling smile, her black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, exuding an air of softness. Subai felt an undeniable sense of familiarity with the young woman before him, yet he could not quite place where he had encountered her. "Hello, boss. I am Xiao Mingyan. I came here after hearing Yi's introduction. You are truly remarkable for having repaired the Red Moon," she said, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. However, her gaze soon landed on the book titled From Novice to Advanced in Mechanical Repair, lying on the table. Did Yi not say that Boss Su possesses extraordinary skills and is a formidable interstellar mechanic? Why then is he perusing such a beginner's book? Could it be that Yi has deceived me? No, that girl would not jest about the Red Moon. Suddenly, Subai clapped his hands, startling Xiao Mingyan, causing her to instinctively shrink back, her heart racing. "I remember now. You are that renowned internet celebrity," Subai exclaimed, realizing that he had seen her during a live stream the previous day. Such an adorable yet formidable young woman was hard to overlook. "Do you really know me, boss?" Xiao Mingyan responded, her voice tinged with surprise, as the minor shock had sent tremors through her heart. Disregarding any thoughts of doubt, she reassured herself that as a fan, she could not possibly be a fraud. "I have come to seek your assistance in leveling up. May I ask if it is possible?" Her tone was somewhat tentative, yet filled with hope, as she had heard that Boss Su's craftsmanship was indeed unparalleled. Although the fees are exorbitant, it is quite reasonable for a star-rated mechanic to charge a premium. However, she harbors concerns, having heard that star-rated mechanics often possess their own tempers. If the mechanic is unwilling, there would be little she could do. Money, after all, is not an issue. Upon hearing this, Subai hesitated, as he was uncertain about the number of interstellar points required for the upgrade. "Please bring out the mecha for me to inspect," he suggested, making his way toward the first repair bay. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyan hurried to follow, assuming Subai had already agreed and feeling quite eager. Indeed, one must learn throughout life. Subai was preparing to assist her in her upgrade without even inquiring about her specific needs. Xiao Mingyan is indeed a social media sensation. But she also holds another title, the top student of her first year at Star Sea University. Star Sea University, located in Yundu, the capital of Nanjing Province, ranks among the top 100 prestigious institutions in the entire Star Alliance. There are countless mecha universities within the Star Alliance, conservatively estimated to be over 10,000. And being among the top 100 signifies a remarkable level of prestige. In the Blue Star Alliance, there are only 8 universities that can claim a spot within the top 100, with China holding 4 of them. Xiao Mingyan's prominence at Star Sea University is undoubtedly attributed to her S-class talent, known as Golden Flame devouring the sky. The Golden Flame, superior in quality to the Azure Flame, embodies the power of the sun and moon, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, and stands as one of the world's great forces. The Golden Flame carries a trace of the sun's fiery aura, possessing an absolute high temperature that renders anything it touches into nothingness. Upon entering the maintenance chamber, Xiao Mingyan did not hesitate, immediately activating her wristband, which emitted a dazzling golden light. Before her stood a figure adorned in golden armor, clad in a flowing gown, resembling a valkyrie, with mechanical wings that glimmered like blades, showcasing intricate layers. The BR-23 series, a limited edition Earth mecha, the Golden Valkyrie, soared into existence within the chamber. Standing at a height of 16 meters and weighing 32 tons, it boasted an impressive power output of 880,000 kW and a thrust of 90 million kilograms. Although classified as an Earth mecha, its unique core material afforded it the potential to transcend into a sky mecha, emerging as a Starstrider mecha. As Subai gazed upon the exquisite Golden Valkyrie, he couldn't help but marvel at the lucrative nature of internet fame. Despite being an Earth mecha, this Golden Valkyrie was at least twice as expensive as the Red Moon. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that, being an Earth mecha, it would likely require a modest amount of interstellar points. Gradually approaching the Golden Valkyrie, Subai extended his right arm to gently touch its golden armor. Upon detection of the Earth 9-star mecha, it confirmed compatibility with interstellar enhancement conditions. Given that the mecha's level met the promotion requirements, a second-tier enhancement was necessary, requiring 100 interstellar points. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? The second-tier enhancement would elevate the target mecha's tier while simultaneously increasing the equipment grade by 1 level, enhancing the core by 1 level, and awakening a mid-tier talent skill, with a chance to randomly awaken a specialized attribute. Chapter 11, in the workshop. Just the two of us. Did he perhaps intend to showcase his unique abilities? Is this the distinction between Tier 2 and Tier 1? Has the talent skill ascended from a lower to a higher tier? Subai couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. According to Sun Han's remarks, the so-called low-tier talent skills provided by the system appeared to differ significantly from those found externally. The adaptability and potency offered seemed to far exceed the so-called low-tier, likely reaching a mid-tier level. If that is the case, could mid-tier talent skills not rival high-tier ones? High-tier talent skills, after all, are exclusive to mechas of star-breaking caliber or above. After a thorough examination, Subai turned his gaze towards Xiao Mingyan. Upon noticing this, Xiao Mingyan tensed up immediately, feeling as though Subai's gaze was akin to that of a hunter observing its prey, sending shivers down her spine and raising the hairs on her arms. What does he intend to do? With only the two of us in the workshop, could he possibly? No way. Someone so handsome shouldn't he be a predator in disguise? Yet, if he truly intends to act, what should I do? As an internet celebrity, Xiao Mingyan occasionally glanced at the barrage of comments and messages from her audience, which often contained a plethora of crude and indecent remarks. She found herself somewhat at a loss. In the outside world, with her recently attained status as a sky mech master, she would have no fear. However, at present, she was without a mech. The Subai before her appeared formidable, and she felt uncertain of her own abilities. Indeed, a promotion is feasible. However, the price may be somewhat exorbitant. Subai's magnetic voice pulled Xiao Mingyan back from her reverie. Upon witnessing his gaze restored to its original clarity, Xiao Mingyan realized her overthinking and immediately flushed with embarrassment. When she heard him mention the steep cost, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It's all right. I have sufficient funds. Setting aside her family's circumstances, the earnings from her year of live streaming had already exceeded 10 million. She was quite the little wealthy lady. As long as she could ascend, money was merely a trifling matter. That's splendid. The cost for the promotion is approximately 20 million star coins. Subai stated the price directly, observing Xiao Mingyan's confident demeanor. This price was quite reasonable. considering that it not only offered the potential to awaken a talent skill comparable to advanced levels, but also the possibility of developing a unique specialization. Charging $2 million for a cost of $1 million is hardly unreasonable, right? If this information were to leak, it would likely be in high demand. Not a problem. Just $20 million. How much? Xiao Mingyan, poised to respond, suddenly found herself bewildered. She had heard that the esteemed Subai charged around 10 times the market price for repairing the Crimson Moon. How had it escalated to 40 times just for her promotion? Was he this taking advantage of a naive person? It seems I might not have that much money. Could we negotiate a lower price? Xiao Mingyan resorted to a cute appeal, hoping to leverage Subai's status as her fan to her advantage. Oh, there's nothing that can be done then. Upon hearing this, Subai narrowed his eyes, his demeanor undergoing a drastic transformation. Mother always said that the words of beautiful women are not to be trusted. She had just emphatically stated that she had money, yet now she was seeking a discount. Much to his disappointment, Xiao Mingyan was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be my fan? Why is he so impervious to persuasion? And what's with that look in his eyes? Is he actually looking down on me? Subai's gaze pierced Xiao Mingyan's heart, as she never imagined she would be subjected to such disdain. From birth, Xiao Mingyan had been the center of attention, cherished by her family. Even as an online influencer, most of her fans addressed her as princess, which she found gratifying. But today, she was being scorned by a peer who claimed to be her fan? Typical male chauvinist. No wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend. Fine, $2 million it is. My condition is that you must awaken a talent skill and elevate the golden armored Valkyrie's potential to the star-stepping tier. If you can accomplish that, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Xiao Mingyan retorted, her temper flaring. If Subai could truly achieve it, she wouldn't mind playing the fool for once. Although her live broadcast only generated an income of 10 million star coins, she was, after all, the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Xiao family of Nanjiang, and the foremost prodigy of her generation. In her household, the total amount of pocket money she received approached a staggering 10 million star coins. She thought to herself, why not go all in? The spirit of the young girl was thoroughly ignited. With Xiao Mingyan expressing such sentiments, Subai was naturally agreeable. All right, let us draft a contract. Perhaps I might even surprise you a little. With that, he composed a contract and presented it to Xiao Mingyan. He had no choice. He needed to secure funds through the contract, as his interstellar points were insufficient for upgrades. Xiao Mingyan's request for a second-tier enhancement was entirely feasible. As for the specialty attribute, which was said to have a chance of acquisition, he wisely refrained from including it in the contract, as he lacked certainty. Xiao Mingyan meticulously reviewed the contract. After all, being a working individual, she was far more attentive than Sun Han in such matters. Upon confirming that everything was in order, she affixed her signature and proceeded to transfer the funds to Subai. The account reflected a deposit of 20 million star coins. Gazing at her bank balance, which now dwindled to a mere single-digit figure, Xiao Mingyan was left speechless. Was this the fruit of an entire year's labor, dissipated so swiftly? Indeed, spending money proved to be far easier than earning it. In stark contrast, Subai was experiencing a thrill he had never known before. Having received such a substantial sum for the first time in his life, his heart swelled with joy, and a beaming smile adorned his face. All right, please hold on. Xiao Mingyan was left in a state of disbelief, taken aback by the swift transformation in Subai's demeanor. How could someone change their expression so abruptly? Ugh, what a scoundrel. Subai was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Xiao Mingyan's mind. With the newly acquired star coins in hand, he approached the repair room with a light-hearted gait. Upon seeing the golden-armored Valkyrie before him, a sense of affection blossomed within him. It was this precious entity that had bestowed upon him a fortune of 20 million star coins. He was determined to awaken a remarkable talent skill in it. Perhaps an S-grade talent, like golden flame incineration? Subai pondered, stroking his chin with his left hand while extending his right hand to rest upon the golden armor of the Valkyrie. A radiant white light burst forth. Recharge successful. And the second-tier enhancement commenced. As the system's announcement resonated, the temperature in the room began to rise, waves of heat enveloping him. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted, radiating an intense warmth that was almost blinding. The shift in temperature caught Xiao Mingyan's attention outside the repair room, causing her to pause momentarily. She quickly turned towards the direction of the room, murmuring to herself, is this a fire attribute talent skill? Has it truly awakened a talent skill? It seems the money spent was not in vain. Although she had expended 20 million star coins, the costs associated with upgrading the golden-armored Valkyrie, a special terrestrial mech to a celestial mech, were generally double that of ordinary upgrades. Typically, it would require around 1 million star coins. And possessing a talent skill would further escalate that price several-fold. Thus, the 20 million star coins seemed quite reasonable, despite the loss of her funds. The prospect of enhancing her own strength significantly uplifted Xiaomingyan's spirits. With eager anticipation, I gaze upon the doors of the repair shop that are about to open. Chapter 12. Scoundrel. With a crack, the mechanical door swung open, unleashing an even more torrid wave of heat than before. Even with her golden flame aptitude, Xiaomingyan felt a slight discomfort in the face of such searing warmth. Fortunately, she quickly acclimated, her eyes shimmering with starlight. "Boss Su?" she tentatively inquired, gradually stepping into the maintenance chamber. The scene that greeted her made her eyes widen in astonishment, her breath quickening. The golden-armored Valkyrie, no. It should now be referred to as the Platinum Valkyrie. The once resplendent golden armor had been rejuvenated, transformed into a more understated platinum hue, with golden flame patterns vividly alive, as if they were flickering in a dance of flames. The height of the mech had also surged from 16 meters to an impressive 22 meters, surpassing even the typical Sky Tier 2 mechs in strength. Most significantly, however, was the transformation of its core. Typically, the core of an Earth mech utilizes helium stone, but the golden-armored Valkyrie's core was unique, incorporating a variant of helium stone that contained approximately 30% lightstone. Now, its core had completely metamorphosed into Mongzhou. This energy source, superior to lightstone, is generally used in Star Step mechs, possessing the potential to evolve into Starbreaker mechs. In essence, the current Platinum Valkyrie, upon entering the realm of Sky mechs, also harbored the possibility of becoming a Starbreaker mech. Just from this singular transformation, Xiaomingyan felt that her investment of 20 million star coins was truly worthwhile. The price of even the most mediocre mecha on the market is already in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, the recent aura has unequivocally proven that her Platinum Valkyrie has awakened an exceptionally powerful innate skill. This is nothing short of a lucrative venture. At this moment, Xiaomingyan's gaze towards Su Bai was no longer filled with resentment, but rather imbued with profound respect. Her already beautiful eyes now shimmered with an additional touch of allure, exuding an enchanting charm. "Thank you, Boss Su. May I go and experience it for myself?" Xiaomingyan could hardly contain her eagerness to feel the transformations of the Platinum Valkyrie firsthand. Su Bai, observing her palpable excitement, decided to tease her slightly, "Then go and experience the delightful surprise I mentioned earlier." Xiaomingyan exclaimed, utterly astonished. Isn't this the surprise Boss Su was referring to? She had believed that enhancing the core and materials of the Platinum Valkyrie to such an extent was the surprise he had alluded to. To her astonishment, he had yet another surprise in store for her. He truly is a treasure of a man. Xiaomingyan's gaze towards Su Bai completely transformed. It was imbued with an inexplicable and peculiar feeling. Su Bai, feeling somewhat awkward, froze momentarily, his smile faltering. Miss Xiao, you might want to wipe." He gestured kindly to the corner of his mouth, indicating that she should wipe away her drool. He had not anticipated that such a prominent internet celebrity would exhibit such infatuation. Is she truly this enamored with mechas? Xiaomingyan felt an embarrassment so profound that it seemed to etch itself into the very soles of her feet. At a loss for words, she could only leap into the Platinum Valkyrie, seeking refuge. With a swift motion as she entered, the Valkyrie's eyes ignited with brilliance, and the mechanical wings unfurled behind her, resembling an angel taking flight. After adjusting its form, Xiaomingyan raised her brow in astonishment. In an instant, the Platinum Valkyrie, which had previously stood before Su Bai, positioned itself directly behind him, creating a gust that stirred the surrounding machinery, producing a melodious chime. Xiaomingyan's voice quivered with excitement as she exclaimed, "Is this a special proficiency? Instant step?" Despite having regarded Su Bai as an extraordinary being, she could hardly fathom that the small surprise he mentioned referred to such a remarkable special proficiency. Furthermore, the instant step was akin to a divine skill. Was this truly what Su Bai termed a small surprise? Who considers a special proficiency a mere small surprise? While innate abilities are undoubtedly formidable, they pale in comparison to the grandeur of special proficiencies. The utilization of innate abilities is directly linked to the prowess of the mech master. Only those of substantial strength can unleash a sufficient number of innate abilities. In contrast, special proficiencies are unique to the mecha itself and require far less astral energy to activate. Research has indicated that the astral energy needed for a special proficiency is merely one-third of that required for an innate ability. In other words, Under equal conditions of stellar energy, one can utilize characteristics and expertise exceeding 3 times that of innate skills. The ability known as Instant Step, as its name suggests, enables the mech to accelerate instantaneously, achieving an effect akin to teleportation. This can certainly be wielded as a trump card. At present, Subai has transcended mere divinity in the eyes of Xiao Mingyan. He is akin to a deity. Be cautious. If you damage the equipment, compensation will be required. Subai's cold voice resonated, dousing the fervor in Xiao Mingyan's heart with a bucket of cold water. Compensation, compensation, compensation. How stingy. Humph. Scoundrel. At times, a girl's anger is utterly unreasonable. Nevertheless, she prudently refrained from voicing such sentiments. Having witnessed Subai's mechanical prowess, she could no longer seek the services of other mechanics. What if she provoked Subai to the extent that he refused to maintain or repair her equipment? This was a pillar of support she, Xiao Mingyan, was determined to cling to, and none could pry her away. You may assess whether the innate skill is suitable, Subai suggested. Noticing that Xiao Mingyan's Platinum Valkyrie remained motionless, he quickly added, perhaps we should go outside to test it. It seems difficult to demonstrate here. The Platinum Valkyrie nodded, her voice infused with mechanical tones. All right, I will give it a try upon my return. There appears to be no training ground nearby. With her specialized skills, she found herself less eager for innate talents. She promptly departed from the Platinum Valkyrie, storing it within her wristband. Boss Su, may I have your Doshin? I shall return next time, Xiao Mingyan proposed, producing her phone and displaying the QR code, hoping to exchange contact information with Subai. Subai, recognizing the significance of this substantial client who had just spent 20 million star coins, did not decline, as future opportunities for profit might arise. Boss Su, until we meet again, she said, securing the Doshin contact before donning her beret and mask, waving farewell as she exited the repair shop. Once her figure had completely vanished, Subai returned to his seat. He glanced at the book titled From Novice to Advanced Mechanic and suddenly smacked his forehead. Realizing he had forgotten an important matter, today marked his entry into the ranks of advanced mechanics. Time to study, he declared. Once he mastered the inherited techniques of the star-level mechanics, he could begin sourcing materials. Observing the balance of 19,500,000 star coins in his account, Subai felt a wave of delight wash over him. While absorbing mechanic knowledge, he contemplated the construction of his mecha. Chapter 13. Come, fight me. It turns out that the variations in bearing connections and joints are quite intricate. Observing the advanced concepts reveals that they pertain to the design of popular mechas. The 5 essential elements, skeleton, joints, armor, core power, and type of emphasis constitute the fundamental components of mechas available in the market. Among these, the connection between the mecha's core and joints is pivotal, representing the most significant component apart from the core itself. Joints serve as the foundation for the mecha's ability to perform complex, biomimetic movements. Should the joints lack stability, there exists a considerable risk of the mecha disassembling. As for armor and type of emphasis, they largely reflect the initial design intentions, holding greater theoretical significance. The types of emphasis include speed, strength, armament, and balance. However, Subai has previously enhanced his mecha to be speed-oriented, characterized by lightweight armor and superior mobility. Strength and armament types are typically heavy armor, with the latter leaning more towards a greater quantity of equipment, akin to a heavy artillery operator. Balance, on the other hand, is the most costly, combining both light and heavy armor while utilizing a substantial array of equipment, making it a rare skill set among pilots. This balance type is also Subai's aspirational target. Yet, it remains a challenging endeavor, as he constantly feels that something is amiss. With an increasingly profound understanding of mechas, Subai becomes increasingly aware that the compatibility of these machines with his innate talents is not particularly high. The essence of all things intermingles. The ability to assimilate all surrounding metallic and energetic substances into oneself renders both strength and speed types inadequate. The power type, upon acquiring these metallic substances, would significantly exceed its load capacity, while the speed type would be utterly incapable of bearing such materials. Even the balance type seemed somewhat uncertain in this regard. At that moment, Subai caught sight of a line of small text in the corner of a book. Theoretically, the most perfect balance type mech is the close combat mech. However, its limitations are considerable, as the disparity in size inevitably leads to a deficiency in power. Upon reading this, Subai's eyes sparkled with realization. He clapped his hands in excitement. Indeed, the close combat mech. This is precisely what suits me best. At that moment, he finally discovered his direction. The close combat mech, also known as the mech armament, is limited by the differences in size, resulting in an inability to harness the power of a normal mech, even when utilizing the same core energy source. Yet, this limitation seemed non-existent to Tsubai. He possessed the extraordinary talent of harmonizing with all elements, enabling him to temporarily mobilize the surrounding metallic elements to forge new weapons and armor, with power equivalent to that of a standard mech. He could even use the mech armament as a core and integrate it with a new mech externally. With this thought, his gaze became fervent, and his eyes danced with excitement. However, he realized he must first locate suitable materials. The quality need not be extraordinarily high, as he possessed the ability to enhance through interstellar means, allowing for gradual improvement. The decision is made. With a clear objective, Tsubai's reading speed doubled, and he was on the verge of fulfilling his boast of joining the ranks of advanced mechanical repair masters by the end of the day. In Nanjing Province, Yundu. At Qinghai University, Xiao Mingyan returned directly to school after parting ways with Tsubai. She had attempted to find Sunhani, but it seemed that the latter had extra classes, leaving her with no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Upon arriving at the school gate, countless gazes converged upon her. It was inevitable, as Xiao Mingyan was not only the top student at Qinghai University but also its belle. Wherever she went, she was surrounded by adoring glances. Feeling the weight of those stares, Xiao Mingyan regained the confidence she had lost in Tsubai's presence. It seems my allure remains undiminished. It must indeed be Su's issue. You little runt. Come and face me in battle. A clear female voice suddenly rang in her ears as she chastised Tsubai's misdeeds in her mind. Turning her head, she saw a girl with flowing ice blue hair dancing in the sunset's glow. Her skin is smooth as jade, with exquisite features and a height of approximately 1.7 meters. Standing tall, the girl extended her delicate fingers towards Xiao Mingyan. The smile gracing her lips was undeniably pleasant. If there were to be any flaw in her beauty, it would be that the girl appeared somewhat flat, starkly contrasting with Xiao Mingyan's more pronounced curves. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyan felt a tinge of exasperation. You again? With your flatness? Just a defeated foe. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Mingyue's smile did not waver in the slightest. Instead, it turned somewhat disdainful. Humph. We have battled a total of 108 times, with me claiming 25 victories, 58 draws, and 25 defeats. Is that what you call a defeated opponent? Moreover, I am now a Sky Mecha Master. If you concede gracefully, I shall let you off the hook. As she spoke, Xiao Mingyue's smile broadened. She and Xiao Mingyan had been childhood friends, often compared to each other since their youth, and she had indeed proven her mettle. Even with her only A-level talent, the frigid soul, she could hold her ground in battles against Xiao Mingyan. In this regard, Xiao Mingyan held her in high esteem. However, the latter's penchant for calling her little shorty irked her considerably. Oh, really? Then I shall see just how you plan to teach me a lesson. Xiao Mingyan replied with a mischievous grin upon learning that Xiao Mingyue had also become a Sky Mecha Master. Regardless of the advancements in her opponent's mecha, it could never compare to her own Platinum Valkyrie. Coincidentally, there was still a talent skill yet to be tested. Since you have presented yourself, I shall not hold back. The conversation between the two young women caused a stir among the surrounding students, for these two were the top and second in their cohort at Star Sea University, and they shared the title of campus beauties. One exuded grace and valor, while the other was petite and charming. Each possessed their own unique allure and had dedicated fan bases. They had never witnessed a formal duel between the two. They had only heard that their previous encounters had ended in draws. Xiao Mingyan's position at the top was largely due to her S-level talent, the Golden Flame of Devastation. However, Xiao Mingyue's chilling prowess is equally formidable, earning her the reputation of possessing talent nearly unparalleled. Are the two goddesses about to clash? My goodness, how exhilarating. Hurry to the arena. If we delay, there may be no seats left. Ha ha ha, this is not merely a contest for the top spot of this cohort, but a rivalry among the campus belles. What does this have to do with the campus belle contest? Aren't they engaged in a mech battle? You might wonder. But let us not forget, we are at Qinghai University, where the campus belles are not defined solely by their beauty but also by their strength. Indeed. You make a valid point. The announcement of the impending mech battle between the two has ignited the entire Qinghai University. The vast arena was filled to capacity in an instant. Attendees included not only this year's freshmen, but also numerous alumni. And even a considerable number of faculty members took their seats in the audience. Bingyu, it seems Zhao Mingwei is your student. Why has she taken issue with mine? At the uppermost tier of the audience, a strikingly adorned woman inquired of Wang Bingyu, her tone laced with provocation. The elegantly composed and icy Wang Bingyu merely cast a fleeting glance at her, Li Mingran, this is a matter between students. We shall observe. How dull, Li Mingran remarked. Feeling somewhat deflated by Wang Bingyu's dismissal of her taunt, she redirected her attention to the protagonists of the contest below. Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue have already positioned themselves at opposite ends of the arena. Chapter 14. The highly anticipated battle for the top position at Xinghai University. The mech combat arena at Xinghai University, sprawling over an impressive area of approximately 10,000 square meters, stands as the largest of its kind in the entire South Jiang province. This venue, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, is currently filled to capacity. Students and faculty from Xinghai University, alongside those from neighboring institutions, have flocked here to witness the fierce duel between two young maidens. As the contestants enter, a rotund figure with eyes and a mouth materializes on the central display screen, resembling a peculiar creature. This is Pyre, the AI referee, equipped to assess the damage sustained by the mech through the energy sensors embedded within the arena. Should one side suffer a critical blow or accumulate damage reaching 70%, victory will be declared for the opposing contender. This cutting-edge technology ensures the utmost safety for the participants while allowing them to engage in an exhilarating contest. Welcome to the mech combat arena of Xinghai University. I am Pyre, the referee for this competition. Now, I kindly ask both contestants to board their mechs. A somewhat endearing synthetic voice resonates throughout the arena. At that moment, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingwei simultaneously activated the star rings on their wrists, illuminating the arena with soft blue and platinum glows. The Platinum Valkyrie stands alongside another formidable mech clad in a shimmering ice blue heavy armor. Its lower half adorned with mechanical bone protrusions, while its upper body wields a massive ice blue blade. Delicate snowflake patterns bloom upon its icy exterior, and the dual shoulder armor resembles two glistening ice blades, topped with a warrior's helmet that exudes an aura of indomitable strength. This is the IC-235, a power-type sky mech known as the Ice Sword Master, towering at 20 meters and weighing 120 tons. It boasts an engine output of 8 million kilowatts and a thrust of 120 million kilograms. Among typical sky mechs, the Ice Sword Master possesses exceptional thrust capabilities, enabling it to bear the weight of its heavy armor. Is this truly the Ice Sword Master? It is said that Zhao Mingwei invested a considerable sum to acquire it. Rumor has it that the cost was around 1 million star coins. How enviable. That price could suffice for 2 sky mechs. Is this the realm of the affluent? It is somewhat regrettable that the Ice Sword Master lacks a special ability, otherwise its value could soar tenfold. Impressive. Suddenly, a voice broke the murmurs, drawing the audience's attention to Xiao Mingyan's Platinum Valkyrie. Unlike the ostentatious Golden Valkyrie, the Platinum Valkyrie exudes understated luxury, its entire form shimmering with a platinum sheen that conveys an air of subtlety. More significantly, compared to the grandeur of the Ice Sword Master, the Platinum Valkyrie is equally compelling, with its platinum skirt and golden flame patterns. Complemented by a height surpassing the Ice Sword Master by 2 meters, one might easily overlook the fact that this is a speed-type mech. Most importantly, at this moment, the mechanical wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie have fully unfurled, resembling an angelic figure of extraordinary grace. Has Xiao Mingyan's Golden Valkyrie ascended? What should we call this magnificent creation? It appears even more striking than before. By the heavens, are those wings behind it for real? Why do they seem so harmonious? Within 5 minutes, I demand to know everything about this mech. Instantly, the crowd shifted their previous praises for the Ice Sword Master to the Platinum Valkyrie. There was no denying that the appearance of the Platinum Valkyrie was evidently superior. As if responding to the crowd's enthusiasm, Pierre, after a brief silence, provided an answer. Unknown sequence, Platinum Valkyrie. Standing at 22 meters tall, with a mass of 150 tons, an engine power of 100,000 kW, and a thrust of 2,000,000 kg. As these specifications were articulated, the previously raucous audience fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, someone finally reacted, exclaiming, "What? Is this for real? A speed-type mech possessing such weight, power, and thrust? Are you joking? Can this truly be a speed-type mech? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could there be an error in the parameters? And what on earth does unknown sequence mean? Could it be that this is an unreleased mech?" What is unfolding before them surpassed their wildest comprehension. Not only were the ordinary students and onlookers astonished, but even the instructors at Xinghai University were taken aback. Li Mingran gazed at her disciple's mech, her mind filled with a myriad of questions. What is this? What kind of advancement could elevate a mech to such extraordinary heights? To the untrained eye, it appeared as mere spectacle, Yet for those with expertise, it revealed profound intricacies. As a mentor at Shanghai University, Li Mingran immediately discerned that the Platinum Valkyrie was a stark contrast to the previous Golden Valkyrie. Beside her, Wang Bingyu also recognized the exceptional nature of this mech. Her pupils constricted, and a hint of emotion flickered across her perpetually icy visage as she turned to Li Mingran and inquired, "Did you enlist a star-level mech technician for her?" In her estimation, only a star-level technician could account for such a remarkable transformation in the Golden Valkyrie, and surely, the technician's rank was quite high. Not at all. Who knows her secrets? Nevertheless, this girl has indeed surprised me. It seems your girl is destined to lose. Li Mingran outright dismissed Wang Bingyu's conjecture. Although she was unaware of how Xiao Mengyan had advanced, the outcome of the battle was evidently determined, and her spirits soared. Wang Bingyu did not retort. She was not one to engage in idle chatter. Instead, she gazed solemnly downward. Meanwhile, Zhao Mengwei, piloting the Ice Blade Master, was equally dazed upon encountering the Platinum Valkyrie. She had anticipated that her ascension to Sky Mech Master would guarantee her victory over Xiao Mengyan. But she never expected her opponent to conjure such an astonishing surprise. To speak of who can most profoundly perceive the extraordinary nature of the Platinum Valkyrie, it is undoubtedly she herself. At this moment, gazing upon the mech before her, with wings unfurled like those of an angel, an overwhelming sense of crisis arises. Who would have thought you possessed such a skill? Truly, you are remarkable, little one. Still so cunning. The voice of Zhao Mengyue, filled with resentment, emanates from the Ice Sword Master. Ha ha ha, let us not play the blame game here. I simply ask if this duel was proposed by you? Now, am I to be the scapegoat? Prepare to be soundly defeated. The tone of Xiao Mengyan is notably cheerful, as she once again expresses her gratitude towards Su Bai. Let the duel commence. At that moment, Pierre officially announces the beginning of the match. As his words resonate, the Ice Sword Master initiates the attack, activating the leg particle accelerators. A pale blue beam erupts, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air. With both hands firmly grasping the great sword raised above her head, she strikes downward at a sharp 45-degree angle. As she delivers the blow, her feet execute a fragmented lateral movement, channeling power through her shoulders. In that instant of the strike, her wrist subtly elevates. This is the intermediate technique of the Mech Master, a sweeping slash. The great sword sparkles with particle beams, resembling two segments of a lightsaber fused together. The pressure emanating from the Platinum Valkyrie is exceedingly intense. To claim victory, she must take the initiative. Should this strike connect, no matter how resilient the opponent's armor may be, it is certain to inflict severe damage. The great sword descends like a mountain, and the razor-sharp blade is poised to descend upon the Platinum Valkyrie. Chapter 15. The blazing sun descends. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed, followed by a cloud of dust rising into the air. The tiles of the arena shattered under the impact, resembling a spider's web, and a fierce gust of wind swiftly enveloped the area in a yellow haze. The audience, caught in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, "No, please." The view was obscured, rendering them unable to see anything clearly. Was the strike successful? They were eager for an answer. The Ice Sword Master's powerful strike, if it had indeed landed, could have diminished the Platinum Valkyrie's mobility. Their curiosity about the outcome of this fierce clash was palpable. Soon, the smoke began to dissipate. Alas, the only figure remaining in the arena was the Ice Sword Master, poised with his great sword in a downward arc, while the Platinum Valkyrie was nowhere to be seen. What happened to her? Could she have been defeated in a single blow? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Suddenly, a realization struck the audience, and they looked up to the sky. To their astonishment, the Platinum Valkyrie was floating majestically 100 meters high, gazing down upon them, with mechanical wings emitting soft particle beams behind her. She stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness. Abruptly, she extended her right hand. Boom! Flames erupted. A golden flame materialized out of thin air, taking shape within her grasp. Even against the sunlight, the heat waves radiating from the golden flame were distinctly perceptible. The scorching temperature made those outside the protective barrier feel a wave of heat, leaving many parched and hastily reaching for water to quench their thirst. In an instant, the golden flame transformed into a golden spear. The Platinum Valkyrie, wielding this spear, truly embodied the essence of a warrior goddess. With the spear's tip aimed at the ground, propelled by a particle accelerator, she descended from the heavens. The sound of a thunderous impact accompanied her rapid descent, enveloped in searing heat, akin to a golden meteor. The flames upon the golden spear erupted explosively due to the high-speed friction, instantly enveloping the Platinum Valkyrie's form. clutching the spear, adorned in platinum armor. She was shrouded in a blazing inferno. Her innate skill, falling sun, manifested as she drew closer. Zhao Mingyue, the ice swordswoman, was already drenched in perspiration, her gaze fixated in a stupor upon the blazing figure charging towards her like the sun itself. She yearned to evade, yet in her overwhelming shock, she momentarily forgot to discard the colossal sword embedded in the ground. Consequently, she failed to dodge in time. The arena beneath her feet began to dissolve, ensnaring the ice swordswoman in its depths, rendering escape impossible. She could hardly fathom that her longtime rival had effortlessly distanced herself, leaving her without even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. Such a scenario had never transpired during their previous confrontations. Who had she sought for advancement? This was the final question lingering in Zhao Mingyue's mind. With a resounding roar, the sun struck the earth as the golden flames ignited the arena into a blazing inferno. The relentless waves of scorching heat relentlessly battered the barriers surrounding the arena, sending shivers down the spines of the front row spectators. As the competition concluded, the victor emerged, the Platinum Valkyrie, accompanied by towering columns of water that extinguished the golden flames within the arena. Pierre declared the outcome of the mech battle. As the golden flames dissipated, only the figure of the Platinum Valkyrie stood resolutely in the arena. Outside, the ice swordsman was left charred and blackened. In stark contrast to his previously fierce warrior persona, the ice swordsman now appeared somewhat disheveled. Zhao Mingyue stepped out from among the ice swordsmen, her heart aching at the sight of her beloved mech reduced to such a state. This was all due to Pierre's intervention, forcibly removing her from the arena just before the blazing sun's rays bore down upon her. A fatal blow? I never imagined I couldn't withstand even a single strike from that little rot. Zhao Mingyue chuckled bitterly, her once vibrant spirit now dimmed. Her ice-blue hair, dampened by sweat, clung to her back, evoking a sense of desolation. She lifted her gaze toward the Platinum Valkyrie, looming like a mountain in the arena, her heart a tempest of emotions. From the moment the blazing sun descended to the moment Pierre announced the end of the competition, only a fleeting few seconds had passed. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Oh my goodness! We are champions! The goddess Xiao truly reigns as the pinnacle of this year's Shanghai University. As expected, I now declare that Xiao Mingyan is officially crowned the most beautiful flower of Shanghai University, and no objection shall be entertained. Goddess, oh goddess, how I adore you! However, I must say, could that just now have been a talent skill? I must confess, it is quite astonishing that the Platinum Valkyrie, Goddess Xiao, has awakened a talent skill. In this battle, Goddess Xiao's defeat seems rather justified. I originally believed that the Ice Sword Master represented the pinnacle of aerial mecha. Yet who would have imagined that Goddess Xiao possesses a talent skill? But wait, I distinctly recall that the former Golden Valkyrie did not have any talent skills, did she? How could this advancement have unlocked a talent skill? Goodness! Indeed, where exactly did Goddess Xiao attain this advancement? Could it be that she sought the expertise of a 6-star mechanic? Wake up. Just what sort of individual is a 6-star mechanic? They are comparable to the esteemed celestial mecha artisans. Do we possess such a figure within the Blue Star Alliance? While the Blue Star Alliance may lack such talent, that does not imply that the Starry Sky Alliance does. Do you truly believe that such a prominent figure would specifically assist someone in advancing from the terrestrial to the celestial? Pray, enlighten me on the matter. I am equally perplexed. Originally, this victory belonged to Xiao Mingyan, yet at this moment, the focus of everyone's attention lies upon the mechanic who facilitated her advancement. Xiao Mingyan herself remains unfazed by this. She promptly departed from the Platinum Valkyrie and approached the sidelines, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she observed Zhao Mingyue. Now it stands at 26 victories. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyue clenched her fair hand tightly, striving to steady her breath. Little shorty, I will reclaim victory, she declared resolutely. Ha ha ha, I'll be waiting for you. By the way, if you require the services of an ice sword technician, I recommend the Interstellar Repair Shop on Songhai Road in Yuhai City. With that, Xiao Mingyan turned and departed. Despite their rivalry, she harbored genuine affection for her childhood friend and admired her deeply. After all, it was remarkable that Zhao Mingyue had managed to contend with her for so many years, leveraging her A-grade talent. The hardships endured were beyond what most could fathom. Just like the previous technique, the swift slash, Xiao Mingyan knew she could not replicate such prowess. This latest triumph was primarily due to the formidable advancement of Boss Su, which had granted her an early advantage. However, this was not the victory she sought. As an S-grade talent awakener, she desired to win honorably and justly. Thus, She resolved to recommend Su Bai's repair shop to Zhao Mengwei, hoping it would yield her some benefit as well. Watching Xiao Mingyan gradually recede into the distance, Zhao Mingyue's expression grew complex, ultimately settling into a faint smile. The Interstellar Repair Shop, is it? Thank you, little shorty. The audience remained unaware of the nuances of their conversation. As the protagonists departed, the crowd began to disperse, while Wang Bingyu and Li Mingran hurried to locate their students. Chapter 16. Goodness, are you really so unyielding? Wang Bingyu was the first to approach Zhao Mengwei, intending to express some words of comfort. However, she ultimately settled for a gentle pat on Zhao Mingyue's shoulder. The Ice Sword Master's injuries are quite severe. Allow me to introduce you to a high-level mechanic for repairs. You still have a chance. Once you advance to Star Walker Mech Master, the Ice Sword Master's potential will have reached its limit. At that point, you can simply acquire a mech with innate abilities and return to the fray. She refrained from suggesting that Zhao Mingwei seek retribution during her tenure as a Sky Mech Master, as it seemed implausible. Even though Zhao Mingwei possessed exceptional talent in mech piloting, having mastered the technique of slash by her first year, this merely allowed her to bridge the gap in innate talent, to triumph over Xiao Mingyan. Possessing innate abilities was an absolute necessity, something evidently unattainable at the Sky Mech Master stage. As Zhao Mingyue observed her teacher's awkward attempt at a reassuring smile, warmth blossomed in her heart. Her teacher, cold on the outside yet warm within, struggled to maintain composure, resembling someone with slight facial paralysis from a medical standpoint. It was a considerable feat for her to conjure even a faint smile. Zhao Mingwei resolved not to disappoint her teacher. Steeling herself, she lifted her gaze to Wang Bingyu and declared, "Teacher, it's unnecessary. I wish to try repairing my mech in Yunhai." Yunhai? Upon hearing Zhao Mingyue's sudden intention to seek repairs in Yunhai, Wang Bingyu was taken aback. She was indeed familiar with Yunhai, a mere small locality in Nanjing. She could not fathom why her student would choose to go there for mech repairs. Perhaps there exists a familiar mechanic? Although somewhat perplexed, Wang Bingyu is not the type of teacher who imposes her will upon her students. She respects Zhao Mingyue's thoughts and believes that her counterpart would never jest with a mecha. This time it is merely an internal competition, where the worst outcome would be an injury. However, on the interstellar battlefield, the stakes are altogether different. Those space pirates and wandering beasts of the cosmos show no mercy. Moreover, no one would interrupt the combat. A mecha pilot's most reliable ally in the field is their own mecha. Very well, but should you encounter any issues with repairs, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Delays are unacceptable, Wang Bingyu advised before turning to leave. Zhao Mengwei, unhesitating, departed from Star Sea University. This scene sparked the imagination of many onlookers. A once great talent has fallen, sorrowfully withdrawing from the academy. Do not be disheartened, goddess. We will always support you. One mused. Do you think if I offer the goddess a warm embrace now, she might fall for me? I reckon she would slay you. I wonder where the goddess is headed now. Perhaps she seeks solitude, having suffered a dismal defeat at the hands of her old rival. Alas, the rise of every prodigy is often accompanied by the downfall of countless peers. Are we destined to be mere stepping stones for Xiao Mingyan in this generation? What do you, a mere 6-star earthling, know of being a stepping stone? I could easily trample you underfoot. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Enough already. To continue would be excessive. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Zhao Mingwei felt a surge of anticipation within her heart. Since Xiao Mingyan had specifically directed her to that machinery repair shop, it was evident that her Platinum Valkyrie had undergone a remarkable transformation there. This time, when she visited, she too must emerge stronger. At the very least, she must not fall short of the Platinum Valkyrie. Stepping out of the school gates, Zhao Mingyue restored her striking and valiant demeanor. She is Zhao Mingyue, the indomitable Zhao Mingyue. With an A-class talent that rivals S-class aptitude, she stood firm. Meanwhile, Li Mingran had also located Xiao Mingyan, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Their reunion could only be described as a pinnacle encounter. With a playful ruffle of Xiao Mingyan's hair, Li Mingran beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Haha, my dear disciple, you truly excel. I wondered why you ventured so far for advancement. It seems a great master was aiding you." Splendid. Now, Wang Bingyu can no longer boast about her disciple's driving talent. At least at the level of Sky Mecha Masters, with your gifted abilities, you can easily outshine her. Caught in Wang Bingyu's embrace, Xiao Mingyan felt a twinge of helplessness, as if a weight lay heavy upon her chest. After considerable effort, she finally managed to push her mentor away, exclaiming with exasperation, "Teacher, how many times must I say it? Please stop ruffling my hair. I am not a child. I am a social media sensation. Do you understand what that means? Xiao Mingyan puffed up her cheeks like a delightful dumpling, instantly elevating her cuteness to an entirely new level. Li Mingran feigned another attack, prompting Xiao Mingyan to swiftly turn and flee. As for what the teacher had said about her innate ability to surpass Zhao Mingyue at the stage of sky mecha engineers, she paid it no mind. The reason she had recommended the interstellar repair shop to Zhao Mingyue was partly to encourage her to test if she could awaken her innate abilities, and partly to attract some business for Subai. Despite being an exceptionally skilled mechanic, it seemed that the repair shop was not thriving. After all, the prices were indeed steep. Many people likely turned away upon hearing the costs. She felt compelled to promote him enthusiastically. Perhaps this would secure a discount next time? Her advertising fees were rather substantial. With this thought in mind, Xiao Mingyan felt a surge of satisfaction as she bounced back to her residence. She promptly set up her camera and recorded a video, which she then posted to her social media circle. After completing all of this, Xiao Mingyan nodded in approval and sent Subai a message. Boss Su, I've done you a great favor. Next time, don't charge so much for repairs. However, this message seemed to vanish without a trace, receiving no response at all. Xiao Mingyan thought to herself, he must be busy, after all. There is so much for a star-level mechanic to learn, especially at such a young age. It must be that. After a moment of introspection, Xiao Mingyan suppressed the resentment within her and began to reflect on the battle of the day. To be frank, had it not been for her unique ability, the outcome of today's contest remained uncertain. Even she had to concede that Zhao Mingyue's talent in piloting mechs surpassed her own. If one were to disregard all factors related to mechs and innate abilities, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. But what of it? Her S-level talent was her own advantage, much like Zhao Mingyue's prowess in mech piloting. Their confrontation was a fair duel. She simply did not wish to rely solely on her mech's superiority to claim victory. While reviewing the events, Xiao Mingyan occasionally glanced at her phone. After a prolonged wait, she finally received a reply from Subai. Our establishment is honest and fair, with no discounts available. Xiao Mingyan responded with indignation. How infuriating. Immune to reason, are we? Bah, what a scoundrel. In a huff, she powered off her phone and cast it aside, opting instead to engage in meditation to enhance her stellar energy. Chapter 17. The terrifying background of Zhao Mingyue. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Subai had just achieved his modest goal for the day, successfully advancing to a high-level mechanic. The book From Beginner to Advanced Mechanic could now be deemed a definitive accomplishment. As he retrieved his phone, he noticed a message from Xiao Mingyan, leaving him utterly perplexed. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded to her previous message, thinking, discount? No way. After sending the reply, Subai stretched contentedly. He now possessed a blueprint for his own mech, with a clear direction in mind. He had even determined the initial materials, opting for the new type of Naime metal. Although its strength was somewhat lacking, it could be rapidly assembled. As for the strength issue, he could easily enhance it through interstellar reinforcement. The current dilemma was where to procure Naime metal. Previously, Subai had perused the system's marketplace, only to find that materials of such a lower tier were absent from the shop. This left him in a bit of a quandary. It seemed he would need to visit the market. As Subai contemplated, his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden chime of the repair shop's doorbell. To his surprise, he had anticipated Xiao Mingyan to be the only visitor today. Yet, another guest had arrived. Turning to look, he saw Zhao Mingyue standing at the entrance of the repair shop. Her expression was fervent, leaving Subai somewhat overwhelmed. Are you the owner? I need to repair my mech. Zhao Mingyue stated her request candidly. Upon entering the interstellar repair shop and observing the walls crafted from vibranium, she surmised that the proprietor must be the one who helped Xiao Mingyan awaken her innate abilities. However, she remained somewhat uncertain, as Xiao Mingyan had undergone an advanced awakening, while she was merely seeking repairs. Come in, Subai replied succinctly, leading the way to the repair room and gesturing for Zhao Mingyue to follow. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhao Mingyue accompanied Subai to the workshop, promptly extracting the scorched ice sword master. Upon seeing the damage inflicted upon the ice sword master and recalling Xiao Mingyan's previous distress signal, Subai instantly connected the dots. This must have been the work of Xiao Mingyan, right? Indeed. So, can you fix it, boss? Zhao Mingyue inquired tentatively. Haha. Subai chuckled, directly addressing her. I suspect your real question isn't whether it can be repaired, but rather if it's also for the sake of your innate abilities. Caught off guard by his perception, Zhao Mingyue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, being forthright by nature, she straightforwardly admitted, Indeed, I came here specifically for my innate abilities. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing her response, Su Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised by Zhao Mingyue's candidness. Nevertheless, he appreciated her straightforwardness. He preferred to conduct business with individuals who were direct and unpretentious. With a simple gesture of 2 fingers, he declared, 20 million star coins. And your needs will be fulfilled. Upon hearing Su Bai's exorbitant demand, Zhao Mingyue gasped in disbelief. She had anticipated that his asking price would be steep. Yet she never imagined it would be so exorbitant. Typically, the market price for a sky mech with innate abilities hovers around 10 million. However, auction prices fluctuate, often soaring due to scarcity. The 20 million star coins demanded was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Yet, the thought of relinquishing this opportunity left her feeling discontented. Please wait. I shall procure the funds. Zhao Mingyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to act. Investing 2 million star coins in a sky mech was perhaps just the beginning of her expenses. This endeavor was tied to her competition with Xiao Mingyan, and she was reluctant to wait until her ascension to recover her standing. Moreover, she had no idea when she would reach that level. The path of a mech master was anything but easy. Not a problem. Su Bai observed her internal struggle, but had no intention of lowering his price. Appreciation was one thing, but financial matters were another. He had many future expenditures to consider. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Su Bai, Zhao Mingyue made her way to the hall, her voice intermittently echoing. It's true. It really is an innate ability. I am not deceiving you. I am resolute in my decision to buy. Just tell me whether the funds can be transferred. Listening to her conversation, Su Bai surmised that her family must have expressed skepticism after she disclosed this matter to them. After all, the sudden awakening of a mecha's innate abilities is indeed an unprecedented phenomenon. Nonetheless, you must return home for a visit. Your grandfather's health is deteriorating, and he wishes to see you. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line ultimately succumbed to his daughter's wishes, reluctantly acquiescing. While 20 million may seem considerable to Zhao Mingyue, it holds little significance for him. If his daughter desires to give it, so be it. His only concern is that his daughter, being somewhat naive and straightforward, might easily fall victim to deception. All right, I'll call you, he said. Remember to come home. I understand, Zhao Mingyue replied, her tone slightly somber. It seemed she harbored a strong aversion to the idea of returning home. After uttering her final words, she abruptly ended the call. The middle-aged man sighed as he heard the disconnection tone, feeling a sense of helplessness. This girl after Zhao Mingyue hung up. The man swiftly dialed another number, his voice imbued with an air of authority. Investigate who the owner of the interstellar repair shop in Yunhai City is. Whose asset is that establishment? I want to see who dares to deceive the daughter of Zhao Tianming. The person on the other end responded promptly. Curiosity piqued about who would dare to provoke such a figure. Did they possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Zhao Tianming's name resounded throughout the entire Blue Star and even the Star Alliance. He is a master mecha engineer at the pinnacle of his craft. Poised on the cusp of ascending to the esteemed ranks of a celestial mechanist, his influence would extend far beyond the confines of Cloud Sea, even in the Imperial City. Few would dare to cross him. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, he had already attracted the attention of the young maiden's father, though such awareness would have been of little consequence. Su Bai operated with unwavering integrity, ensuring equitable transactions for all. His services not only awakened latent talents and enhanced mecha potential, but also offered a chance to acquire unique specializations. Given these exceptional benefits, a sum of 20 million was indeed a modest investment. As Zhao Mingyue approached, Su Bai promptly presented her with the contract, adhering to his principle of securing agreements before payment. After reviewing the document, Zhao Mingyue signed without hesitation and transferred the funds accordingly. Ding. Received 20 million star coins via Starry Sky Vault. Kindly await outside, Su Bai requested, ushering Zhao Mingyue from the repair bay upon confirmation of the transaction. Turning his gaze towards the somewhat charred-eyed sword master, he observed that beyond the scorched armor, the greatsword and legs had also sustained considerable damage. Touching the mecha's leg armor, he mused, with the weapon being a glacial ice soul greatsword, this talent skill would indeed be ideally suited for her. Chapter 18. Wherever the sword points, frost lies. Once again, 100 interstellar points were expended, unlocking the second-tier enhancement. A faint blue glow flickered, accompanied by a waft of white mist that spread, bringing with it an intense chill. Everywhere it passed, a layer of white frost enveloped the surroundings, as if adorned in silver armor. The cold permeated, seeping through the crevices of the maintenance room into the grand hall outside. Within the hall, Zhao Mingyue, upon sensing the sudden drop in temperature, immediately rose, her gaze fixated intently in the direction of the maintenance room. Having awakened the Frost soul, her sensitivity to the cold was heightened. Even though frost had already settled upon her genes, she felt no fear of the biting chill. Her heart burned with warmth. Her innate skill had truly awakened. How extraordinary! The esteemed Master Su possessed remarkable prowess. Given Zhao Mingyue's status, she had encountered several star-level mechanics before. Yet in the previous moment of intensity, she had failed to ponder deeply. Now, with clarity restored, she realized how impulsive she had been. The very reason innate skills are termed as such is due to their awakening at the successful completion of mecha construction, while there exist means to awaken innate skills postnatally. They are exclusive to high-star mechanics, requiring at least a 6-star ranking to achieve. Could Master Su truly be a high-star mechanic? How could this be? Especially at such a young age. The more she learned, the more she comprehended the sheer terror of Su Bai. While Sun Hani and Su Mingyan held mere admiration for Su Bai, Zhao Mingyue felt a tinge of awe. The high-ranking mechanic is not someone even her father would dare to provoke. Was my demeanor acceptable earlier? Zhao Mingyue began to reflect on whether she had inadvertently offended Su Bai. After all, since stepping into the interstellar repair shop, she had been rather decisive, and their exchanges had been minimal. Upon careful consideration, Zhao Mingyue felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, she had not crossed any lines with him. Excitement surged within her, and she felt an irresistible urge to rush into the repair chamber. At that very moment, the door to the workshop swung open. A blast of frigid air erupted forth, enveloping the entire hall in an icy embrace, transforming it into a winter wonderland draped in pristine white. A silvery hue graced Zhao Mingyue's ice-blue hair, adding an air of heroism to her appearance. Disregarding the biting cold, she boldly entered the workshop, akin to a long-lost lover rushing into the arms of her beloved ice swordsman. The charred remnants of the swordsman's exterior had vanished completely, replaced by resplendent white armor, while the ice-blue chassis shimmered with newfound clarity, adorned with delicate snowflakes. The bony protrusions that once dominated its lower half had undergone a transformation, shifting from a bone-like structure to pure crystalline ice. What captivated Zhao Mingyue most was the massive sword wielded by the ice swordsman. The once damaged broadsword had been restored to its former glory, yet the beams of energy that flanked its blade had been entirely supplanted by crystalline ice. The sword itself had evolved into a magnificent array of light. It appears to have elevated to an entirely new level. May I give it a try? Zhao Mingyue stammered with excitement, eagerly seeking Su Bai's approval. Su Bai responded with a faint smile. Of course, this is your mech. Almost instantaneously as Su Bai's words fell, Zhao Mingyue leapt into the ice sword master with the swiftness of the wind. The eyes of the ice sword master gleamed with brilliance as she grasped the sword, executing a series of movements, horizontal slashes, and vertical cuts. She even performed a flourish with the broadsword. The beam at the center of the broadsword gradually altered in length under her command, while the ice crystals on either side emitted a chilling aura. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I feel as though the potential of the ice sword master has transcended to the star-breaking level. Is this what a gifted technique feels like? Zhao Mingyue's tone was filled with exuberance as she raised the broad sword high above her head. With a swift motion, the beam of the sword blade suddenly pierced the ceiling of the maintenance area, creating a shower of sparks and resonating with a metallic screech. My apologies, Boss Su. Zhao Mingyue quickly apologized, resembling a child who had erred. Su Bai, with a resigned gesture, waved his hand. It's all right, just be mindful of your strength. He too felt a keen curiosity regarding the awakened, gifted technique of the ice sword master, wondering about its true power. A breath interspersed with mechanical sounds emerged. Zhao Mingyue positioned the broadsword, raised high above her head, behind her back, as the blue light in the eyes of the ice sword master surged intensely. Meanwhile, the broadsword was swung with a swift elegance. Boom! Frost erupted. A sword aura, as slender as a finger, was instantly cleaved from the blade. Wherever the sword aura reached, the ground was enveloped in frost. All that the sword pointed at was blanketed in icy chill. The trailing white mist even condensed the moisture in the air into ice shards, which slowly fell. A gifted technique. The winter swordsmanship. This was a unique skill tailored by Su Bai for Zhao Mingyue, based on her innate talent. With merely a hint of power, she could unleash the winter sword aura. The sword aura soared through the air, rapidly slicing towards Su Bai. However, when it arrived before him, it suddenly froze. It was as if it had collided with an invisible wall. This was a characteristic specialty, energy manipulation. From behind, the ice swordsman, with her left arm extended in a claw-like grip, exclaimed in surprise. Just as the Winter Sword aura was about to reach Su Bai, she, in a state of urgency, attempted to retract the sword aura. To her astonishment, it truly succeeded. With a motion of her left hand, the Winter Sword aura changed direction freely according to her gestures. This was not merely a characteristic specialty. What then was energy manipulation? Energy manipulation allowed her to control the energy matter emitted by her own mech. For the highly skilled Zhao Mengwei, this was akin to a divine technique. With energy manipulation and winter swordsmanship, her tactical repertoire was instantly expanded. The greatest drawback of a strength-type mech, its weak long-range attack capability, was thoroughly overcome. Boom. Having descended from the ice swordsman, Zhao Mengwei approached Su Bai directly. Standing ramrod straight before bowing her head and exclaiming, "I am deeply grateful to Proprietor Su for your transformative grace." Indeed. Su Bai's enhancements to the ice swordsman could be described as a rebirth. He had fundamentally altered the ice swordsman's operational parameters. Equipped with this ice swordsman, she believed she could triumph over Xiao Mengyin, or at least, she should be able to. Her uncertainty stemmed from her ignorance of Xiao Mengyin's specific attributes and expertise. Being crafted by Su Bai, she doubted Xiao Mengyin had been denied unique characteristics or specializations. As if struck by a sudden thought, Zhao Mengwei proposed. Would Proprietor Su bestow a name upon the ice swordsman? In her estimation, the ice swordsman, now transformed by Su Bai's modifications, could no longer bear its original designation. Its name should be of Su Bai's choosing. Su Bai, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was the first instance of someone requesting him to name something. He mused, whose subordinate is this, possessing such audacity? After a moment's contemplation, Su Bai suggested, how about Winter's Edge Swordsman? He reasoned that since the innate skill was the Winter's Edge sword art, it was only fitting to call it the Winter's Edge Swordsman. Zhao Mengwei was thoroughly pleased with the name Su Bai had chosen and immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. Thank you, Proprietor Su. Should you ever require assistance? Please do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes gleamed momentarily. Is that a sincere offer? Zhao Mengwei was taken aback. Chapter 19. The undercurrents and the influx of crowds. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Mengwei momentarily froze. Although she was sincere, it was customary in such situations to deflect or perhaps to postpone requests for another occasion. Why did it take immediate effect? Yet, after a brief lapse, she spoke directly. Mr. Su, please proceed. Though somewhat blunt, she was not naive, having someone like Su Bai, a master mechanic of high renown, willing to grant her a favor was an extraordinary opportunity. In the future, she might very well need to seek his assistance for upgrades or maintenance. Su Bai wasted no time and directly inquired, do you know where I might procure some Nami metal? The fact that the other party could request 20 million star coins with a mere phone call indicated a considerable background. Rather than scouring the metal market aimlessly, it would be far more efficient to enlist Zhao Mengyue's help. Zhao Mengyue was once again rendered speechless by Su Bai. She had envisioned a monumental request, contemplating how to relay this to her father. Yet, the reality was merely a query about the availability of Nami metal, if her memory served her right. While Nami metal was not abundant, it was not particularly rare either. Could it be that Mr. Su was testing her? May I inquire how much Nami metal you require? Zhao Mengwei cautiously probed, a hint of concern in her voice. She worried that if Su Bai needed hundreds of tons, she would indeed be at a loss. Approximately 10 tons, perhaps? Su Bai pondered for a moment before providing a specific figure. In truth, based on his calculations, his mech weaponry would only require a maximum of 5 tons of Nami metal. The request for 10 tons was primarily to allow for a margin of error. After all, with his inherent talent for assimilation, he could easily store the excess within the star ring, allowing for timely replenishment in the event of damage. Zhao Mengyue was taken aback, her silence deepening for the third time. 10 tons? She had not anticipated that Su Bai would require such a modest amount of Nami metal, which she could readily procure from Star Sea University without relying on her family's influence. Is that too much? I can manage with a lesser quantity. How much can you obtain? Su Bai misinterpreted her reaction, thinking he might be asking for too much. No, it's not excessive. 10 tons, right? I will arrange it for you by tomorrow, Boss Su. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengyue hastily waved her hand, recognizing that this was the first task entrusted to her by Su Bai. Moreover, acquiring 10 tons would be quite straightforward for her. Should I deliver it here? Yes. My working hours commence after 10 in the morning, so any time thereafter is acceptable. Seeing Zhao Mengyue's affirmation, Su Bai felt considerably uplifted. By the way, how much will it cost? No need for payment. 10 tons of Nami metal is not expensive. Zhao Mingyue quickly declined when she heard Su Bai offer to pay her. However, Su Bai remained adamant. Payment upon delivery is my principle for fair trade. We shall settle at market price when the time comes. When others are willing to assist you, it is a gesture of goodwill. However, expecting something for nothing is rather excessive. This is Su Bai's principle. Observing Su Bai's demeanor, Zhao Mingyue could only hastily agree. All right. I shall return tomorrow. By the way, what is that contact information? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Bai had already opened his Douyin QR code. Familiarity breeds ease. Having been requested twice, he was well prepared. Moreover, Zhao Mingyue was to aid him in locating the neem metal, leaving no room for ambiguity. As if struck by a thought, Su Bai continued, by the way, if you happen to come across any kryptonite, I would appreciate it if you could procure around 5 pieces. Kryptonite? Zhao Mingyue inquired, somewhat puzzled. Kryptonite is the lightest core material, typically utilized in vehicles, such as hovercraft. She found herself uncertain about Su Bai's intentions for acquiring kryptonite. Nevertheless, she refrained from further questioning and simply replied, no problem. After saying this, she departed from the interstellar repair shop, watching Zhao Mingyue leave. A subtle smile graced Su Bai's lips. What a splendid day it was. He glanced at his Starlight wallet balance. After deducting the expenditure of 2 million star coins, he still possessed 38,500,000 star coins. This sum would suffice for an ordinary individual to lead a life of luxury. Of course, this presupposes one is indeed an ordinary person. For a mech engineer, however, it may fall short. Considering that a single Star Strider mech could easily fetch around 10 million star coins in the market. Moreover, when one adds the expenses for routine maintenance and repairs, the costs are simply exorbitant. The mech engineers truly possess considerable wealth. It is fortunate that there is no existence surpassing the celestial mech engineers in China. Otherwise, sustaining such a lifestyle would be untenable. As Su Bai delves deeper into the realm of mech repairs, he increasingly agrees with the moniker of the mech as a gold-devouring beast. In comparison to mech engineers, they seem utterly insignificant. He must continue to strive. One day, he shall venture beyond the blue star. Tomorrow, a mech will finally be within reach. And he shall no longer be merely a celestial mech engineer with the reputation but without a mech. Piloting a mech has always been Su Bai's aspiration. Now, he stands but a step away from realizing his dream. After briefly removing the frost from the interstellar repair shop, he returned home, his spirits lifted, walking with an air of buoyancy. After Su Bai's departure, a figure clad in black lingered at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop for a considerable time. He then circled the repair shop twice, his eyes reflecting a sense of astonishment. Walls made of vibrating gold? How lavish. It is said that the mech of that girl from the Sun family was repaired here. This accursed mechanic dares to thwart our plans. He must be eliminated. The wealth required to construct walls of vibrating gold must be substantial. A glint of greed flickered in the man's eyes, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that his pupils, unlike those of the Blue Star inhabitants, were slit. He turned to leave, preparing for what lay ahead. With that, the figure in black vanished from sight. Just as he vanished, a group of young individuals suddenly gathered outside the interstellar repair shop. They gazed in astonishment at the walls crafted from vibranium, each one rendered speechless. No way. It is truly real. It's not just an image from the internet? Is it possible that we have such a high-standard repair shop in Yanhai? Of course. Did you not notice that Xiao Mingyan has recommended this very establishment? How could it be anything but genuine? Yet still. All right, let us hurry inside and take a look. I've never been in such a high-end repair shop before. Oh no, the door is closed? Which benevolent shop closes at 5 in the afternoon? Does the owner even know how to conduct business? Never mind, I shall return tomorrow. I must get my mech serviced as the next major exam approaches. In the hands of these individuals, a video is playing. The screen features the sweetly smiling Xiao Mingyan, fervently extolling the virtues of the interstellar mech shop. However, the costs are quite steep, so I hope everyone acts within their means. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly worth every penny. Chapter 20. The Blueprint of the Mech. A marriage arrangement? Upon returning home, Su Bai remained oblivious to the events that transpired after his departure from the interstellar repair shop. At this moment, his sole focus was to immediately sketch the prototype for the mech's armament. Although he had previously perused similar design blueprints, none of them had truly satisfied him. Particularly, one design featuring a bald head left him with an impression of incompleteness. Adding hair seemed impractical, so perhaps a transparent head design would suffice? No, that appeared too perilous. The helmet of the Winter Sword Master looked rather appealing. Perhaps he could create something akin to that. Let us refine this further. If the core utilizes kryptonite, the gaps in the isolation layer and the neural connection components should be spaced further apart. Approximately 40 centimeters should be adequate. Before long, Subai's pen danced across the paper, channeling his imagination. Ultimately, he devised a mech adorned in armor, crowned with a helmet reminiscent of the legendary Chinese general L. Fengxian. However, he found the long red tassel at the back of the armor to be excessive and promptly removed it. That seems about right. The specifics could wait until the materials arrive tomorrow. After completing this endeavor, night had fallen. Following a day filled with intensive study of mech knowledge after yesterday's chaotic escapade, Subai refrained from immediately delving into the inherited skills of star-level mechanics. He understood the wisdom in not biting off more than one could chew. After all, time was still plentiful. He would first take a well-deserved rest tonight. With a swift kick, he climbed into bed and covered himself with a blanket, plunging directly into the realm of dreams. Outside the clouds, at the grand estate of the CF family, the previously encountered figure clad in black had returned. He knelt before a man adorned with a half-human, half-demon mask and draped in a flowing black robe. Beside this enigmatic figure stood a middle-aged man with hair streaked in gray, though his gaze appeared vacant, akin to that of a marionette. "Master, we have located the mechanic shop that interferes with our plans. What shall we do?" Duan Han inquired of the robed man, seeking his guidance. "The mecha of that young girl from the Sun family has been restored, and our puppet has been exposed. Our hopes of entering the interstellar university through the grand examination seem bleak. Since that individual is so fond of meddling, let him understand that every action bears a consequence. However, let us refrain from immediate action. We must first ascertain the strength of our adversary, for there are formidable mechanics among them," the robed man replied, his voice a measured whisper after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Duan Han's pupils constricted. But if we delay, unforeseen changes may arise. What if the Blue Star Alliance becomes aware of our movements? It could lead to... A glimmer of cold light flashed in the slitted eyes beneath the mask of the robed man. "Did you not grasp my words?" "In a hurry." Duan Han shook his head, anxiety evident in his demeanor. "I dare not." "Very well, you may leave." The robed man finally withdrew his imposing aura and slowly turned away. As for the Blue Star Alliance, they are likely preoccupied with their own dilemmas at present. Duan Han's expression shifted subtly, yet he refrained from further inquiries and departed directly. Before departing, I cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man, who resembled a marionette. "The CF family of Yunhai, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose us." Indeed, that man, with his grizzled hair and vacant gaze, was Xie Zhihao, a member of the Yunhai CF family. A formidable figure, he stood as a 9th-level mech master, merely a step away from ascending to the ranks of a star-shattering mech master. Such strength would place him among the top 10 in Yunhai. Yet now, he had been reduced to a mere puppet, illustrating the terror of the man in the black robe. Once Duan Han had departed, the expression of the man in black shifted to one of struggle. "The Blue Star Alliance. You will inevitably pay the price for your decisions made long ago." His vertical pupils blazed with a fierce hatred, seemingly harboring a deep-seated grudge against the Blue Star Alliance. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure and waved his hand lightly. "Go check on the status of number 1. "Understood," replied Xie Zhihao, his voice somewhat dazed as he nodded and exited the hall. In the central mansion of Yundu, Jiangnan Province, Zhao Tianming perused the documents in his hand, his expression a tapestry of complexity. His right index finger tapped rhythmically on the table. I never would have anticipated that he was his son. I had wondered where that old fellow had disappeared to all these years. It turns out he had taken refuge in Yunhai. Well, it is what it is. Since he is the son of an old acquaintance, let him be swindled out of some money. Such a young lad, straying from the path, just like his father. No, that won't do. I must advise Ye to maintain a considerable distance from that young man. Zhao Tianming. Upon acquiring Su Bai's information and discovering that the individual was merely 19, the same age as his daughter, was filled with indignation. He nearly resolved to deploy his mech combat team to obliterate the interstellar repair shop. However, his fury dissipated upon reviewing the details of Su Bai's parents. Father, Sunan Tian, 48, classified. Mother, Zhou Moyan, 45, classified. These revelations instantaneously quelled Zhao Tianming's anger, replacing it with a modicum of astonishment. This surprise was not merely due to the classified status, but rather because of the name Su Nantian, a name with which he was intimately familiar. In their youth, they had shared an extraordinary bond, even contemplating an arranged marriage for their children, a proposition that Su Tian had ultimately declined. Zhao Tianming vividly recalled the moment he broached the subject, only to be met with Su Nanshan's defiant expression. "Ha, my son, Su Tian, would never hang himself from the same tree." It must be said that Su Tian exuded a certain charm when uttering those words. Yet, when Zhou Mayan discovered the conversation, the ensuing chaos was undeniably humiliating. Thus, the notion of an arranged marriage was swiftly set aside. Fortunately, the arrangement was never finalized. This young man clearly does not appear to be of good character. Now, Zhao Tianming feels an immense sense of relief regarding past events. Grateful that Su Tian held himself in such high regard. Otherwise, he would find himself in quite a dilemma now. Hehehe, Su Tian. Little did you expect that after all these years of carefree wandering, your son would choose such a conspicuous path. Upon contemplating the expression of Su Tian upon realizing that his whereabouts had been disclosed by Su Bai, Zhao Tianming felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden rap at the door interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Tianming swiftly composed his demeanor and tucked Su Bai's dossier away into his desk. Commander, urgent news. We have detected traces of voracious beasts near Starry Sky No. 1, and their numbers are estimated to be in the thousands. An anxious member of the mobile team, adorned in uniform with the emblem of the Blue Star Alliance, reported to Zhao Tianming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianming's expression darkened, his tone grave. Understood. Continue monitoring. If they approach Starry Sky No. 1, engage them directly. Yes, sir. The team member responded before hastily departing. Once the individual had left, a wry smile crept onto Zhao Tianming's face as he glanced at an old photograph on his desk. You seem to be enjoying your leisure while I bear the brunt of it all. How many years has it been since Blue Star faced such a formidable tide of star beasts? It seems the days ahead are destined to be tumultuous. Chapter 21. Has it gone viral? As dawn broke, Su Bai was jolted awake by the incessant vibrations of his phone. The cascade of notifications roused him from his slumber, leaving him in a state of bewilderment as he sat at the edge of his bed. He picked up his phone, eyes drawn to the crimson circle indicating 99 notifications, and felt utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? Hadn't I managed to silence those negative reviews? Surely not. It has been 3 days, and these detractors are still relentless? Do they think I, Su Bai, will remain unperturbed, as if I were merely Navi? Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of indignation, let alone Su Bai, especially in the morning, when the wrath of waking up is notorious. After rubbing his arms, he resolved to confront these critics head-on. Yet, the moment he unlocked his phone, he was taken aback. Instead of the anticipated barrage of disparaging comments, he was greeted by an array of positive reviews and a plethora of curious remarks. Brothers, this is monumental news. The interstellar repair shop is, indeed, a reality. Yes, guided by the illustrious Dream Yin, I ventured into this interstellar repair shop yesterday, and it was nothing short of an eye-opener. I can attest that our Yunhai has never displayed such boldness. We finally have access to such a high-end repair establishment. Is this for real? I was too busy battling primal monsters at home yesterday to verify. Absolutely true. At least several dozen of us were present together. It's implausible that we would all deceive you. Besides, a fraud wouldn't need to enlist Xiaoming in, nor could she possibly endorse him, right? That makes perfect sense. Today, I shall go and take a look. Hee, can you truly afford the repair fees at such a high-end workshop? Who said I was going to spend money? I merely stated I would go and observe. My goodness, you are indeed something. Upon reading these comments, Su Bai found himself both amused and bewildered. He originally believed that when Xiao Mingyan mentioned helping him significantly, it meant having Zhao Mingyue come to his workshop for repairs. Little did he expect there would be this twist. Has she even advertised for him? Although she has promoted me, offering a discount remains out of the question. After contemplating, Su Bai decided to abandon the notion of giving the other party a discount. At most, he would slightly lower his asking price, however. Once he opened the door to discounts, how would he handle requests from returning customers? If everyone demanded discounts, would he still be able to profit? While it is certainly possible, it would undoubtedly hinder his progression. One must acknowledge that the star whale breathing technique truly deserves its reputation as a truth-level breathing method. Apart from the explosive progress on the first day, he experienced yet another enhancement yesterday. He is now a Sky 3-level mecha master. And though he lacks a mecha at present, today he shall possess one. Such a pace of advancement is hard to believe. Conversely, he requires more resources. The first level of the star whale breathing technique can only elevate him to Sky 9, and at this rate, he will reach that limit in just a few days. As for the cost of the second level, he has already reviewed it. It amounts to precisely 5,000 interstellar points. To convert to star coins requires a staggering 50 million coins, and even if he were to expend his entire fortune, it would still fall short. Not to mention, he also needs to enhance his mech, which, according to the calculations for a 1-tier upgrade, would cost 10 times the amount. Sighing, he reflects on his impoverished state. Alas, being a mech engineer is exceedingly costly, Subai thought, shaking his head helplessly. Perhaps this is the price one must pay to realize their dreams? At that moment, his messaging app suddenly illuminated. How's it going, Boss Su? I trust I've been of great assistance? It was a message from Xiao Mingyan. Who could have imagined that the sweet and charming Xiao Mingyan could be so narcissistic and private? Subai pondered for a moment and replied, "Thank you, but I still won't offer a discount." Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyan, at her home in Yundu, reclined with her delicate legs elevated and gently swaying, holding her phone with eager anticipation for Subai's response. However, all she received was that single line. "Huh?" she exclaimed, utterly frustrated. In a fit of rage, she tossed her phone aside and flopped onto her bed, pounding her fists against the mattress. Bang! Bang! Bah! Scoundrel! What was intended to be a brief nap had now turned into an insomniac night. Resigned, she decided to rise and meditate, transforming her sorrow and anger into determination. After spending the previous day studying the technique of the cleave, she realized it was ill-suited for her. Instead, by combining Instant Step with Solar Drop, she found that her true strength lay in marksmanship. This would be her path forward. Humph. Last night, the airport seemed to challenge me, and it appears she has reaped considerable rewards. I must refrain from accepting her challenge until I have mastered intermediate skills. After all, the entire school is now aware that I am the true victor. Thinking of Zhao Mingwei, my spirits lifted considerably, and after regaining my composure, I began today's meditation. After replying to Xiao Mingyan, Subai refrained from checking his phone again. It was already 9 o'clock, and he had told Zhao Mingwei that the doors would open at 10. Being late would not bode well. After a simple breakfast, he made his way to the interstellar repair shop. He had thought that being the boss would allow for a more leisurely existence, but he soon realized he still had to adhere to a strict schedule. This thought made Subai feel somewhat melancholic as he traveled. Fortunately, the thought of his mech lifted his spirits. Humming a tune, he arrived outside the interstellar repair shop. However, about 500 meters from the shop, he was taken aback. Before him was a throng of people. They had even formed a queue. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 500 individuals. Subai gasped in disbelief. What on earth is happening? On the third day of opening, having completed only 3 orders in total, he had never witnessed such a scene. If these people were indeed here for repairs, even 10 hands would not suffice. Swallowing hard, he forced himself to calm down and made his way silently toward the front of the line. However, just as he had walked halfway, Subai was intercepted. "Brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but can't you see everyone is lined up? If you wish to enter, you should queue at the back." "Exactly. No cutting in line. I have always held disdain for those who jump the queue. We have hundreds of eyes watching you, so behave yourself. Go to the back, or I'll give you a beating." Subai sighed. Today has truly opened my eyes. Did the buyers just chase off the sellers? If I don't go over there, who will open the door for you? Subai raised his hands in exasperation. "Huh? Little one, that excuse has already been used by 108 people. Subai retorted. "You think you're so impressive, so lofty." Ultimately, he chose to disregard their obstruction and continued moving forward. Seeing that Subai ignored their attempts to detain him, the crowd glared at him in anger. A burly youth stepped forward and glared at Subai, commanding, "Go, queue up." Subai cast a casual glance at him. His stellar energy surging forth, the power of the Sky 3 stars erupting and instantly stunning those around him. The Sky 3 stars may not sound overly formidable, yet it must be noted that even Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingwei, both first-year leaders from one of the prestigious interstellar academies, were merely at the level of Sky 1 star. Given that Subai was of the same age as them, such prowess could undoubtedly be deemed extraordinary. Indeed, after he emanated stellar energy, the robust young man scratched his head and gazed into the distance. "Ah, what splendid weather we have today." With a slight retreat, he returned to the ranks. What a jest! Most of them were merely here to witness the spectacle. Even the most skilled mech engineers among them were merely earth mech engineers. To attempt to intercept an aerial mech engineer was folly. The influence of stellar energy extends beyond merely piloting mechs. It significantly enhances the strength and physical capabilities of the mech engineers themselves. Once the opposing party withdrew, Subai shook his head in resignation and continued his journey towards the interstellar mech repair shop, feeling quite disheartened. What on earth is happening? Chapter 22. Rounding up. Am I now a stellar mechanic? At last, through relentless perseverance, Subai found himself standing at the threshold of the interstellar repair shop. He vowed that this had been the most exhausting day of his life in the realm of entrepreneurship. Oh, wait. He had only been in business for 3 days. As he faced the retinal recognition lock at the entrance of the interstellar mech store, a decisive click echoed as the mechanical door swung open. The onlookers who had previously doubted Subai stood in stunned silence. Hey, could it be that he truly is the owner? Goodness. The proprietor of such an opulent establishment is remarkably young? This young man is not only handsome but also affluent. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. One girl in the crowd gazed at Subai, her heart fluttering. This immediately provoked a wave of indignation from the surrounding women. Pfft. How shameless. What are you thinking? Exactly. So what if he has a girlfriend? He isn't married. Will this sister not feel pity for my dear brother? The crowd collectively remarked, you certainly know your tea artistry. As the shop door opened, those at the forefront of the crowd surged forward, swiftly enveloping the interstellar repair shop in a throng. Upon witnessing that the interior of the shop mirrored the images they had seen, astonishment rippled through the masses. Goodness. This place is even more impressive than the exterior? These must be the latest models of equipment. The projection of light screens, thermal sensing tracking, beam thermal blades, and a complete frame of the machine. Are they truly using vibranium even for their desks? Is vibranium being treated as mere scrap metal? This is an incredibly precious material. At the very least, it should be used for crafting mechas of star-tier quality. Instead, it is carelessly repurposed for a mere tabletop, a flagrant waste of resources, indeed. What kind of individual is the shop owner? Is he perhaps some affluent scion? It seems likely only someone of their status would have such reckless spending habits. It is a pity, though, that the manager appears so youthful. Their mechanical skills might not be particularly advanced. Goddess Mengyan has ultimately fallen prey to the allure of wealth. Alas, these remarks, heard by Subai, caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Even amidst the chaos, some audacious individuals had dared to touch him. Subai could no longer tolerate it. Enough. Maintain order. Those in need of repair services, please enter. Others, kindly wait outside. Simultaneously, he released his star energy, compelling those encroaching upon him to retreat. Within the repair shop, a semblance of tranquility returned. Most of the onlookers dispersed outside. Yet a significant number of mecha artisans remained, over 30, in fact. Owner, how much does it cost for a comprehensive maintenance of a ground mecha here? Queried a young man at the front, eager to experience the effects of such cutting-edge technological upkeep. Subai cast a fleeting glance at him and stated, 100,000 star coins. This time, he refrained from making arbitrary offers, instead adhering to the standards set for star-level mechanics. Naturally, maintenance for them did not require interstellar enhancement. What? You say Subai is not yet a star-level mechanic? He soon would be. After all, he possessed a wealth of inherited skills from first to third-star mechanics. Upon hearing Subai's quotation, a considerable uproar ensued. What? Is maintenance this expensive? I recall that a high-level mechanic charges merely 10,000 star coins for a single maintenance of a terrestrial mech, yet you're demanding 10 times that? Indeed. Does advanced equipment justify such exorbitant pricing? Exactly. If this continues, we shall report you. You must not claim to be a star-level mechanic. Bah. Rogue traitor. Let us go. Let us report him. Subai remained utterly unfazed by their outcry, even suppressing a chuckle. Those who voiced such complaints were typically not earnest about maintenance. Otherwise, why would they launch into accusations without inquiring about the specifics? Thus, another wave of individuals departed. Approximately 10 remained in the shop. Subai raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that more had chosen to stay than he had anticipated, and the bespectacled youth who had initially posed the question had also not left. He adjusted his glasses and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, I wonder, what does the maintenance here entail? Ah, a discerning individual, indeed. Upon hearing the inquiry from the bespectacled youth, Subai's interest was piqued instantly. He promptly selected 2 maintenance techniques from the task assistant's first-tier legacy, mechaskeletal unblocking and outer armor coating. Since the young man had sincerely posed his question, it was only fitting that Subai provide some substantial information. Indeed, the remaining 10 individuals, including the bespectacled youth, exhibited a spark of enthusiasm upon hearing about Subai's maintenance offerings. The youth, Zhou wasted no time and swiftly retrieved his phone to scan the nearby QR code. Ding! The notification chimed. 100,000 star coins credited. Please, shopkeeper, perform the maintenance for me. Upon hearing Su Bai's introduction of the techniques, Zhou Yunjin realized that the individual before him was indeed a stellar mechanic. Moreover, given his youthful age, his future prospects appeared boundless. Such a valuable ally must be embraced tightly. Following Zhou Yunjin, the rest of the group also approached in succession to scan the QR code. In a matter of moments, Su Bai received an additional 1,000,000 star coins. They harbored no doubts regarding Su Bai's credibility, merely based on the opulent decor of the establishment. It was evident that he could not be a fraud. Otherwise, such extravagance would be inconceivable. With this certainty established, their thoughts aligned with Zhou Yunjin's. Opportunity must not be missed, for it may never return. After receiving the payments, Su Bai guided Zhou Yunjin to the first repair room while directing the others to await their turn in the remaining repair rooms. Conveniently, the interstellar repair shop boasted 10 repair rooms, all of which he could manage simultaneously. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the crowd transported the mechas to the maintenance bay. Apart from Zhou Yunjin, their mechas were rather unremarkable. 3 were the versatile CC-104 strength-type Earth mechas, known as Zhagu, standing at a height of 10 meters. With a weight of 15 tons, an engine power of 360,000 kW, and a thrust of 35 million kilograms. 2 were the versatile BA-101 speed-type Earth mechas, dubbed Turbine, reaching 11 meters in height, weighing 10 tons, with an engine power of 370,000 kW and a thrust of 37 million kilograms. 4 were the versatile DH-102 arm-type Earth mechas, referred to as Green Kai, standing at 10 meters, with a weight of 15 tons, an engine power of 370,000 kW, and a thrust of 36 million kilograms. Lastly, there was Zhou Yunjin's mecha. In the first maintenance bay, a mecha adorned in a blend of purple and green, with an upper torso resembling an arched shrimp and a lower body covered in countless scales, exhibited a snake-like head. This was the FE-255 balance-type Earth mecha, known as King Cobra, standing at a height of 12 meters, weighing 26 tons, with an engine power of 730,000 kW and a thrust of 62 million kilograms. Furthermore, this King Cobra was a prestigious Tier 3 Earth mecha, on par with Sun Hani's Red Moon. This was Su Bai's first encounter with a balance-type mecha. To his surprise, the seemingly unremarkable bespectacled youth turned out to be a prodigious talent. The other's gift was now evident to him, an A-grade talent, the poison of desire. Chapter 23. It is time to showcase the true technology. A talent for toxins, is it? No wonder the choice fell upon a balanced mech like the King Cobra. The toxin-based abilities do not harmonize well with either strength or speed types, as their efficacy relies primarily on diffusion attacks. Thus, they are best suited for armed and balanced models. However, the number of weapons capable of delivering toxin attacks within the armed category is limited. Utilizing alternative weaponry would seem somewhat counterproductive. It is worth noting that the toxins in question do not pertain to those that affect mech pilots, but rather to electronic viruses targeting the mechs themselves. By infiltrating the skeletal joints of the mech, these viruses can disrupt internal circuits, resulting in chaos and immobilization. The toxins that pose a genuine threat to living beings are, in fact, rather weak. Mech pilots like Zhou Yunjin typically engage in mech battles or interstellar warfare. When combating starbeasts, they fall short. Apart from him, the majority of others possess physical enhancement abilities, which explains their preference for versatile mechs. In truth, the most numerous among them are those equipped with physical augmentations, while those endowed with unique capabilities comprise a minority. Having swiftly verified their information, Su Bai approached the control panel. Maintenance does not necessitate his direct involvement on a one-to-one basis. With the equipment of an interstellar repair shop at his disposal, he is fully capable of executing multi-threaded operations. The others had no objections to this, for in their eyes, Su Bai is a stellar-grade mechanic, and his methods must surely hold their own rationale. However, when Su Bai truly began to operate the central control through multi-threading, they were still astounded by his deft techniques. First, in the first maintenance room housing the abdominal king snake, Su Bai harnessed the skills acquired in his mind to directly manipulate the mechanical arm, swiftly removing the entire exoskeleton of the abdominal king snake with precision. Unlike the more generalized or even speed and power-oriented mechas, the balance-type mechas emphasize meticulousness. The disassembly of each lightweight or heavyweight armor requires exceptional finesse, otherwise, it cannot be dismantled at all. Remarkably, Su Bai accomplished all this merely with a mechanical arm. This prompted whispered discussions among those present. Is this the prowess of a star-level mechanic? To think he could strip the armor off the abdominal king snake using just a mechanical arm. If this were in battle, would he not effortlessly dismantle our mechas as well? Indeed, such a possibility exists. However, most ordinary mechanics lack the innate talent for mechas, so there is no need for excessive concern. After all, they are the ones most familiar with the weaknesses of mechas. If they all possessed mecha talent, it would be an utter catastrophe. While a few were engaged in conversation, Zhou Yunjin remained fixated on Su Bai's operations. He understood better than anyone the uniqueness of the abdominal king snake. Even among balance-type mechas, it is an exceptionally rare entity. The reason lies in the abdominal king snake's distinctive body structure, which arches upward like a shrimp, primarily to enhance its agility. The abdominal king snake stands as one of the few mechanized entities capable of executing a half-body rotation. This attribute is precisely why it was chosen. The sudden half-body turn enhances the element of surprise in its toxic assaults. Consequently, the structure of the abdominal king snake is rendered more intricate and sophisticated. If Su Bai were to operate a single mechanical arm to disassemble the armor, it would be manageable. However, the critical factor lies in the fact that he is currently controlling 10 simultaneously. What level of mechanic is he, truly? Indeed. While dismantling the armor of the abdominal king snake, Su Bai has also stripped the exterior of the miscellaneous bones, turbine, and green armor. Remarkably, all of this was accomplished in mere seconds. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Incredible. Truly remarkable. The investment of 100,000 was certainly worthwhile. Haha. Those who left early must be filled with regret. Witnessing such a display in one's lifetime is indeed priceless. This esteemed Su Bai must surely be at least a 2-star mechanic. Otherwise, such proficiency would be unattainable. Yet, this assumption is erroneous. Although he has rapidly acquired 2 inherited techniques, Su Bai is, at best, a 1-star mechanic, still lacking in refinement. His ability to manage multiple threads of operation primarily stems from his understanding of the integration of all things and the insights gained from employing the stellar whale breathing technique, which engendered a tidal wave of star power. The integration of all things enables him to wield the mechanical arms with unparalleled finesse, even when controlling 10 simultaneously. The process of disassembling the armor is achieved through the meticulous observation of the operation of star power, which renders Su Bai exceptionally attuned to the connection of star power with the mecha, enabling him to grasp the nuances with precision, avoiding any mishaps. Naturally, he would refrain from disclosing this insight, allowing others to misunderstand him. After all, he would soon ascend to the rank of a 3-star mechanic. At this moment, Su Bai was wholly absorbed in the 10 mechas displayed on the holographic screen. The time has come to put his true skills to the test. He maneuvered the 10 mechanical arms to hover above the mechas, gradually engaging in a series of pushing, pulling, kneading, and prodding motions from top to bottom. The 10 cumbersome mechanical arms now moved with the dexterity reminiscent of an experienced masseur's hands. Within mere minutes, he had thoroughly kneaded each mecha from top to bottom. This was not a mere act of massage. As the mechanical arms pushed and pulled, they enhanced the neural components of the mecha's skeleton with electronic pulses, augmenting their sensitivity and cohesion. The kneading and prodding process served to extract dust and any inadvertently dropped metallic fragments from within the mecha skeleton. This comprehensive procedure would elevate both the agility and longevity of these mechas. The metallic debris strewn across the ground stood as the finest testament to this endeavor. After meticulously cleansing the mecha skeletons, the mechanical arms then turned their attention to the removed armor. With a swift motion, the fingers of the mechanical arm converged, transforming into a nozzle shape. A cascade of vibrant sprays erupted forth, resembling a rainbow cascading down. As the spray made contact with the exterior armor, it instantaneously transformed into its original hue. The vibrant colors morphed into a transparent coating. The exterior was adorned with an adjustable camouflage crafted from Pia materials, which not only enhanced the mecha's durability in extreme environments, but also allowed for effective concealment as needed. Having accomplished this, Su Bai expertly maneuvered the mechanical arm to reattach the armor to its rightful place. A job well done. At this moment, the gazes directed at Su Bai, including that of Zhou Yunjin, had undergone a profound transformation. They had initially believed that disassembling the outer shells of 10 mechas simultaneously was Su Bai's limit. Little did they expect to witness such a captivating performance. Indeed, it was a performance. This transcended mere maintenance of the mechas. It was sheer artistry. Is this truly something we could witness for merely 100,000? One man gasped in astonishment, his disbelief palpable. Regardless, this 100,000 was undoubtedly worth it. Alas, how unfortunate that I failed to record this entire spectacle. Hey, I captured it on video. At this juncture, the youth who had filmed the event nervously inquired of Subai, Boss Su, may we upload these videos? Chapter 24, awaiting with anticipation, the materials have finally arrived. At this moment, the group of young individuals felt a twinge of anxiety, for esteemed star-level mechanics like Subai often possess their own idiosyncrasies and rules. They dared not recklessly upload the maintenance video, as such prominent figures were beyond their reach. "Oh, it's of no consequence," was Subai's unexpected response. To him, it was merely a trivial maintenance task, hardly worthy of note. The core techniques were not revealed in the video, they lay hidden within the intricate details. Furthermore, the footage visible through the holographic screen was far from complete, as the more microscopic operations eluded capture. Once the video was released, seasoned professionals would see no merit, while laypersons might simply enjoy the spectacle. This could indeed generate some buzz and attract genuine customers. Very well, if there are no further requests, you may take your leave. Subai issued his dismissal, having just received a message from Zhao Mengyue, indicating her imminent arrival. Nothing was more important than his mecha. The group, understanding the gravity of his words, dared not linger. Even if Shou Yunjin wished to say more, he refrained, expressing, "Thank you, Boss Su. I shall return another time." After bidding Subai farewell, they exited the interstellar repair shop. Their experience had been equally enriching, and the expenditure of 100,000 star coins was undeniably worthwhile. Though it may not be as transformative as interstellar enhancement, the maintenance of the techniques passed down from two renowned star-level mechanics has at least augmented the attributes of their mechs by 30%. It may sound inconsequential, but the practical application reveals a substantial improvement. At the very least, they will gain a significant advantage in the forthcoming major examination. After a few individuals departed, the interstellar repair shop returned to its tranquil state. Subai sat quietly at his desk, awaiting the arrival of Zhao Mengyue. His occasionally trembling legs betrayed his excitement in this moment. Ding dong. Soon, the doorbell chimed, prompting Subai to rise and greet her. Upon seeing Subai come to welcome her, Zhao Mengyue was taken aback, exclaiming, "Su boss, you needn't be so courteous. Quick, hand me the items." Subai, indeed, did not indulge in pleasantries and got straight to the point. Zhao Mengyue replied, "Well, I suppose I overthought it. I just had an unnecessary feeling that Su boss would come to receive me." Shaking her head in resignation, she added, "There isn't enough space here, right? Oh, right. Let's head to the repair room." In his eagerness to possess his own mech, Subai had momentarily forgotten that they were still in the lobby. Even though he sought the high-density, high-quality Name metal, he could not avoid potentially damaging the floor tiles. The lobby's flooring was not fortified with vibranium, making it the most vulnerable area of the entire interstellar repair shop. Under Subai's guidance, the two swiftly made their way into the repair room. Zhao Mengyue extended her hand to touch the star ring upon her wrist. With a resounding boom, two immense, 2-meter-high semi-transparent metallic forms materialized in the maintenance room. Unlike conventional nanotechnology, the density of the Nami metal is significantly greater, resulting in a transformation of its internal structure. What was once imperceptible to the naked eye has now manifested as a visible metallic substance. Yet, its fundamental properties remain largely unchanged, particularly its strength, which is on par with its previous state. This represents the pinnacle of current technological advancements. With a series of 5 resounding thuds, 5 stones radiating a deep green luminescence were placed upon the table by Zhao Mengyue. "Is this what you need?" After retrieving all the items required by Subai, Zhao Mengyue gazed at him with a proud expression, seemingly awaiting his praise. Acquiring these items had demanded considerable effort and networking on her part. Notably, the Nami metal was in such short supply at the Star Sea University that she had to leverage her familial connections to amass the 10 tons needed for Subai. Subai, of course, understood that given enough time, procuring these items wouldn't be a daunting task. However, the fact that Zhao Mengyue had gathered them overnight indicated she had invested significant effort. "Thank you." Subai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Zhao Mengyue was momentarily taken aback. Throughout their previous exchanges, she had assumed Subai to be the archetype of a stoic man. She was pleasantly surprised by his sincere appreciation. This made her slightly embarrassed as she touched her ear. "There is no need to be so polite. How much does all of this cost?" After expressing her gratitude, Subai directly inquired about the price. Zhao Mengyue replied, "The total is 250,000 star coins." Each piece of kryptonite is priced at 10,000 star coins, and the Name metal is 20,000 star coins per ton. She was forthright with her quote, as Subai had previously made it clear that fair trading was her principle. These were all market prices, and there was no necessity for her to inflate the figures. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded. All right, I'll transfer the amount to you. Soon, Zhao Mengwei's phone chimed with a notification of 300,000 star coins credited to her account. Su boss? Zhao Mengwei was somewhat perplexed by Subai's intentions. Subai merely smiled calmly. What you just quoted were market prices. The fact that you managed to collect all of these items in such a short time undoubtedly entails a premium. As I stated, fair trading is my principle. She hadn't anticipated being discovered by Subai. Indeed, she had quoted the market rates, adhering to Subai's principles. However, she chose to bear the premium herself. After all, she had promised Subai that she could communicate any needs to her. Now that she had been found out, she could only stick out her tongue helplessly, adopting a somewhat playful demeanor. If those who knew Zhao Mengwei well were to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. In their eyes, Zhao Mengwei had always been a remarkably confident and assertive girl. Her straightforward personality and boyish demeanor were unexpected. Yet she was taken aback by the girlish appearance of the individual before her. Was Boss Su planning to manufacture equipment with these materials? Zhao Mengwei inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she observed Su by scrutinizing the Nami metal. Pretty much, Subai replied, casually touching the Nami metal, revealing without hesitation. I intend to use these to construct a mech. Mech? Zhao Mengwei's eyes sparkled with realization as a thought crossed her mind. Was Boss Su preparing to develop mech armaments? Having been nurtured in a family environment that fostered an understanding of mechs, Zhao Mengwei possessed a deeper insight than the average mech engineer. Materials like Nami metal were unsuitable for conventional mechs, and the energy and propulsion provided by kryptonite were woefully inadequate to meet the demands of large mechs. Thus, it was evident that the mech Subai aimed to construct was indeed an armored mech. May I observe it here? Zhao Mengwei asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. She had never witnessed an armored mech before. In fact, few on Blue Star had ever encountered such marvels. Due to the craftsmanship not meeting standards, armored mechs predominantly existed merely as concepts. The few that were realized were typically auxiliary mechs designed for routine tasks. Zhao Mengwei had witnessed Subai's mechanical expertise. She found it hard to believe he would settle for such trivial creations. She was determined not to miss the opportunity to witness the birth of armored mechs firsthand. Chapter 25, Quintuple Fusion, Ultimate Forging. Very well. After Zhao Mengwei expressed her desire to observe, Subai pondered momentarily before acquiescing. However, he cautioned that the duration might be considerable, and her access to the maintenance area would be restricted, leaving her only in the main hall. Given that she had assisted him, Subai felt it was a modest request he could easily accommodate. He had no intention of concealing the mech armament. It would eventually be revealed to the world. As long as she was not privy to the fabrication and enhancement processes, all would be well. All right. I promised to remain obediently in the hall without moving. Almost instantaneously upon Subai's words, Zhao Mengwei fervently nodded in agreement. Such a rare opportunity was not to be squandered. She would gladly wait, even outside the door if need be. Meanwhile, she secretly reveled in her fortune, thinking, little shorty, you have no idea what you are missing. At that moment, amidst her meditation, Xiao Mingyan suddenly sneezed, perplexed by the interruption. What was that? Am I catching a cold? That shouldn't be the case. Though she felt a twinge of surprise, she dismissed it and resumed her meditative practice. Within the interstellar repair shop, at Subai's gesture, Zhao Mengwei closed the large doors, leaving only the two of them in the expansive space. One was in the hall, while the other was in the maintenance area. The reason for Subai's decision to close the door was quite simple. He was uncertain about the time required to construct the mech. It would be quite inconvenient for guests to arrive and be left waiting unnecessarily. Thus, he opted to simply shut the door. Indeed, it was a rather carefree choice. Click. The door to the workshop was firmly closed. Subai first approached two masses of Name metal, gently stroking his chin as his gaze shifted thoughtfully. I shall begin with this mass. After some contemplation, he decided to extract a bone structure directly from the center, employing the bionic skeletal manufacturing technique. This skill was a 3-star mechanic technique he had selected from the legacy of a star-level mechanic. Although Subai's current proficiency made the practical application of this technique somewhat challenging, he had the advantage of task assistance. The true value of this assistance was now manifesting. As long as the techniques were included in the task assistance, Subai could master them swiftly, achieving a proficiency akin to that of the original inheritor. With a flick of his right hand, one of the masses of Name metal surged forward, drawn toward him. Under the principle of material integration, the Name metal began to morph and melt, transforming under Subai's command. The once rigid metal now resembled a malleable mass of clay, pliable to his touch. While his right hand guided the Name metal, his left hand was equally engaged, wielding a thermal beam cutter that meticulously carved into the metal. After an hour and a half, the ground was strewn with numerous shavings of Name metal, and before Subai lay the fruits of his labor. A 2-meter-tall, semi-transparent metallic skeleton stands majestically before him. Its limbs, torso, cervical vertebrae, and cranial structure are seamlessly integrated, exuding a lifelike presence. As he extends his hand to rotate the right arm of the metallic frame, it moves with a fluidity that reveals no sign of hesitation. Observing this, Subai nods in satisfaction. Truly, the legacy of a third-tier mechanic is reflected in this design. The mech skeleton rivals the human body in every aspect, undoubtedly achieving a remarkable degree of compatibility. The mech is connected to the mechanic's body through neuronal components, establishing a unique link through the flow of stellar energy. However, humans and mechs remain fundamentally distinct, as their skeletal structures differ. Even the most exquisitely designed large mechs can only approximate human anatomy, making certain specialized movements challenging to execute. This distinction gives rise to varying degrees of difficulty in mech operation. Yet, Subai's mech armament faces no such hindrance. The almost identical structure enables him to maneuver with exceptional ease. Next, he will focus on the joints and the outer armor. Subai is immensely pleased with his creation. But this is merely the first step. With a swift gesture of his right hand, the remnants of Name metal on the ground suddenly rise into the air, only to coalesce once more. The ability to harmonize all matter is indeed a testament to his SSS-level talent. This waste repurposing technique, devoid of any loss, is nothing short of miraculous, and this is merely one of his capabilities. As for the outer armor, he will employ the golden ratio of light and heavy armor. In the selection of the external armor, Subai employed the techniques of a 2-star mech engineer, skillfully utilizing the optimal ratio of light and heavy armor. With his expertise, he adeptly controlled the balance between the two armors on the mech, ensuring both achieved peak performance. The essence of this craft lies in its precision. A slight deviation could lead to catastrophic failure. Any minor oversight could spell disaster, and even Subai could not afford to be complacent. With his right hand deftly manipulating the malleable metal, he shaped it into a rough form, while his left wielded a thermal beam knife to intricately carve the patterns and details. As sparks flew, beads of sweat began to form on Subai's forehead. After 3.5 hours, he beheld the mech before him, now adorned with its external armor and joint connections, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it bore an almost exact resemblance to the blueprint. The mech's armament had taken on a nascent form, and Subai ultimately chose to apply a striking red and black paint scheme, reminiscent of ancient warriors. The harmonious blend of light and heavy armor was complemented by a helmet design that he particularly favored. Despite standing nearly 2 meters tall, the mech exuded an imposing presence that rivaled larger models, emanating an even greater aura of intimidation. Next came the core power source. Subai glanced at the nearby kryptonite, brimming with anticipation. This time, he employed the techniques of a 3-star mech engineer, aiming for a quintuple core combustion. This was the reason he required 5 pieces of kryptonite. From the moment he first observed the task assistance, he discerned the intricacy of this craft. However, an excessively powerful energy source could lead to an explosive outburst, even a detonation, and Subai lacked the confidence to wield such power. It is not just Subai. Even the most skilled mechanics of higher ranks would find it nearly impossible to achieve this. Therefore, one could only opt for a relatively weaker energy source to experiment with. Consequently, despite possessing extraordinary capabilities, this skill was merely rated as that of a 3-star mechanic, lacking in practical utility. Yet, Subai was endowed with interstellar enhancement. Under the influence of this enhancement, it was entirely plausible to upgrade the originally low-tier energy source. This would enable him to achieve quintuple core combustion, yielding the output of a high-energy power source, culminating in the creation of the most formidable power mech. With a deep exhale, he released a breath of stale air, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Approaching the 5 blocks of dark green kryptonite, he spread his arms wide. The 5 pieces of kryptonite soared into the air instantaneously, positioned in a pentagonal formation across 5 distinct points. Gradually, he drew them closer together, As the 5 pieces of kryptonite converged, a web of energy suddenly manifested between them. This energy net connected the cores of the 5 kryptonite stones, channeling their energy into a singular flow, with emerald light flickering. At this moment, the energy within the net vastly exceeded that of the kryptonite itself, even tripling it, comparable to the total energy of 2 helium stones. With a thunderous boom, Subai's eyes narrowed, and he forcefully thrust his hands outward. In an instant, he embedded the energy source into the mech's armament. At the very moment the power source entered the mech, all linkages of the mech armament have been activated. A terrifying shockwave erupts, shaking the entire interstellar repair shop. Chapter 26, Prototype Completion and Initial Enhancement. The tremor startled Zhao Mengwei, who was seated in the hall, immersed in meditation. She swiftly rose to her feet, casting a glance around the room. What's causing this commotion? Zhao Mengyue's purpose in remaining was to personally witness the genesis of combat-oriented mecha weaponry. However, she distinctly recalled that the materials she had provided to Su Bai were merely kryptonite. Even 5 pieces of kryptonite should not have elicited such a significant disturbance. What exactly was Su Bai doing? A sense of curiosity was piqued within Zhao Mengyue, as she became increasingly intrigued by the events unfolding within the repair bay. It had been 5 hours since Su Bai entered the repair bay. She had arrived at noon, and it was now approaching evening. Zhao Mengyue was not impatient, for the opportunity to witness history was worth waiting a few days. The most challenging aspect was knowing that a groundbreaking mecha weapon was about to be unveiled just a short distance away. What mecha enthusiast could resist such an allure? Should she take a peek? Zhao Mengwei even entertained the notion of sneaking a glimpse, but she quickly dismissed the idea. No, it would be terrible if Su Bai discovered me and became upset. Oh, how I wish time would pass more swiftly, forcibly suppressing her restless heart. Zhao Mengwei found meditation impossible. She could only practice mecha techniques in the hall, but without piloting a mecha, merely in a detached manner. Such effects are not as effective as practical experience, yet they can enhance the proficiency of one's skills. Extracting a lightsaber from the star ring. A faint blue glow flickers as Zhao Mengwei raises the blade high before her. With her eyes tightly shut, she advances her left foot while keeping her right foot stationary, swiftly transitioning into a spinning motion, the sword dancing in harmony with her movements. This is the intermediate mecha technique known as the circular slicing slash, executed seamlessly. While Zhao Mengwei waits anxiously, the atmosphere outside the interstellar repair shop is equally tense. In the distance, Duan Han observes the ebb and flow of people outside the establishment, his emotions heavy with restraint. He never anticipated the shop's business to be so thriving. To act impulsively would undoubtedly attract the attention of the enforcement team. Yet, what exactly is that young man doing? Only operating for an hour a day before closing? This question is not solely on Duan Han's mind. It also plagues the curious customers who flocked here after watching Su Bai's maintenance videos. Wait, is this for real? They're closing already? Is this the place from the video? Are there really star-level mechanics here? It must be true. After all, such a scale of repair shop is rare, not just in Yuhai, but throughout all of China. We simply arrived too late. Is this the arrogance of a star-level mechanic? Which reputable establishment shuts its doors at 11 in the morning? What can be done? The person is a star-level mechanic, a super expert capable of operating 10 threads simultaneously. The key point is that the prices are quite reasonable. Indeed. While the price of 100,000 star coins is merely the standard fee for a routine maintenance by a stellar mechanic, it is still a form of upkeep. Here, however, it is a 2-for-1 deal, an exceptional bargain. Regardless, I have resolved to remain here until the manager opens the shop tomorrow. Is it truly this competitive? Then I shall not leave either. As the saying goes, if you choose to stay, so shall I. At present, Zhou Yunjin and his companions have uploaded a video showcasing Su by simultaneously maintaining 10 mechas onto the internet, and due to Xiaoming Yin's prior publicity, the discourse surrounding the interstellar repair shop has garnered considerable attention. Upon its release, the video amassed hundreds of thousands of views almost instantaneously, just as Su Bai had anticipated. While industry insiders may find little of significance, the general public is highly entertained. Almost concurrently with its release, there were already 10,000 comments. Is this for real? Does Yuhai have a stellar mechanic now? Goodness. Such a feat is likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary stellar mechanic, isn't it? Not to mention, the spectacle alone is worth the price of admission. Let us go. It seems a visit to Yuhai is inevitable. To be candid, I have already arrived, but unfortunately, the owner has closed the doors. Is this a case of hunger marketing? Is it not? Who, in their right mind, would close shop in the middle of the day? I reminisce about years past when chrysanthemums were merely flowers, and the terms Wulong and Fengchu were complementary phrases. People were much simpler then, devoid of such intricate schemes. I am truly exasperated by this old rascal. Fortunately, I did not go. Now they must feel foolish. Do they not realize that a star-rated mechanic is not someone one can simply meet at will? After completing 10 orders, surely one must take a moment to rest. Goodness, your reasoning is quite sound. Among this, the greatest regret belongs to those mech artisans who, despite having queued for so long, chose to leave due to Su Bai's exorbitant fees. In a moment of hesitation, they forfeited a splendid opportunity. It is needless to say that tomorrow, the price for 2 maintenance services will undoubtedly exceed 100,000 star coins. Alas, why did I not persist a little longer? This sentiment resonates deeply among them. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, he remains oblivious to the fervor igniting online regarding his interstellar repair shop. His attention is wholly captivated by the mech armor before him. The original red and black hues, now tainted with dark green, lend an air of the enigmatic. It resembles the sovereign of the night, the ruler of darkness. While the craftsmanship is commendable, it does exhibit slight inferiority in quality. The true spectacle is yet to come. With one hand propping up his chin, Su Bai scrutinizes his creation. He then lowers his right hand and gradually approaches the mech armor. Extending his right arm, he makes direct contact with the mech armor. Ding! Target mech detected. Current mech tier is too low, but level 1 interstellar enhancement is available. Commence enhancement. Almost instantaneously upon the prompt's appearance, Su Bai opts for the enhancement. A dazzling radiance erupted, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Before Su Bai, the mecha armor underwent a profound transformation following its initial interstellar enhancement. The overall color palette remained a striking red and black, yet the once rigid Name metal now appeared rejuvenated. Even without direct contact, Su Bai could perceive an added resilience alongside a significant increase in hardness. Indeed, as he had surmised, interstellar enhancement had the capacity to augment the very material of any mecha. However, the changes in the Name metal did not evoke excessive excitement in Su Bai. He maintained his composure. What was to be confirmed next held paramount importance. His right hand gently grazed the mecha armor. With a resounding click, its chest compartment opened, revealing a flickering blue light within, a scene reminiscent of a swirling nebula. At that moment, Su Bai couldn't help but clench his fist and swing it with vigor. It truly worked. Indeed, the core structure, which was originally composed of dark green kryptonite, had now been entirely supplanted by helium stones. Coupled with the unique properties of the quintuple core fusion, although it still bore the essence of a terrestrial mecha, Su Bai's armor now possessed a power source rivaling that of an aerial mecha. Chapter 27. Terror Strikes, Malice Rising. It was insufficient. This was not enough. Observing the mechanized armament before him, Su Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although the enhancement was significant, he was still merely equipped with terrestrial mecha, which could not keep pace with his stellar energy realm. Logically, after the first-tier enhancement, one would awaken a unique talent ability. Yet he was uncertain what that ability would be. Contemplating the talent ability, Su Bai hesitated slightly. Typically, a first-tier enhancement would grant a terrestrial talent ability. He pondered whether to test it out first. Ultimately, he dismissed this notion. It would be wiser to wait until after the second-tier enhancement to assess the outcome. If the first-tier talent ability proved potent yet was subsequently lost, that would indeed be disheartening. Generally speaking, a mecha could only possess a single talent ability. In Su Bai's view, even with stellar enhancements, this limitation should remain intact. The prospect of acquiring a commendable talent ability only to have it erased during the second-tier enhancement was too distressing to consider. It would be more prudent to wait until all enhancements were complete. Proceed with the enhancement. He placed his right hand upon the mechanized armament, successfully paying the 100 stellar points. The second-tier enhancement was initiated. Accompanied by the system notification, a golden radiance erupted from the mechanized armament. This surge of power far exceeded that of the previous first-tier enhancement. A force emanated from the location of the mechanical armament, creating a gravitational pull akin to a miniature black hole, seemingly intent on devouring all surrounding metallic matter. Upon witnessing this, Su Bai furrowed his brow, hastily employing his ability of universal integration to counteract the overwhelming force. Such a situation had never occurred before. The original awakening of innate abilities was always a selection made by Su Bai from a plethora of talents. Yet now, when it came to his own mech armament, no options emerged. It was uncertain whether this was due to the uniqueness of his own talent or if this level of combat mech armament was making its debut. exhibiting some peculiarities. Soon, as Subai's ability to merge with all things reached a delicate equilibrium with the gravitational pull generated by the mech armament's innate skill, both forces dissipated. Boom. Almost at the moment the tugging force vanished, a shockwave erupted, radiating outward from Subai, engulfing the entire cloud sea. The first to bear the brunt was Zhao Mengwei, who was in the hall, fortunately having experienced an awakening of her innate ability once before. She was prepared upon sensing the tremor. She invoked the frosty ice spirit to reinforce the light shield in her hands, forming a buffering barrier. Even so, under the impact, the ice layer atop the buffering shield began to crumble, scattering to the ground in mere moments. The barrier itself teetered precariously, prompting Zhao Mengwei to hastily channel her star power to fortify her defense. Her expression was one of alarm, her heart racing. What innate ability has Boss Su awakened? Merely a ripple produces such formidable force. Is this truly the power that mech armament can wield? What level of mech armament is this? Star Treader or Starbreaker? Boom. The shockwave continued to surge outward, instantly toppling all the guests waiting at the entrance. Fortunately, the presence of vibranium served as a buffer. Otherwise, many among them would have suffered severe injuries from that single impact. Most of these individuals were merely high school students who had awakened their abilities less than a year ago. Even the formidable strength of Zhao Mengwei was beyond their capacity to withstand. After being thrown into disarray, they gradually rose to their feet, their minds swirling with confusion. After a prolonged silence, one of them finally regained composure and inquired, "What just happened?" Another responded, "I have no idea. I just felt utterly blank." The sheer force was astonishing. It overturned us even through the vibranium. What on earth was that person inside doing? Is this the true might of a star-level mechanic? Such a commotion from mere casual actions. I don't care. I'm determined to secure a spot at this interstellar repair shop. I will stay here tonight. Mark my words, declared one. You think you're the only one who can? I'll be sleeping here too. Desperate to seize the opportunity. They thought that if they missed this chance, the proprietor might leave, and they were resolute in waiting until the shop opened. Amidst their astonishment, their admiration for the interstellar repair store grew immensely. In their hearts, Subai had transformed from a mere star-level mechanic into something far more significant, perhaps even a highly skilled individual capable of helping them stand out. For them, this was an unparalleled opportunity. Not only were they shaken, but also Duan Han, who was not far from the interstellar repair shop. Upon feeling the shockwave, his vertical pupils suddenly constricted, and his tone brimmed with incredulity. The power of Star Ascension? Had the young girl who had entered the repair shop advanced to a Star Ascension mech master? She appeared quite youthful. How could she have entered the Star Ascension realm at such a tender age? This cannot stand. She must be eradicated, even if it means exposing himself. He was determined to ensure that these two remained here, permanently. This power, Duan Han accurately assessed, was likely that of a first-star Ascender, capable of posing a threat to him. Recalling Zhao Mengwei, who had previously entered the repair shop, he instinctively concluded that the commotion was caused by her mech's advancement. He had sensed Subai's star power level before, which was merely that of a 3-star sky level, far from the possibility of an instantaneous breakthrough to Star Ascension. The only plausible explanation lay with Zhao Mengwei. At this moment, Duan Han's expression was tinged with excitement. Little did I expect to personally slay such a prodigy. This would indeed be a contribution to the cold light civilization. Furthermore, he would have a mysterious and enigmatic genius mech repairer to add to his accolades. Even if the higher-ups were to blame him, they would likely shield him. Let us do this. Duan Han fixated on the interstellar repair shop, his vertical pupils flickering with intensity, fists clenched tightly, evidently gearing up for battle. Boom. The shockwave dissipated. Only then did Subai remove his right arm that was shielding his eyes. The shockwave generated by the recent impact had even caused fine cracks to appear on his goggles. For the sake of safety, he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. As soon as his right arm was lowered, the scene before him caused a wild smile to spread across Subai's face. Before him stood the crimson and black mech armor, now more intricate than before, with even a gentle touch causing it to rebound. This was a testament to its unparalleled resilience, its outer armor taut to the maximum. Furthermore, the appearance of the mech armor had undergone a transformation. It had risen from an approximate height of 2 meters to now towering at 3 meters. While this may not be remarkable among mechs, it was significant for the mech armor. The alteration in height, while maintaining the internal space, indicated a dramatic increase in the volume of metal materials packed within. Indeed, this was the case. The mech armor, which was originally supposed to weigh only 10 tons, now displayed a staggering weight of 100 tons on the maintenance bay's instruments. This weight was comparable to that of a standard aerial mech. What pleased Subai the most, however, was the core power source of the mech armor. 5 azure orbs hovered within the core power source, interconnected by flowing streams of energy that formed a network. This energy web pulsated and contracted rhythmically, reminiscent of a beating heart. Notably, their material was not the luminous stone Subai had initially surmised. Rather, it is a higher order of the grain and ear. The 5 cores formed by the 5 grains ignite in unison. Chapter 28. Its name is Chaos. Dual talent skills. Was it truly enhanced to the phase of grain and ear? Subai was somewhat taken aback. It is not a certainty that a second-tier enhancement will elevate the mecha's core power source to the grain and ear phase. For instance, Zhao Mingyue's Winter Sword Master still possesses a power source that exists in a state between half grain and ear and half light stone. Moreover, her Winter Sword Master is equipped with merely 1 core power source, whereas he utilizes 5. The disparity between them cannot simply be elucidated by the quantity alone. Perhaps it was that peculiar state previously experienced? The resonance between the talent skills and the innate abilities may have triggered an enhancement mutation, leading to an overcore of the power source? After some contemplation, Subai arrived at this hypothesis. This was the only explanation for why, despite both undergoing the same second-tier enhancement, his results surpassed those of Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan by such a significant margin. To attribute the difference solely to his system would be implausible, as there had been no distinction in the first-tier enhancement. Well, enough of that. It is time to bestow a name. The ability to devour all, coupled with the talent for integration, shall be termed Chaos. Thus, Subai swiftly named his mecha Chaos. It seemed that at the very moment the mecha was named, a flicker of light radiated from its head, a detail that went unnoticed by Subai as he regarded Chaos. He chuckled softly. Let's put it to the test. At last, having acquired his own mech, Subai rubbed his hands together, having restrained himself for an extended period before finally stepping inside. Now that both enhancements had been completed, and Chaos had reached the level of a Sky 3, he felt no need for further restraint. With a single stride, he stepped forward, merging seamlessly with Chaos, enveloped without any hindrance. In an instant, countless neural connectors extended from within Chaos, making contact with Subai's body. The initial touch brought a slight sting. Yet for Subai, it was hardly a concern. With a resounding thud, the connection was established, confirming the DNA sequence. "Welcome, Sky Mech Master, Subai," echoed a mechanical voice in his mind, signifying the successful neural link. He understood that this was the autonomous AI of the Chaos Mech. Almost every mech possesses its own autonomous AI, although the assistance they provide is often minimal, typically limited to severing the pain neural link between the mech and its pilot before the mech sustains critical damage. This prevents the pilot from experiencing the agonizing sensation of being bisected or losing a limb. For instance, when Sun Hanyi's Red Moon was pierced by a C-core ray, had the neural connections remained intact, the impact could have easily induced shock and lingering repercussions. Such pain is exceedingly difficult to endure. However, for Subai, it seemed unnecessary. His Chaos was a mech armed for close combat, a personal combat mech. If he were truly to be severed or to suffer a dismemberment, he would certainly be unable to preserve his own existence. How careless of me upon this realization. Subai suddenly recognized that he had initially focused solely on the application of his own abilities, neglecting the crucial aspect of safety. However, this was of little consequence. Should a mech sustain damage on the battlefield, the survival rate would plummet to less than 1%. As for regular duels, why would I engage in such battles? I am a mech technician, after all. Indeed, even with the acquisition of a mech, Subai remains acutely aware of his role. He is a mech technician. He delights in piloting mechs, but that is merely to fulfill his aspirations. Simultaneously, it serves as a means of self-preservation. But to expect him to traverse the world seeking opponents for a duel? That would be utterly nonsensical. Striving to earn money and enhance his capabilities is far more appealing. Wealth signifies strength, my friend. This principle is particularly evident in Subai. With sufficient funds, he could not only elevate himself to the legendary realm of truth, but could also forge an entire fleet of truth-class mechs. He is quite discerning in weighing priorities. Oh, what is this? Subai's exclamation erupted from the chaos. In an instant, the chaotic gaze transformed from azure to a vivid crimson. Boom. A surge of black energy erupted from his form. The black energy rampaged through the maintenance bay, engulfing all metal it came into contact with. Soon, the dark radiance made contact with another cluster of Na-6 metal on the ground, akin to a hunter swiftly seizing its prey. Moments later, the dark glow dissipated, revealing a semi-transparent beam cannon measuring 5 meters in length and boasting a diameter of 50 centimeters in the grasp of chaos. A low hum resonated as the cannon's muzzle continuously absorbed the surrounding heat, causing a sudden drop in ambient temperature. Through its translucent body, one could discern a mass of black material coalescing at its core, even though it was merely a small cluster. The power contained within seemed capable of effortlessly obliterating a starship. Innate skill, dark energy beam cannon. With a hiss, Subai confirmed the existence of his innate skill and subsequently dispelled the beam cannon from his hand. He dared not wield such power carelessly in this place. To his astonishment, the dark energy beam cannon, a force entirely antithetical to gravity, was indeed harmoniously integrated with all things. At that moment, Subai's curiosity regarding the innate ability to merge with the universe was piqued. Perhaps the true strength of this talent was far greater than he had ever imagined? Dark energy was once believed to generate a repulsive force opposite to gravity, a phenomenon thought to be the cause of cosmic expansion. The notion that such energy could be harnessed by a mech was utterly astounding. Even possessing merely a semblance of dark energy, or a fraction thereof, was terrifying enough. Moreover, after the beam cannon vanished from Subai's grasp, he waved his right hand, and a scarlet longsword materialized before him. If the previous dark energy beam cannon wielded a dreadfully repulsive force capable of rejecting all, then, upon the scarlet longsword lies an opposing force of gravity, an innate skill known as the Sword of Attraction. This formidable ability possesses the power to draw in all metallic substances within its vicinity. Consequently, any mecha, starship, or material containing metallic elements, as well as living beings, will inevitably collide with its blade. Simply put, one can eliminate adversaries without lifting a finger. To his astonishment, he has indeed awakened dual innate skills. This revelation sparked a bold notion within Subai. Perhaps each enhancement could give rise to a new innate ability, not only for himself, but perhaps it could also apply to other mechas. Once this thought took root, it spread through Subai's mind like a swarm of locusts. He was eager to discover whether it could be realized. Unfortunately, testing this hypothesis would have to wait. There were two potential methods for experimentation. One could enhance a previously upgraded mecha, yet the three he had enhanced earlier were still far from being ready for another enhancement. The alternative would be to locate a mecha endowed with an innate skill to experiment with. Chapter 29. All permissions unlocked. Interstellar logistics. Silently etching this matter into his mind, Subai flexed his chaotic wrist, confirming the unity of his being before nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. However, this particular specialty seemed somewhat superfluous. When compared to Xiao Mingyin's instant step and Zhao Mingyue's energy manipulation, the chaos specialty appeared rather unremarkable. Specialty, Heavenly Eye. Upon activation, it grants extraordinary dynamic vision for a limited duration, as well as the ability to discern the opponent's weaknesses. For an ordinary mecha engineer, this could be deemed a miraculous skill. Yet, for a technician, they are inherently the most knowledgeable about mechas, often able to intuitively identify weaknesses simply by observing an opponent's machine. At best, it might yield some advantage against star beasts. Perhaps I am being a tad greedy. Subai chuckled at himself, having already acquired two formidable innate skills, along with a power source and armor that surpassed ordinary Star Trek mechas. Desiring an even mightier specialty did seem somewhat avaricious. Overall, he was exceedingly pleased with his gains. More importantly, with the chaos taking shape. The system notification arrived as anticipated. Ding. The host has successfully crafted a personal mecha. Time taken for the task, 2 days. Reward, full control of the interstellar repair shop. And a Heng Tian level defense shield. As the mechanical announcement faded, the lights in the maintenance room suddenly illuminated in their entirety. Meanwhile, a lively female voice emanated from the control panel. Congratulations to store owner Subai for acquiring complete control of the establishment. The virtual construction chamber is now activated, granting permissions for store expansion. A serious shortage of resources has been detected within the store. The interstellar logistics procurement channel is now open for your review. A series of notifications prompted Subai to pause and ponder, somewhat perplexed. Virtual construction chamber? The flow of time within the virtual construction chamber differs from that of the outside world, dictated by its level, given the current establishment's rank. A level 1 virtual construction chamber can be utilized, with a time flow rate of 1 to 3. As Subai posed his question, the control system promptly provided an answer. The host may engage in mechanical repair practice within the virtual construction chamber and fabricate unclaimed mechas. The intelligence exhibited by the system astonished Subai, But what delighted him even more was the prospect of this virtual construction chamber. An exclusive space for honing his mechanical repair skills, with a time flow rate of merely one-third of the external world. This implied that 3 days spent in the virtual construction chamber would equate to only 1 day outside. Consequently, he could effortlessly master the art of time management. Now that he possessed the foundational skills necessary for constructing mechas, utilizing the virtual construction chamber to create mechas for his own interstellar repair shop seemed a lucrative venture. Upon realizing this, Su-bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to put his thoughts into practice immediately. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The concept of expansion rights is rather comprehensible. Was it not the case that I lacked the qualifications to expand the repair shop previously? Expansion rights, quite literally, allow one to enlarge the premises of the interstellar repair shop, though one might assume such authority is not strictly necessary. Indeed, prior to acquiring full privileges of the interstellar repair shop, the owner was merely an employee, incapable of determining whether the shop could expand. Even reckless expansion would garner no support. Upon hearing the explanation from the central control, Su-bai began to grasp the situation. He realized that while he could indeed expand, he lacked the advanced equipment and cutting-edge defenses typical of an interstellar repair shop, rendering any expansion akin to an illegal structure. Of course, there was no immediate rush to expand. He surveyed the 10 repair bays currently at his disposal, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to refrain from expansion for the time being. Given his current capabilities, managing 10 concurrent operations was still feasible. However, exceeding that number would strain his efforts, adversely affecting precision and quality. He would consider expansion once his capabilities had improved. Soon enough, Su-bai redirected his focus towards his most compelling interest beyond the virtual construction warehouse, the exclusive purchasing channel for interstellar logistics. What exactly is this exclusive purchasing channel? Su-bai was eager to discover whether it aligned with his expectations. The exclusive purchasing channel is a shopping avenue designated for the interstellar repair shop, allowing for the procurement of essential metallic and core materials through the interstellar network. Regardless of the distance, deliveries can be made within a single day, and the prices are set at a mere 80% of the market rate. Indeed, upon receiving an affirmative response, Su-bai could not help but clench his fist and wave it vigorously, unable to contain the elation on his face. In this endeavor to construct the chaos, he had indeed rendered Zhao Mengwei a significant favor. The reason being, despite being the manager of a mechanical repair shop, he had lacked his own purchasing channels. Now, with the complete opening of the interstellar repair shop's privileges, this issue had finally been resolved. Henceforth, he could procure any materials directly through the interstellar network. Most significantly, the central control had proclaimed that all metallic and core materials would be available. Regardless of distance, they could arrive within a single day. This meant that, as long as he possessed sufficient star coins, he could acquire countless scarce materials. Although interstellar enhancement could elevate the quality of mechs, there would inevitably arise specific maintenance needs requiring unique materials. He could not possibly rely on interstellar enhancement for even minor wear and tear. Such an approach would be unacceptable for him, and certainly for his customers as well. Previously, Su-bai had shown little interest in the full privileges of the interstellar repair shop. However, it now appeared he had been rather short-sighted. The rewards from this task were indeed comparable to the talents he had gained, and at least in terms of the repair shop, he had reached an apex. Su-bai was exceedingly pleased with this. Simultaneously, a golden radiance burst forth from beneath his feet, spreading like a web throughout the entire interstellar repair shop. Boom! A violent tremor swept through the entire establishment. A sudden shock gripped Zhao Mengwei in the hall. What on earth is happening now? Is constructing a mech truly so terrifying? After a series of tremors, she found herself numb, utterly astonished. In her perception, everything Su-bai had accomplished had transcended her comprehension, whether it was the combat mechs or the continuous upheaval. Even the golden patterns now etched into the ground instilled a fear within her greater than that felt in the presence of her own father. What nonsense is this? Her father is Zhao Tianming, a pinnacle mech master of the meteorite level. Above him lies only the celestial level. Does this golden pattern possess celestial power? Zhao Minghua thought. I cannot endure this. My scalp feels prickly, as if I am about to gain new insight. In a flash, as she racked her brain, the golden patterns had enveloped the entire interstellar repair shop. An overwhelming aura erupted, rendering her immobile. Thankfully, this sensation dissipated in an instant, as if everything prior had been but a dream. Yet, the widened and still painful grip of her hand served as a stark reminder that this was no mere illusion. Just moments ago, she had indeed felt the power of the celestial level. Chapter 30. May I have a glimpse? An unexpected upheaval occurred within the interstellar repair shop. Curiously, the outside world remained tranquil, unlike the previous commotion stirred by Subai. The construction of the Hengtian-level defensive barrier this time did not cause even the slightest ripple externally. Customers, who had been patiently awaiting Subai's opening, were now scattered in small groups, some delving into the Mecha Canyon, while others engaged in live streaming. Even Duan Han, who had been vigilantly observing the interstellar repair shop, failed to notice any abnormality, remaining fully engrossed in scrutinizing the shop's condition. This fellow is truly absurd. Does it really take such an extended period? Is he not concerned about the strain on others? It has already been 6 or 7 hours since Zhao Mengwei entered the interstellar repair shop. What could possibly be the rationale for a man and a woman to be alone in a room for such an inordinate amount of time? Truly, if I were to eliminate this pair of reckless lovers, it would be a service to the public. As a solitary individual, Duan Han never anticipated that merely tailing them would lead to an abundance of dog food being shoved in his face. He certainly wouldn't admit to envying Subai's stamina. Yet, with each passing second, his murderous intent intensified. Inside the repair shop, Subai approached the wall of the maintenance area and reached out to touch it. The sensation was indistinguishable from before. Is this truly the defensive barrier? It feels no different at all. Subai found it rather perplexing, had it not been for the remnants of that terrifying power dissipating slightly. He might have doubted the veracity of the system's claims. As if sensing Subai's doubts, the central control system once again issued a prompt. The interstellar repair shop has deployed a Hengtian-level defensive barrier. Please rest assured, shop owner. Subai, however, had every right to express skepticism towards the central control's words. Just then, a faint golden radiance erupted from his palm, emanating the same aura as before, causing Subai to hastily retract his right hand. Now, surely the shop owner would be convinced. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. But Subai felt a hint of petulance in the tone of the central control. He could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Ha ha ha, just a joke. You handle your affairs. I trust you. Central control. All right, let me see what the interstellar network is all about. Just moments ago, he had been interrupted by the defensive barrier, and Subai had yet to examine the interstellar network. He directly instructed the central control to activate it. With a swish, as Subai's words fell, a luminous screen suddenly materialized before him, displaying a dazzling array of various metallic materials and core components. He was completely captivated. Kryptonite, helium ore, and even star-mist stone. Could it be true? Upon noticing a peculiar, pitch-black stone among the first row of core power source materials, Subai felt a surge of astonishment. The star-mist stone, rarer than the helium ore, is typically employed as a high-energy material for the core power source of Starfall-grade mechas, its rarity equaling that of a Starfall Mecha Master. To acquire a piece of Star Meon stone within the Blue Star Alliance, one must first demonstrate qualifications as a 4-star mechanic or above, and provide a commission letter from a Starfall Mecha Master for the construction or upgrade of a mecha. This requirement is instituted to prevent individuals from maliciously procuring Star Meon stones for profit. Starfall Mecha Masters are undeniably formidable figures within the Blue Star Alliance, serving as the backbone of the Interstellar Coalition. Above them stands the Celestial Heaven, the pinnacle of the Blue Star Alliance. Those who exist beyond the Celestial Heaven have long ventured into deep space, becoming legendary entities. Such high-grade materials can only be obtained in the depths of space. It is quite astonishing that Interstellar Logistics offers such remarkable deals, with Star Meon Stone available at a 20% discount. Upon seeing the price of the Star Meon Stone, Subai felt a surge of temptation. He contemplated purchasing the stone through Interstellar Logistics and reselling it. Even a modest profit margin would suffice to fill his coffers. This could equate to the equivalent of conducting 100 interstellar enhancements, a staggering profit of 2 billion star coins. To think this is being used as a test for the officials. Subai's eyes reddened slightly as he took deep breaths to regain his composure. He had no choice but to remain calm. If he proceeded with such an action, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Interstellar Alliance. How would he explain the origin of the Star Meon Stone? Would he be able to provide a satisfactory explanation? If he couldn't clarify it, well, that would lead to tears behind iron bars. If he managed to explain it clearly, that would certainly lead to the Research Institute. No matter the approach, the outcome remains the same, the loss of freedom. At least, for now, I'm still too weak. After regaining his composure, Subai shifted his gaze and began to survey the metallic materials below. Indeed, there was an abundance of Nami metal available for purchase. Such a pity. Was there vibranium, phantasmium, and demonium as well? Splendid. This opens the possibility of occasionally constructing mechas for auction. After browsing the interstellar marketplace, Subai's smile nearly reached his ears. He realized he could procure nearly every material under the heavens. This means that as long as his mechanical skills improve, he could construct a Starfall mecha for auction without the need for interstellar enhancement. Truly, today is a splendid day. Subai felt a surge of joy. Upon glancing at the time, he decided to leave the maintenance room. In the hall, Zhao Mingyue heard the maintenance room door open with a click. She swiftly approached Subai. This sudden movement nearly prompted him to slap her. Fortunately, upon recognizing her as Zhao Mingyue, he quickly retracted his outstretched hand. Zhao Mingyue, Subai, did you just intend to hit me? Subai chuckled. Haha, of course not. You're overthinking it. He had been so engrossed and overwhelmed with delight that he had completely forgotten Zhao Mingyue was waiting for him in the hall. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick. Otherwise, had that slap landed, this charming visage would surely be marred. Thankfully, Zhao Mingyue is not one to hold grudges. And it was indeed her abruptness that caused the misunderstanding. Could you perhaps let me have a look? What? Caught off guard by Zhao Mingyue's eager gaze, Subai momentarily faltered. You mean that one? Zhao Mingyue, in her excitement, failed to articulate clearly, merely gesturing towards Subai's right hand resting beside his leg. Subai? Following Zhao Mingyue's gaze, Subai glanced down at his own leg. Oh dear, is that appropriate? He assessed Zhao Mingyue. She was undeniably beautiful and possessed a pleasant demeanor. However, this was all happening too swiftly, incongruent with his established persona. Zhao Mingyue, did you not promise to show me the mech armament? Are you having second thoughts? Zhao Mingyue, wholly absorbed in the thought of the mech armament, failed to grasp the underlying tone of Subai's words. Subai, so that's what you meant. Very well, very well. Chapter 31. You can never imagine what you've missed having inadvertently created a blunder. Subai hastily diverted the conversation. Was it not merely a desire to witness the chaos? After all, he had already promised himself. He reached forth toward the star ring. In an instant. Unlike the typical emergence of a mech, as Subai's fingers grazed the star ring, a brilliant white light enveloped him, causing his form to slightly recoil before he seamlessly melded into the realm of chaos. This mechanism had been meticulously designed to expedite his entry into the mech. A thoughtful consideration for unforeseen circumstances. Ordinary mechs lacked such efficiency, requiring a designated boarding time. With the protective barrier of the Hung Tian level, there was no need for concern about the immense weight of chaos damaging the hull. As the white radiance dissipated, he emerged clad in a striking black and red mech. The blue light filtering through the formidable helm, as chaos inclined its head slightly to gaze upon Zhao Mingyue. Upon witnessing the towering presence of chaos, standing at 3 meters, Zhao Mingyue was overwhelmed with an indescribable excitement. To her, chaos was nothing short of a masterpiece, second only to her beloved Winter Sword Master. No matter the splendor of chaos, crafted with divine finesse, it could never surpass the beauty of her own creation. Nonetheless, beyond her Winter Sword Master, she was willing to acknowledge it as the mightiest. With proportions nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, chaos exuded a fluidity that set it apart from the rigid appearance of typical mechs, yet it radiated an immense power. Let Zhao Mingyue understand that within this diminutive frame lies a power that is by no means inferior to that of an ordinary mech, at least in terms of strength. Her Winter Sword Master is far surpassed by the other. To her astonishment, Boss Su, you're actually a mech engineer. After failing to spot Zhou Yinshin, Zhao Mingyue surmised that the other was piloting the chaos. Is this the essence of mech armament? There is no need for boarding time. One can be equipped instantly? How remarkably convenient. What is the name of your mech, Boss Su? Zhao Mingyue bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. Chaos. Came Boss Su's magnetic voice directly from within the mech, leaving Zhao Mingyue momentarily stunned. No way. Is that truly your original voice, Boss Su? How can you maintain your voice while inside the mech? This left Zhao Mingyue utterly perplexed. Generally speaking, communication while piloting a mech is possible. But it inevitably gets muddled with mechanical sounds, which is a significant grievance among many female mech engineers, even if their voices are as melodious as celestial music. The transmission through the mech renders them nearly unrecognizable, especially for someone like Xiao Mingyan, who is exceedingly confident in her vocal quality. This issue is a thorn in her heart. If Xiao Mingyan were to discover that Subai could project his original voice through the mech, she would likely go mad. While not as frenzied as Xiao Mingyan, Zhao Mingyue was nonetheless quite concerned. Her eyes fixated on the chaos, silently hoping that Subai would provide her with an explanation. It should pertain to the size and structural compatibility of the mech, right? After a moment of contemplation, Subai provided this insight. Chaos employs a bionic skeleton, and the amplification source is situated quite close to the oral cavity, allowing for a perfect restoration of the voice while amplifying it. In contrast, conventional mechs are incapable of achieving this feat. After all, the significance of microphones and speakers within a mech is relatively minor, and the interference from electrical currents inevitably leads to alterations. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Zhao Mingyue experienced a moment of enlightenment, albeit tinged with disappointment. She grasped the rationale. Yet she had initially believed that Su Bai had performed some extraordinary modifications on Chaos to preserve its original sound. To her surprise, it was merely a matter of distance. If that were the case, it was indeed unavoidable. Conventional mechs could never hope to attain the capabilities of mech armaments. What a pity. Setting aside the issue of sound, Zhao Mingyue circled around Chaos twice, thoroughly examining it before expressing her satisfaction. Thank you, Boss Su. I consider myself fortunate to be the second person in the world to witness a combat mech armament. It is truly an honor. She refrained from inquiring whether Su Bai could continue constructing mech armaments. She had already acquired the Frostblade Master, and even though Chaos stood before her, she did not believe that Su Bai could replicate a mech armament suited to her needs. Each individual possesses a unique talent. Indeed, while Chaos possesses formidable strength, its size undeniably imposes certain limitations. A mere comparison allows Zhao Mingyue to discern that, even when constructed from identical materials, the power of Chaos pales in comparison to that of a typical mecha of the same class. Sacrificing strength for aesthetics contradicts the principles upheld by mecha engineers like herself. As for why Su Bai opted for mecha armament, Zhao Mingyue pondered and concluded that he was an exceptionally talented mechanic, for whom the mecha served merely as an embellishment, rendering combat prowess a lesser concern. Her deduction was nearly flawless, save for one crucial error. Su Bai's choice of mecha armament stemmed from his innate talent. To others, the power of Chaos may seem insufficient, yet this perception arises from their lack of the harmonization of all things enhancement. With this augmentation, Su Bai is capable of unleashing an explosive force that far surpasses that of ordinary mechas. At such moments, the high maneuverability of Chaos affords him countless tactical variations. It can be asserted that only Su Bai possesses the rightful qualification to wield mecha armament in this era. Others simply cannot. Well then, I extend my gratitude to you, Su Bai, for fulfilling my modest wish. I shall return again. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to command. After waiting for several hours, eager to witness the mecha armament with her own eyes, Zhao Mingyue felt her desire had been fulfilled. With the evening drawing near, it seemed prudent to take her leave. Su Bai, upon hearing her words, smiled and replied, "The successful construction of Chaos owes much to your assistance." Zhao Mingyue shook her head and said, "What I provided to Boss Su was merely ordinary namite metal and kryptonite. It is indeed Boss Su's extraordinary skills that have enabled him to craft such formidable mechas." This statement was heartfelt. The terror emanating from Su Bai left her at a loss for words. She was uncertain whether to describe it as turning waste into treasure or as transmuting stone into gold. It was nothing short of miraculous. Although the chaotic form before her still bore some resemblance to namite metal, its strength was incomparable, at least several times greater. As for the core, it was beyond question. Although she could not ascertain the exact nature of the chaotic core's power source, Zhao Mingyue was certain it could not be compared to kryptonite. The more she witnessed Su Bai's mechanical prowess, the more resolute she became in her desire to continue advancing and maintaining her skills under his guidance. Even if other star-level mechanics were available for her to choose from, she would unhesitatingly select Su Bai, despite the seemingly exorbitant cost of his repairs. Once experienced, one would find them to be incredibly reasonable. Just as Zhao Mingyue was about to leave the mecha shop, her messaging app chimed unexpectedly. It was as if a goddess had summoned her. "Airport, where are you? I've been looking for you at school all day and couldn't find you." To her surprise, it was a message from Xiao Mingyan. Upon seeing the familiar address, Zhao Mingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, and she mischievously waved her fingers. Of course. I'm here with Boss Su, you little shorty." Chapter 32, The Moment of Action. -36 Electronic Cannon. After sending this message without waiting for a response from Xiao Mingyan, Zhao Mingyue decisively turned off her phone. At this moment, Xiao Mingyan, who had just concluded her meditation and training, gazed at her phone, her lips slightly parted. Her eyes filled with disbelief. This airport. It actually snuck away. What have I missed? Could it be that Boss Su has launched some new initiative? That cannot be, as he hasn't posted anything on his social media. Just a casual remark from Zhao Mingyue had completely ruined Xiao Mingyan's good mood for the day. She was now eager to rush to the interstellar repair shop to uncover the truth. However, glancing at the sky, Xiao Mingyan ultimately abandoned this idea and incessantly sent messages to Zhao Mingyue, as if she were a queen. What is happening? You must explain this to me. Hey, hey, respond to me. Have you gone silent? Useless airport. You really need to wash your mouth out. Do you have any idea how infuriating it is to leave things half said? Yet, no matter how many messages she sent, Zhao Mingyue did not reply. This left Xiao Mingyan infuriated. If you want to tell me, I shall inquire directly with Boss Su. In a moment of inspiration, Xiao Mingyan decided to directly ask Subai. She proclaimed as if she were royalty. Boss Su, are you there? I heard Zhao Mingyue came to see you today. Did she have something to discuss? Subai glanced at Zhao Mingyue before shifting his gaze to the message from Xiao Mingyan, feeling somewhat perplexed. He decided to respond directly. It's nothing. She just did me a tremendous favor. Xiao Mingyan. Upon reading Subai's reply, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. After a while, she let out a mournful wail. Woe is me. This is a betrayal of the highest order. I shall never forgive you. In an instant, Xiao Mingyan recalled that Zhao Mingyue had been frantically purchasing Name metals the day before. Initially, she found it somewhat peculiar, but now she comprehended the true purpose behind Zhao Mingyue's acquisition of these metals. To her astonishment, the seemingly straightforward Zhao Mingyue was actually quite scheming. Ultimately, it was her own oversight that led to missing a significant opportunity to enhance their relationship. Xiao Mingyan now regretted not accompanying Zhao Mingyue to witness the marvels of Subai's repair shop, realizing that perhaps it could have been her who fostered that connection. No, just wait, Zhao Mingyue. Once I master this skill, I shall ensure you regret crossing me. Clenching her delicate fists and gritting her teeth, Xiao Mingyan harbored a fierce desire to devour Zhao Mingyue whole. She refrained from inquiring about Subai's purpose for the Name metals, as she believed that given his remarkable skills, he likely required the materials for repairs. Within the confines of the interstellar repair shop, Zhao Mingyue unveiled a satisfied smile, having long been vexed by Xiao Mingyan. That cunning little imp finally faced a day of reckoning. This joy was akin to witnessing the spectacle of mechanized armaments firsthand. Today truly was a splendid day. Zhao Mingyue's tone resonated with elation as she waved her hand, preparing to bid farewell to Subai. Goodbye, Boss Su. Yet, just as her right foot crossed the threshold of the interstellar repair shop, a man clad in a black cloak obstructed her path. This incited extreme dissatisfaction among those still waiting in line. Hey, what are you doing? Is it too much to wait in line? How long have we been waiting? It's quite inappropriate for you to cut in like this. Exactly. Go to the back of the line, or we won't be polite. Hearing this, Duan Han revealed a chilling smile, his tone icy as he uttered, noisy. Boom. In that moment, he unleashed his stellar energy. The power of a star-step mechanic was laid bare before them. Terrifying stellar energy enveloped the crowd waiting behind, rendering them instantly immobile. As this energy surged towards them, those at the forefront were crushed beneath its overwhelming force. The strongest among them barely ranked as Earth 3-star mechanics. How could they withstand the might of a star-step? Thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically as she entered a state of combat readiness. With her right hand, she lightly touched her star ring, poised to summon the Winter Swordmaster for battle. This scene, however, did not elicit much concern from Duan Han, who remarked, "You may attempt to see whether your mech can be deployed faster than my A-36 electromagnetic cannon." At that moment, a sleek black cannon, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, with a dark muzzle emanating a flickering blue light and crackling with electric arcs, was aimed directly at Zhao Mingyue. "36 electromagnetic cannon? Are you from the Cold Light Star?" Despite the weapon being pointed at her, Zhao Mingyue, born into a distinguished family, maintained her composure, quickly deducing the man's identity. Such antiquated weaponry was a relic only utilized by the Cold Light Star. While the cannon's power was not particularly overwhelming at such close range, even a Star Walker mech master would find themselves at a disadvantage. But so what? Soon, both you and the mechanic within shall descend into oblivion. As he spoke, his visage contorted into a sinister snarl, and with a finger adorned with sharp nails, he decisively pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon. Zhao Mingyue realized she was trapped, with no time to execute any means of escape. Moreover, her life-preserving devices might prove futile against the onslaught of such ancient weaponry. Alas, she never anticipated this. In her final moments, she cast a glance behind her. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. In a swift motion, Subai had arrived at her back. pulling her into the interstellar repair shop with remarkable urgency. Bang! Simultaneously, the electronic cannon has been unleashed. A crimson arc of light surged forth towards Zhao Mingyue. The crackling sound of the electric arc resembling a death knell. Duan Han's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Today, he could personally bring an end to the most formidable prodigy of the Blue Star generation, a young genius who had effortlessly ascended to the ranks of a star mechanic. He began to envision the rewards that awaited him upon his return. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the electronic cannon struck fiercely within the interstellar repair shop. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Duan Han's smile abruptly froze. The imagined downfall of Zhao Mingyue had not transpired. At that moment, a still-fraught Zhao Mingyue stared blankly at the slightly raised brow of Su Bai beside her. Boss Su, this. It didn't take long for her to regain her composure. This was the golden pattern she had previously observed, the celestial-level defensive barrier. Indeed, her senses had not deceived her. The interstellar repair shop truly possessed celestial-level power. The depths of this Boss Su were truly unfathomable. It is worth noting that throughout the vast Blue Star Alliance, and even within the Interstellar Alliance, places with celestial-level defensive capabilities are exceedingly rare. They are either fortified by celestial mechanics masters at interstellar strongholds or are experimental bases housing formidable engineers. And now, this seemingly unremarkable, or perhaps I should say, enigmatic repair shop possesses such formidable defenses? Chapter 33, The Eerie Duan Han. Fleet's exclusive mech. If Zhao Mingyue felt astonished, then Duan Han, whose robe had been blown away, was utterly horrified. He was the most direct witness to the terrifying power of the defensive barrier, and at that moment, beads of sweat, akin to mung beans, cascaded down his distorted, pallid visage. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he endeavored to escape the grip of his previous terror. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Mingyue instantly realized the gravity of the situation and urgently informed Su Bai. This cold light star being is not right. He must be a cyborg. Cold light star beings cannot wield stellar energy. Indeed, while she had felt a slight discord amid the life and death crisis, she had not pondered it deeply. Now, upon witnessing his appearance and considering the A-36 electronic cannon he wielded, the truth became apparent. This was a cold light star being capable of harnessing stellar energy. Or more precisely, a cyborg integrated with a stellar energy core. Such inhumane practices were strictly prohibited throughout the Galactic Alliance. Had the cold light star beings gone mad? Zhao Mingyue immediately grasped the severity of the issue and hastily opened her phone to access the emergency communication options. At that moment, Duan Han also began to recover from the residual effects of the Hung Tian-level defensive barrier. He gazed at Su Bai, his expression contorted with rage. Who on earth are you? He simply could not fathom how such a formidable power could arise from a mere Yunhai. The identity of the youth before him is likely extraordinary. At this moment, he is engaged in a relentless internal struggle. In his mind, wielding the power of the celestial level undoubtedly requires immense energy. In a short span of time, Su Bai cannot possibly activate it a second time. Should he choose to enter the interstellar repair shop now, he would undoubtedly be able to eliminate him. Yet, he hesitates, for he has already missed the opportune moment. Even if he could indeed slay Su Bai, he would inevitably face the consequences at the hands of the arriving enforcement team. Regardless, for the sake of his master's grand ambitions, he must eliminate him today. Ultimately, Duan Han resolves to act. He extends his pale, withered right arm to lightly touch the star ring adorned with skeletal patterns. An ominous purple glow erupts instantaneously. Subsequently, a colossal mech, stooped and nearly grazing the ground, clad in bone armor, with a visage reminiscent of a decaying creature, emanating a faint purple aura, stands imperiously at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. What is this? Upon witnessing this mech, the customers crouched on the ground are taken aback. Previously, they had failed to comprehend the reason behind Duan Han's thwarted attack. Now, as he enters the mech, the star power within them is siphoned away, allowing them to finally gaze upon the scene before them. Yet, this only intensifies their fear. I have never encountered such an eerie mech. The purple aura radiating from it makes me feel utterly unsettled. But wait, can this truly still be classified as a mech? The mech before them transcended their understanding. Upon closer inspection, it bore no metallic sheen, instead exuding an eerie semblance of white bones. Moreover, its hunched form deviated significantly from the conventional skeletal designs of mechs. Even among armed variants, such peculiarities were rare. The previously encountered Crotalus, while arched in its upper body, still maintained an upright posture. In stark contrast, This machine nearly lay flat against the ground. Their inability to recognize it was not unique. Zhao Mengwei too harbored doubts. What could have transpired on Cold Light Star? This could hardly be classified as a mech. As she spoke, she glanced towards Subai, a formidable mechanic who might discern the true nature of this contraption. Unfortunately, Subai appeared equally astonished. He did not recognize the mech before him, yet he discerned a shadow of a certain type of mech within it, the XR-584 Universal Starwalker mech, known as the Field Tiger. Field Tiger? Subai, are you suggesting this is a Field Tiger? The issue lay in its appearance, which bore no resemblance whatsoever. Upon hearing the name Field Tiger, Zhao Mingyue seemed taken aback. Typically, Field Tigers were war mechs exclusively equipped by interstellar fleets, accessible only to a select few. Her astonishment stemmed from this revelation. If the mech before them truly was a Field Tiger, the implications were dire. This indicated the presence of a traitor within the Blue Star Alliance. The individual in question even possessed the capability to procure such fleet-exclusive mechs. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue felt a profound chill within. This was no mere issue concerning a Cold Light Star cyborg, but rather, it likely concealed a far more insidious conspiracy. As she pondered this, Duan Han piloted the Field Tiger towards the interstellar repair shop with fervor. With a swift motion, he swung the titanium blade in his grasp. Its ominous purple aura surging towards the vibranium wall of the repair shop, intent on corroding it. His hunched form twisted grotesquely, and simultaneously, the titanium blade swept horizontally towards the entrance of the repair shop. Just before it made contact with the wall, his joints contorted at an unnatural 90-degree angle, aiming directly at Zhao Mingyue and Su Bai within the interstellar repair shop. Bang! A brilliant flash of gold erupted. The Field Tiger, piloted by Duan Han, was hurled backward with a resounding crash. The terrifying recoil left the mech's fearsome right arm vacant, as the entire machine was sent sprawling. Customers on the ground, witnessing the impending descent of this colossal entity, fled in panic. Boom! The Field Tiger impacted the ground, its massive form, weighing several hundred tons, instantly creating a deep crater upon landing. Meanwhile, Duan Han, ensconced within the mech, was utterly dazed. The immense force had thrown him off balance, and his internal organs suffered considerable trauma. Cough, cough. He expelled a mouthful of green blood, his gaze directed towards the interstellar repair shop, filled with despair. It was impossible. Impossible that such a level of energy could be sustained repeatedly. Haha, how could that be? His eyes were bloodshot, veins pulsating ominously. Forcing the Tiger of the Field to rise, a frenzied voice erupted from within him. You refuse to show yourself, do you? Then today, I shall raise this vicinity to the ground. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a surge of purple energy erupted from his being, sweeping across the surroundings. The moment this purple mist touched the ground, it corroded the earth like a ravenous pest, creating vast craters. He was prepared to bring them all down with him in a cataclysmic embrace. Zhao Mingyue, witnessing the deranged Duan Han, clenched her fists so tightly that bruises began to form. Gritting her teeth, she took a resolute step forward. Stop. In her eyes, Duan Han was targeting her, and she could not bear to watch him harm the innocent. Especially since most of them were this year's candidates, the hope of the Blue Star Alliance and the future of China. Yet, just as she was poised to face her demise heroically, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Su Bai's magnetic voice resonated. Allow me. Chapter 34. The Sword of Summoning. A sword shattering the void. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhao Mingyue was about to intervene. Unfortunately, Su Bai had already stepped forward, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. He was undeniably enraged. Dong Han's actions had crossed a line, and although the confrontation began with the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai had no intention of allowing him to depart unscathed. Moreover, the audacity to assault his own customer and leave his repair shop in disarray was utterly intolerable. If news of this incident were to spread, who would dare to come to him for upgrades or repairs in the future? To obstruct a man's livelihood is akin to murdering his parents. Furthermore, the revenue from the repair shop was the very foundation of Su Bai's strength. Dong Han was undoubtedly doomed. Observing Su Bai's expression, Zhao Mingyue instinctively recoiled, deterred from offering further counsel. Yet, a warm feeling blossomed within her heart. She never anticipated that Su Bai would prove to be such a paragon of virtue, a selfless hero willing to risk everything for the future of their nation. In her eyes, Su Bai now appeared almost ethereal, and she found herself harboring an inexplicable affection for him. Even a formidable woman like Zhao Mingyue could not help but daydream about heroic rescues. She envisioned her beloved piloting an unparalleled mech, traversing the vast cosmos to save her from peril, rescuing the world in the process. Subai was blissfully unaware of the elaborate drama Zhao Mingyue had woven around him. To be candid, he did not possess such magnanimity. His intervention was purely a matter of confidence in his own capabilities. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe? What choices he would ultimately make remained a mystery until that moment arrived. The instant Subai stepped out of the mecha shop, a fierce crimson glint flashed in Duan Han's eyes as the one-armed field tiger charged directly at him, enshrouded once again by that enigmatic purple aura. Duan Han's lips curled into a sardonic smile. How naive these ants were, their lives paled in comparison to his own precious existence. At that moment, he felt elated. Should he and the other patrons be consumed in a cataclysm, it would be an unwise gamble for him. His primary objective was to leverage these individuals to draw Subai out, yet uncertainty loomed in his heart. Fortunately, Subai had indeed emerged. In that instant, he unleashed his full strength. The remaining left arm tightened its grip from within the skeletal armor, and in a heartbeat, a bone sickle materialized in his left hand. Almost simultaneously, the purple aura enveloped the sickle, and though it was capable of corroding metal and earth, the aura did not inflict any damage upon the weapon. Instead, it seamlessly merged with it, transforming into a fierce phantom of a tiger. Innate skill, Purple Fiend Tiger Sickle. Roar. The tiger apparition howled, exuding overwhelming might. Surging forward with the force of thunder, directly aimed at Subai. Boom. A deafening roar echoed. Amidst the swirling smoke, Duan Han halted his advance, gazing skyward with a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, this is worth it. He was acutely aware that such a ruckus would leave him no chance of escape. Yet, before facing his demise, the prospect of slaying Subai rendered his efforts significant. Oh, worth it, you say? A voice rich in magnetism interrupted his mirth. Duan Han struggled to muster confidence as he commanded the field tiger to turn. Before him stood an imposing mech, resplendent in crimson and black, exuding an aura of profound authority. A mech? Upon comprehending the chaos before him, Duan Han was initially taken aback, only to swiftly dismiss it. I thought it might be something formidable. But it's merely a nimble mech that evaded a strike. He scoffed. But what can such a diminutive construct do against me? In his eyes, this mech, barely 3 meters tall and smaller than his own head, posed no threat whatsoever. It could only boast speed, making it slightly troublesome to deal with. A well-aimed shot from him would suffice to send it on its way. Is that so? Came Subai's cold retort. Soon, Duan Han noticed the flickering blue light within the chaos, accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy that made him shudder. At that moment, the field tiger's information flashed before Subai's eyes. Mutated skeletal body, corrupted tiger. Length, 31 meters. Weight, 500 tons. Engine power, 15 million kilowatts. Thrust, 500 million kilograms. The original mech known as the Corrupt Tiger was forged through a unique energy transformation that distorted its skeletal structure and amplified its corrosive power. Its vulnerability lies at the junction of the upper and lower limbs with the lumbar region. This almost unseen mutated mech, under the influence of its special trait, the Celestial Eye, reveals itself in its entirety. Unlike the conventional method of retrieving mech information from a database, the Celestial Eye functions more like a colossal search engine directly connected to the cosmos. Any mech that has been created, regardless of whether it exists within the Star Alliance's database, can be identified by the Celestial Eye as long as there are traces to follow. Previously, Subai had considered the Celestial Eye to be somewhat superfluous. Little did he anticipate that it would prove invaluable so soon. The Corrupt Tiger? Subai murmured. This utterance struck Duan Han like a bolt of lightning. His impending attack halted abruptly as he turned to Subai in astonishment. How do you know the name of the Corrupt Tiger? This is a mech created by my master. Even the Blue Star Alliance could not possibly acquire any information about it. Who on earth are you? Could you be one of our own? Duan Han's doubts about Subai's identity intensified, suspecting he might be an ally. After all, the name Corrupt Tiger could only be known by those within their organization. Was this not akin to a great flood inundating the Dragon King's temple? If he were indeed to eliminate a prodigious mechanic secretly nurtured by the organization, the consequences would be dire. At the moment when Duan Han felt paralyzed, Subai's emotionless voice resonated, the one who will slay you. Simultaneously, in his hand, a pitch-black sword emanated a faint metallic sheen, standing majestically in the air. The instant this colossal blade materialized, it seemed as though all metallic substances in the vicinity lost their autonomy, swiftly rushing towards the great sword, the patron's mobile phones, the severed right arm of the corrupted tiger, and the shattered remnants of the titanium sword powder. As the metallic elements converged, the initially 10-meter-long black sword began to expand incessantly. Above the firmament, clouds swirled, resembling an inverted tornado, while debris soared from the ground as if gravity had ceased to exist. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. Upon reaching a staggering 40 meters, Duan Han was horrified to discover that his corrupted tiger had spiraled out of control, hurtling towards the sword's edge. A gifted technique. The sword of attraction. No. This is impossible. You cannot do this. At this moment, Duan Han was utterly terrified by Su Bai's prowess. Whether it was the previous Hung Tian-level defensive array or the mech armor that evaded his lethal strike, he could easily recognize his own piloted corrupted tiger. And now, this sword, extending a formidable 40 meters, pointed towards the celestial gate, flinging it wide open. An overwhelming sense of regret flooded his heart. Duan Han pondered why he had been blinded by greed, why he had disregarded his master's commands to provoke such a calamity. Yet it was too late. The tearing of the fabric was as effortless as slicing tofu, effortlessly cleaving the corrupted tiger in two. Along with it, the chilling segment within was also divided. Bang! In an instant, the sound of an explosion erupted, flames scattering in all directions, a dazzling firework ignited by the mecha illuminating the sky above the interstellar mecha shop. Chapter 35, The Fleet Arrives, South River's Mightiest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Duan Han's fall, Su Bai emerged from the chaos, observing the ethereal figure before him. Clad in pristine white, the onlookers, now distanced, could not help but swallow hard. What kind of technique was that? A talent skill? How could one possess such extraordinary aptitude? Wait, isn't this Su Bai a mechanic? How does he wield such formidable combat prowess? A Star Strider mecha master was unexpectedly vanquished by a mere mechanic? Hiss, this Su Bai appears to be not much older than us. How has he managed to elevate both his mechanical and mecha skills to such heights at this age? No. It seems he employed mecha armaments? Have combat-class mecha armaments truly come into existence? How can mecha armaments possess such terrifying power? I cannot comprehend. It is indeed perplexing. Before arriving here, I understood nothing, and now my confusion has only deepened. You are well versed in the art of nonsensical literature. Clearly, I am merely here to fill the numbers. Having survived a great calamity, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. The earlier tension and dread had transformed into a profound sense of ease as they gazed at Su Bai ahead, their hearts brimming with gratitude. Although Duan Han had come for Su Bai, they were but innocent bystanders. Yet, had Su Bai not intervened, they would surely have perished at Duan Han's hands. Undoubtedly. This is a life-saving grace. Zhao Mingwei gazed at Su Bai, who was slowly approaching her. Under the influence of the filter, her heartbeat quickened slightly. Concurrently, she felt a tinge of shame for underestimating Su Bai's prowess. She could never have anticipated that the mech armament possessed such formidable power. It had indeed transcended a significant threshold by cleaving through the star-drifting mech, even though that segment of Han had suffered severe damage from the defensive formation. It was still not something the Sky Mech could contend with. Was this the innate ability of Boss Su? It seemed to possess the extraordinary power to attract all surrounding metallic substances. If utilized on the interstellar battlefield, this maneuver would undoubtedly become a devastating weapon. From a young age, Zhao Mingwei had harbored a keen interest in various fleet formations and mech techniques, and she immediately recognized the terrifying aspect of the attraction sword. This technique, while perhaps not the most formidable in a one-on-one confrontation, truly displayed its terrifying potential in chaotic battles, whether it be disrupting enemy formations or inflicting widespread damage. Its capabilities were exceptional. Currently, Su Bai was merely a Sky Mech Master. If he were to evolve into a Starfall or even a Celestial Mech Master, he would possess strategic-level combat power. One individual could rival at least a 30-member interstellar fleet. As she beheld Su Bai, who was now within arm's reach, Zhao Mingyue found herself at a loss for words. Countless sentiments ultimately condensed into a single expression of gratitude. Thank you, Boss Su, for your assistance. However, there seemed to be quite a few witnesses today. At that moment, it seemed inevitable that inquiries would arise. In Zhao Mingyue's perspective, Su Bai's talent was undoubtedly at least of SS grade or higher, and the fact that he had not enrolled in a mecha university indicated that he harbored his own intentions. However, the events of today could hardly remain concealed, and it was uncertain what Su Bai's plans entailed. Su Bai, upon hearing this, was rather indifferent. It mattered not, for he would simply respond truthfully when the time came. Given that the other party had managed to acquire a formidable tiger, it was nearly impossible for him to obscure the occurrences of today. Instead of attempting to hide, he resolved to leverage the power of the enforcers and the fleet, ensuring that those petty individuals would think twice before overstepping their bounds in public. In fact, Subai had already made arrangements to reside within the interstellar maintenance shop. As long as he was within the shop, he feared no one. He possessed the authority to expand, making it effortless to create a room for himself. He was well aware of the wisdom in the adage that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Just then, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. Boom, boom. 3 star-treading mechs appeared almost simultaneously above the interstellar maintenance shop. Upon sighting these 3 mechs, Subai raised an eyebrow. Leading them was a machine adorned with a pale blue light armor, its leg thrusters uniquely designed in a swirling circular pattern. Unlike the typical particle thrusters found on ordinary mechs, with similar devices affixed to its arms. This was the DS-584, a speed-oriented star-treading mech known as the Whirlwind. Standing at a height of 32 meters and weighing 540 tons, the formidable machine boasts an engine power of 22 million kilowatts and a thrust of 620 million kilograms. Behind it looms a striking figure adorned in a vibrant blend of red and yellow, wielding a crimson titanium saber in its left hand and a golden beam sword in its right. This heavily armored entity, crowned with a distinctive headscarf, is none other than the Fu-574, a power-type Starstrider mech, known as the Twin Ninja. Next to the Twin Ninja stands a slender, immaculate white machine, reaching 30 meters in height and weighing 600 tons, equipped with an engine power of 21 million kilowatts and a thrust of 650 million kilograms. This armed variant, designated BC-623, is known as the Snow Cannon, featuring an array of beam cannons, plasma guns, and precision electronic pulse cannons. It has an outer armor weight of 120 tons and an engine power of 24 million kilowatts. As these 3 mechs materialized above the interstellar repair shop, the murmurs of the patrons abruptly ceased, their discussions silenced in an instant. Zhao Mingyue's gaze shifted, her eyes reflecting a subtle change. The Yunlong Squad, the Whirlpool, Twin Ninja, and Snow Cannon. These mechs are unmistakable in their design. They belong to the Yunlong Squad, acclaimed as the most formidable Starstrider team in Nanjing. Yet, it was unexpected for the Yunlong Squad to appear in Yunhai. Shouldn't they be stationed in the defense of the starry skies? Upon hearing Zhao Mingyue utter the name of the Yunlong Squad, the atmosphere thickened with intrigue. Subai was somewhat taken aback. The most formidable team from Nanjiang? Indeed, it was unexpected for them to be present here. Zhao Mingyue pondered whether this could be a maneuver orchestrated by Zhao Tianming, but she swiftly dismissed that notion. She had made it abundantly clear that the arrival was merely that of an injured individual, a first-star metamorph from the Cold Light Star. There was no necessity for the Yunlong team to intervene personally. As she grappled with her confusion, a mech descended from the sky. 3 figures emerged, with the foremost being a stern-faced young man. Behind him, a curious youth with somewhat yellowish hair surveyed the surroundings. And trailing behind him was a striking young lady with silver hair and an exquisite figure, her gaze flitting between Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. "Did you two do this?" inquired Xing Yunlong, the captain of the Yunlong team, as he approached Su Bai directly, pointedly disregarding Zhao Mingyue and fixating on Su Bai. "Come on, Captain Xing. Don't be so serious. You might frighten the young ones." The yellow-haired youth, Huang Lin, chimed in as he patted Xing Yunlong on the shoulder, offering a friendly smile to Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. "I'm Huang Lin. Don't mind Captain Xing. That's just his temperament. Enough of the banter, you two. We are here on a mission," the final member, and Shui, remarked with a roll of her eyes, her expression softening as she turned to Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. "First, could you please explain what exactly transpired?" Chapter 36, could you please repeat that? Upon hearing Shui's inquiry, Zhao Mingyue glanced at Su Bai for confirmation. After receiving a slight nod, she proceeded to recount the events that had transpired earlier. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning the existence of the Hung Tian-level defensive barrier within the interstellar repair shop. Instead, she focused on Duan Han's circumstances and the process by which Su Bai had dispatched him. When Zhao Mingyue revealed that Duan Han was a cyborg from the Cold Light Star, she could distinctly sense the expressions of Xing Yunlong and his companions darkening. However, when she disclosed that the mech utilized by Duan Han was a modified Changhu, a powerful surge of star energy erupted from Xing Yunlong, creating a wave of energy that swept through the space, clearly indicating his intense anger. Indeed, a traitor had infiltrated the fleet. Had the Reformed Church's agents burrowed this deeply? Hey, old Xing. Huang Lin interjected hastily as Xing Yunlong mentioned the name of the Reformed Church, clearly recognizing that it was not a moniker suited for discussion in the presence of outsiders. Xing Yunlong, however, paid little heed to this caution. And Shui then reminded Zhao Mengwei and Su Bai, "You two must not divulge what you just heard, otherwise, you may very well end up in an interstellar court." Su Bai remained unfazed by this warning, but Zhao Mengyue's heart skipped a beat. "Is it a cult? Oh, you actually know about cults? Who are you?" Upon hearing Zhao Mengyue refer to cults, and Shui and the others were taken aback. This title is something that an ordinary student from the Mecha University would hardly know. Zhao Mengyue, a freshman from Xinghai University, decided to introduce herself. Upon hearing that she hailed from Xinghai University, the expressions of the others relaxed slightly, so she was a student from Xinghai, which made her knowledge of the cult less surprising. Indeed, the Transformation Church is a notorious cult that has been quite active recently. Our presence here is due to them, and Shui remarked nonchalantly. At this point, Zhao Mengyue finally comprehended why the strongest team in Nanjing, the Yunlong team, was present. They were indeed tracking the Transformation Church. It seemed they had been keeping an eye on this cult for quite some time. Well, we have a general understanding of the situation. May I ask how to address this young man? After grasping the situation, Xing Yunlong turned his gaze towards the silent Su Bai. According to Zhao Mengyue, it was he who executed that icy assassination. Although the strength of the Cold Light Star's transformer was not particularly formidable, he was still a stellar mecha master. The fact that the young Su Bai possessed such strength surprised the trio. Su Bai, the owner of the interstellar repair shop, he replied with a smile, gesturing towards the repair shop behind him. Only then did Xing Yunlong and his companions notice the interstellar repair shop, momentarily taken aback. Was the wall of this repair shop made of vibranium? Wait, you're the owner? So, you are a mechanic? They never anticipated that the one capable of vanquishing the Starwalker Mecha Master would be a mere mechanic. Moreover, his repair shop is constructed entirely from vibranium. Even Xing Yunlong has developed a keen interest in Su Bai at this moment. Huang Lin approaches Su Bai directly and seizes his hands, exclaiming, "My young brother, what is your level of expertise in mechanics? My dual ninja has encountered a minor issue. Could you take a look?" Huang Lin, appearing carefree, is, in fact, quite astute. Upon observing the exterior of the interstellar repair shop and recalling Su Bai's prowess, he instantly perceives Su Bai's remarkable talent. Perhaps this young man before him is a star-level mechanic. After Huang Lin speaks, Xing Yunlong and Shui also react, casting inquisitive glances at Su Bai, seemingly eager to discern whether he is as extraordinary as they speculate. Su Bai gazes at the enthusiastic Huang Lin, contemplates for a moment, and responds nonchalantly, "My skills are decent." "Well then, how about you take a look?" Huang Lin assumes Su Bai is being modest and amiably pulls him into the interstellar repair shop without hesitation. Given Huang Lin's fervent demeanor, Su Bai, not intending to return home today, decides to assist him. However, as they enter the repair shop, Su Bai kindly warns, "My services do not come cheap. No worries. I have the funds." In Huang Lin's view, his dual ninjas merely had a minor malfunction, which could be resolved with a maximum of 1 million star coins. Observing Huang Lin and Su Bai entering, Xing Yunlong and Shui exchanged a glance before promptly following suit. They were also somewhat curious about the capabilities of this Su Bai, the store manager. Zhao Mengyue had initially intended to join them, but as the evening had grown late, she needed to return to school. Moreover, the individuals Zhao Tianming had arranged for her protection were already waiting outside the interstellar repair shop. Perhaps she would return another time. Shaking her head slightly, Zhao Mengyue approached the woman in uniform with a smile. "Aunt Zhang, I didn't expect to see you here." Aunt Zhang looked at Zhao Mengyue with a resigned smile, reaching out to gently tap her smooth forehead. "You have no idea. You just scared your father half to death. He quickly contacted me to check on the situation." "I understand," Zhao Mengyue replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that her relationship with her father was indeed quite good. After all, they were father and daughter, yet she truly did not wish to return to the Zhao family. "Ah, let us get you home first. How did you find this repair shop? It seems rather impressive." Aunt Zhang, understanding Zhao Mengyue's sentiments, refrained from further comments and instead inquired about the interstellar repair shop. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Mengyue instantly perked up, eagerly recounting the wonders of Su Bai. Aunt Zhang listened in astonishment. "Is Su Bai truly as remarkable as you describe?" She had never witnessed Zhao Mengyue so effusively praise a man of similar age, her tone laced with playful undertones. Of course, Zhao Mengyue, oblivious to Aunt Zhang's insinuation, nodded vigorously with unwavering certainty. Little Ye had indeed grown up. Observing this, and Zhang couldn't help but feel a sense of contemplation, pondering whether to share this matter with Zhao Tianming. However, she reconsidered, recalling the adage that a father-in-law's irritation only escalates with each passing glance at his son-in-law. It would be best not to subject the general to unnecessary distress, given his temperament, should he discover that his beloved daughter had been whisked away. He might very well unleash interstellar cruise missiles. One could only imagine him deploying his personal security detail to Subai for rigorous interrogation. Despite Zhao Tianming's usual demeanor of indifference, those familiar with him understood that he was, without a doubt, a devoted father to his daughter. It was better to let him find out in his own time. Aunt Zhang smiled faintly, shifting the conversation away from Subai and instead delving into familial anecdotes, all while piloting her hovercraft towards Yundu. Shortly after Zhao Mengwei and Aunt Zhang departed from the interstellar repair shop, a sudden exclamation erupted from Huang Lin. "How much did you say?" "Haha, Brother Su, my hearing hasn't been quite right lately. Could you repeat that?" At that moment, Huang Lin's gaze towards Su Bai was rather intricate. It was indeed Su Bai's recent quotation that had momentarily caught him off guard. There were two options. With the price for the highest tier set at 180 million star coins, Su Bai reiterated his words once more. This time, not only Huang Lin, but even In Shui and Xing Yunlong cast peculiar glances towards Su Bai. "Young man, do not be so absurd. By any measure, the dual mech before us is merely slightly worn. Even with the most extravagant materials, it could never exceed 10 million star coins. Yet, here you are, demanding a staggering 180 million star coins? This price nearly rivals that of a new dual mech. It is important to note that the dual mech possesses the innate ability of a star-step mech. You are merely proposing to repair some minor wear and tear. Yet you expect payment equivalent to that of an entire mech? Pray tell, are you using celestial alloy for your repairs?" Chapter 37, The Revelation of Hypothesis. The feasibility of dual talents. What about the other option? Huang Lin finally swallowed hard, preparing to hear the price of the alternative repair method proposed by Su Bai. The quotation from the other party would ultimately determine whether he would label him as a swindler. The alternative was comparatively affordable, merely 1 million star coins. Su Bai straightforwardly presented the second method, which involved restoring the worn areas. Given his current capabilities, accomplishing this task would be a breeze. Moreover, the necessary metallic materials could be effortlessly procured through the interstellar network. Upon hearing the second price, Huang Lin immediately felt a sense of relief. This was the standard price he had previously anticipated, while discreetly peeling away the label of swindler from Su Bai. He couldn't help but wonder why there was such a vast discrepancy between the two quotations. It wasn't only Huang Lin. Both Xing Yunlong and In Shui shared a similar curiosity upon hearing Su Bai's second offer. The other party was clearly aware of what the normal repair costs for minor wear and tear were. So why then had he quoted an exorbitant repair fee of 180 million star coins? Was there some underlying reason for this? Su Bai revealed no mystery. The 180 million could facilitate the awakening of the dual ninja's second talent and the development of a specialized proficiency. As for the 1 million star coins, it merely covered the restoration of the dual ninja's worn areas. Just moments before, while examining the dual ninjas, a system prompt had appeared before him. Ding! The detection of the Starfall mech has confirmed its eligibility for third-tier enhancement. Following this enhancement, the mech's potential will significantly increase, granting access to intermediate talent skills and specialized traits. Previously, Su Bai pondered whether a mech endowed with talent skills could awaken a second talent skill. Now, he has received his answer. It is indeed possible. The third-tier interstellar enhancement requires 1,000 interstellar points, equivalent to a staggering 10 million star coins. The price of 180 million is not exorbitant. However, he is concerned that such a high price may be beyond the reach of most. Generally, the cost of a standard Starfall mech hovers around 10 million, making an 18-fold increase difficult for the average person to bear. Even among Starfall mech artisans, there exists a qualitative disparity between those with talent skills and those without, leading to vastly different abilities to acquire star coins. Su Bai's words resonated powerfully, leaving the three present in a state of shock. The expansive maintenance bay was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence, particularly for Huang Lin. Upon hearing Su Bai mention the awakening of a second talent skill and specialized traits, he could no longer absorb any further information. His mind was consumed by the concepts of the second talent skill and specialized traits. As his gaze grew increasingly fervent, his heart raced uncontrollably. The sum of 180 million star coins, while daunting, was still within his grasp, albeit it would deplete nearly all his savings from recent years. Yet, if this substantial enhancement could indeed be realized for the twin ninjas, he deemed it worthwhile. With the acquisition of a dual talent skill, one could even dare to challenge Xing Yunlong and ascend to the position of captain of the Yunlong squad. Is this truly the case? The first to speak was not Huang Lin. Rather, Xing Yunlong preemptively inquired. It was impossible to resist the allure of Su Bai's proposition, as very few mecha engineers could withstand such temptation. A second talent skill. While such occurrences exist, they are extraordinarily rare. Only immensely powerful mechas, classified above the star-breaking level, possess a minuscule 1 in a billion chance of having a second talent skill. Yet here stood this young lad, claiming that for a mere 180 million star coins, one could bestow a mecha with a second talent skill, as well as specialized characteristics. Xing Yunlong, who had witnessed many grand spectacles, had never encountered anything quite like this. It was nothing short of astonishing. Of course, he did not wholly trust Su Bai's words. Skepticism lingered in his gaze. Indeed, we can formalize this with a contract. Su Bai continued to advocate for the binding agreement. At this point, the three of them could no longer remain seated. They understood the profound, binding nature of contracts. Any violation would result in a penalty exceeding tenfold. What if one were unable to compensate? Oh, that was simple. One would be sent to the Starry Prison or undergo border reformation, a scenario they were quite familiar with. Excellent. Let it be the 180 million variety. I shall sign the contract with you right now. Huang Lin could no longer contain himself. He immediately acquiesced to Su Bai's terms, fearing that such an opportunity might only present itself once. If Xie Yunlong and Shui were to seize the opportunity first, it would surely bring me to tears. Indeed. Upon hearing Huang Lin speak, Shui and Xie Yunlong both sighed. Alas, it is too late. They had been teammates for many years, regardless of the temptation. They could never engage in a bidding war. Moreover, this was inherently Huang Lin's fortune. Yet, a twinge of bitterness lingered in their hearts, lamenting that they might have missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please wait a moment. Upon seeing Huang Lin choose the first option, Su Bai was not surprised. Given that the individual possessed a dual ninja mecha and was a member of the strongest team in Nanjiang, they must have some financial backing, right? After tapping the central control panel a few times, a contract materialized in his hands, which Su Bai promptly handed over to Huang Lin. Huang Lin swiftly scanned the document and, without a moment's hesitation, signed his name. Ding! An amount of 180 million star coins was credited. With this deposit, Su Bai's account now boasted a staggering total of 200 million. Even if he were to close his shop and cease all activities right now, it would suffice for him to lead a life of abundance, acquiring whatever he desired. Indeed, mechas are a costly affair. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Bai instructed the three of them to depart from the maintenance room. Gazing at the dual ninja before him and contemplating Huang Lin's talent, Su Bai stroked his chin and mused. Is the Golden Fire dual attribute possible? It is indeed my first encounter with someone possessing dual elemental talents. Indeed, Huang Lin, possessing the rare dual ninja talent, is an exceptional individual endowed with both metal and fire attributes. Regrettably, his mastery over these elements is rather modest, classified as C-level talent. Even when combined, they only elevate his abilities to B-level. Nonetheless, this rarity is remarkable, and in certain respects, the infrequency of dual attributes rivals that of S-level talents. The first innate skill is the Blade of Gung Metal. How fitting that the second innate skill remains a mystery. With a decision in mind, Su Bai placed his right hand upon the dual ninja before him. The third-tier interstellar enhancement commenced. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye. For hours had passed. Outside, Huang Lin continuously craned his neck to peer into the maintenance room. But alas, Su Bai chose to seal the room during both the enhancement and repairs. Even with his eager gaze, he could not discern the happenings within. Observing Huang Lin's anxious demeanor, Shui could not help but chuckle. You've paid your dues and signed the contract. Your impatience is of no consequence. Ha! Shui, don't speak so lightly. If you were in my position, would you not feel exhilarated? Would you not be eager to uncover the truth? Huang Lin shot Shui a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with excitement as he anticipated the acquisition of his second innate skill. I'm not particularly excited, after all. It's not my mech. At this, Shui puffed out her cheeks, her gaze shifting. But do you really believe such a thing is possible? I'm uncertain. But I have faith in him. Huang Lin paused for a moment before nodding. For some reason, I find this boss Su exceedingly enigmatic. Despite his youth, he exudes an aura that feels profoundly unfathomable. Indeed, your intuition is accurate. Even I cannot see through this boss Su, Xing Yunlong interjected. Moreover, the fact that he was able to vanquish the mutated field tiger and eliminate Duan Han is a testament to his prowess, which rivals our own. He continued, I am quite eager. Should he truly enable the dual ninjas to acquire dual innate abilities, we would be witnessing history. With that, Xing Yunlong crossed his arms and silently gazed towards the maintenance room. And Shui and Huang Lin fell into a similarly contemplative silence, anticipating Su Bai's masterpiece. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, followed by a surge of heat sweeping through the door of the maintenance room towards the trio. Chapter 38. A Fresh Start. The excited Huang Lin. A searing wave of heat surged forth, unleashing a torrent of scorching air. The trio, Xing Yunlong and his companions, hastily summoned their stellar energies to counteract the onslaught. With the aid of their celestial might, the intense heat circumvented them, crashing against the vibranium wall, which glowed a faint crimson from the overwhelming temperature. What is happening? The most anxious among them was Huang Lin, acutely aware that his precious dual nin was still within the maintenance chamber. The explosive sounds echoing from within, accompanied by the fierce heat waves, filled him with trepidation for the safety of his dual nin. Could it have exploded? And Shui, noticing Huang Lin's distress, could not resist teasing him, though she too harbored her own doubts. It was merely a maintenance mech. Even if awakened with innate abilities, such a commotion seemed excessive. Only Xing Yunlong maintained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance to the maintenance room. Creak! At that moment, the door swung open, and Xing Yunlong darted inside, beating Huang Lin to it. Huang Lin, witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm, Old Xing, have you no sense of decorum? That is my dual nin. The thought that he was not the first to see his own dual nin was more unbearable than death itself. Haha, who told you to be so slow? And Shui seized the opportunity amid Huang Lin's despair, striding forth with long strides towards the maintenance chamber. Huang Lin could no longer contain himself. You too. Do not go too far. Everyone, stop right now. It's one thing not to be the first to witness my own mech, but to be reduced to the third? How can I possibly accept this? With a surge of star power, flames engulfed my feet as I propelled myself towards the repair bay. Bam! However, as I entered the repair area, I collided directly with Xing Yunlong, who was clad in armor. It felt as though I had crashed into a steel wall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Old Xing, what are you doing? Why don't you step aside? But as I continued, my words abruptly ceased upon raising my gaze to behold the dual ninja. At that moment, the headband adorning the dual ninja had transformed from its previous yellow and red to a brilliant golden hue, as if draped in a suit of glazed battle armor. The quality significantly elevated from before. Moreover, the mech's height had reached an astounding 35 meters. Typically, the height of a Star Treader mech ranges from 30 to 50 meters, with anything beyond that classified as a Starbreaker mech. Originally, the dual ninja was merely a Star Treader level 1 mech, standing at 30 meters. Now, it astonishingly rivaled the height of a Starbreaker level 3 mech. The titanium longsword in the dual ninja's left hand had vanished, replaced by an entirely black blade. While the beam sword in the right hand had also undergone a transformation, its former golden glow was now accompanied by a brilliant white light. Black gold, energy sword, and Shui immediately recognized the two rejuvenated weapons before her. As a master of armed mechas, her discernment of weaponry and materials far surpassed that of Huang Lin. Conversely, she was utterly astonished. She could not comprehend how Su Bai had managed to enhance Huang Lin's dual blades to such an extraordinary degree in such a brief span of time. Both the black gold and the energy sword were exceptional even among star-grade materials, and their availability was exceedingly rare. Just the enhancement of these two weapons, and Shui estimated, was worth at least 50 million star coins. In stark contrast, Huang Lin gazed at the Shuang Rin before him, tears of gratitude welling at the corners of his mouth. To say nothing of other factors, its mere appearance was worth at least 80 million. He now held unwavering faith in Su Bai's words. In such a short time, Su Bai had remarkably transformed the Shuang Rin beyond recognition. Boss Su, may I give it a try? In that moment, Huang Lin was momentarily speechless, forgetting that the mecha before him actually belonged to him. Su Bai smiled and nodded. Of course, it is indeed your mecha. With Su Bai's permission. Huang Lin could no longer contain the excitement swelling within him. He leaped directly into the Shuang Rin. As the neural link successfully connected, the glazed armor of the mecha instantly shimmered with brilliant flames, endowing its form with an even more extraordinary presence. Huang Lin moved his arms and legs, feeling that his movements were not only effortless but even lighter than before. It was then that he discovered the reason. Upon witnessing the core power source, Huang Lin could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This outcry was naturally overheard by Xing Yunlong and In Shui, whose faces were etched with regret at that moment. Had they known that Su Bai possessed such extraordinary mechanical skills, they would have eagerly seized the opportunity to speak first. However, it seemed that such enhancement could only be accomplished this once, given the scarcity of materials. Huang Lin was truly fortunate, sighed Xing Yunlong resignedly, and Shui nodded in agreement. Her tone tinged with bitterness. This is indeed the blessing of fools. How could one not feel envious? Reflecting on the earlier state of the Shuangren, and now considering its current form, it was astonishing. Not only had the appearance changed, but the weaponry had also been upgraded. And even the core power source had been transformed into a fusion of half stellar stone and half monzhong. The stellar stone is the quintessential material for the core power source of the Breaking Star mech. Although it constituted only half, its power output still exceeded the limits of the Treading Star mech. Even if Su Bai had not enabled the Shuangren to awaken its innate abilities, Huang Lin would still come out ahead. But was that even a possibility? A master mechanic capable of such an extraordinary transformation in such a short span of time would surely not let this opportunity slip away unexploited. For hours, Su Bai accomplished all of this in merely 4 hours. What could an ordinary star-level mechanic achieve in that time frame? At most, they might manage a simple repainting. Now, they regarded Su Bai with a newfound respect. Let us not speak of how the other party, despite their youth, possesses combat prowess that rivals their own. Merely the opponent's mastery of mobile repair techniques is enough to render them in awe. To think that they truly possess dual talents. Soon, Huang Lin's voice resounded once more, its timbre slightly strained even through the mech's interface. Hold on, let us try a different location. Observing Huang Lin's eagerness, Su Bai directed the trio to step outside for their testing. After all, the aftermath of the recent battle had left this place in disarray, so it seemed prudent to conduct their trials here. Open the hatch, Su Bai spoke nonchalantly, and immediately, the ceiling of the maintenance bay parted dramatically. This was a discovery he made after acquiring full permissions. It turned out that each maintenance bay could be opened directly above, facilitating the movement of mechs. The three, however, were not surprised by this. Many repair shops had similar arrangements. Moreover, their minds were wholly focused on the newly awakened dual talent of Huang Lin. Both Xing Yunlong and In Shui were filled with curiosity about the nature of Huang Lin's second talent. After all, it was bestowed by Su Bai himself. Having witnessed the opponent's capabilities, one could only wonder what extraordinary power this talent would wield. Chapter 39. The Fiery Blade of Metal. An earthquake. Buzz. Soon, the two ninjas exited the maintenance room and arrived at the entrance. However, due to the previous upheaval, the individuals who had been waiting in line had already departed. The events of the day had left them shaken, and with the members of the Yunlong team present, remaining at the entrance seemed futile. They would have to await the morning's news for further developments. The exterior of the interstellar repair shop remained in disarray. The trio, led by Xing Yunlong, had not contacted logistics in the immediate aftermath. Observing the chaotic surroundings, and Shui tapped her smooth forehead. Realizing her oversight, she had forgotten to inform the Yuhai law enforcement team and should have requested their assistance in restoring order. They had indeed notified the Yuhai team upon their arrival, but the absence of a response from the trio had prevented any hasty actions. However, after encountering Su Bai, Huang Lin had chosen to focus on repairing the mech, causing this matter to slip their minds. Nonetheless, this oversight allowed Huang Lin the freedom to act without constraints. Otherwise, he would have needed to make additional adjustments later. Xing Yunlong was indifferent to the situation, finding it more convenient for Huang Lin to operate freely. Inside the double ninjas, Huang Lin could no longer contain his excitement. With his left hand raised high, the black gold long blade glimmered under the moonlight, transforming the originally deep black blade into a shimmering sight, as if draped in a layer of white gossamer. Beyond this veil, golden radiance sparkled brilliantly, instantly enveloping the entire surface of the blade. Whoosh! Meanwhile, the energy sword in his right hand erupted from its sheath with a startling brilliance. A pure white beam bursting forth, instantly transforming into patterns reminiscent of a fiery wolf. As the crimson flames ignited, an intense heat surged skyward. Almost at the moment the flames ignited, Double Ninja vigorously swung his right arm, causing the energy sword to cleave down upon the black gold blade with astonishing speed. This spectacle elicited a gasp from Shui. Has Huang Lin lost his mind? Is he attempting to damage the energy sword? Having already unleashed the blade of metal, why would he strike the black gold blade with the energy sword? In contrast, Xing Yunlong remained silent, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Boom! With a resounding crash. And Shui's bewilderment was instantly shattered. At the moment the energy sword made contact with the black gold blade, it astonishingly enveloped it. The crimson flames swiftly wrapping around the blade of metal, radiating a fierce red amidst the golden light, as a colossal cross soared into the sky. This cross, spanning nearly 100 meters, ascended straight into the heavens, as if to cleave the firmament itself. The winds shifted dramatically, the surrounding air currents becoming tumultuous under the influence of this cross, forming spiraling vortices. Boom, boom. As the cross ascended, explosions reverberated continuously, and countless air pockets burst forth in the atmosphere. When the cross reached its zenith, the searing heat evaporated the clouds, igniting the sky with flames so intense that the previously pitch-black night became radiant like dawn. A mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, the resulting shockwave instantly enveloping the entire sea of clouds, causing the entire expanse to tremble momentarily. It is now midnight, and many individuals in slumber are abruptly awakened by a tremor, their once drowsy eyes instantly sharpened. What is happening? An earthquake? This cannot be. Since the advent of the interstellar era, how long has it been since we last experienced such a phenomenon? Could it be that the fleet is testing new weaponry? The scale of this weapon must rival that of a nuclear bomb. Who in their right mind conducts weapon tests at such an hour? Please, have some decency. Fortunately, this tremor was fleeting, and after a prolonged silence without a subsequent quake, the masses gradually returned to their dreams. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the disturbance, Xing Yunlong and Shui stood utterly stunned. Being in the heart of the quake, their experience was undeniably more vivid. It was precisely for this reason that their disbelief deepened. It is essential to note that Huang Lin's strike was directed skyward, with the explosion occurring at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Even so, the magnitude of its force is astonishing. One can only imagine the devastation it could wreak upon mechas or star beasts. According to their assessment, this blow could nearly rival the full-force strike of a high-tier star treader. Yet they have merely just embarked upon the first level of star treading. Must it be so outrageous? Regret. At this moment, both of them are engulfed in remorse. Had they known this innate ability was so formidable, they would have never so easily relinquished it to Huang Lin. Xing Yunlong rubbed his forehead with some force, feeling a headache coming on. Given Huang Lin's personality, it was likely that he would be incessantly challenged after acquiring such a formidable skill. And Shui puffed out her cheeks. Originally, her strength was on par with Huang Lin's, but now she found herself outclassed. What do you think of my Gung Jin Shi Yen slash? The figure known as Shuang Rin proclaimed, raising the dual blades high above. Casting a condescending gaze upon Xing Yunlong and Shui, his tone dripping with arrogance. He had not anticipated that the second gifted skill bestowed upon him by Su Bai would be so overwhelmingly powerful. More importantly, it harmonized flawlessly with his first gifted skill. Truly miraculous. The 180 million spent was worth every penny, as his strength had escalated several tiers. Hey, this is just the beginning. Huang Lin's somewhat cheeky voice emerged from Shuang Rin, seemingly aware of Xing Yunlong and Shui's growing frustration. He then brought his hands together. The dual blades atop his hands instantly fused into one. Radiant energy coiled around the black gold blade, enhancing its innate sharpness. Coupled with the infusion of energy, it achieved a striking effect. The unique specialty, dual blades united. At this moment, Shui could no longer contain herself. What on earth? Is this ever going to end? To her, the ability to merge weapons into one while retaining the advantages of both was nothing short of a dream come true. After all, she piloted a weaponized mech. Its defining characteristic was an abundance of weaponry. If she were granted such a specialty, she could undoubtedly make it perform wonders. If one were to say that Huang Lin's second innate ability had already sparked envy within her, now, with the emergence of her unique specialization, it had transformed into unabashed jealousy. Despite their long-standing friendship, Shui, in this moment, could hardly suppress her desire to usurp Huang Lin's position. It was utterly infuriating. Xing Yunlong, witnessing this scene, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His position as captain seemed increasingly precarious. Swiftly, both of them directed their gazes toward Su Bai. Acutely aware that the likelihood was slim, yet they tentatively inquired, Mr. Su, is it possible to further enhance this? This marked the first instance of Xing Yunlong exhibiting such courtesy, However, in the presence of Su Bai, he felt compelled to maintain a respectful demeanor. For this individual was an extraordinarily gifted mechanic. Due to his own status, Xing Yunlong had encountered numerous star-rated mechanics. Yet he could assert with certainty that none could match Su Bai's remarkable ability to elevate a mech to such heights in such a brief span. Were it not for Huang Lin's adept operation from the very beginning, coupled with their shared similarities, he might have doubted whether Su Bai had replaced her mech entirely. Upon hearing Xing Yunlong's inquiry, Shui hurriedly interjected, "Rest assured, money is not an issue. 180 million, after all, if necessary. We can undertake additional missions and save for a few more years. As long as there is a way to enhance, we can negotiate this." The two of them gazed expectantly, eagerly awaiting Su Bai's response. Chapter 40. The Arrival of the Enforcement Team. When did this repair shop come into existence? Su Bai shook his head at the sight, and Shui's hope shattered in an instant, her face revealing a wry smile. Indeed. How could there be a second occurrence of such a high-level enhancement? We were merely indulging in wishful thinking. Xing Yunlong remained silent, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It was indeed remarkable for such a miracle to happen even once. To think he had foolishly hoped for a second miracle was simply absurd. One could only say, Huang Lin was truly fortunate. It was too late today, we shall return tomorrow. However, Su Bai's next words left them in a state of shock once more. Their previously vacant expressions transformed into confusion, and then into sheer ecstasy. Boss Su, do you mean to say that such enhancements can still be performed? In her excitement. And Shui even bit her tongue, but she paid no heed to the pain, hastily inquiring. Of course. Su Bai cast a perplexed glance at the two. He believed he had expressed himself quite clearly. All right, no problem. We shall come first thing in the morning. No, we will wait right here tonight. Xing Yunlong, abandoning his usual composure, declared fervently. Having missed one opportunity, he was determined not to let a second slip away. At that moment, Huang Lin had already departed from the double ninja and felt genuinely pleased to witness the enthusiasm of the two. Although his dreams of becoming a captain had been shattered after the enhancement. However, they are a small team, a cohesive unit, as their collective strength enhances. They become capable of undertaking more challenging tasks, thereby accumulating greater wealth for subsequent augmentations. After this enhancement, Huang Lin has been thoroughly convinced by Su Bai. He cannot fathom how to endure the days devoid of Su Bai's enhancements. Feel free. I shall take my leave to rest, Su Bai remarked, disregarding the three individuals as he returned to the interstellar repair shop. It was nearly midnight, and rest was certainly warranted, as the doors of the interstellar repair shop closed. Only Xing Yunlong and his companions remained stationed outside. Who could have imagined that the team hailed as the strongest in Nanjiang, the Yunlong team, would willingly stand guard outside a repair shop, all for the opportunity to invest in enhancements? Beep, beep, beep. Shortly after Su Bai closed the shop, several hover vehicles appeared outside. Dispatched by the Yunhai law enforcement team, who were ever vigilant regarding the interstellar repair shop. Upon witnessing the Gengjin Chihua slash, they could no longer contain their impatience and opted to investigate the situation directly. These hover vehicles were equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, poised for an imminent confrontation. From one of the hover vehicles, a middle-aged man descended slowly, his expression revealing surprise upon seeing the three standing at the entrance. Yunlong, are you all right? Why did you not notify us? Xing Yunlong cast him a strained smile. Captain Zhang, weren't we just about to inform you when you arrived? Zhang Lei, the captain of the Yunhai law enforcement team, scrutinized the trio, his brow furrowing in concern, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Do you have any idea what that previous attack was all about? Oh, that, indeed, is my newfound skill, which I have only recently perfected. I simply wanted to give it a try. My apologies. Huang Lin spoke candidly, recognizing that the truth would eventually come to light. It was better to admit it outright. By the way, Captain Zhang, when did you acquire such a maintenance shop in Yuhai? And Shui, the chief negotiator of the Yunlong team, flashed a sweet smile, hoping to extract some information from Zhang Lei. Their annoyance stemmed from the fact that, after all, they were all from Nanjing, though their organizations and cities varied. An interstellar maintenance shop should be a treasure for all of Nanjing, or rather, for the entirety of the Star Alliance. How could they not publicize it? What? Are you referring to that establishment behind you? Zhang Lei finally turned to regard the interstellar maintenance shop at their back. Even he, accustomed to grand spectacles, was astonished by the shop, crafted entirely from shimmering gold. When did Yunhai acquire such a maintenance shop? Seeing his expression, which did not seem feigned, the anger within Xing Yunlong and his companions gradually dissipated, though they still held a measure of disdain. Zhang Lei truly was incompetent. To have such a treasure within his jurisdiction and yet remain oblivious to it was utterly unacceptable. He had even allowed the scum from the cult to launch an attack on it. This was a severe dereliction of duty. Zhang Lei's mood was equally discontented. Although he was unaware of Su Bai's maintenance capabilities, the fact that such a shop lay within his territory without his knowledge was disconcerting. Regardless, this was a maintenance shop of exceptionally high standards. How could it not have been reported? Xiaoli, this is your responsibility. Please explain the situation. Zhang Lei's tone was somewhat frigid, causing Xiaoli, summoned by him, to instinctively shrink his neck. Cautiously stepping out of the line, he replied, Captain Zhang. Just a few days ago, this was an abandoned warehouse, and it was said that a repair shop would be opened here. I never anticipated that it would transform so drastically in such a short time. Useless. How many times have I emphasized the importance of being hands-on and verifying matters personally before reporting? Did you act solely on your instincts? Zhang Lei was evidently enraged. His enforcement team's principle was to adhere strictly to the facts. Regardless of how others operated, in his jurisdiction, such standards were non-negotiable. Xiaoli had clearly incurred his wrath. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli hastily bowed in apology. I am sorry, Captain. This matter is indeed my negligence, and I willingly accept the consequences. I will deduct 2 months' salary from you. Do you have any objections? Zhang Lei swiftly determined Xiaoli's punishment. Although Xiaoli felt a pang of distress at the financial loss, he had no grounds for protest and quickly acquiesced. I have no objections. He understood that typically. Had he made such a mistake, he would likely face only a half-month salary deduction. However, with members of the Yunlong team present, he had brought shame upon the Yunhai enforcement team. Enduring a severe penalty was thus justifiable. He could only consider himself unfortunate and resolved in his heart to conduct personal inspections in the future. The assailant has been brought to justice. However, the surrounding area has suffered considerable damage, and repairs can now commence. Xing Yunlong quietly observed Zhang Lei's performance before choosing to move past the incident. It was to be expected, Zhang Lei remarked, surveying the chaos around him, feeling a sense of dread about the recent battle. Fortunately, this was not in the heart of Yunhai City. Otherwise, the losses would have been incalculable. Although there was significant damage to the ground, at least there were no casualties. Repairs of this nature can be completed swiftly, a distinct advantage of entering the interstellar age, as the time required for ground or building restoration has been greatly reduced. The days of failing to meet delivery deadlines are now behind us. Zhang Lei immediately began to arrange for repairs. By the way, transform the area within 100 meters in front of the repair shop into a training ground, Xing Yunlong suddenly suggested, leaving Zhang Lei somewhat perplexed. What is the reason for this? Chapter 41, Extreme Tension. Transforming the Holy See. Yuming Zhang Lei found himself somewhat perplexed by Xing Yunlong's intentions. Constructing a training ground with the materials intended for the repair shop's vicinity? Was it necessary to test whether the mecha had been successfully repaired after its completion? Such tests could easily be conducted immediately upon finishing the repairs. The establishment of a 100-meter training arena seemed entirely superfluous. He could not comprehend it, utterly baffled. In truth, Xing Yunlong harbored ulterior motives. With the surrounding area newly constructed, it would become inconvenient for him to test his skills the following day. This was the price of your negligence. Naturally, the specifics of compensation would need to be discussed with the shop manager. Xing Yunlong articulated the most fitting rationale, one that was beyond reproach. Indeed, after he spoke, Zhang Lei fell into deep contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Bai remained the victim in this ordeal. An assault by the transformation Holy See would have spelled doom for an ordinary individual. It was undeniably his own oversight that enabled the nefarious agents of the Holy See to launch such an attack. It was only reasonable to offer some form of recompense. First, by completing the construction outside the shop to convey his apologies, thus facilitating future discussions regarding compensation. Ultimately, Zhang Lei chose to acquiesce. Utilizing the training ground materials for the 100-meter expanse outside the interstellar repair shop was not prohibitively expensive and served as an appropriate gesture of contrition. With a decision made, the Yunhai law enforcement team promptly commenced construction. An hour later, the area outside the interstellar repair shop had been restored to its former glory. Nay, it was more exquisite than before. The 100-meter stretch outside the repair shop has been entirely transformed into a training ground. Utilizing a type of thermal sensing metal that not only fortifies a robust defensive barrier around itself, but also possesses formidable protective capabilities. With this enhancement, one can fully unleash the powers of their mech. Observing the scene before him, Xing Yunlong nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Lei, casting a glance at the three who remained stationary, expressed his skepticism. Aren't you three planning to leave? The Yunlong team is supposedly quite busy, yet you appear utterly unoccupied, merely watching us restore everything. This puzzled Zhang Lei. And Shui replied with a smile, it's quite all right. We intend to stay here for another night to prevent any remnants of the Reformed Church from exploiting any vulnerabilities. Zhang Lei caught a whiff of conspiracy in Shui's words. He was unconvinced that they would station themselves outside an ordinary repair shop without ulterior motives. No need for concern. We are all part of the law enforcement agencies of China, hailing from Nanjing. There is no reason for division among us. We are not burdened. Huang Lin interjected, attempting to persuade them to depart. If that is the case, I shall refrain from urging you to leave, but given your dedication, we certainly cannot lag behind. I too will remain on guard here today. Zhang Lei ultimately offered a knowing smile, choosing not to engage further with them. Regardless of their intentions, one must remain here. The expressions of the other law enforcement team members darkened at these words, as they were unwillingly faced with the prospect of overtime, which was truly exhausting. However, Zhang Lei's presence deterred them from leaving. In this regard, Xing Yunlong had no objections. Permitting their departure was out of the question. After all, this interstellar repair shop was located in Yunhai, and considering they were all colleagues, if they chose to wait, then wait they would. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded outside the interstellar repair shop. For Star Machine armor engineers and 20 members of the Yuhai law enforcement team stood vigil at the entrance until the break of dawn. Yuhai CF family. Bang. Inside the CF family's reception hall, a man clad in black robes emanated a palpable aura of menace. With a swift motion of his right hand, he shattered an antique vase that had been placed aside. Through the black robe and mask, it was evident that he was consumed by fury. Useless. Truly useless. He had been instructed to refrain from acting rashly, yet he dared to defy orders. What was more infuriating was that he had been ambushed and killed. When did our reformed ecclesiastical order begin to accept such incompetence? Damn it. Truly damn it. Now, not only the law enforcement team, but even the Yunlong squad had taken notice of the situation in Yunhai. Was he preparing to summon the entire interstellar fleet? Ha. The man in black continued to breathe heavily. Beside him, Xie Zhihao could only keep his head bowed, as no one dared to invoke the ire of this figure. Beside him stood a woman clad in a black leather corset, her alabaster legs accentuated by the tight-fitting black shorts, enhancing their length. With her flowing red hair, she shook her head and remarked, "My lord, it seems that Duan Han has lost all sense of self. It is quite possible that he has been brainwashed by another." A closer inspection would reveal the stark difference between this red-haired woman and Duan Han, as well as the man in the black cloak. Her eyes were not vertical slits. She was not a member of the Han Guang star race, but bore more resemblance to someone from Blue Star. Is that so? The tone of the man in the black cloak was inscrutable, yet his gaze bore a profound significance as he regarded the red-haired woman. Of course, I am willing to take his place and keep watch over that interstellar repair shop, she continued, her eyes fixed intently on him. Suddenly, a forceful pull enveloped her, drawing her towards the man in the black cloak, his hand wrapping tightly around her delicate neck. In her moment of terror, she met his gaze, which was as deep as an abyss, radiating a chilling coldness. Humph, you are hardly in a better position. Are you truly planning to keep watch over that interstellar repair shop now? Do you desire to escalate the commotion even further? Are you intent on revealing us completely? You must be aware of your identity. As he spoke, the man's fingers tightened, leaving the red-haired woman gasping for breath. Bang. At last. The man in the black cloak released his grip, and she collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air, she breathed heavily, filled with a sense of dread from her narrow escape. In a hurried motion, she knelt upon the ground, revealing her graceful curves, and bowed her head. "My lord, it is I, Yu Ming, who has been negligent, but I assure you that all my actions are solely for your grand undertaking, with no ulterior motives. Please, punish me as you see fit." Humph. The figure in the black robe coldly snorted upon hearing her words. "Do not concern yourself with the interstellar repair shop for the time being. Instead, proceed to Yunhai No. 1 high school and make contact with that girl from the Sun family. Should this matter be mishandled, you know the consequences." Understood. Yu Ming hastily acknowledged before departing from the Sierra residence in a flurry. Once outside, she reached up to touch the claw marks on her neck, her gaze turning icy. I still have yet to behold his true visage. After her departure, the figure in the black robe turned to the silent Xie Zhihao, who had bowed his head in silence. "Go, send someone to keep watch on her. Those who are not of our kin may harbor divergent intentions. Even if she has joined the Reformation Church, I remain uneasy. Yes, Xie Zhihao replied before leaving the black-robed figure standing alone. He glanced at his right hand, a look of disdain flickering in his vertical pupils before forcefully shaking it off. Truly filthy. Chapter 42. The confusion of the captain beneath a clear sky adorned with clouds. A ray of sunlight unveiled the dawn's embrace. Outside the interstellar repair shop, 2 rows of law enforcement members stood, each bearing the marks of fatigue, their mouths yawning incessantly. It is already 10 o'clock, yet this repair shop remains shuttered. It is truly exasperating. Which respectable establishment keeps its doors closed at such an hour? It is utterly absurd. Some shops open as early as 7, while others are ready by 9. Is this repair shop indulging in a wellness retreat? If it can open, it should. If not, it ought to close for good. Such capriciousness is unwarranted. I had thought we had transcended the era of the interstellar age, when opening at 2 in the afternoon went unnoticed. Now, with repair shops abundant, how can they continue to be so obstinate? These individuals are merely ordinary members of the enforcement team, who had no respite yesterday and have endured an entire night without rest. Their morale is fraying. It would be justifiable if they were on a mission, but to be waiting for a shop to open is simply intolerable. Captain Zhang, if it's too much, why not return to rest? We can handle things here. Wang Lin offered a sheepish smile, observing Zhang Lei. The members of the Starwalker Mecha Corps possess remarkable physical endurance, capable of withstanding days and nights of toil, yet it is evident that the regular team members cannot endure the same. Indeed, these comrades have worked diligently. Allowing them to languish and wait is hardly a solution. Should an unexpected situation arise, how would they fulfill their duties? And Shui stood by, playing the role of a sidekick, as the two of them persistently urged Zhang Lei to depart. Their primary concern lay in the possibility that upon opening the door, these individuals would encroach upon Su Bai's time, a resource they could scarcely afford to lose. Their singular desire was for Su Bai to enhance their capabilities without delay. Xing Yunlong silently observed their comedic exchange, neither intervening nor assisting, merely applauding them in his heart for their clever performance. Well done. A reward of chicken legs awaits upon their return. Zhang Lei, witnessing the duo's lackluster acting, stifled his laughter. By the end of the evening, he was convinced that the interstellar repair shop harbored significant secrets. Otherwise, why would Huang Lin and Shui go to such lengths to divert his attention? This was, after all, his domain. No matter how formidable the Yunlong team might be, they would not succeed in dissuading him. Would he, Zhang Lei, sacrifice his pride? Initially, Zhang Lei engaged in a bit of verbal sparring with the two, but now he merely responded with a smile, resolute in his decision to remain. Like stubborn gum stuck to a shoe, Wang Lin and Ming had no choice but to relent. Just then, with a resounding click, the door of the interstellar repair shop swung open. As Su Bai stepped out, he was met with an unexpected sight. Su Bai, what is happening? Surely, I must not have committed any offenses. Why are there so many enforcement team members stationed at my doorstep? Could it be that the old man had initially acquired illicit assets that now required reclamation? At the first moment, he believed that his unreliable father had let him down. However, as the door swung open, and Shui, who had been grappling with Zhang Lei, dashed into the repair shop. Unfortunately, in her path stood Xing Yunlong. Already before Su Bai. Captain, this is rather unfair. Upon seeing her captain, and Shui's lovely face fell instantly. After all her efforts to persuade Zhang Lei to leave, her captain, without uttering a word, quietly took his place at the front of the line. Ahem, it was agreed upon. You should wait a little longer. Xing Yunlong remained unfazed, adhering to the principle of first come, first served. He was not exerting his authority. It was merely a matter of quick reflexes. This scene left Zhang Lei bewildered. The moment he laid eyes on Su Bai, he felt a singular impression: youth. The proprietor of the interstellar repair shop was surprisingly young. A wave of confusion followed. How could such a youthful manager have made Xing Yunlong and Shui wait all night? Moreover, judging by Shui's demeanor, she seemed quite displeased with Xing Yunlong's position ahead of her. What on earth was happening? Zhang Lei had never witnessed such a spectacle. He had anticipated that the interstellar repair shop would be extraordinary, but he never expected it to be so bizarre. What level of mechanical expertise could a young person possess? Had Xing Yunlong perhaps suffered a blow to the head from those lowly beings at the modification church the previous day? Or rather, did the other party employ some bewildering tactics to lead Xing Yunlong to perceive Su Bai as a formidable mechanic? Not only he, but the members of the enforcement team behind him were equally flabbergasted. Is this for real? The Yunlong squad had waited an entire night, only to be greeted by this youth. This lad appeared to be scarcely older than my daughter. Have they all lost their minds? And they had to endure the wait alongside us. Madness, pure madness. Their grievances, already simmering, were now teetering on the brink of collapse, utterly inconceivable. Boss Su, I still expect the enhancements we discussed yesterday. Xing Yunlong had no time to indulge their confusion and directly addressed Subai. Subai nodded, presenting a contract to him. Here, do sign. Xing Yunlong took the contract, not sparing it a glance before hastily affixing his signature. Zhang Lei was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Signing without even reading the contract? Is it simply because it's too inexpensive? At that moment, Su Bai's notification of a transfer arrived, signaling a staggering sum of 180 million star coins. What is this? How much? Xing Yunlong, have you lost your senses? Such a substantial contract. And you signed without even a cursory glance? Are you intending to purchase a mech here? Captain Xing is utterly bewildered. Zhang Lei was in complete turmoil, as the unfolding events transcended his comprehension. Unable to restrain himself, he urged Xing Yunlong to reconsider. The law enforcement teams and special operations squads of these interstellar fleets, after all, are merely star mech divisions. Accumulating wealth is no simple task. It seems that several years' worth of savings may have been expended in one fell swoop. Regrettably, Xie Yunlong disregarded his words, wearing a broad smile instead. Shall we begin then? Please come in. Oh, it appears too crowded. Let only a few enter the hall. As Subai spoke, he guided Xie Yunlong towards the maintenance room. Subsequently, Huang Lin and Din Shui followed suit. Zhang Lei, observing the trio, gritted his teeth and declared, "You all wait here. I will go inside to take a look." With that, he entered the interstellar repair shop alongside them, leaving numerous law enforcement officers in a state of bewilderment. What does this mean? We still have to wait. This is unbearable. Upon entering the interstellar repair shop and witnessing the facilities within, Zhang Lei's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He never anticipated that such a top-notch repair shop would secretly operate within his jurisdiction. There are hardly any establishments of this caliber throughout all of China. The Yunhai team certainly holds considerable prestige. Simultaneously, his curiosity intensified regarding Xie Yunlong's intentions behind the expenditure of a staggering 180 million star coins. I must uncover what secrets lie hidden within this interstellar repair shop that could compel the Yunlong team to act in such a manner. Chapter 43. The Jester is, indeed, myself. At this moment, Xing Yunlong had arrived at the maintenance room, his right hand gently grazing the star ring, and in an instant, the vortex materialized within the confines of the room. Boss Su, I beg of you. Xing Yunlong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Subai before departing the maintenance area and returning to the main hall. Once he had left, Subai stroked his chin thoughtfully. An S-grade talent, Star Leap. To his astonishment, the second individual he encountered possessing such an extraordinary ability was none other than the captain of the Yunlong team. It was no surprise, otherwise. One could not fathom how someone so young could ascend to the position of captain of the most formidable team in Nanjing. However, the Star Leap talent was particularly unique, serving as a rare variant within the realm of physical enhancement abilities. It allowed one to leap based on their own star power, bearing a resemblance to the spatial abilities often depicted in novels. It was no wonder that the structure of the vortex was so distinctive. The vortex-like particle thrusters on its limbs were presumably tailored to facilitate the mecha's leap maneuver. The primary ability of vortex was rather straightforward, the Starry Sky Leap. This talent enabled the mecha to perform leaps, proving to be remarkably effective in combat scenarios, albeit lacking direct offensive capabilities. Given this, it seemed that the skill would suit him perfectly. After a moment of contemplation, Subai discerned the direction for enhancement. He delicately touched the right leg of the vortex. The third-level enhancement commenced. A soft blue glow intertwined with starry brilliance instantly enveloped the vortex. In the grand hall, upon witnessing the return of Xing Yunlong, Zhang Lei could not help but inquire, "Aren't you going to supervise in person? This is a staggering contract worth 180 million star coins. You truly can be generous. If it were me, I would find it hard to part with such a substantial sum for enhancements. It could purchase another mech, one with exceptional talents." Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Xing Yunlong remained silent, leaving Zhang Lei in a state of perplexity. Observing Zhang Lei's unwavering insistence, Huang Lin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Captain Zhang, you must understand that old Xing has his own temperament. Do not take it to heart. Since we have come this far, I will not conceal anything from you. I advise you to prepare your funds promptly. You wouldn't want to be caught unprepared." Zhang Lei regarded Huang Lin's words with skepticism, not trusting a single punctuation mark. After all, this man was notorious in Yunlong's squad for his tall tales. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to deceive Zhang Lei into leaving, and now he was urging him to gather money? Zhang Lei even speculated that this might be a scheme orchestrated by them and Su Bai, a punishment for his negligence the previous day. Whatever, I'll just observe. Zhang Lei maintained his calm demeanor, which left Huang Lin exasperated, his hands raised in resignation. This man was truly impervious to reason. When he suggested leaving, Zhang Lei insisted on staying. Now that he had waited so long to prepare the funds, he merely claimed he was just watching. And Shui, unable to contain her amusement, remarked, "You two carry on with your conversation." She certainly did not wish for Zhang Lei to have his funds ready just yet. What would happen if he were to cut in line? It would be quite unbearable for her if the captain were to proceed with enhancements before her. Zhang Lei should not attempt to imitate. Seeing Shui smile, Zhang Lei grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions. They must be setting a trap for him. Alas, I shall not be deceived. This is merely a game. While they engage in discussions within the hall, the members of the enforcement team outside suffer. Some members have even fallen asleep on their feet, while others silently mark down a note against Zhang Lei in their minds. Captain Zhang's actions are indeed unscrupulous. I shall certainly report this. Exactly. He is severely delaying our work. An explanation is imperative. You better be careful. I have high hopes for you. However, I must ask, what enchantment does this interstellar repair shop possess? I observed the captain of the enforcement team dispatching a staggering sum of 180 million star coins without a moment's hesitation. Such an amount is unfathomable. Given my salary, it would take a lifetime of labor to earn that. While this sum is indeed substantial for us, those adept star mechanics can recoup it within a few years. In this world, power is truly paramount. What can be done? At most, we may become sky mechanics, but aspirations of becoming star mechanics are beyond our reach. Although they earn considerable sums, their profession is fraught with peril. The recent incident involving the transformation of the ecclesiastical court placed them at the forefront of danger. Thus risks and rewards coexist in their realm. Nonetheless, our situation is not without merit. At least we live without worry for sustenance and our lives are relatively comfortable. Of course, except for now. Most of these enforcement team members are mechanics of the Earth 7-star rank, with 1 or 2 being mechanics of the Sky 1-star rank. Their prowess pales in comparison to Zhao Mengwei and Xiao Mengyan. Yet, such is the reality for the common individual. Not everyone possesses such extraordinary talent, nor can all ascend to greatness. Those who can awaken E-level and D-level talents, who can pilot mechs, have already surpassed many devoid of such gifts. One must contemplate issues appropriate to their current stage, for therein lies the essence of contentment. Amidst the lively discussions, a sudden cacophony erupted from the maintenance shop, a sound that jolted many of the slumbering enforcement team members awake. What is happening? Is it an enemy attack? Could it be that the captain and his team are engaged in combat? Surely not. What could the captain possibly contend with the Yunlong squad? Meanwhile, in the hall, Xing Yunlong clenched his fist in excitement. The vibrations emanating from the repair bay felt inexplicably familiar to him, even invoking a sense of yearning. He realized with clarity, this is the power of space. It appears that Boss Su has successfully completed the enhancement. This time, the enhancement process has taken longer than Huang Lin's double ninja upgrade from yesterday. Nearly 5 hours have elapsed. Yet, Xing Yunlong harbored no impatience. He understood the unique nature of his vortex and recognized that its enhancement would naturally pose greater challenges than that of double ninja. Upon sensing this surge, he was convinced that all his waiting would prove worthwhile. Huang Lin and Meng, having experienced the events of the previous day, grasped the implications of the moment and cast congratulatory glances at Xing Yunlong. Only Zhang Lei remained utterly perplexed. The force that had just emanated from the maintenance room left him feeling a sense of trepidation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the scrap paper beneath the table contorting under that very force, and then the central piece vanished without a trace. Undoubtedly, this was the power of space. This sudden turn of events plagued his mind with confusion, compelling him to comprehend what had transpired. At that moment, the door to the maintenance room swung open. Without a hint of hesitation, Xing Yunlong executed a leap, entering the maintenance room with grace. And Shui and Huang Lin hastily followed suit, and Zhang Lei, unwilling to lag behind, joined them as well. Upon entering the maintenance room, Zhang Lei instinctively rubbed his eyes, for the scene before him was beyond belief. How much time had passed? What had this young man accomplished? Was this the very reason Xing Yunlong was willing to invest a staggering sum of 180 million? In an instant, Zhang Lei understood the intentions of the others, why they had gone to such lengths to deceive him into leaving. Why Xing Yunlong had unhesitatingly transferred such a substantial amount, and why Huang Lin had urged him to prepare his finances. The fool had been none other than himself. Chapter 44. Zhang Lei, quickly transfer the funds. Before his eyes stood a sleek, transparent mech, its deep azure hue adorned with twinkling starlight. The particle thrusters at the rear of its legs resembled a flowing galaxy, surpassing the previous whirlpool design, while similar starry embellishments adorned its arms. Extending from the cosmic backdrop were two translucent blades, imparting an aura of deadly elegance to the whirlpool. Zhang Lei gazed at the transformed whirlpool, his eyes wide with astonishment and envy etched upon his face. The visual enhancement alone was beyond mere improvement. It was a striking elevation. Is this what an investment of 180 million yields? Zhang Lei couldn't help but marvel. Yet, there was more. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's remarks, Huang Lin interjected, unable to contain himself. After all, the other party had failed to prepare the funds in advance. Now was the perfect opportunity to take a jab at him. Zhang Lei, puzzled, questioned, is this all there is? The overall materials have been upgraded. Even the core has seen enhancement. Surely that must be sufficient, right? Could it be that a second innate skill can be awakened? Unwilling to back down, Zhang Lei shot back, a smile dancing on his lips as he looked at Huang Lin, eager to hear how he would justify his confidence. Did you really foresee this? Huang Lin replied with a serene smile, his hands clasped behind his back. Just watch closely. Zhang Lei was taken aback. What fueled such confidence? Surely, it couldn't be impossible. The whirlpool already possessed an innate skill, and he had never heard of anyone awakening a second innate skill in a mech that already had one. Even the awakening of a single innate skill is an arduous feat. However, certain high-ranking mechanists possess the remarkable ability to enable mechs devoid of innate skills to awaken such talents. This phenomenon occurs because the mechs themselves have yet to undergo any awakening. They merely assist in facilitating the awakening process. Yet, how can a mech that is already awakened give rise to a second innate skill? It is utterly impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Zhang Lei was firmly convinced that Huang Lin was misleading him and chose not to engage with his remarks. Suddenly, a gaping hole appeared in the ceiling of the maintenance room. In an instant, Xing Yunlong darted into the vortex, completing the neural link, and the vortex shimmered with starlight. Abruptly, the vortex soared skyward, departing the maintenance room. Zhang Lei was taken aback. Is he leaving just like that? What is happening? Has Xing Yunlong lost his senses? Why would he take off when he has already paid? This series of actions left Zhang Lei utterly perplexed. However, after a brief exchange of glances between Huang Lin and Shui, they strode purposefully towards the exit. Shui, in particular, was brimming with anticipation. After all, it was soon her turn. For now, she was eager to see what innate skill the captain had awakened. As the captain, Xing Yunlong relied on the exceptional ability known as Stellar Leap, which allowed him to execute various high-difficulty maneuvers with unexpected finesse. Nevertheless, the lack of offensive power had long been a point of contention regarding Xing Yunlong. Moments ago, the peculiar fluctuations in space were palpable to all present. If all goes as anticipated, it is highly likely that Xing Yunlong has awakened an offensive talent. This would signify a monumental enhancement for our Yunlong team. What on earth is happening? What is this? Outside the interstellar repair shop, the enforcement team members were engaged in casual conversation when they suddenly beheld a descending vortex, instantly assuming a defensive posture. An enemy attack? Has the Reformation Church become so audacious? No, wait. That appears to be Team Xing's vortex. How could that be possible? I have witnessed Team Xing's vortex before, and it did not resemble this. But, upon closer inspection, despite the materials appearing distinct, the underlying structure seems remarkably similar. Enough with the chatter. Quickly, move aside. It's about to land. With that, the crowd dispersed, clearing the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. Buzzing, just as the individuals stepped aside, the vortex from above descended upon the repair shop entrance. Gazing at the sudden appearance of the vortex, the group exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Huang Lin and Shui and Zhang Lei emerged before the assembly. The enforcement team members finally found their anchor. Captain Zhang, this unidentified mech has appeared here without warning. What should we do? Zhang Lei cast a glance at the crowd, declaring, this is the vortex of Xing Yunlong. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, those who recognized the figure within the vortex initially placed their hands on their hips and lifted their heads high, exclaiming, see, I told you it was the vortex. By heavens, is it truly the vortex? What on earth has transpired? I distinctly remember the vortex did not resemble this. Could it be that this is the enhancement worth 180 million? It certainly appears to be of significant value. Indeed, its visual appeal suggests it is not inexpensive, yet 180 million still seems a tad excessive. At this moment, they, like Zhang Lei, no longer perceived Xing Yunlong's earlier exuberance as unwarranted. Just from the material and core enhancements alone, it is undoubtedly worth over 50 million. With a slight markup for its appearance, it might reach around 80 million star coins. Furthermore, there is the additional premium for a minor target. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the vortex. Step back. Although the reason behind his command remained unclear, the crowd obediently retreated from the training ground. Once the vicinity was devoid of onlookers, the stars above the vortex began to shimmer. The nebulae on its limbs commenced a slow rotation, resembling a river of stars illuminating the training arena. With a thunderous roar, the earth began to tremble unexpectedly. Pebbles on the ground shattered, prompting the barriers of the training ground to rise swiftly. The vortex crossed its arms before its chest, and then thrust forward with great force. An invisible aura seemed to rend the surrounding space as dark fissures swirled throughout the training ground. This terrifying wave struck against the barrier, which had been resilient enough to withstand the full force of the Starbreaker mech core, now beginning to show spiderweb-like cracks. Talent skill, Dimensional Rupture. Utilizing the power of Star Leap to strike the surrounding space at high speed, creating a cutting effect. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Lei's mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate a fist. Meanwhile, the members of the enforcement team believed they were merely experiencing illusions due to insufficient rest. Am I dreaming? Indeed. It does not hurt. It must be a dream. Get lost. Of course, it doesn't hurt. You're pinching me. No way. Has the talent skill vortex changed? I have never heard of a talent skill being able to transform. This was also Zhang Lei's thought. He still did not believe that vortex had awakened a second talent skill. Is this the prowess of Boss Su? To think it could alter a talent skill? Zhang Lei tentatively inquired of Huang Lin. Huang Lin returned a knowing glance. You will understand as you observe. Soon, the figure of Vortex abruptly vanished from before the crowd, only to reappear instantaneously behind them. Starry Sky Leap? How is this even possible? Upon witnessing Turbine still capable of utilizing Starry Sky Leap, Zhang Lei could no longer contain himself. He immediately dialed a number. Wife. Hurry. Transfer 180 million to me. A somewhat fierce voice came from the other end of the line. Could you repeat that? There is no time to explain. Just do it. The sum must be exactly 180 million. Swiftly send the money. Chapter 45, The Starlight Domain. Utter Madness. When the vortex truly manifested its second innate ability, Zhang Lei comprehended the veracity of Huang Lin's words. This Boss Su is indeed extraordinary. The other party is not a ruthless merchant. Rather, he possesses an exceptional benevolence. With a mere sum of 180 million, one can not only enhance the entirety of the mech and its core, but also acquire a second innate ability. Such a proposition, if spoken of, would lead others to deem one insane. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have been utterly incredulous. Moreover, Su Bai is remarkably youthful. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying entities that must lie in the shadows behind him. Only a legendary master mechanic, renowned across the stars, could possibly cultivate such an astonishing disciple, right? Have you lost your mind, Zhang Lei? Are you itching for trouble? While Zhang Lei continued to fantasize, a sudden rebuke echoed from the other end of the line. Before he could elaborate, the vortex stirred once more, its limbs transforming as constellations of starlight enveloped the arena in an instant. Beneath this celestial shroud, the vision of all present was obscured. A profound pressure surged forth, rendering their bodies increasingly burdensome. This is the intrinsic specialty of the vortex, the starlight domain. Within this realm, adversaries endure fivefold gravity, and visibility is significantly diminished. Coupled with the stellar leap and dimensional collapse, Xing Yunlong becomes a veritable harbinger of death within the starlight domain. Hurry. Transfer the money. If you don't send it to me, I'll file for divorce. Zhang Lei was truly driven to madness this time. The next day, his endowment did not cease. Xing Yunlong had astonishingly acquired a domain-type specialty. Such specialties are exceedingly rare, even among specialties. This opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. An overwhelming sense of regret washed over him, and all he could think of was the word regret. He lamented why he hadn't contemplated sooner why Xing Yunlong would spend such a fortune on enhancement. He regretted remaining unmoved even after Huang Lin's reminder. The voice on the other end of the line grew increasingly frigid. Do you have the audacity to repeat that? Say it again, I dare you. Transfer the money. or we shall divorce." For the first time, Zhang Lei shed his previous timidity and stood firm against his wife. Even the prospect of a subsequent beating no longer concerned him. "Fine, you wait for me at home." Upon hearing his words, a cold laugh escaped the other end. Yet she still transferred the money to Zhang Lei. She understood that whatever had stirred Zhang Lei to such a frenzy was certainly significant. Money could be given. But this issue could not simply be dismissed. Being assertive comes at a cost. Zhang Lei, disregarding the consequences, rushed towards Su Bai with urgency after receiving the money. Unfortunately, a graceful figure obstructed his path. And Shui looked at Su Bai with eager anticipation. "Boss Su, now it's my turn, right?" Her voice was so sweet that it sent shivers down one's spine. As Huang Lin felt a shiver coursing through his entire body, he implored, "And Shui, could you please speak properly?" To this, she responded with a fierce roar reminiscent of a lioness, as if the previously soft and charming girl had vanished entirely. Huang Lin, feeling dejected, lamented silently. After reprimanding him, and Shui reverted to her sweet demeanor, gazing intently at Su Bai, her alluring curves nearly overwhelming him. "No problem. This was agreed upon yesterday." With that, Su Bai produced a contract he had prepared in advance, ready to proceed with the enhancements for both Xing Yunlong and Shui today. Although the actual time required for interstellar enhancement is but a fleeting moment, he dared not treat it so casually. Reaching such a level of enhancement was already astonishing. To complete it in an instant would be blatantly obvious. Those who could achieve it in a matter of hours could be termed as prodigious mechanics, but to accomplish it in mere seconds? That would be a closely guarded secret. One could not help but wonder if they could replicate such feats upon acquiring this knowledge. At that moment, Zhang Lei remained unaware of Su Bai's intentions and chose not to contest with Shui. He mused to himself that once Shui completed her enhancement, it would be his turn next. However, a glance at Huang Lin reminded him of the boy's presence. Their Yunlong team was undoubtedly planning to undergo all enhancements, and he resolved that he could not allow him to get ahead. In Zhang Lei's perspective, since the Yunlong team had waited all night, it was only natural that each member would seek to enhance their abilities, as such opportunities are seldom missed. However, most members of the enforcement team could only lament silently, wishing they had wealth. Yet, one must acknowledge that strength plays a pivotal role. Without achieving the status of a Star Ocker mech master, riches would be of little consequence. It was indeed a source of profound envy who could have anticipated witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle today. One couldn't help but wonder if Boss Su could assist in enhancing the sky mechs as well. This notion seemed to unleash a torrent of ambition within some talented sky mech masters in the enforcement team, who began to contemplate, perhaps this was unattainable? Indeed, the sky mechs were unnecessary. Yet, each one, while vocally dismissing the idea as impractical, discreetly sent messages to prepare their finances. According to their estimations, even the enhancement of sky mechs would require at least several million. It was prudent to be prepared, after all. At this moment, the center of attention, Xing Yunlong, had already retracted the vortex and approached Su Bai, offering a deep bow. "Thank you, Boss Su, for your assistance. This favor shall be etched in my memory forever." Xing Yunlong was the possessor of an S-grade talent, specifically in the space category. Throughout his journey, he had successfully transformed the Yunlong team into the mightiest squad in Nanjiang. Yet he had reached a plateau. Aspiring to ascend to a higher stage, he realized that the absence of formidable offensive capabilities would render him vulnerable, susceptible to being seized by others. While the disparity in strength was manageable, encountering someone of comparable prowess would magnify this flaw exponentially. However, at this moment, he not only possessed powerful means of attack but had also acquired domain-specific expertise, effectively addressing his shortcomings while undergoing an epic enhancement. Coupled with the fortifications provided by Huang Lin and the forthcoming enhancements from Shui, Xing Yunlong harbored confidence that he would not only emerge as the strongest in Nanjing, but potentially the mightiest in the southern region, in all of China, and even the most formidable within the Blue Star Alliance. All of this was attributable to the young man before him, who had granted him the resources to pursue his dreams. Su Bai merely waved his hand, suggesting that, perhaps to Xing Yunlong and his companions, their assistance seemed trivial. However, when it comes to personal matters, one is always aware of their own circumstances. This round of enhancements had cost him 10 million star coins, yielding a remarkable return of 180 million. It was a fair exchange, devoid of any sense of indebtedness. "Captain Xing, you are too courteous. And Shui, let us depart," Su Bai remarked as he made his way toward the maintenance room. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei inexplicably stepped forward and initiated a conversation with Huang Lin. "Brother Huang, have you known about this for some time? How could you not inform me? I am truly heartbroken." Observing the tearful Zhang Lei before him, Huang Lin was utterly bewildered. Did I not convey this to you? Is it not your own disbelief that is in question? Chapter 46. Such a significant matter, yet concealed without a word? Huang Lin was utterly speechless. Clearly, he had noticed Zhang Lei's unwavering determination and had prepared accordingly. Yet now, it seemed that the tables had turned unexpectedly. He discreetly took a step back, wishing to distance himself from such a person. Observing Huang Lin's movement, Zhang Lei recognized that his scheme had succeeded and smiled knowingly. There is no need for such formality. As if a thought struck him, he turned towards the members of the law enforcement team. You may return to rest. There is nothing more to attend to here. He certainly did not wish to be seen in a compromising situation by his subordinates. He valued his reputation. After all, the law enforcement team members understood Zhang Lei's intentions all too well. After the recent excitement, their fatigue had largely dissipated. Except for a few mech operators who could no longer endure and chose to leave, there remained over a dozen members waiting outside the repair shop. Among those who stayed, most were merely spectators. However, a few sky mech operators exchanged glances, each discerning a shared thought in the other's eyes. Thus, it would be a matter of relying on one's own abilities. One of the sky mech operators smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. Just moments ago, he had leveraged numerous connections to amass a staggering sum of 50 million star coins. Surely, he would not let this opportunity for enhancement slip away. Likewise, another individual, equally unwilling to concede, hails from affluence. With his embellished promotional efforts, he swiftly secured a staggering 60 million in initial funding, determined to seize this opportunity for enhancement. However, it is evident that merely possessing wealth does not guarantee success. I surmise that Boss Su will also be discerning in his selections. The third contender, though lacking the substantial financial backing of the previous two, possesses a B-class talent and boasts superior quality mechs. In his estimation, even if Su Bai opts for mech enhancement, he will undoubtedly select a more manageable option. A crackling tension ignited as the gazes of the three converged in the air, sparking an electric exchange. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads. Just moments ago, they deemed it impossible, yet now they are in direct confrontation. Indeed, the allure of desire is an intrinsic human instinct. To be candid, I find myself somewhat envious of them. They are aerial mech engineers, and at least they possess a glimmer of hope, whereas we terrestrial mech engineers seem to be at a dead end. Nevertheless, witnessing the awakening of a second talent skill is a worthy experience, and it makes our prolonged vigil worthwhile. That prior moment truly left me wide awake. It was nothing short of astonishing. However, we have lingered here for quite some time. Has Captain Zhang reported yesterday's intelligence? Ah well, indeed. After Zhang Lei and the law enforcement team completed their shift yesterday, they remained at the interstellar repair shop. Although the information has been compiled, they dare not report it without Zhang Lei's explicit command. As it stands, the intelligence remains firmly in the hands of the Yunhai law enforcement team. Nanjing Fleet Headquarters. Zhaoping, could you elucidate the situation? At this moment, Zhao Tianming was seated at the command platform, his right index finger incessantly tapping against the surface of the command desk. When you arrived there yesterday, was the battle not already concluded? Zhao Tianming's tone was laced with confusion. Zhang Zhaoping had been dispatched by him to safeguard Zhao Mengwei, and he had also instructed her to assist the Yunlong team and the Yunhai enforcement team should the conflict still be ongoing. However, the response he received clearly indicated that the battle had long since ceased. Why then has he not received any intelligence as of now? Setting aside the Yunlong team, whose primary focus was combat, their proficiency in intelligence gathering was somewhat amateurish. The Yunhai enforcement team, on the other hand, was quite adept in that realm. Within their jurisdiction, such a significant oversight had occurred, yet not a single individual had reported the situation to him. Go inquire with that brat, Sun Yu. Does he no longer value his position as the captain of the Yunhai? How does he typically instruct his subordinates? If he is incapable, then replace him at once. Zhao Tianming was evidently enraged. From the intelligence Zhang Zhaoping gathered from Zhao Mengwei, this matter even involved military mechs within the fleet. The remnants of the Reformed Church were not only instigating turmoil in Yunhai, but had also infiltrated their ranks. Such a critical issue. And they dared to withhold it from him? In his fury, the entire Nanjing trembled. Zhang Zhaoping almost instantly responded. I will inform Captain Sun about this matter and ensure it is handled with due seriousness. Please, take a moment to calm down. With that, Zhang Zhaoping departed from the office of the chief engineer. Shortly thereafter, she prepared a notice to be sent to Sun Yu. Within the Cloud Sea Fleet's command room, Sun Yu was reviewing documents. Recently, Sun Han's Wan Junhong, you had been performing exceptionally well, reportedly securing the top position in the Cloud C1. Aside from feeling gratified, Sun Yu's curiosity about Su Bai had only intensified. However, it would be rather inappropriate for him to visit such a skilled mechanic unannounced. He wondered if the enigmatic master Su could enhance the Breakstar mech. It was a torment to know that such a formidable mechanic was right under his nose. Yet he could not approach. Who could comprehend such anguish? Suddenly, the screen before him flickered with a crimson glow. Sun Yu realized it was an urgent document being transmitted from above. Instantly, he felt a surge of tension. Director Zhao is seeking me? Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu began to peruse the contents of the notice. As he delved deeper, his fist clenched tightly and veins bulged on his forehead. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm on the table, sending the document scattering in disarray. How could you, Zhang Lei, keep me in the dark about such a significant matter? Are you itching for trouble? Are there cold light star individuals in the modification church? Last time, when the crimson moon was pierced by the sea nuclear rays, was it also related to them? The name of this interstellar repair shop feels oddly familiar. Due to the overwhelming influx of information, Sun Yu, in his fury, could not react immediately. It was only after regaining his composure that he realized this was indeed the very repair shop where Sun Han had obtained the formidable crimson moon. The thought of it only intensified Sun Yu's anger. Zhang Lei, I will have you penalized a year's salary. This matter concerning the enigmatic boss Su demands utmost attention. The adversary has actually discovered the interstellar repair shop and even launched an attack? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yu promptly issued a notice to Zhang Lei. Are you no longer interested in your job? How could you conceal such a significant matter? Have you grown wings? Now, immediately, return to see me. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei was still basking in the success of his cunning plan. However, 3 consecutive notifications caused him to furrow his brow. Could they be from his wife? No, I must not look. I shall feign ignorance. Shut it down. Immediately shut it down. Chapter 47. And Shui Sun Yu, growing increasingly impatient after waiting 10 minutes without a response in the office, felt his mood darken visibly. So, no reply, is it? That little rascal has truly grown bold. With a deep breath, he attempted to calm his emotions and promptly dialed Zhang Lei's number. A cold female voice echoed through the phone. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Bang. The desk suffered another assault as Sun Yu's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a raging inferno ready to consume everything in its path. To be switched off during work hours. It seems that merely docking his salary for a year was far too lenient. 2 years' wages, including performance bonuses. This scoundrel shall not see a single cent. Having resolved to impose a penalty on Zhang Lei, Sun Yu propped his hands up and began to rub his temples incessantly. The pressure from General Manager Zhao was mounting, and it appeared he would have to make the trip himself. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a splendid idea. It would also provide him an opportunity to meet the enigmatic boss Su. Excellent. It shall be done. Xiaowan, come in and organize these documents. I will review them upon my return. Upon hearing Sun Yu's call, his secretary, Xiaowan, entered the room and surveyed the chaotic scene, feeling a twinge of confusion. Captain, what is going on here? At this moment, Sun Yu was entirely preoccupied with the thought of meeting Su Bai, casually brushing off the concern with a vague response about feeling a bit off earlier. Xiaowan, taken aback, wondered aloud when the captain had become so impulsive. However, she dared not say much more and quietly organized the documents on the ground, watching Sun Yu depart. Outside the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei had just turned off his phone, his full attention fixed on the repair room. It had been nearly 4 hours since Su Bai began enhancing in Shui's mech. They had waited from morning till evening, and yet, the process seemed interminable. Zhang Lei's right foot tapped anxiously, revealing his growing impatience. And Shui, observing Zhang Lei's demeanor, found herself somewhat speechless. If memory served, it was her mech undergoing enhancement. Why was Zhang Lei more anxious than she was? Of course, she too felt the urgency. Yet she understood that this waiting period was merely a prelude to the forthcoming marvel. The fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. Only through enduring this trial of patience could they later embrace an entirely new experience. Suddenly, the sound of the repair room door swinging open echoed through the air like a celestial melody to Shui's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted forward towards the repair room, with Zhang Lei hot on her heels. As for Huang Lin and Xing Yunlong, having completed their enhancements, they had entered a state of contemplative tranquility, merely spectators to the unfolding excitement. as they slowly entered the maintenance chamber, even though it was their third visit. The sight before them remained astonishing. What caught their eyes was a snow cannon, resplendent in its pure white sheen, adorned with a silvery glow, as if cloaked in a suit of silver armor. The once slender body now appeared robust. Most strikingly, the various beam cannons that had previously adorned the snow cannon were nowhere to be seen. The earlier cumbersome impression had transformed into a sleek and understated elegance, leading one to question whether this was indeed a combat-type mech. Although Shui was also perplexed, she had unwavering faith in Su Bai, and without a moment's hesitation, she stepped directly into the snow cannon. At the instant her neural link connected, she uncovered its secrets. An excited voice emanated from within the snow cannon. Boss Su, this is. Observing the scene, Su Bai offered a calm smile. Don't get too excited. Let us take it for a spin outside. Understood. The snow cannon nodded vigorously before soaring out through the open skylight, landing in the training ground outside the repair shop. Having learned from previous experiences, the remaining members of the enforcement team had already steered clear of the training area. As they watched the rejuvenated snow cannon, whispers began to circulate. Is that the snow cannon? How did it change so drastically? Where are its cannons? Has it flipped? This seems a bit like reverse enhancement. Indeed, the armaments of a combat-type mech have vanished. How can it engage in battle now? Has the investment of 180 million gone to waste? Upon witnessing the snow cannon, they felt a tinge of disappointment, albeit not entirely unexpected. After all, experiencing such a remarkable enhancement once was sufficient. One could hardly demand a repeat occurrence. It was merely regrettable for Shui. Although the appearance of this snow cannon had improved somewhat compared to before, it remained merely an object for admiration. Without armaments, it was rendered ineffective. Boom. Just as this thought began to take shape, the armor of the snow cannon began to detach, revealing an array of formidable beam weapons beneath. Plasma guns, broad-spectrum electronic pulse cannons, and transverse energy cannons emerged suddenly from the depths of the machine. As they beheld these unexpected instruments of destruction, silence enveloped the crowd, their eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such an arsenal could be concealed within the slender chassis of the snow cannon. Who claimed this was mere reverse enhancement? Step forward. My lack of knowledge is evident. In a world where exclamations shape reality, who can elucidate how such colossal weapons are housed within the sleek design of the snow cannon? It is indeed my folly to question the prowess of Boss Su. Such skepticism was unwarranted. Not merely Boss Su, but rather, Su the Divine. O Su the Divine, I humbly bow before you. I am utterly convinced. This singular display alone holds the value of a significant objective. And Shui has struck gold. Do you think we might witness a second innate skill this time? Do not inquire of me. I possess no knowledge. Theoretically, such occurrences are improbable. Yet, it is Su, the divine being. With a mere gesture, he reveals all. I yearn for strength. I aspire to become a Starwalker Mecha Master and seek enhancement from Su. Awaken. Your innate talent does not permit such ambitions. If the previous vortex had delivered an immediate shock, the current snow cannon has bestowed upon them a profound twist of surprise. Initially, they believed disaster was imminent, only to be met with such a delightful astonishment. Who can withstand this? It is not just them. At this moment, Zhang Lei and his companions exiting the repair shop also beheld this spectacle. Huang Lin was instantly envious. What the hell? It can even transform? This is unjust. So my enhancement is the most mundane? Xing Yunlong's vortex-augmented spatial powers, a rarity indeed. Now, Shui's snow cannon possesses the ability to transform. In contrast, his own double ninja seems utterly ordinary. Zhang Lei, overwhelmed by astonishment, failed to register Huang Lin's words, wholly absorbed in the snow cannon, panting. It's almost my turn. I too can possess it. I absolutely can. Yet at that moment, a pair of somewhat large hands clasped his shoulder. Oh, what is it that you can do? Suddenly, someone tapped Zhang Lei on the shoulder, startling him to the core. In a fit of anger, without even glancing to see who it was, he retorted, Do you have a death wish? How dare you frighten me? Do you even know who I am? A profound silence fell over the scene after Zhang Lei uttered these words. The members of the enforcement team quietly stepped back, their hands clasped in front of their chests, making a gesture of prayer towards Zhang Lei. Feeling a sense of strangeness, he turned to look behind him, only to be petrified at once. Sun Yu's chilling gaze, as deep as an abyss, bore into Zhang Lei, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now, tell me, who are you? Chapter 48, Shattering Barriers. Stellar Heavy Artillery. Thud. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Zhang Lei felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. He hastily forced a smile and touched his head. Captain, what brings you here? I am but your loyal Karami, a devoted supporter of yours. Having followed Sun Yu for many years, Zhang Lei instinctively began his customary flattery. Sun Yu, however, regarded him with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his gaze chilling. Is that so? I cannot afford to have a supporter like you. Ignoring messages, turning off your phone, and even concealing such a significant event. Boom. This statement struck Zhang Lei like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily petrified. It suddenly dawned on him that he had lost sight of his purpose for visiting the interstellar repair shop. He had not come to enhance his skills, but rather to address the matter concerning the church. Yet, due to Su Bai's extraordinary talents, he had completely forgotten about it. It was all over. In an instant, the light in Zhang Lei's eyes dimmed. Having accompanied Sun Yu for many years, he was acutely aware of the captain's temperament. Given his blunder, it would be a miracle if he were not demoted. Without a doubt, his salary was forfeit. With the impending need to spend a fortune on mech enhancements and now facing a loss of income, the consequences of returning home were painfully evident. Zhang Lei felt an overwhelming sense of despair, uncertain if he would even witness the dawn of tomorrow. Buzz. Suddenly, the roar of the engine echoed, pulling Zhang Lei away from the drab world he inhabited. He hurriedly turned his gaze towards the snow cannon. Upon witnessing all the cannon ports of the snow cannon begin to charge, a glimmer of light returned to Zhang Lei's eyes as he gritted his teeth. To hell with it, I will enhance it first, he thought. Forgive me, Captain. This time it is my negligence, and I willingly accept the consequences, but please, grant me a moment. Sun Yu pondered, what is this kid talking about? Asking me to wait. The members of the enforcement team were taken aback. Who is this subordinate? Such audacity. This isn't the Zhang Lei we know. Bring back our Zhang Lei. In truth, I had always known that Captain Zhang was extraordinarily brave. The Zhang Lei who once cowered before Captain Sun now stood resolute, akin to a true man, requesting the captain to hold on for a moment. It was a testament to the allure of the mecha. Bang! Just as Sun Yu was about to utter something, a sudden thunderous sound captured his attention. At that moment, the snow cannon had completed its charging, and countless particles of light converged upon its cannon ports. Suddenly, these particles surged forward, coalescing into a cosmic cannon shadow before the snow cannon. The size of this cannon was monumental, nearly double that of the snow cannon itself, with a diameter exceeding 60 meters. A gifted technique. Stellar heavy cannon. Even Sun Yu, upon witnessing this colossal artillery, could not help but swallow hard. Inwardly murmuring to himself, he couldn't help but admire Boss Su, whose every move was nothing short of astonishing. Reflecting on the formidable Wanjun Red Moon and the Thunder Serpent Esfang, he was not surprised that Su Bai had transformed his talent for the snow cannon in such a remarkable manner. However, he found himself curious about the power of this cannon. As if sensing his thoughts, the resplendent giant cannon began to gather energy in an instant. Boom! A searing beam of light erupted explosively, sweeping forth with the might to annihilate legions, striking the barrier of the training ground with tremendous force. Bang! At last, the barrier, capable of withstanding the full might of the star-breaking mecha, shattered under the impact of this cannon fire. The blaze shot skyward, resembling a sword of light slicing through the heavens, as if intending to rend the very firmament. Thud! Thud! The cannon's brilliance, aimed directly at the celestial dome, detonated with a resounding explosion, casting beams of light across the sky, a colossal force unleashed. The shockwave matched that of the earlier double ninja unleashing the golden flame slash, reverberating through the air. At this moment, the entire sea of clouds trembled once more. Unlike the midnight tremors of before, this was now the evening, and all within the sea of clouds could distinctly feel this quaking. Panic ensued. What is happening? Another earthquake? No, why do I say another? Can we still remain in this sea of clouds, experiencing earthquakes every few days? Perhaps it is time to consider relocating? Life here is rather tumultuous. Fortunately, the tremor, much like before, quickly subsided, allowing everyone to regain their composure. What is this? A mere tremor, and they flee? Ah, I am momentarily taken aback. It is merely a game. Are we to proceed or not? Perhaps they are engaged in weapon development. Let us disperse. The same tremor naturally resonated within the Xie family. A figure cloaked in black peered through the window of the Xie residence, observing the towering beam of light ascending to the heavens. His gaze flickering. Is it once again in the direction of that interstellar repair shop? Who exactly is this Master Su? He found himself puzzled. When did such a skilled mechanic emerge in a small place like Yuhai? Moreover, it seemed as though this individual was destined to thwart his plans time and again. Perhaps it would be wise to pay a visit. Outside the interstellar repair shop, An eerie silence enveloped the air. Everyone was astounded by the impact of the snow cannon. It is worth noting that even the dimensional collapse caused by Xing Yunlong failed to breach the training ground's barrier. Yet now, Shui has accomplished this feat. Xing Yunlong, at this moment, stared in disbelief at Shui. When did armed mech become so formidable? Zhang Lei's eyes had turned crimson, his yearning for enhancement reaching its zenith. I too desire augmentation. I am certain I can possess such strength. It's merely a matter of a salary, of money. Once I grow stronger, will not all of this come to me? Huang Lin, on the other hand, felt tears welling up in his eyes. It was evident that his own enhancement was rather mundane. If this could shatter an energy barrier, what power? How utterly unfair. Sun Yuza appeared to be deep in thought, articulating the underlying mystery. This is a power-up, isn't it? Indeed, Captain Sun, came the voice of Shui from the snow cannon, imbued with unmistakable delight. Clearly, she was quite pleased with the second innate skill of the snow cannon. This is my second innate skill, the Star Force Heavy Cannon. Formed by harnessing the energy of my fully equipped body along with my star power, as you have just witnessed. However, the drawback is that this strike necessitates a considerable amount of time to charge, approximately from the moment I arrived at the training ground. Shui concluded her explanation to the gathered crowd, slightly diminishing the shock they felt. This powerful strike indeed bore both advantages and disadvantages. While it granted immense might, it simultaneously sacrificed agility. Should the attack be interrupted midway, it could even result in backlash. Indeed, I mentioned that the Starwalker mecha should not possess such capabilities. Sun Yuza nodded, accepting this explanation. Yet, he was suddenly taken aback. Wait, what did you just say? Second innate skill? The snow cannon affirmed with a nod, precisely. As she spoke, two ethereal pulse guns materialized in her hands. Her talent was classified as A-grade, armed phasing, enabling her to manifest suitable weapons using her star power, which also explained her choice of an armed mecha. To the others, this scene was unremarkable, having witnessed it before. However, for Sun Yuza, who was encountering a second innate skill for the first time, Captain Sun was left astounded, abruptly turning to gaze at Subai, his mind racing with thoughts. This thigh must be embraced tightly. Chapter 49. They have returned. What is your special trait? Xing Yunlong did not notice the changes in Sun Yu. Instead, he inquired about Shui's special trait. No one could now doubt Subai's formidable strength. Since both he and Huang Lin possessed special traits, Shui was no exception. Did you not witness it earlier? Shui's voice emanated from the snow cannon as she retracted the cannon muzzle, restoring the snow cannon to its ordinary mech appearance. This is it, unlimited storage. It allows my snow cannon to house its arsenal. As for the quantity, I am uncertain at present, but I sense it can at least double my firepower. At this point, Shui became animated. She was not disheartened by her special trait. On the contrary, she was exceedingly pleased with it. Girls have an innate desire for beauty, and previously, all the cannons were directly affixed to the snow cannon, making it appear cluttered with tubes and lacking aesthetic appeal. However, for the sake of firepower, there was no alternative. This had long perplexed Shui. But now, with this special trait, her snow cannon was finally perfected. Not only did the firepower double, but it also possessed elegance. One could only marvel at Subai's brilliance. Is there another special trait? Sun Yu was utterly bewildered. Even as a Starbreaker mech master and the captain of the Yunhai fleet, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. A single enhancement not only bestowed the mech with a second innate ability, but also awakened a unique characteristic. Thud, thud. Sun Yu could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. After countless years, he once again felt the stirring of hope, a hope that promised to elevate him to new heights. In that very moment, a figure surged forth with alarming speed, charging towards Subai. Who else could it be but Zhang Lei? He could no longer afford to wait. His turn had finally arrived. He too yearned for enhancement. Not a second to spare. Yet, just as he was about to reach Subai, a hand seized his collar. Return. Sun Yu effortlessly cast him aside. Watching Subai recede into the distance, Zhang Lei flailed his arms in the air, his face etched with despair as he unleashed a heart-wrenching cry. No. This cry resonated from the depths of his soul, the anguish palpable and profound, leaving an indelible silence in its wake. Thud. After a few seconds of flight, Zhang Lei plummeted heavily to the ground, sprawled in a starfish position, unwilling tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, the light within them extinguished once more. Sun Yu, however, paid no heed to Zhang Lei and approached Subai directly, appearing somewhat reserved. This scene left the members of the enforcement team utterly astounded. Here stood the captain of the Cloud Sea fleet, the foremost figure of Cloud Sea. Yet now, before a mere youth, he displayed an air of diffidence? Has the world truly gone mad, or is it merely them? Some individuals even choose to avert their gaze from this scene, fearing retribution from Sun Yuchio. That gentleman. Subai, is it? Sun contemplated for a moment before ultimately settling on this opening line. Subai, feeling somewhat out of place being addressed as Mr. Subai, a man of comparable age to his own father, waved his hand dismissively. Captain Sun, you flatter me. Just call me Subai. After all, this individual stood as the leader of Yunhai. While he was unafraid within the confines of his interstellar repair shop, it was unnecessary to create an awkward atmosphere. Very well. Subai, I simply wish to inquire if you can enhance the Starbreaker mecha? Sun Yuchu directly expressed his request, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Indeed, Subai nodded, however. It will have to wait until tomorrow. What do you think, Captain Sun? Upon hearing Subai's affirmative response, Sun Yuchio was instantly overcome with joy. Yet, upon learning that it would take until tomorrow, a twinge of disappointment crept in. Nevertheless, he swiftly cast aside that feeling. After all, he had waited for many years. Now that he had finally discovered a glimmer of hope for advancement, what was one more day's wait? That is perfectly acceptable. I shall return tomorrow. Subai, please continue with your work. With that, Sun Yuchio wasted no time, lifting the despondent Zhang Lei from the ground as he departed. At that moment, Zhang Lei looked utterly dejected, mumbling repeatedly, my enhancement, my enhancement. Bang. Sun Yu delivered a sharp reprimand. What nonsense are you spouting? Return and report on yesterday's events. Did you not hear Boss Su state that no orders would be accepted today? Casting a glance at Zhang Lei, Sun Yu felt a twinge of compassion. After all, Zhang Lei had been his subordinate for many years. If you perform well, join me tomorrow. With that, Zhang Lei sprang to life, executing a perfect leap, rejuvenated by Sun Yu's words. He saluted, declaring, rest assured, Captain. I shall accomplish the task. The members of the enforcement team exchanged glances, relieved to see the familiar spirit of team leader Zhang return. Humph. While you may evade capital punishment, lesser offenses shall not go unpunished. Your 2 years' salary and bonuses are forfeited due to negligence, Sun Yu stated, before departing, leaving Zhang Lei standing there in stunned silence. That's all right. I will regain everything after the enhancement. Despite the loss of his wages, Zhang Lei mustered his resolve and turned to the enforcement team, saying, all right. Let us disperse for now. The team, observing Zhang Lei's demeanor, chose not to voice any further opinions and quietly departed. After all, the interstellar repair shop was right here and would not be going anywhere. Enhancements could always wait for another time. They were not as emotionally invested as team leader Zhang. Such is the plight of middle-aged men, whose passions often lie solely in their families and their mechas. It is, perhaps, understandable. As the crowd dissipated, the interstellar repair shop gradually returned to its former tranquility. At this moment, Enshui departed from Shui Pao and approached Subai, clasping her hands in gratitude. Thank you, Boss Su. No trouble at all, Subai replied, having long since mastered the intricacies of this business. He casually waved his hand, indicating she needn't concern herself further. Thanks to you. Boss Su, we will make every effort to secure the compensation. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Although Subai regarded it as a fair transaction, Xing Yunlong and his companions firmly believed they had gained a significant advantage. They immediately pledged their willingness to assist whenever necessary. Subai nodded in acknowledgement, not declining their offer. The Yunlong team was the most formidable squad in Nanjiang. Perhaps there would indeed come a time when he would need their support. Seeing Subai's acceptance, the three of them left with cheerful smiles, bidding farewell before departing from the interstellar repair shop. Once they had gone, Subai stretched lazily, relieved that they had finally left. These past 2 days have truly worn me out. Indeed, these 2 days had been the busiest since he took over the interstellar repair shop. First, he had maintained 10 mechs, then constructed chaos, followed by vanquishing the so-called Cold Light Star Reformer. Then came the enhancement of Xing Yunlong's mechs. It could be said he was thoroughly occupied. Perhaps it was merely my exceptional capabilities that led to shouldering a workload typically unbefitting my age, he mused, indulging in a moment of self-admiration as he returned to the interstellar repair shop. Gazing at the balance in his account, a warm smile spread across his face. Chapter 50, A Thought to Break the Stars. 54, 380, 000. This is the amount in Subai's current savings. Such a sum is beyond the reach of the vast majority of Starbreaker mech masters. Only the elite among them can amass such wealth. Of course, When compared to the Star Shatter Mech Masters, he still falls somewhat short. However, it is important to note that Subai is merely a Sky Mech Master at present. Yesterday, he practiced the Star Whale breathing technique once again, elevating his stellar energy to the 6th star of the Sky tier. Today, he should be on the verge of breaking through to the Starbreaker level. First, he decided to exchange for the 2nd tier of the Star Whale breathing technique. With his current wealth, he hesitated not for a moment and directly redeemed the 2nd tier of the technique. After the exchange, he still had over 490 million star coins remaining. As Subai successfully completed the exchange, the subsequent content of the Star Whale breathing technique unfolded in his mind. The 2nd tier is fundamentally similar to the first, with the only distinction being the introduction of additional variations in its operation. Whereas the original Star Whale breathing technique utilized oneself as the focal point to gather the surrounding stellar energy into tidal waves for absorption. The 2nd tier requires Subai to simultaneously construct 2 eyes of stellar tidal energy, enabling a doubling of the energy accumulation. Is this the joy of doubling? After a brief examination, Subai comprehended that as long as he fixed the eyes of the tidal waves in the palms of his hands, he could effortlessly accomplish the dual tidal formation. Regrettably, his current stellar energy is insufficient to construct 2 tidal waves. Forget it. Let us first amplify the celestial energy surrounding us. With that thought, Subai seated himself cross-legged on the ground, becoming the nucleus from which the surrounding star power swiftly converged. His realm began to ascend dramatically. Celestial 7 stars. Celestial 8 stars. Celestial 9 stars at its zenith. Just as the star power reached the pinnacle of Celestial 9 stars, Subai finally sensed a hint of obstruction. Is this the barrier to breakthrough? Since acquiring his talent, Subai had experienced astonishing progress in star power, yet this was the first time he encountered what is termed a bottleneck. This piqued his curiosity. He spread his arms, resting them upon his knees. Breathe in, breathe out in the span of a single breath. The star brilliance emanating from him surged along his arms toward his palms. Simultaneously, the tidal forces of star power swirling beside him began to shift, slowly fracturing from the center as if destined to split in twain. Rise, Subai exclaimed with authority. The star brilliance in his hands surged tremendously. The star power roared forth, cascading toward him like an unstoppable tide. What was once divided into 2, now brimming with vitality, was instantly replenished with an overwhelming abundance of star energy. In that fleeting moment when the 2 tidal forces of star power coalesced, the golden patterns on the interstellar repair shop quivered, preventing the escape of this potent aura. Boom! A resounding roar erupted. Subai's star power realm shattered the confines of its previous state, propelling him beyond the level of celestial mechanic to that of star-soaring mechanic. As he transcended to the rank of star-soaring mechanic, the amplification of his bodily star power began to decelerate. The sensation of rapid progress that once surged within him has now finally dissipated. It appears that the energy required for the star-treading stage exceeds that of the sky stage by more than tenfold. Indeed, upon keenly attuning to the changes within his body, Subai realized that even with double the efficiency and energy absorption, the time required for him to advance a star has increased to 5 times that of before. Such a calculation readily reveals that the energy needed at the star-treading stage is indeed tenfold that of the sky stage. No wonder many individuals spend their entire lives in the star-treading stage without ever attaining the status of a star-breaking mecha master. In this moment, Subai comprehended the arduous nature of cultivation. Despite possessing an SSS-level talent and a truth-level breathing technique, he still must progress step by step. For those without such advantages, like C and D-level talent mecha masters, breaking through to become a star-breaking mecha master is undoubtedly akin to scaling the heavens. Even B-level talent mecha masters cannot casually enter the ranks of star-breaking mecha masters. The Reformation Church and the Cold Light Star people also seem to be experiencing unrest. Reflecting on the events of recent days, Subai let out a helpless sigh. He had hoped to joyfully earn enough star coins through interstellar enhancements to bolster his mecha and traverse the stars. Instead, troubles have come one after another. Perhaps it is best to leave those matters to them. Aiding in their enhancements shall be my contribution. Subai slowly rose, stretching his somewhat stiff neck, and then made his way toward the maintenance room, activating the virtual maintenance chamber. Upon entering the maintenance chamber, Subai swiftly issued a command. Almost instantaneously, a voice emanated from the central control. At your command, Master. The virtual maintenance bay is now activated. With a resounding boom, a surge of energy enveloped the first maintenance chamber. Although the immediate surroundings appeared largely unchanged, Subai could distinctly perceive subtle differences. Everything in the maintenance chamber, apart from himself, seemed to undergo a slight distortion. This phenomenon was a consequence of accelerating the flow of time to thrice its normal rate, resulting in temporal compression of objects. However, due to the system's influence, this compression had been minimized. Remarkably, as the proprietor, Subai felt no sense of temporal strain whatsoever. Is this what a threefold acceleration of time feels like? Subai surveyed his surroundings before retrieving his chaos. Following his breakthrough to the star-pacing stage, he had not initially reinforced the chaos for a simple reason. During his confrontation with that cold entity the previous day, Subai realized that his current chaos seemed unable to fully harness its core power source. The concept of 5 cores igniting simultaneously was, after all, a theoretical construct. Even though the system had rendered it a reality, the external materials could not withstand such a violent surge. Subai needed to make minor adjustments to certain structures. This was precisely why he had entered the virtual maintenance bay, to fully refine his chaos. The primary concern lay in the joint's capacity to bear the load. Previously, I was solely focused on speed, investing considerable effort into refining the skeletal structure, core, and armor. Yet, the joints remained somewhat coarse. After surveying the entire setup, Subai swiftly identified the root cause. The joints were struggling to withstand the immense power generated by the quintuple core fusion. That was the force of 5 midsummer stars. For an ordinary mech, merely avoiding destruction would be a remarkable feat. Fortunately, I had retained several techniques from the star-rated mechanic skills provided during previous tasks. Now that the character for constructing the mech has been completed, the task assistance has naturally faded away. However, before its departure, Subai had chosen to retain 10 exquisite techniques from the 3-star mechanic repertoire, which was the maximum allowed by the system. It is not that he wished to remember more. The method Subai intended to employ was the North Source joint bearing technique, renowned within the Stellar Alliance. The North Source mechanic gained fame for achieving the status of a 3-star mechanic at the tender age of 20. By the time he reached 30, he had transcended the confines of a mechanic, attaining the esteemed rank of a 7-star mechanic. Decades have since passed, and Subai could only speculate about the current level of expertise possessed by this individual. However, the legacy technique left behind during his tenure as a 3-star mechanic was none other than the North Source joint bearing technique. Recalling the memories within his mind, Subai grasped the thermal knife in one hand while using the other to channel the sensation of merging with the surrounding metals. Zzz. As the thermal knife made contact with the chaotic outer shell, sparks erupted and cascaded downward. Subai deftly wielded his knife, seizing the moment to effortlessly remove the chaos outer shell, revealing the intricate skeleton within. To his astonishment, the reinforced bones had undergone a transformation. Observing the stark contrast to his original design, Subai recognized this as a testament to the system's influence. Yet, he lamented that even the system had its oversights. Once the outer shell was discarded, his gaze was instantly drawn to the peculiar area that had piqued his curiosity. Indeed, Chapter 51, Transformation Once More. Seeking Justice. Following Subai's gaze, one could discern a minute aperture at the joint of the Chaos mech. Such voids are inconsequential in standard mechs, as their considerable size necessitates multiple such openings to alleviate internal pressure. However, Chaos is a mech weapon. Its dimensions are insignificant compared to ordinary mechs, being merely a fraction of their size. In this context, the equilibrium of internal and external pressure is unnecessary. The emergence of such voids would instead precipitate an imbalance, leading to an energy overload that surpasses the mech's inherent capacity. This was the source of Subai's unease. Indeed, there was a problem. Instantly identifying the issue, Subai felt a wave of relief wash over him. This would save considerable time and maintenance. He replaced the thermal blade in his left hand with a connector, while his right hand continued to execute the technique of universal integration, enabling the surrounding metal to adhere instantaneously to the joint. Concurrently, he employed the North Source joint reception method to melt the metal and, while covering it, utilized the reception technique to reconstruct the joint. This intricate operation demanded utmost precision. Subai remained wholly focused, refusing to entertain even a hint of negligence. Sparks flew as metal enveloped the joint, and the mechanisms flowed seamlessly. Subai persistently repeated this meticulous procedure within the virtual maintenance chamber again and again until he was assured of its accuracy. Starsea University, Elite Student Dormitory. Zhao Mingyue had just concluded a day of rigorous training, beads of sweat cascading down her ice blue locks, clinging to her back, while her snug training attire accentuated her figure, albeit somewhat lacking in curvature. She gently wiped the perspiration from her forehead, the oppressive aura brought by Duan Han from the previous day still vivid in her mind. Once again, she was acutely aware of her inadequacies. She was still too weak. It was imperative that she swiftly mastered her next technique. For the cultivation of her stellar energy could not be neglected. She refrained from inquiring Zhao Tianming about the intricacies of the situation. Even her father would not divulge everything. She could only speculate that the reformed ecclesiastical order would likely make significant moves soon. If her strength remained insufficient, she risked becoming mere cannon fodder amidst the impending storm. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, her door was abruptly rapped upon. A somewhat irritable yet melodious voice called out from outside. Open the door, airport. Don't hide in there without a sound. I know you're home. You can sneak away, but you should have the audacity to open the door. Yesterday, Zhao Mingwei had not responded to her messages, and when she later attempted to call, the other party had inexplicably turned off her phone. This infuriated Xiao Ming into no end. Were it not for her busy schedule today, she would have come to knock on Zhao Mingyue's door at the crack of dawn. There was simply no way to contain her frustration. One could hardly imagine how she had spent yesterday, curled up alone in bed, her mind incessantly replaying Zhao Mingyue's words. Feeling utterly distressed, Zhao Mingyue was greeted by a knock at the door, prompting a slight smile to grace her lips as she sauntered towards it and swung the door wide open. What on earth is all this noise? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the peace, little shorty? If word gets out, your status as the campus belle might just be in jeopardy. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Mingyan lunged forward like a fierce tiger, enveloping Zhao Mingyue in a tight embrace. With a sudden thud, the two collapsed onto the floor, caught off guard. Xiao Mingyan straddled Zhao Mingyue, glaring fiercely at her. Come on, spill it. What on earth did you do? What happened yesterday? If you try to deceive me, hehehe. As she spoke, Xiao Mingyan extended her mischievous hands towards Zhao Mingyue's waist. Ah, ha ha, don't go overboard. Ha, I'll tell you, just stop. Caught in this unexpected ambush, Zhao Mingyue burst into laughter, tears welling in her eyes. As childhood friends, Xiao Mingyan had a firm grasp on her vulnerabilities, particularly her ticklishness. Yet, the sight of the two of them, one in a short skirt and the other in form-fitting workout attire, wrestling on the ground was indeed indescribable. One could only say that those who could type with both hands were truly upright individuals. After a playful scuffle, Xiao Mingyan finally relented, withdrawing her mischievous hands. I must say, this airport is quite exquisite. How enviable. Despite possessing a commendable figure, I occasionally find myself with a hint of softness, unlike Zhao Mingyue, who boasts an exquisite physique honed by years of diligent training. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue's face radiates the beauty of blooming peach blossoms, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, as she languidly reclines on the ground, her breath coming in quick gasps, witnessing her disheveled appearance. Xiao Mingyan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Now you understand the gravity of the situation, don't you? Speak up. However, just as she basked in her victory, Zhao Mingyue swiftly maneuvered behind her, wrapping her arms around Xiao Mingyan's slender waist and playfully exhaling into her ear. Didn't you want to hear it? How about this? The once proud Xiao Mingyan quivered, her legs instinctively drawing together, visibly flustered. Let us talk properly. The sensitivity of her ears was her Achilles heel. Whether it was whispering secrets or breathy exchanges, Xiao Mingyan found it nearly impossible to withstand. Of course, this vulnerability was exclusive to their dynamic. Should anyone else attempt such an approach, they would simply be met with a fierce display of stellar power, rendering them powerless to approach. With the upper hand, Zhao Mingyue showed no mercy, continuing her playful taunt. Weren't you just so confident a moment ago? Is this how you interrogate someone? You seem to enjoy it quite a bit. Brace yourself. I'm about to begin. Please, I've made a mistake, ultimately, Xiao Mingyan, with tears of reluctance streaming down her cheeks, conceded defeat. Had Zhao Mingyue truly conveyed this to her, she would undoubtedly have been unable to absorb a single word. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, the intelligence was of paramount importance. She would settle the score with that airport later. With a thud, Zhao Mingyue, after blowing a few more breaths, finally relinquished her grip, causing Xiao Mingyan to collapse onto the ground. Fortunately, as a skilled aerial mecha master, she had sustained no significant harm. Xiao Mingyan quickly regained her composure, and this time, both of them tacitly chose to avoid discussing the incident that had just transpired. Now, speak up. What exactly did you experience yesterday? Since Xiao Mingyan had inquired with sincere intent, Zhao Mingyue graciously divulged. It was this and that. As Zhao Mingyue recounted her tale, Xiao Mingyan's mouth remained agape, incapable of closing. Once Zhao Mingyue finished her narration, A moment passed before Xiao Mingyan processed the information. Are you implying that Boss Su sought your assistance because he intends to construct mecha weaponry? Combat-type mecha weaponry has indeed come into being? The church has made its move again? Wait, Boss Su's mecha weaponry could actually shatter the Star Treader mecha. Hold on. Allow me a moment. This influx of information is simply overwhelming. I initially thought Zhao Mingyue was merely assisting Su Bai with trivial matters and teasing me in the process. I never anticipated that I had truly missed out on so much. I converse with Su Bai daily, and yet he failed to inform me of such significant developments. You dare call yourself my admirer? Humph. What a scoundrel. Chapter 52. Decision amidst the sea of clouds. A thorough self-examination. Xiao Mingyan felt an overwhelming sense of disillusionment with the world. Her cheeks puffed out, clearly indicating her immense frustration. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Mingyue found amusement, but soon adopted a serious expression. This matter is not to be taken lightly. You must prepare yourself in advance. Although I have not inquired deeply into the reasons behind this situation, the fact that the reformist church has intervened and possibly infiltrated the fleet is a cause for concern. Their intentions are likely considerable, and given our current strength, we risk becoming mere cannon fodder. Upon hearing Zhao Mingyue's words, Xiao Mingyan suppressed her irritation, her gaze flickering as she nodded emphatically. Indeed, we are still too weak. Had their conversation been overheard by the freshmen at Star Sea University, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. How can you two, one ranked first and the other second, consider yourselves weak? What does that make us? Incompetent? The two exchanged glances, each setting aside their earlier jesting. Xiao Mingyan looked at Zhao Mingyue with a hint of pride. You may accompany me in training now. With your level, it would be quite fitting for you to serve as my sparring partner. Zhao Mingyue shot her a dry glance. Ha! As if I am the one who needs to be the sparring partner. Their strengths were already closely matched. The reason Zhao Mingyue had suffered such a crushing defeat before was purely due to the disparity in their mechs. Now that they were back on equal footing, Zhao Mingyue was determined not to be outdone. In an instant, a faint scent of gunpowder permeated the air. The gazes of the two individuals collided like a thunderstorm. A subtle yet potent energy emanated from Zhao Mingyue's dormitory, startling all who passed by. What is happening? Is the goddess Zhao truly angry? The atmosphere feels so oppressive. Just now, I seem to have seen goddess Zhao enter. Do you think they might clash again? Huh. If we speak of mechas, goddess Zhao has already proven her prowess. Yet, in close combat, even with her S-class talent, would it suffice against goddess Zhao? Indeed, it seems prudent to retreat swiftly, lest I be caught in the crossfire. At the headquarters of the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu gazed at the intelligence report before him, his entire countenance darkening. He turned his attention to the despondent Zhang Lei, narrowing his eyes into slits. Little Zhang, have you been living too comfortably? Zhang Lei, having lost his opportunity for enhancement, felt like a mere shell of a man, completely oblivious to Sun Yu's words. After all, he had offended his own wife to secure 180 million. And now it seemed utterly useless. This sensation was beyond his ability to articulate. All he knew was that existence felt rather meaningless. He could only numbly nod in agreement. The captain is right. Sun Yu, unable to contain himself any longer, delivered a punch to Zhang Lei's head, employing even a touch of stellar energy in his blow. Had he not feared that Song Yin would obliterate Zhang Lei, he would have been prepared to unleash his own innate talents. With a resounding thud, Zhang Lei's head was struck, causing him to momentarily lose his senses. Finally regaining his composure, he straightened up and glanced around, demanding, Who ambushed me? A chilling voice responded, Ah, it is I. Upon recognizing the familiar tone, Zhang Lei felt a shiver run down his spine. Captain, what brings you here? He stammered, gingerly touching the swelling on his head, his expression one of innocence. Seeing the boy's demeanor, Sun Yu almost succumbed to the urge to strike him again. Yet, prioritizing the greater good, he managed to maintain his composure. What is your perspective on the matter at hand? Zhang Lei understood that Sun Yu was referring to the issue regarding the modification of the church, and he shed his previous dejection, contemplating earnestly. It seems we must conduct a thorough reckoning. After all, according to Team Yunlong and Boss Su, the modification church possesses a field tiger. This undoubtedly indicates a problem within our ranks. What concerns me most is whether this field tiger originated from our Yunhai, the Nanjing fleet, or elsewhere. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. Zhang Lei's transition into a focused work mode pleased Sun Yu immensely, as his words struck at the heart of the matter. Since this issue pertains to our fleet's internal affairs, it transcends the mere problem of the modification church. This suggests that some among us may have aligned themselves with those lunatics. And, as a fleet's mecha, the field tiger, even if it is of the universal type, remains a formidable star-hopping mecha. The number of individuals capable of piloting such mechas is quite limited. In fact, within the Yunhai, only he, Zhang Lei, and 2 other deputy captains possess this privilege. Contemplating this, Sun Yu's gaze deepened, and his tone grew grave. We must ascertain that this mecha did not originate from our Yunhai. Handle this matter discreetly. Temporarily suppress the rumors surrounding the interstellar repair shop. I have heard that many young individuals were present at the scene yesterday. Until the truth is unveiled, ensure that the information is contained. Sun Yu swiftly made a decision. The first step was a self-assessment. He and Zhang Lei were undoubtedly in the clear. However, he could not guarantee the same for the other 2 deputy captains, as they were external secondments and not individuals he knew well. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Lei saluted, "As you command." He then exited Sun Yu's office, hesitating at the door to tentatively inquire, "If you manage this well, may I accompany you tomorrow? How can you still negotiate at such a time?" Sun Yu's tone was stern. The entire Yunhai might be engulfed in crisis, yet Zhang Lei dared to bargain with him? However, recalling the information he had heard from the law enforcement team and considering Ms. Zhongyi, Sun Yu empathized with him. Ultimately relenting, "We shall discuss it once you have accomplished your task. Ensure the mission is completed." Zhang Lei, having received Sun Yu's approval, felt invigorated. Regaining his usual composure and promptly set about addressing the situation. As the figure departed, Sun Yu slowly turned around, gazing out of the window at the bustling sea of vehicles, his hands resting behind him. The Xie family had previously employed sea nuclear rays. Now, the aberrant individual who transformed the Holy See was a product of the Cold Light Star people. There must be a connection between the two. The Xie family should not be involved in such matters. Within the interstellar repair shop, Subai had thoroughly completed the processing of the chaos joints. After reinstalling the armor, he immersed himself in the chaos to experience its essence. Indeed, the pressure that once weighed upon him had vanished. It was evidently due to the hollowness. Master Bei Yuan was truly remarkable. After utilizing his joint conduction technique, the strength and flexibility of the chaos joints had ascended to a new level. It appears that the system, while formidable, is not infallible. I must swiftly elevate my own repair skills. This incident left a profound impression on Subai. Indeed, the system is powerful, yet it is not omnipotent. As a repair technician, it is imperative that I enhance my skills with the system's assistance to ensure absolute reliability. After witnessing the miraculous nature of Master Bei Yuan's joint conduction technique, Subai's mindset underwent a transformation. He harbored the hope that one day, he too could create a legacy of his own craftsmanship. Chapter 53, Chaotic Star Treading. A myriad of blossoms and shadows. Aspirations must soar high. Even with the system at one's side, continuous self-improvement is essential to avoid becoming its mere appendage. Yet, I digress. I am perhaps pondering too far ahead. After a fleeting moment of ambition, Subai chuckled at himself. Currently, he was merely a star-treading mecha engineer. His mechanical skills only barely qualifying him as a star-level technician thanks to the legacy of others. It is imperative to elevate one's capabilities first. Subai was uncertain how long he could conceal the existence of the system. However, as long as he could bolster his strength to the point of overwhelming everything. What would it matter when the system was revealed? Let us set a modest goal. First, amass 1 trillion, and ascend to the rank of a true mecha master. With that thought, Subai departed from chaos, placing a hand upon the body of the mecha. Having reached perfection, it was time to enhance it further. Level 3 Interstellar Enhancement. With an expenditure of 10 million star coins, the workshop was instantly illuminated by a celestial radiance. A magnificent aura erupted from chaos. This enhancement was akin to a multitude of stars converging into one, their brilliance illuminating the path ahead, while the red and black chassis assumed an even deeper complexity. The starlight adorned the black surface of the mecha, reminiscent of a sky full of stars. The Level 3 Interstellar Enhancement would allow the aerial mecha to step into the ranks of the star-breaking mecha. The further reinforcement of the metallic structure rendered it nigh indestructible. Most importantly, a terrifying force erupted from its core with a resounding explosion. Bang! A sudden explosion reverberated, causing the temperature within the virtual repair chamber to skyrocket. Fortunately, Subai had prepared in advance, enveloping himself in stellar energy. Even so, the shockwave had already expelled waves of stellar energy from his body. The 5 original starlight seeds had transformed completely. They were no longer the semi-stellar cloud stones of the past. Judging by their purity, these 5 core power sources had now entirely metamorphosed into stellar cloud stones. coupled with the amplification of their combined ignition. The Chaos and core power now surpassed that of most star-breaking mechas. Observing the rejuvenated Chaos, Subai exited the virtual repair chamber and entered the training grounds. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and due to the previous turmoil, the area outside the interstellar repair shop was nearly sealed off, preventing outsiders from approaching. At the far end, members of the enforcement team were on duty. With a creak, the door of the interstellar repair shop swung open, instantly drawing the gaze of the enforcement officers stationed there. "Isn't that Boss Su? Where could he be heading at this late hour?" One officer mused. "I wonder if we should remind him to be cautious? Haven't you heard? He even defeated a star-pathed mecha. Does he need our reminders? I almost forgot. I didn't realize how young Boss Su is. Not only is his repair skill remarkable, but his strength is also formidable. This is the distinction that exists among individuals. The difference between us and Boss Su is akin to that of the full moon and a flickering firefly. Ahem, it has been exaggerated, even if you express such sentiments. Boss Su remains oblivious to them. Wait, has Boss Su entered the training ground? Could it be that he intends to practice? My goodness, he has entered the mecha. Is this what mecha armament entails? This is my first encounter, and it is truly impressive. At this moment, Subai has immersed himself in the chaos, naturally drawing the attention of the crowd. Although the members of the enforcement team had heard of it, none had witnessed Subai's chaos with their own eyes. Having seen it firsthand, one can only say it surpasses all descriptions in strength and allure. However, wasn't it previously stated that Boss Su's mecha stood at 3 meters? Why does it appear nearly 5 meters tall now? It seems so. Could it be? A similar thought has emerged in the minds of the enforcement team, and they exchange knowing glances, followed by the sound of swallowed saliva resonating through the crowd. Has he undergone enhancements? Has Boss Su ascended to the rank of Starpath Mecha Master? Good heavens! A Starpath Mecha Master at such a young age? But that is not all. He was already capable of defeating a Void Mecha Master while still a Sky Mecha Master, now that he has broken through. Will he not be unstoppable? Is the disparity between individuals truly this monumental? Boss Su, I implore you to accept the divine prowess. This leaves no room for others to survive. As the aura of chaos dissipated into the air, everyone confirmed their suspicions. In astonishment, they also lamented. They had seen their fair share of the world and encountered S-grade talents before, yet they had never witnessed a prodigy like Subai. Not to mention his astonishing mechanical skills. Simply the fact that he had ascended to the ranks of star machine engineers at such a tender age was enough to leave one in awe. Naturally, Subai was oblivious to the discussions around him. He had come to the training ground not to boast, but to test the new skills he had acquired after his enhancement. With a deep exhale, Subai focused intently. A flash of crimson light flickered in the eyes of chaos, and the entire machine soared into the sky, leaving behind countless afterimages. Each afterimage appeared indistinguishable from the real chaos. The afterimages simultaneously swung their right arms, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Bang! The force of the punches shattered the air like thunder, with numerous afterimages unleashing a whirlwind of fists that erupted in the sky, swift as the wind and torrential as a waterfall. The sheer force of the punches triggered the defensive barrier, and beneath the onslaught, even the shield capable of withstanding a full strike from a star-breaking mecha began to show signs of strain. This was the hallmark of his specialty, myriad flowers and myriad shadows. Through rapid movement, he created afterimages that were both real and illusory. Every afterimage may embody truth or deception. The chaos can strike from any afterimage's position at any moment. This has culminated in the astonishing spectacle of countless fists unleashed in unison. The onlookers were utterly astounded, having never witnessed such a grand display. Particularly striking was the apparent reality of each afterimage. This was no longer mere afterimages. It was a manifestation of clones. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Impossible. How could such a technique exist? Clones? The mech commanded by Boss Su could actually create clones? Unthinkable. Absolutely inconceivable. Even a mech artisan with the ability to create clones can typically produce only up to 8. Yet, Boss Su conjured at least 100 clones. How could this be? Even the star power of a celestial mech artisan would be insufficient for such a feat. Yet, the evidence lay before them. I don't know, but it simply cannot be true. This defies the very essence of mechs. Alas, one can only conclude that Boss Su has transcended mundane understanding. In his presence, all possibilities are conceivable. Chapter 54. A dazzling display of stars. Reduced to ruins? The minds of the onlookers were profoundly shaken, causing even some members of the enforcement team to waver in their convictions. Indeed, Subai's display was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, Before they could recover from the shock of the myriad wonders before them, the hundreds of chaos machines converged into a single entity. This chaos loomed in the sky, suspended at a height of 100 meters, resembling a sovereign of the night, surveying the vast expanse of existence below. The gaze of the crowd swiftly shifted upwards, fixating on the chaos that stood majestically amidst the heavens. Confusion spread among them. What could the esteemed Su be doing at such an altitude? Was he merely seeking to admire the scenic vistas of the cloud ocean? Surely, one could not presume that Subai had the luxury of time for such trifles. What, then, was his purpose? Uncertainty clouded their minds. Whereas they might have previously ventured bold conjectures regarding Subai's next move, now they found themselves at a loss, unable to fathom his intentions. Fortunately, Subai did not leave them in suspense for long. The starlight upon chaos flickered with brilliance, akin to a celestial tapestry. A terrifying surge of energy radiated from it, coalescing above its apex as the surrounding stellar forces surged toward its core, birthing a shimmering orb of starry light. The moment the crowd felt the pulsating energy, they instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixated on the celestial phenomenon above. Even from a distance of 100 meters, the residual waves of energy enveloped them, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thud. Under the immense pressure, some of the less formidable members of the enforcement team sank to one knee, struggling to endure. Yet, despite their plight, they maintained an upward gaze, fearful of missing the forthcoming spectacle. As the radiant light converged, the starry orb surged into the heavens, manifesting a celestial pillar that rent the clouds and pierced the firmament. Beyond the pillar, countless stars flickered, igniting friction with the air that resulted in an explosive eruption. A multitude of stars plummeted, akin to a meteor shower, crashing violently upon the earth. Bang! Bang! An array of light beams fell to the ground, striking the training field with such force that it swiftly became riddled with craters. Until the last star fell, the once indomitable training ground was reduced to a vast pit, with the surrounding barriers shattered into fragments. Boom! The explosive aftermath surged forth, the shockwave overwhelming the enforcement team members and toppling them to the ground. The residual force continued to radiate outward, striking the edifices amidst the sea of clouds. Regardless of the towering structures or the flat terrain, everything trembled under the onslaught of the shockwave. Unlike the previous sensations of the Starlight Cannon or the Gengjin Shihua Slash, this was a true cataclysm. Even those in slumber were roused by the tremors. What is happening? Is this truly an earthquake? This sensation is far more intense than before. Wait, why do I feel as though the building across is swaying? Run for your lives. Such scenes unfold in countless households. It is only after they leave their homes and reach the ground that the tremors cease. This immediately incites public outrage. How long will this continue? Day after day, when will it come to an end? Don't tell me it's yet another new weapon development. Who conducts research on a new weapon every single day? Where is the Yunhai fleet? A proper explanation is necessary. Indeed, life has become unbearable. Many individuals have resorted to action, inundating the hotline of the Yunhai fleet with calls. At this moment, Xiao Wang, serving as both the secretary and the liaison officer for Sun Yu, finds himself in a state of utter distress. He rushes into Sun Yu's office, exclaiming, "Captain Sun, we are in grave trouble. Calm down, let us have someone manage the situation." "I am already aware of the circumstances," Sun Yu responds. He had felt the tremors himself and was able to deduce that the epicenter was the interstellar repair shop. After delegating tasks to Xiao Wang, he leaves the fleet headquarters. Heading straight for the interstellar repair shop, anxiety etched on his face. Subai must not come to harm. Given the magnitude of the disturbance emanating from the interstellar repair shop, his first instinct is that the Transformation Church has gone mad, fully committing to eliminate Subai. That recent strike posed a threat even to him. Not to mention Subai. Under no circumstances can Subai be allowed to falter. The repair technology possessed by the other party is a treasure for all of China. Sun Yu hurriedly made his way to the interstellar repair shop, while Subai, ensconced in the chaos, found himself in an awkward predicament. Gazing at the completely obliterated training ground below, he helplessly scratched his head, pondering, this power is rather overwhelming. This was a talent he had acquired after his third awakening, known as Stellar Burst. He had initially thought that employing it within the confines of the training ground would not yield significant repercussions. Who could have anticipated that the training arena would be utterly destroyed? In a rush, he descended to the ground, exiting chaos to observe the members of the enforcement team lying below. Still shaken, Subai tentatively inquired, "Are you all right?" His youthful demeanor prompted the enforcement members to realize that the figure before them was merely a lad not yet in his prime. They quickly rose, brushing off the dust from their clothing, and replied, "We are fine. But Sue, you have certainly created quite the commotion. What was that technique? It is the first time I have witnessed someone shatter the training ground. Truly astonishing. Is mech weaponry capable of such might? After all, it was merely the residual force." They had been well prepared, with some having positioned defensive gear in advance. As a result, the less robust among them only sustained minor abrasions, while most of the enforcement team merely found themselves toppled and their garments soiled. Yet, this did little to diminish their respect for Subai. It is worth noting that such residual energy had escaped only after the training ground's barrier had been breached. If this technique were to truly strike them, the outcome would be unimaginable. "This is my innate skill." With a twinge of guilt, Subai patiently addressed their inquiries and offered an explanation. Indeed, the esteemed Sue possesses two remarkable innate abilities. The members of the enforcement team nodded in acknowledgement, and then it seemed a realization struck them. No, it should be three. There was also that earlier technique of duplication. Based on their intelligence, they were aware that Subai had initially employed a different sword-based innate skill to defeat Duan Han. And just moments ago, he had demonstrated duplication along with the celestial descent technique. Altogether, it should amount to three. However, the duplication was not an innate skill. Nor was it truly duplication. It was merely my unique specialization. Noticing their misunderstanding, Subai felt compelled to clarify. Yet, was it truly a misunderstanding? After all, he indeed possessed three innate skills. He simply had not yet showcased the dark energy beam cannon in front of others. Upon hearing Subai's explanation, the crowd nodded in understanding. "I see now." At that moment, they felt that Subai was not as distant as they had imagined. He was quite approachable. To their surprise, he had taken the time to explain so much to them, contrary to their initial perception of him as aloof. This was indeed a misconception. Subai had never been a cold person. Moreover, considering he had nearly harmed others, he would eliminate Duan Han because the latter deserved it. While these members of the enforcement team, despite their average abilities, were individuals contributing their efforts to protect Yunhai, he would naturally not regard them with indifference. The members of the enforcement team briefly conversed with Subai, preparing to report the events that had transpired here. After all, such a significant disturbance would undoubtedly leave the fleet in a state of utter chaos. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from afar. "You wretches of the Reformed Church, prepare to face your demise." Chapter 55. A fierce confrontation in the stars, astonishment among the crowd. "Captain Sun Yu has arrived at the battlefield, even from a considerable distance. The might of the Zhonglong is apparent to all." With his thoughts occupied by Subai, Sun Yu has little time to spare, navigating through the cosmos aboard the Zhonglong. Upon witnessing the training ground of the interstellar repair shop transformed into a massive pit, his fury escalates. He lets out a furious roar, determined to exact vengeance upon the assailants of the Transmutation Church in honor of Subai's spirit. As the Zhonglong draws nearer, the members of the enforcement team are struck with dread. What has come over Captain Sun? Are there truly remnants of the Transmutation Church here? This is dire. He is charging right at us. In the face of the seemingly uncontrollable Zhonglong, the enforcement team members scatter in a panic, fearing they may be caught in the crossfire. This is a 5-star mech. A direct hit could very well send them to the heavens. Just then, Subai's figure vanishes, and the Huan Yuan, bathed in starlight, materializes directly before the Zhonglong. Upon encountering the suddenly appearing mech, Sun Yu instinctively throws a punch. The towering Zhonglong, standing at 50 meters, dwarfs the Huan Yuan with its sheer size. Boom! A deafening explosion ensues. Waves of force surge forth, and dust clouds obscure the view. Members of the enforcement team silently lament. This is bad. Boss Su has been struck by Captain Sun. Alas, this was the full force strike of the Zhonglong, and it seemed that Boss Su was in dire straits. "Oh, Captain Sun, how foolish you are. What impetuosity. Should others become aware of this, Captain Sun would find it difficult to absolve himself of blame. Hurry, we must locate Boss Su. He cannot come to harm." Everyone was convinced that under Captain Sun's furious blow, Subai would surely meet a grim fate. Even though Huan Yuan had previously demonstrated formidable strength, raw power is but one aspect. Defensive capability is an entirely different matter. Not to mention that Huan Yuan was merely a mech armed for battle. Even if it were a standard mech, a Starwalker could not possibly withstand a full-force strike from a planet breaker. The crowd was thrown into disarray, anxiety gripping their hearts. Captain Sun was mistaken. Suddenly, Subai's voice emerged from the smoke, bringing both relief and astonishment to the onlookers. "What? Is this for real?" Boss Su's mech armor actually withstood Captain Sun's Songlong strike? Is that even plausible? The fist of Songlong appeared to be significantly larger than Boss Su's Hunyuan. It could only be said that it was indeed Boss Su's mech. His creations were always of exquisite quality, far beyond our ability to hastily judge. The crowd was in awe, but the one most profoundly shaken was naturally Sun Yu. That punch he had unleashed was purely instinctual, fueled by his anger, and he had exerted nearly tenfold strength. Aside from lacking the attachment of the Azure Flame, one could assert that this is the full force of the Azure Wolf. How could such a punch be deflected by Subai? Subai, are you unharmed? Sun Yu's words bore a dual significance. On one hand, the adversary had seemingly evaded persecution by the Reformed Church, and on the other, how could he withstand such a blow? It is all a misunderstanding. Upon discerning the double entendre in Sun Yu's words and recalling the furious shout from earlier, Subai understood that the other party had misconstrued the situation. Once he confirmed Subai's safety, the two descended from their mechs and approached the gathering crowd. Captain Sun. Upon seeing Sun Yu, the members of the enforcement team saluted in unison. Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Now, let us discuss what transpired." He gestured towards the enormous crater before the interstellar repair shop. The enforcement team members, momentarily at a loss for words, hesitated to begin. Subai then interjected, "Allow me to explain. He had just attained an enhancement and intended to test his innate abilities. Yet this was the unexpected outcome." With a resigned gesture, he admitted he had not anticipated such a commotion. "This was your doing?" Sun Yu exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment, his gaze shifting rapidly between Subai and the crater. Even though chaos had previously thwarted his punch, it paled in comparison to the devastation of the training ground. Especially considering that the shockwave, which had reverberated throughout the entire Cloud Sea, had emerged subsequent to the destruction of the training arena? What magnitude of power is this? At the very least, Sun Yu believed it was exceedingly difficult for him to achieve this. After all, he was a 5-star mecha master. Yet, upon their recent encounter, he discerned that Subai's chaos was merely a 1-star in the Star Ascension realm. The disparity between them was not merely one of a significant tier. Even after witnessing Subai's extraordinary mechanical skills, Sun Yu still found it hard to believe. Prior to this, had anyone told him that someone could overclock a mecha's performance to such an extent, he would have thought they were still dreaming. However, it was Subai who spoke, and there were numerous law enforcement team members who bore witness. They could not deceive themselves. With a sharp intake of breath, Sun Yu's gaze towards Subai transformed entirely. His tone laced with a hint of tentative inquiry. "Subai, have you considered developing within the fleet? Of course, the maintenance fees would adhere to your terms. Should you agree, I will ensure, within my capabilities, that you possess absolute freedom." Previously, Sun Yu had contemplated recruiting Subai, for the latter's mechanical prowess was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, upon reflecting on the price he would have to pay, he ultimately refrained. After all, mechanical repairs and enhancements did not necessitate Subai's formal inclusion in the fleet. He could simply visit an interstellar repair shop. However, having now witnessed Subai's formidable strength, Sun Yu was genuinely compelled to go to great lengths to recruit him into the Yu-Hai fleet. This was comparable to his own combat prowess, and he was so remarkably young. Currently, Subai was merely a Star Ascension mecha master, yet possessed such extraordinary capabilities. What level would he attain if he were to become a broken star? Given the potential displayed by Subai, it is not inconceivable for him to reach the status of a falling star, perhaps even surpassing Hung Tian. However, that is unnecessary. Regrettably, Subai firmly declined Sun Yu's proposition. Should any enhancements or repairs be required, he would always be welcome at the interstellar repair shop. Joining the fleet? Setting aside the fact that Subai had no such intention, even if he did, it would be an impossibility. The interstellar repair shop is his foundation, a truth he is acutely aware of. Should he depart from the shop, it remains uncertain whether the system would continue to offer assistance. After all, the condition for the system's activation is the ownership of a personal repair shop. Regardless of how many promises Sun Yu might make, he could not acquiesce. Upon witnessing Subai's resolute refusal, Sun Yu understood that the other party genuinely had no desire to join the fleet. Although he felt a twinge of regret in his heart, he refrained from saying much more, merely sighing in disappointment. "Well, it seems fate has not favored our fleet, and you, Subai. To force Subai into joining? That would be madness. Not only does the other party possess formidable strength, but he might also prove difficult to please. Given that he would require Subai's assistance for enhancements in the future, coercing him would be utterly futile. Chapter 56. Have you investigated thoroughly? Strengthening. However, a new training ground must be constructed for you. Sun Yu stroked his chin, contemplating that with the impending reinforcement tomorrow, the absence of a training ground was untenable. The existing primary training ground was no longer suitable for this place. Given today's events, it was evident that the broken star-level training ground could no longer meet Su Bai's requirements. Sun Yu turned to the members of the enforcement team beside him. Go and have someone build an advanced training ground here, following the scale of a competition arena. Such training grounds, designed for the exchange of the top talents from various countries within Blue Star, were essential since many among them were broken star mech masters. Naturally, a broken star-level training ground would be inadequate to withstand their battles, necessitating the installation of a more formidable starfall barrier. Sun Yu reasoned that this should ensure absolute security. After all, there were no starfall-level powerhouses in Yuhai. In fact, even the entirety of China had very few starfall-level experts. But, upon hearing Sun Yu's words, a member of the enforcement team appeared somewhat troubled. The expenses required for a competition-scale training ground were incomparably higher than those of a primary training ground. The main defensive barrier alone was worth several 100 million star coins, and constructing it for the interstellar repair shop without justification seemed unreasonable. However, considering the recent assault by the Reformation Church, Su Bai had risked his life to save the citizens of Yunhai, eliminating the attackers on the spot. This was a compensation he rightfully deserved. With that, Sun Yu turned to Su Bai, seeking his opinion. Su Bai, you have no objections, right? I have no objections, Su Bai replied promptly to Sun Yu's inquiry. Naturally, he harbored no dissent. Establishing the training facility outside the gate was advantageous for him. Were it not for the existence of this rudimentary training ground, he would have been unable to truly experience the power of his acquired talents. Directly employing them could potentially lead to disastrous outcomes. Reminiscent of the earlier incident with the sword that drew calamity, it could very well result in significant losses, akin to the recent stellar explosion. As for the compensation mentioned by Sun Yu, he would have remained oblivious to it had it not been brought up, and he was indifferent to it. The prospect of a training ground worth several million star coins was already quite appealing, while he could certainly request other forms of compensation. The value of alternatives would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of the training facility. Su Bai's reasoning was indeed sound. Had he opted for different compensation, Sun Yu, devoid of any ulterior motives, would likely have offered a mere tens of millions of star coins, which, while substantial, would only be attainable due to Su Bai's status. However, with the advanced training ground as a substitute, the compensation had multiplied tenfold. After all, the training ground could be viewed as a public amenity, requiring only Su Bai's consent for usage, thus providing tangible benefits to every patron visiting the interstellar repair shop. Very well, since you have no objections. Let's proceed with the arrangements. I have other matters to attend to. See you tomorrow. On the way back, Sun Yu refrained from driving his wolf. Previously, he had been in a state of anxiety, eager to reach his destination swiftly. Now, however, he felt less urgency. Only poor Xiao Wang in the petition office suffers at this moment. Her eyes vacant as she continues to answer calls from the public while urging her subordinates to soothe their emotions. Alas, what on earth is happening? How could there be an earthquake out of the blue? The captain, too, should not have fled at the slightest disagreement, ultimately leaving me to shoulder everything alone. Not only has my skin begun to sag, but I also find myself with numerous crow's feet. Xiao Wang mutters incessantly. Having thought that the role of the captain's secretary would be relatively leisurely, with many matters not requiring her concern. Who could have anticipated that? Aside from the task she was forbidden to undertake, she would be responsible for nearly everything else? Coughing discreetly, she acknowledges that gossiping behind someone's back is not a commendable habit. Sun Yu happens to overhear Xiao Wang's murmurs, though he feels a touch of embarrassment. He maintains a composed demeanor, merely clearing his throat twice to signal his presence. Oh, Captain, you're here. Xiao Wang glances up at Sun Yu, pretending nothing has transpired. Having been Sun Yu's secretary for so long, she comprehends that his lack of direct reprimand indicates a sense of guilt within him. And indeed, this is the case. I have come to inform you to draft a notice to be sent out. It should state that the recent earthquakes are a result of our Yunhai fleet developing new weaponry, and that there will be no further occurrences. Sun Yu is quite certain of this, especially since even the training ground has been upgraded for Su Bai. Surely, he cannot shake the star-falling level barrier, can he? Such a notion is utterly unfounded. Understood. Although Sun Yu's explanation seems somewhat far-fetched, it undoubtedly served as the most effective means to quell the ongoing turmoil. Xiao Wang promptly put it into action, swiftly issuing the announcement. Is it truly the development of new weaponry? Since the fleet has stated such, it must be accurate, right? Then we need not relocate. They claim there will be no further disturbances. Let us hope this holds true. Yet, why the necessity to disturb our slumber in the dead of night for weapon development? Perhaps it is for the sake of confidentiality? Nonetheless, the destructive potential of this weapon is indeed alarming, capable of causing such a commotion even during testing. Very well, we shall trust this once. Should there be a recurrence, we shall take our grievances to the Nanjing fleet. Support. With the announcement made, the pressure from the public petitioning swiftly diminished. Xiao Wang and the petitioning staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. With matters settled on this front, Sun Yu returned to his office. He had previously notified that he would not be leaving today, for given the events that had transpired, his presence at the fleet was indeed necessary. He reported to the captain that results were forthcoming. Just as Sun Yu re-entered his office, Zhang Lei hurried in, his expression far from pleasant. Preliminary assessments indicated that a problem had likely arisen with Deputy Captain Ji. Zhang Lei lowered his voice, wary of potential eavesdroppers. Upon hearing that genuine issues had surfaced within the Yuhai fleet, Sun Yu furrowed his brow, his tone grave. Is there any evidence? There is currently no information. But a month ago, Deputy Captain Ji had summoned a batch of field tigers, and upon their retrieval, 3 were reported missing, supposedly due to strategic damage. This time, the mutated field tigers were nearly obliterated, leaving us unable to ascertain whether they were from the original batch. Zhang Lei's assertions are merely conjectures. Since Subai reduced the mutated field tigers to mere fragments, they leave no traces to follow. Of course, even if those field tigers still existed, after modification, it would be exceedingly difficult to identify them as part of the original group. Given that the adversary has undertaken alterations, the production sequence would naturally have undergone changes. Continue to investigate this matter, focusing primarily on Deputy Captain Ji. I will manage the specifics at my discretion. Sun Yu interlocked his fingers on the table, propping his chin up, his gaze flickering as he pondered the entire situation's intricacies. The borrowing of field tigers, the emergence of sea nuclear radiation, and the assault on the interstellar repair shop. Could this all be mere coincidence? He refrained from directly linking this incident to Deputy Captain Ji or Captain Ji Chang'un, as this lead seemed too conveniently presented, potentially a deliberate misdirection from the adversary. Zhang Lei nodded in agreement with Sun Yu's arrangements, but cautiously probed. Captain Sun, is it possible for you to? Sun Yu narrowed his eyes into slits, staring at Zhang Lei with an expression devoid of emotion, causing a chill to run down his spine. The wails continued unabated. Surely, this would not cause any delays. When will the thorough investigation be completed? Now he increasingly regrets not heeding Huang Lin's admonitions. Alas, why was he so petty back then? After leaving Sun Yu's office, Zhang Lei was left speechless, holding back tears. Chapter 57, Zhao Tianming. Has that lad taken flight? Once Zhang Lei departed, Sun Yu resumed his deep contemplation. He meticulously cross-referenced the materials in his possession, endeavoring to unearth any subtle clues. After a prolonged period of reflection, he discerned an anomaly within the seemingly inconspicuous sea nuclear radiation report. The document indicated that an external personnel affiliated with the CF family had severely injured the Red Moon, and that individual had subsequently been executed by the CF family. This did not add up. How could the CF family permit an external member to enter Yunhai No. 1 high school? Given the plethora of incidents surrounding Yunhai, the CF family's actions had not seemed overly grave, leading Sun Yu to inadvertently overlook their usage of sea nuclear radiation, a detail that the fleet had also failed to scrutinize closely. However, when all elements were considered together, the situation appeared far more intricate than initially perceived. It seemed imperative to investigate the CF family further. Resolute in his decision, Sun Yu planned to set forth to the CF family after the reinforcement the following day. The night passed quietly, yet the Yunhai fleet was exceedingly busy throughout. Whether it was suppressing public opinion or conducting covert investigations, the tasks were far from simple. Particularly, Zhang Lei found himself in a delicate predicament, diligently working while harboring a sense of regret. As for Subai, he returned to the interstellar repair shop once the enforcement team commenced their operations. Reclining in his chair, Subai gazed at the frigid ceiling, contemplating. I must return home in a couple of days. Remaining here indefinitely is not a viable solution. Initially, staying at the repair shop was a precautionary measure for safety. However, he has now transcended to the star-treading realm, even able to briefly wield the power of a star-breaking mech master. Such prowess should allow him to traverse the expanse of Yunhai with ease. Even in the event of another assault from the Reformed Church, he could rely on the high maneuverability of chaos to escape. Moreover, after breaking through to the star-treading stage, his stellar energy has been concealed by the system. To the eyes of the average person, he appears merely as an ordinary individual. Unless he chooses to reveal his true capabilities, this can enhance his chances of survival. At the very least, he should be able to hold on until Sun Yu arrives. Today's events have clearly demonstrated that this captain of Yunhai is indeed diligent and responsible. In the southern Jiang fleet, Zhao Tianming has been extraordinarily busy due to the recent beast tide caused by the voracious creatures. Thousands of these beasts have surged forth, marking the largest scale of such a tide seen in decades. This calamity has conveniently unfolded near the starry sky one under southern Zhang's jurisdiction. Even this most sought-after powerhouse in contemporary China finds himself overwhelmed. As if one crisis were not enough, another looms, the beast tide followed by the assault from the Reformed Church. What a nuisance! It seems that Su Nantian is enjoying a leisurely time. Since discovering that Su Bai has opened an interstellar repair shop and that his daughter appears to have developed a connection with him, Zhao Tianming often reflects on days gone by. He cannot help but feel a twinge of envy for that old friend who is now lost to time. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the door to Zhao Tianming's office was rapped upon. Entering was none other than Xing Yunlong. In the past few days, engrossed in enhancing his own mech, Xing Yunlong had not found the time to report to Zhao Tianming regarding the modifications to the ecclesiastical order, which left him feeling somewhat remorseful. For this should indeed have been his primary responsibility. Commander Zhao, he said, saluting as he entered the office where Zhao Tianming was seated at his desk. I have come to report on the situation at the interstellar repair shop. Ah, just in time, Zhao Tianming replied. Yunhai has also submitted a report. You are among the first to arrive on site, so take a look and see if there are any discrepancies in their findings. With that, he projected the report transmitted by Sun Yu onto the luminous screen before them, and Xing Yunlong began to examine it alongside him. There appears to be an issue here, he soon remarked, having discerned a flaw in the report from Sun Yu. The recent battle was solely the achievement of the interstellar repair shop's manager. By the time we arrived, the conflict had already concluded. He pointed to a particular line in the report. It states that the Yunlong team, in collaboration with the manager Su Bai, eradicated the remnants of the modified ecclesiastical order. This may have been added by the Yunhai fleet to preserve their dignity, but I do not require such accolades. The reason the Yunlong team is regarded as the strongest is primarily due to our commitment to authenticity. This is clearly Su Bai's accomplishment. We need not claim a share of the glory. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that truly the case? He had not inquired deeply about this matter before. Even upon seeing the information, he merely regarded the Yunlong team as the primary contributors, attributing only a supportive role to Su Bai. To his astonishment, Xie Yunlong now claimed that it was Su Bai who single-handedly vanquished the remnants of the Reformed Church. If his memory served him correctly, Su Bai was of the same age as Ye this year. At such a tender age, only the most exceptional prodigies could be classified as Sky Mecha Masters. Yet, that segment of Han had already attained the rank of a Star Mecha Master. Could it be that he had defeated a Star Mecha Master alone? Or was he piloting a mutated Star Mecha? Alarmed, Zhao Tianming could not help but voice his skepticism. This was simply too implausible. A youth barely past his teenage years, a Star Mecha Master? Such talent! Even throughout the annals of Blue Star's history, there had been no one who could rival him. Of course, Su Bai was indeed a remarkable individual, although Xie Yunlong was not one to joke. He was exceptionally meticulous. He stated facts as they were. Zhao Tianming, a remarkable individual? What does this mean? Could it be that this young man has sprouted wings? I concede that his father possesses some degree of strength, but it is only slightly superior to mine. How could his son be so terrifying? Zhao Tianming was perplexed yet intensely curious. He regarded Zhao Mingyue's words as mere amusement. After all, it is quite normal for young people to view matters through a filter. However, since Xie Yunlong had spoken, he could not afford to dismiss it lightly. Could you elaborate? At this moment, Zhao Tianming's fascination with Su Bai took precedence, prompting him to postpone the task of reviewing intelligence he had already perused once, believing there would be no significant issues. This situation, however, warranted a discussion regarding Su Bai's exceptional mechanical repair skills. Upon hearing Zhao Tianming's inquiry about Su Bai, Xing Yunlong's expression brimmed with admiration, his tone inadvertently elevating several notches. Can you believe he has the ability to awaken a mecha's secondary skill, and even unlock specialized traits? Your entire Yunlong team sought that young man for enhancements? Zhang Lei from the Yuhai enforcement team even went so far as to offend Sun Yu for the sake of fortifying his mecha? How is that even possible? After absorbing Xing Yunlong's account, Zhao Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him momentarily stupefied. It was then that he recalled the earlier incident when Zhao Mengwei had approached him for funds. Could it be? Zhao Tianming yearned to confirm this with Zhao Mengwei once more. However, considering it was already late at night, he dismissed the thought. All right, take this intelligence back with you. I need some time to reflect. The commander of the South River Fleet found himself in a state of bewilderment, needing a moment to regain his composure. Understood. Xing Yunlong replied before departing from Zhao Tianming's office. He was not surprised by Zhao Tianming's astonishment. After all, it would be hard for anyone to believe that such a legendary mechanical repair master existed in Yuhai. Chapter 58. Sun Yu, should I cut in line? With a creak, the office door closed behind him, leaving Zhao Tianming alone in the vast expanse of the office. He exhaled a heavy sigh, his gaze drifting to an old photograph on the wall. Observing the man captured in the image, he couldn't help but murmur, this shouldn't be. You, of all people, lack the talent for machinery. Could it be that you inherited Zhou Mayun's abilities? But that seems implausible as well. She is not a mechanic. Goodness, what a surprise you have given me, even after all these years of seclusion. At this moment, Zhao Tianming was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. The character of Xing Yunlong compelled him to accept the truth of his words, yet he was filled with bewilderment. If it were merely stated that Su Bai possessed formidable combat prowess, capable of rivaling the Starbreaker mech masters, he could begrudgingly accept that. After all, both of his parents were powerful mech engineers, and a slight genetic mutation leading to exceptional talent was not entirely out of the question. However, the claim that his mechanical aptitude surpassed all throughout history? That was rather absurd. Neither Su Nantian nor Zhou Mayan were mechanics, nor had their family ever heard of any legendary mechanic emerging from their lineage. How could he possess such extraordinary mechanical abilities? It was truly peculiar. Despite these thoughts, a subtle smile crept upon Zhao Tianming's lips. After all, he was the child of an old acquaintance. Albeit they had never met, he was still Zhao Tianming's junior. He had heard that Ye shared a good rapport with this young man, and it was rather fortuitous that the incident had unfolded right before them. If all else fails, shall we rekindle that childhood betrothal? How delightful. Our esteemed Zhao has completely forgotten how he once secretly rejoiced that the engagement was never formalized. Now he is intent on bringing the two together. Truly, a man of fickle nature. A Chu amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky. Su Nantian couldn't help but sneeze once more. This action caused Zhou Mayan to express her concern. What is the matter with you lately? Why are you sneezing so often? I don't know. I just have this feeling that someone is speaking about me, Su Nantian replied hesitantly. At his level, 1 or 2 sneezes might simply indicate a chill, but an excessive number seemed amiss. Could it be that rascal is secretly cursing me? Uffed. Zhou Mayan could not hold back her laughter. You are aware that your actions might provoke little Bai's ire? As she spoke, a hint of longing flickered in her eyes. After all, he was the child she had carried for 10 months. Although her intentions were to make him stronger, the prolonged separation inevitably stirred feelings of nostalgia. I always thought it would have been better to part on good terms. Why resort to such a dramatic departure with a letter? And to insist that I delete little Bai's messages, even changing my phone number. Zhou Mayan continued to express her grievances to Su Nantian. Alas, we had no other choice, did we? You know that boy, he may appear carefree on the surface. Yet deep down he yearns to become a mech engineer more than anyone else. With us around, he would inevitably choose to put on a brave face. But what if problems arise over time? As for parting amicably, when faced with a heartfelt farewell, could you truly bring yourself to depart? Su Nantian gently embraced Zhou Mayan, offering solace with the words, in due time, we can secretly return to check on him. As children grow, they inevitably step beyond the protective embrace of their parents. You must have faith in him. Upon hearing Su Nantian's words, Zhou Mayan felt a slight easing of her emotions, nodding softly in acknowledgement. Ha ha ha. Yet we must hasten to create a new account. Su Nantian's demeanor shifted abruptly, transforming into that of a wolf eyeing its prey. As he exchanged playful glances with Zhou Mayan. You're incorrigible, Zhou Mayan retorted with a charming glare, lightly striking his chest, yet she offered no significant resistance. Su Bai secretly felt relieved. Had these two behaved in such a manner at home, he would have been utterly overwhelmed. Thankfully, they had taken their leave. At their age, how could they not feel a sense of shame? It was truly a sight unfit for the eyes. On the bright morning that followed, Sun Yu, having endured a sleepless night, rose to stretch as he beheld the sun rising on the horizon. At his level, a few days without rest posed no threat. His movements were merely a matter of habit. Upon his desk lay intelligence reports regarding the Xie family from recent years, appearing rather unremarkable. It seemed that approximately a year ago, the head of the Xie family, Xie Zhihao, had departed from Blue Star for a period, returning after 3 months. Thus, it appeared a visit to the Xie family was warranted. However, attending to the interstellar repair shop remained the priority. As Sun Yu tidied up the documents on his desk, he swiftly organized his schedule for the day and set off towards the interstellar repair shop. However, to his surprise, upon arriving at the establishment, he found a considerable queue already forming outside, threatening to fill the entire training ground. What is going on? Sun Yu pondered. Haven't we managed to suppress public discourse on this matter? He approached the crowd, only to hear a chorus of complaints. Have you also been banned? I have too. Sighing, one voice lamented, I don't understand this. Mentioning the interstellar repair shop leads to immediate bans. I had intended to promote it, but my posts never went through. Rumors circulated that the recent unrest outside the repair shop stemmed from an attack a few days prior. Is anyone who was present willing to share what happened? I was there. The assailant was a Starwalker mech engineer. But unfortunately, he failed to withstand a single strike from Boss Su. Are you joking? Isn't Boss Su a mechanic? How could a Starwalker mech engineer not withstand his blow? You must have read too many novels. It's true. I was present as well. We came perilously close to disaster, but fortunately, Boss Su intervened and saved us. Boss Su displayed such valor? Indeed. It seems that the comments regarding Boss Su were deleted, leading to our bans. No worries. This is quite fortunate. At least we who have already viewed the video can queue up first. Hehehe, indeed. Let those who missed out lament their misfortune. Upon hearing their remarks, Sun Yu found himself momentarily frozen in place. How could this interstellar repair shop be so remarkably popular? Even with the public discourse being suppressed, so many people still showed interest. It is worth noting that Sun Yu is actually the second person to learn about the interstellar repair shop, as his daughter holds the distinction of being the first customer. However, he had not anticipated that his desire for a more casual interaction with the proprietor, Su, would allow others to seize the opportunity first. Overthinking often leads to such outcomes. He should have realized that since Subai established this repair shop, the primary objective was undoubtedly profit. There aren't so many rules to adhere to. Observing the young man before him, Sun Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. As the esteemed captain of the Yuhai, surely he could not dare to cut in line? The thought of such an act would undoubtedly invite criticism. Yet, if he refrained from jumping the queue, judging by the length of the line, he might have to wait until tomorrow for his turn. Chapter 59. Appointment queue? Strengthening Songlong poses a dilemma for Sun Yu. This predicament was proving to be even more vexing than the investigation into the reformation of the Holy See. Just as he found himself at a loss for what to do, the door of the interstellar repair shop swung open with a resounding crack. Subai stepped outside and was taken aback by the throngs of people. Why were they back? Previously, a wave of customers had visited, yet only 10 truly required maintenance. However, this time was evidently different. Following the earlier events, these individuals were likely genuine patrons. Among the crowd, Subai also spotted the familiar figure of Zhou Yinjin. How long would they be occupied with so many people? For the first time, Subai felt a stirring desire to expand the business and hire additional staff. He couldn't possibly attend to each customer personally. Not to mention, the pricing was not within everyone's reach. Even for those who could afford it, managing such a large number was overwhelming. Fortunately, he suddenly noticed Sun Yu at the back of the crowd. Subai quickly shifted his gaze and waved urgently, Captain Sun, over here. He then turned to the crowd with a bright smile. This gentleman is a client who made an appointment yesterday. From now on, our shop will implement an appointment system for service. I will post the specific arrangements on the Star Network soon. I apologize for the inconvenience, everyone. Upon seeing Sun Yu, an idea struck Subai. He could utilize a lottery system for repairs or enhancements. This approach would allow him to predetermine the number of clients he could accommodate each day. There shall be no situation in which others are left waiting forlornly at the door. As for today, I can only express my apologies. Upon hearing Subai's words, a considerable stir arose outside the interstellar repair shop. Really? Is it necessary to make an appointment? One exclaimed. If I had known, I would have checked the Star Network first. Boss Su, can't you show a little leniency? We've already come. Some among the crowd hoped that Subai might bend the rules, yet he understood that setting such a precedent was untenable. If he made an exception for one, what would become of those who followed? When would it ever end? Firmly, he declared, I am sorry, but there is nothing I can do. If you wish to come, Please return and draw lots. All right. After hearing Su Bai's words, Zhou Yunjin was the first to acquiesce to his conditions and departed the scene. He had tasted the benefits before and understood how rare Su Bai's enhancements were. Since the other party had stated it thus, they would simply comply. With the first to leave, those previously saved by Su Bai also began to disperse. Boss Su, you must draw my number, they called out. Their fortunes had not been favorable. Having previously encountered Duan Han's assault, they now faced the lottery. Nevertheless, they bore no significant grievances in their hearts. As this group departed, so too did the crowd in front of the interstellar repair shop begin to thin. Sun Yu observed this and approached the front of the shop, his expression somewhat conflicted. Su Bai, you needn't sacrifice your clientele merely to assist me with enhancements. I can wait. Sun Yu believes that Su Bai's actions are merely a means to enhance his own mecha, even to the extent of driving away numerous customers. This instills in him a sense of being benefited by others. Su Bai, on the other hand, finds it somewhat perplexing. Not at all. I simply think that with so many people, resting today is out of the question. Moreover, assisting you with enhancement was part of our prior arrangement. Sun Yu replied, well, I suppose I overthought it. Indeed, having strength allows one to be willful, while other repair shops hope to be overwhelmed with work. Su Bai seems to complain about having too many customers. Given his exceptional skills, ordinary orders are simply inadequate for him, regardless of how stringent the conditions may be. As long as word spreads that Su Bai can awaken a mecha's second talent, the interstellar repair shop will never lack clientele, particularly high-end patrons. This aligns perfectly with Su Bai's intentions. He previously considered relying on maintenance services to sustain his business, but now it appears such measures are unnecessary. If such services are indeed needed, he can simply hire someone to handle them. Ding. Acknowledging the host's inner thoughts. A special task has been triggered. Expand the interstellar repair shop and recruit a mecha technician with a time limit of 3 weeks. Requirements. The employee must possess a skill level of at least 1 star. Task rewards. Unlock the legacy techniques of 4-star mecha technicians, gain weapon enhancement, and access the Starship Enhancement branch. Upon witnessing the system's issued task, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Since the completion of Chaos, the system has not assigned any tasks to me. Now, it appears that merely considering the recruitment of personnel prompts the issuance of a task. Is it possible that these assignments are dictated by my innermost thoughts? This is a matter that requires further investigation by Su Bai, yet the demands of this task seem rather daunting. A 1-star mechanic is still a star-rated craftsman. Such individuals can command their own repair shops wherever they go, yet I am expected to have them work for me? However, the rewards of this task are simply too enticing for Su Bai to decline, not to mention the inheritance of skills from a 4-star mechanic. The branches of weapon enhancement and starship enhancement are opportunities Su Bai cannot afford to miss. Having tasted the sweetness of interstellar enhancement, Su Bai understands that any system's enhancement is bound to exceed conventional limits. If weapon and starship enhancements are included, the rate at which I can accumulate wealth would be incomparable. Yet, it seems the starship enhancement cannot be accommodated here. Glancing at the size of the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai concluded that enhancing starships here would be impractical. Nonetheless, this does not deter him from accepting the task. At this moment, Sun Yu has entered the interstellar repair shop, and, upon seeing Su Bai standing in place, inquired with some confusion, Su Bai, what's wrong? Su Bai waved his hand in response. It's nothing, just pondering a few matters. Come on in, he said, taking a step into the repair area. This was Sun Yu's first time entering Su Bai's workshop. Even he had to admit that this was the most well-equipped maintenance room he had ever encountered. The array of instruments was exceedingly advanced. Only such a maintenance facility could be deemed worthy of Su Bai. Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon his star ring. The celestial flame surged forth. In an instant, the towering sky wolf, standing at a height of 50 meters, was displayed within the maintenance chamber. Despite having seen it once before and even having engaged in combat with it, the sight of the sky wolf once again evoked an undeniable sense of pressure within Su Bai. This was the Starbreaker mecha. Indeed, the previous mechas paled in comparison. Observing the sky wolf and contrasting it with the earlier mechas, even the vortex seemed insignificant. The Starbreaker was truly remarkable, shattering the stars and soaring through the cosmos. Only upon reaching the stage of the Starbreaker mecha could one genuinely possess the capability to traverse the starry void and wield the power to cross star systems. Other mechas, even the Starstep mecha, could merely engage in combat within the cosmos, maintaining short-range flights. Beyond that, they would struggle to endure. Chapter 60. A new experience, enhanced detail presentation. Observing Su Bai's expression, Sun Yu felt a swell of pride. At this moment, Subai finally exhibited a reaction befitting his age. Previously, his demeanor had been somewhat extraordinary, making it hard to believe he was merely a youth yet to reach his coming of age. How about my Songlong? Quite impressive, isn't it? Sun Yu could not help but feel smug upon seeing Subai's reaction. His Songlong was a 5-star mecha, a treasure second only to his family. It was meticulously maintained, to the extent that he had initially hesitated to use it even when assisting Sun Han with her talent assessment. It was evident that Captain Sun cherished it deeply. Subai did not dispute Sun Yu's words. Indeed, that Songlong could be regarded as exquisite. Were it not for his system, he might not even qualify to repair and enhance such a high-caliber mecha at this moment. However, this was only temporary. Subai's proficiency as a mechanic was steadily advancing. He had nearly mastered the techniques of 10 3-star mechanic legacies. By the standards of mechanic rankings, he could indeed be considered a 3-star mechanic. This progress was aided by the system, but more significantly, it stemmed from his own diligence. Upon detecting a mecha suitable for enhancement, the system noted the current high level of the mecha and recommended a 4th-tier enhancement, requiring 10,000 interstellar points. This 4th-tier enhancement would not only elevate the core materials of the mecha but also grant a high-level talent skill and awaken 2 specialized traits. The cost to enhance that Songlong amounts to 2.5 billion star coins. Once the effects of the 4th-tier enhancement were confirmed, Subai promptly set the price for Songlong. Even though Sun Yu was somewhat prepared for this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain at the expense. The mere thought of parting with 2.5 billion star coins made him uneasy. However, considering the prospect of acquiring a second innate skill and awakening a specialized trait, he gritted his teeth and consented. All right. Although the previous enhancements conducted by Xing Yunlong and his team only required 180 million star coins, Songlong was, after all, a break-star mecha, and its inherent value was incomparable to that of a star-step mecha. The difficulty of the enhancement was also evident, and Sun Yu did not find Subai's price of 2.5 billion to be unreasonable. Upon receiving Sun Yu's agreement, Subai promptly retrieved the prepared contract template and filled in the details regarding the price and the mecha's tier. As for the awakening of the second specialized trait, he chose not to mention it directly, preferring that Sun Yu experience it for himself when the time came. After signing the contract, Sun Yu immediately transferred the funds to Subai, with the star coins amounting to 2.5 billion being credited. With this influx, Subai's total star coins exceeded 2.9 billion. Had he not previously enhanced to an yuan and exchanged for the second tier of the star whale breathing technique, he would have reached 3 billion star coins in one fell swoop. He was indeed a budding tycoon. Such wealth could rival that of an average break-star mecha master. Once Sun Yu departed from the maintenance bay, Subai approached the Songlong. Gazing at the colossal structure before him, Subai could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is the grandeur that instills a sense of awe." In comparison to this immense entity, his own chaos seemed rather insignificant. However, he reassured himself that it was not impossible to grow larger. After a moment of introspection, he resolved not to dwell on the issue of size any longer. As he initiated the 4th stage enhancement, his hand gently touched the Azure Wolf, and instantly, a blue radiance surged skyward. This enhancement was markedly different from the previous ones. Subai could witness firsthand the transformations of the Azure Wolf in every detail. Beneath the azure glow, the outer armor of Azure began to disassemble, revealing its intricate bones and joints. Every nuance was meticulously observed by Subai. Such an opportunity was not one to be squandered. It became evident that this was the skeletal framework and joints of the Starbreaker mecha, distinctly different from the earlier models. Compared to the first 3 realms of mecha, Earth, Sky, and Star Treader, the Starbreaker mecha belonged to an entirely different echelon, classifiable as mid-tier mecha if one were to delineate by 3s. Typically, builders of such constructs are 4-star mecha engineers, whose inherited skills are naturally superior to those of the preceding 3 stars. Subai discerned that even the northern source joint connection methods could not rival it. Had they employed magnetic levitation techniques? Was this the hallmark of a 4-star engineer? No. As a 3-star engineer himself, although he could not utilize these methods, he immediately recognized the intricacies involved. The joints of the Azure Wolf were affixed to the skeleton using electromagnetic attraction techniques. Unlike traditional welding, this method enhances the flexibility of the joints without compromising their inherent stability. It is indeed an excellent approach. Soon, the blue light extended along the joints of the Songlong, permeating its very bones. At this moment, both the skeletal and joint materials of Songlong underwent a complete upgrade. This allowed Subai to perceive the skeletal structure with increasing clarity. The arrangement of these bones did not resemble traditional skeletons. Rather, they appeared to be more compact. Were these akin to animal bones? The number of bones did not conform to the conventional standard of 206 human bones. Evidently, there were more, and they were arranged more closely. Furthermore, several bones exhibited varying degrees of elongation, totaling 397 bones, matching the number found in a wolf. It remains uncertain whether all the bones of the Broken Star mecha are constructed in such an animal-like manner. After observing the skeleton of Songlong, Subai could not help but speculate. However, verification is elusive. Only upon further reinforcement of the Broken Star mecha in the future could comparative analysis occur. In fact, it is not just the Broken Star mecha. The star-treading mecha and even the Sky and Earth mechas exhibit variations in skeletal structure, much like the abdominal king snake and-field tiger he encountered previously, whose bone counts differ from traditional mechas. Before long, the blue light continued to spread, traversing the bones and joints, reaching the core power source. Subai had previously seen the core power source of Songlong and was not particularly surprised. Within its core chamber, the nebulous stone, now nourished by the blue light, began to undergo a gradual transformation. The energy surged rapidly, soon surpassing the limits that the nebulous stone could endure. Ultimately, it stabilized at 80% nebulous stone and 20% star mist stone. Subai was not surprised by this, for the star mist stone is a core power source material strictly regulated by the entire Star Alliance, containing immense energy. Even with a 4th level enhancement, it is impossible to completely transform the core power source of the star-treading mecha into star mist stone. To achieve such a feat, Subai estimated that at least a 5th level enhancement would be required, which is the enhancement level specifically intended for the Starfall mecha. With the power source enhancement completed, under the azure glow, the heavy armor of Songlong gradually enveloped its skeletal frame. The original flame patterns were devoured by the blue radiance, and the already azure body of the mecha now appeared even more profound. If it was akin to the sky's cerulean hue before, it now leaned towards the deep blue of the ocean. With a thunderous roar, a towering inferno ignited atop Songlong, resembling an ancient emperor descending upon the world, reborn from the flames. This terrifying fluctuation caused Subai's expression to change sharply, prompting him to hastily enter the Chaos Realm. Chapter 61, A New Appearance. Sun Yu's resolution with a thunderous roar, flames erupted, engulfing the heavens in a relentless inferno that seemed to burn eternally. In the face of this scorching blaze, Subai could only pilot the chaos with all his might to resist. With the support of the Chaos Mech and his own stellar energy, he barely managed to withstand the searing heat. While Subai was able to hold his ground, the surrounding machinery was far less fortunate. Under such extreme temperatures, the electronic casing of the console melted away, and the internal components crackled ominously. Even the thermal blades could not endure the intensity, their tips beginning to disintegrate and scatter. Just as they were about to hit the ground, a golden radiance surged forth, triggering the celestial-grade defensive barrier, which finally halted the spread of the flames. Meanwhile, outside the door, Sun Yu's eyes flickered. He had just sensed a familiar, yet more terrifying aura emanating from the maintenance room. Songyan, Sun Yu pondered, a hint of hesitation in his thoughts. His talent was merely B-grade in fire manipulation, and his ability to harness the power of Tsong Yin was largely reliant on the strength of the Tsong Wolf. It could be said that becoming a Starbreaker mech master was nearly the extent of his capabilities. Thus, he placed his hopes on Subai, wishing that through the latter's enhancement, the Tsong Wolf would ascend to new heights, ultimately benefiting himself and allowing him to achieve a breakthrough. However, the current situation exceeded his expectations. That power earlier had even caused his heart to palpitate. No matter how one puts it, he is still a formidable figure of the Broken Star 5-star rank, yet a mere wisp of aura rendered him breathless. What on earth has Subai done? Sun Yu was already eager to ascertain the situation within the chamber. Were it not for Subai's regulations, he would have undoubtedly rushed in. But for now, he could only wait. In the vast expanse of the cloud sea, perhaps only Subai could instill such restraint in him. As Sun Yu endured the wait, a loud crack echoed as the door to the maintenance room swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu stepped inside. And upon gazing at the Songlong, his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. This is the Songlong? It is no wonder Sun Yu harbored doubts that Songlong before him bore little resemblance to its original form, save for its wolf-like head. Particularly, the current Songlong, simply standing there, exuded an aura of intimidation. Without a hint of hesitation, Sun Yu leaped into the Songlong, connecting the neural link. The ethereal blue light flickered in that Songlong's eyes. Simultaneously, flames danced across its body, portraying the visage of a fierce wolf. A deep growl seemed to emanate from its core. The ceiling opened in response, and the Songlong soared upward, directly into the newly constructed training ground. Sun Yu piloted the Songlong, weaving through the training field with relentless vigor. When Subai appeared at the training ground, his excited voice emanated from Songlong these two specialized talents. Two innate skills. Subai, you are truly remarkable. In that moment, no amount of praise could adequately convey Sun Yu's admiration for Subai. He had never anticipated such an astonishing surprise from him. In addition to the one innate skill and one specialized talent he had expected, there was an unexpected bonus of an additional specialized talent. Initially, he had felt a twinge of regret at the expenditure of 2.5 billion star coins, but now that sentiment had completely vanished. If he were to offer an evaluation, it would be that it was worth every penny. An extraordinary value. This far exceeded his expectations. Under the influence of Songlong, Sun Yu even sensed a loosening of the boundaries he thought he had reached. Given some time, he was certain he could surpass the threshold of a 5-star break star and potentially strive for the rank of a Starfall Mecha Master. It is noteworthy that, previously, only A-level gifted Mecha Masters could attain such a level. If he truly ascended to the realm of Starfall with a B-level talent, it would be an unprecedented achievement. Although he contemplated experiencing his innate skills and specialized talents, Sun Yu ultimately refrained. After a brief moment of appreciation, he approached Subai, smiling as he patted him on the shoulder. "Ha! Having you in China is indeed a blessing for our nation. Very well, I shall refrain from excessive expressions of gratitude. Should there be any areas where assistance is required, do not hesitate to inform me. As long as no principles are violated, I shall undoubtedly extend my utmost support." Sun Yu's promise carries significant weight. After all, his stature is not merely as the head of the Sun family, but also as the captain of the Yunhai fleet. In essence, he is the supreme authoritative figure in Yunhai. Countless influential figures and merchants within Yunhai have tirelessly sought the opportunity to meet Sun Yu, solely to establish a semblance of familiarity. Now, with his personal commitment that Subai may seek his assistance whenever needed, provided no principles are breached. The news of this would undoubtedly leave many in astonishment. After articulating his thoughts, Sun Yu did not linger, for pressing matters awaited him. His visit to the CF family must be conducted discreetly. He intends to proceed alone. Should the situation attract too much attention, the adversaries may become prepared, thwarting any chance of uncovering the truth. His instincts hinted that this venture to the CF family would not be straightforward. Noticing Sun Yu's contemplative demeanor, Subai could not help but inquire, "Captain Sun, if there is anything you require assistance with, please feel free to share." Sun Yu had consistently treated him with kindness. Upon sensing Subai's innate talent, he had promptly offered his aid. Even when Subai declined to join the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu remained silent on the matter, a gesture that Subai deeply appreciated. Now, sensing that Sun Yu might be facing some challenges, Subai would not shy away from extending his help if possible. "Well, it would be best if you do not involve yourself in this matter. I am merely going to take a look. However, in the future, there may indeed be instances where I will require your assistance." Faced with Subai's goodwill, Sun Yu felt a flicker of temptation, yet ultimately declined the offer. Although Subai possessed the strength to contend with a Starbreaker Mecha Master for a brief period, making him a formidable ally, Sun Yu was reluctant to place him in jeopardy. Moreover, if he himself could not resolve the situation, Subai's involvement would be futile. The opponent was a national treasure of China, and his expertise in mecha repair could elevate the entire Blue Star Alliance to unprecedented heights. Very well, Subai conceded, sensing the gravity of the situation. Despite having withstood a blow from Sun Yu the previous day, he acknowledged that there remained a significant gap between his capabilities and those of a Starbreaker Mecha Master. With the Songlong now enhanced, the disparity in strength had only widened. If even Sun Yu felt endangered, his participation would be of no value. After bidding farewell to Subai, Sun Yu departed without hesitation. Watching Subai's retreating figure, he sighed in resignation. "I am still too weak. Today, I shall refrain from receiving clients and focus on my training instead. Oh, I should instruct the control center to arrange the lottery system. Let us allocate 3 slots for the day." Upon returning to the interstellar repair shop, Subai promptly commanded the control center to commence construction of the lottery system. Initially intending to enhance 2 mechas per day, he ultimately decided on 3 slots instead. Truly, my diligence knows no bounds. Chapter 62, The CF Family Ambush. The mastermind behind it all. Upon returning to the interstellar repair shop, Subai immediately commenced his cultivation. Seated cross-legged upon the ground, With his palms resting on his knees, he activated the stellar energy, using his hands as the core. Two tides of stellar force flowed naturally, and as the energy surged in, his own power rose correspondingly, continuously absorbing external stellar energy to fortify his being. The initially tenuous first stage of star treading became instantly stabilized with the influx of external energy, and it began to expand outward, steadily advancing towards the second stage. While Subai was engrossed in his cultivation, Sun Yu departed from the repair shop and made his way directly to the Xie residence. As he stood before the imposing Xie manor, a frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. As a Starbreaker mech engineer, his perceptive abilities surpassed those of the average individual, and the atmosphere surrounding the Xie mansion was thick with an ominous aura. It appeared that the vicinity was saturated with inexplicable malevolence. His initial suspicion linking the Xie family to the Modification Church had now solidified into nearly irrefutable evidence. At this moment, he was prepared to depart and mobilize the fleet for a full-scale assault. Even though he was a Starbreaker mech engineer, he understood the wisdom of not placing oneself beneath a precarious wall. Without knowledge of the local firepower, it would be unwise to act recklessly. This was the ironclad rule of the fleet. It seemed that this was indeed the stronghold of the Modification Church. Sun Yu's tone was devoid of emotion as he gazed at the Xie manor, as if he had already issued a death sentence upon his adversaries. Betraying and persecuting the Chinese people constitutes a grave crime, and such individuals are far more detestable than the reformation of the Holy See itself. For now, it is prudent to depart. Sun Yu's eyes flickered with intent, and he promptly prepared to withdraw. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from behind him, Captain Sun. Since you've come all this way, why not step inside for a chat? In haste, Sun Yu summoned the stellar energy coursing through him, his right hand brushing against the star ring. Azure radiance ascends. The Azure Wolf materialized before him. In a single bound, he leapt into the Azure Wolf. It appeared that the adversary had anticipated this move. Swiftly, 3 mechs surrounded Sun Yu, including Xie Zhihao. The mech on the far left was entirely ensconced in ominous black patterns, obscuring its originally pale yellow chassis. The tips of its head were grotesquely severed, presenting a most eerie sight. Introducing the I-45 speed-type star-treading mech, Crown. Standing at 40 meters tall, it weighed 1,000 tons. With an engine output of 23 million kilowatts and a thrust of 2.5 billion kilograms. This was originally Xie Zhihao's mech. Yet the current appearance of Crown was drastically altered from its former grandeur. What once exuded an aura of majestic power now emanated an unsettling and sinister presence, stripping Crown of its esteemed reputation. The mech on the far right, similarly entwined with bizarre black patterns, now appears as though it were a once immaculate garment sullied by pollution. Its body is enshrouded in mud, and the long blades on its arms, originally forged from titanium, have transformed into a pale purple metallic substance, exuding a faintly corrosive aura that is exceedingly unpleasant. This is the IU-48, a power-type star treader mech known as Wave Cutter. Standing at a height of 40 meters and weighing 100 tons, it boasts an engine power of 24 million kilowatts and a thrust of 2.7 billion kilograms. This mech belongs to another esteemed star treader master of the Xie family, Elder Xie 1. Alongside Crown, it ranks among the 2 supreme star treader warriors of the Xie clan, renowned for its dual blades that can cleave through metal as if it were clay. However, at this moment, the once resplendent dual blades appear particularly unsightly, their serrated edges emitting wisps of purple mist. In the center lies another mech, also concealed within the black fog. Yet, in terms of both presence and overall appearance, it is incomparable to the earlier Crown and Wave Cutter. The oppressive aura it emanates evokes an overwhelming sense of dread. Even within the Song Wolf, Sun Yu cannot help but furrow his brow. This is the KK-35, a balanced-type star breaker mech named Shadow, towering at 48 meters, with a mass of 2,000 tons, an engine output of 40 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 3.2 billion kilograms. The name Shadow derives from its ability to meld into darkness, rendering itself virtually undetectable. It is precisely for this reason that Sun Yu was unable to discern its presence immediately. However, gazing at the 3 mechs before him, Sun Yu displayed a look of disdain. Songlong, the wolf-headed mech, stood tall. "What? Do you think you can keep me here?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Xie Zhihao's voice emerged from Yinxia. "Captain Sun, you are perhaps overly confident. Your strength is indeed formidable, but united, the 3 of us can ensure your escape is impossible. I advise you to surrender. It would spare you from unnecessary suffering. Indeed, at your age, retirement is in order. A weathered voice resonated from Inying. The moment Sun Yu heard that voice, his brow furrowed deeply, and a cold laugh escaped from Song Long. I did not expect it to be you, Xuelin. You withdrew from the Yuhai fleet many years ago, yet you chose to consort with those who have corrupted the Church of Transformation. Do you not feel shame for forsaking your former beliefs and oaths? There was a hint of anger in Sun Yu's tone, despite his awareness that issues had likely arisen within the Yuhai fleet. Yet, the individual before him had been born and raised in Yuhai, having served the fleet for many years, only to officially resign 8 years ago as the vice captain. Once a comrade, now fallen to such depths. Even to the point of confronting him in battle, Sun Yu could not help but feel a profound sense of desolation. Keek, what do you understand? Star-powered mechs must be eliminated. Like their archaic counterparts, these creations that inherently rank individuals into hierarchies should never have come into existence. Our Lords Divine might have shown us a new direction. If you choose to abandon the shadows and join us, we might spare your life. Sun Yu fixed his gaze upon the shadow, pondering the weight of the words exchanged, leading him to a resigned sigh. So, it is indeed because of Xuebei that you have become this way. Silence. You are unworthy to speak of Xiaobei. Were it not for you so-called gifted chosen ones, Xiaobei would never have walked such a path. You deserve to perish. Upon hearing Xuebei's name, the shadow's eyes blazed with fury, the entire machine quivering, betraying the turmoil within Xuelin's heart. Xuebei, after all, is Xuelin's son, whose lifelong ambition was to become a mecha master and join the Yunhai fleet, aspiring to be a formidable force. Yet, fate is cruel. Despite his father being a renowned Starbreaker mecha master, Xuebei lacked the innate talent for mecha. In despair, he embarked on an irreversible path, uploading his consciousness to merge with a mecha, a venture known as the Intelligent Life faction. The outcome was predictable. His brain could not withstand the surge of neural link uploads, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, leading to Xuebei's demise. Not long after this incident, Xuelin departed from the Yunhai fleet, only to find that the other party had joined the Reformation Church. Chapter 63, 3 against 1, a fatal counterattack. Indeed, Xuelin is a pitiable figure. The plight of his only son is undeniably tragic. However, that was Xuebei's own choice, unrelated to the Yuhai fleet, and certainly not reflective of China. Those endowed with stellar abilities may ascend to the esteemed rank of mech engineers, enjoying a prestigious status. Yet, those devoid of such gifts still possess their own avenues for success, whether as skilled mechanics or shining brightly in other fields. Each individual has their own destiny. To attribute everything solely to talent is an egregious affront to those who, lacking innate gifts, continue to radiate brilliance in their own right. Such fallacious reasoning, Sun Yuming discerned. From the moment Xuelin entered the Reformation sect, he ceased to be a compatriot. Now, he stands as an adversary, not only to Sun Yuming, but to China and the Blue Planet itself. The actions of the Reformation sect are solely aimed at inciting chaos and bloodshed, devoid of any sympathy. It seems our reminiscence has drawn to a close. Mr. Xue, your words are futile. Eliminating Sun Yu once again would greatly serve our plans. The crown approached Shadow, particles of light pulsating at their side, poised for action. Slashing waves stood ready as well. They could not allow Sun Yu to return. For the Xie family, failure would spell calamity, given that their opponent had ventured here alone. It was reasonable to assume it was a clandestine endeavor. As long as they properly dealt with the remains, detection would likely be avoided. Almost simultaneously as the words left his lips, a thunderous roar erupted. The shadow activated in an instant, its right hand firmly gripping the obsidian golden blade. The figure glided in a serpentine motion, its form shifting unpredictably, while the blade scraped the ground, emitting a tearing sound. Swiftly, the long blade was raised diagonally from below, aiming a strike at the Grey Wolf. Meanwhile, Crown and Wave Slayer were not idle. As Shadow moved into action, these two pinnacle mechas of the Star-Treading class swiftly positioned themselves on either side of the Grey Wolf, coordinating their assault alongside Shadow. Crown raised both fists, clenched tightly into hammers, and brought them crashing down like Mount Tai descending upon its foe. Wave Slayer swung its serrated arms, dark purple energy emanating and vaporizing like a crocodile's maw, intent on devouring all in its path. The three mechas formed a triangular formation, encircling the Grey Wolf within. This was the most fundamental tactical arrangement for a mecha squad, composed of one balanced type, one agile type, and one powerhouse type, creating a triangular strategy. This configuration not only effectively obstructed the opponent's movements, but also maximized damage through simultaneous strikes, just as the triangular tactic appeared poised for success. The Trio-S attacks were about to descend upon the Grey Wolf. Bang! At that moment, a cerulean barrier materialized, enveloping the Grey Wolf in an instant. igniting azure flames that bore the essence of celestial annihilation. Anything that came into contact with it was reduced to nothingness. The azure flames blazed fiercely, akin to an eternal flame of hope, burning ceaselessly. A mournful cry echoed, with the crown bearing the brunt of the assault. As its powerful arms made contact with the azure barrier, they were immediately repelled, only to be consumed by the azure flames that swiftly incinerated them to ashes. Even the mech's AI was caught off guard, allowing Xie Zhihao within to experience the excruciating agony that gnawed at his very bones. On the other side, Chopping Wave also gasped in shock. Its dual blades, capable of corroding anything, were rendered utterly impotent beneath the azure flames. As the violet mist evaporated almost entirely, its serrated blades transformed into charred remnants, gradually cascading downwards. Meanwhile, Shadow, who had chosen to confront the Azure Wolf head-on, found itself in an even more precarious predicament. Despite employing advanced mech techniques like the Z-step and harnessing rotational force for a decisive strike, it left not a single ripple upon the azure barrier. Instead, the backlash rendered its hands numb, causing the black gold longsword to be flung away, igniting midair in azure flames before disintegrating into dust. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The combined efforts of the trio, intended to guarantee victory, had met with such a dismal fate. To put it humorously, it was as if three had ganged up on one only to be countered. What a farce. Xuelin and his companions could hardly believe their eyes. Impossible. Even if you were a 5-star mech master, you should not withstand our combined assault. What on earth have you done? The original you certainly did not possess such prowess. Xuelin had an intimate understanding of Sun Yu's capabilities, having collaborated for many years. In his view, this plan was flawlessly devised. Logically, with his and Xie Zhihao's combined efforts, success should have been assured to mitigate any unforeseen variables. He even enlisted Xie Wen's assistance, ensuring that Sun Yu would be left with no avenue of escape. However, contrary to expectations, not only did their expedition result in failure, but they also inflicted not a single scratch upon Sun Yu. Instead, their own side suffered significant losses. The cerulean flames appeared to emanate from the depths of the underworld, resembling the fatal fires of the Netherrealm. Observing the three, Song Lang raised its head high, while Sun Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, Su Bai's gifted technique proved to be remarkably effective. Although Sun Yu initially felt some trepidation facing the trio's onslaught, there was simply no time to evade. Thus, he unleashed his acquired second gifted technique, the Tsongyin Barrier. He never anticipated such an astonishing effect. Were it not for Su Bai, he would likely have faced calamity. Yet now, even against two pinnacle star-soaring mechas and a shadow nearly as formidable as himself, he maintained the upper hand. He could even ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Is it true that absence makes the heart grow fonder? During your years seeking refuge with the Reformed Church, I too have not been idle. It appears that your so-called master does not hold you in high regard. Your strength has not seen substantial advancement. Sun Yu, emboldened by his position, regarded the three with a detached and sardonic demeanor. Although Xuelin felt a sense of reluctance, he found himself unable to refute the matter at hand. What perplexed him was how Sun Yu, possessing merely a B-grade talent, could exhibit prowess of such extraordinary caliber. Shadow and Crown exchanged a glance, swiftly retreating. Withdraw. With his weapon lost and both Crown and Waybreaker sustaining varying degrees of injury, continuing the battle promised no fruitful outcome. As he observed the opponent's intention to flee, a cold smile crept across Sun Yu's lips. Thinking of escaping now? It's too late. Xuelin dismissed his words with indifference. Indeed, we are no match for you. But do not forget, what is the greatest strength of Shadow? The ability to conceal itself in the darkness and vanish 1,000 miles away. That is the true essence of Shadow's might. Even if your Azure Wolf is exceptionally strong, can it truly surpass my speed? Oh, really? However, the voice that emanated from behind made Xuelin's body tremble, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Shadow slowly turned around, only to find that the Azure Wolf had inexplicably appeared behind him. Impossible! How could you possibly detect my presence? At this moment, Xuelin could no longer maintain his composure. If he could barely accept that the Azure Wolf had grown overwhelmingly powerful due to years of training, the fact that the opponent could not only pinpoint his location but also materialize instantly behind him was chilling to the bone. This was entirely inconsistent with the established prowess of a power-type mech. The response he delivered was a punch imbued with azure flames. Azure Wolf raised his right fist, upon which the azure flames surged, carrying the power to incinerate the very heavens. And in an instant, it struck down upon Shadow. Chapter 64. The last words of Xie Zhihao? Is it truly over? Boom. The force was immense, akin to a thunderous roar. The punch emanated a searing heat, its azure flames incinerating all in its path. In an instant, this blow pierced through the shadow, the azure flames spreading from the dark void, enveloping the shadow entirely. The formidable star-breaking 3-star mecha was reduced to mere ashes beneath this strike. Even the core power source, the nebula stone, was utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace of energy behind. The intent to kill was relentless. This was one of the exceptional skills acquired by Songlong. Once a target was locked, it could instantly appear behind them. Even if the target employed stealth abilities, there was no escape. Only a path leading to death remained. Regrettably, in its inaugural use, the force was not fully controlled. Songlong shook his hand, and the voice of Sun Yu echoed, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Yet, when it came to eliminating Xuelin, there was no hesitation. As he had stated before, from the moment he entered the Reformation Church, he was no longer a compatriot. He was even more detestable than those who were originally part of the Reformation Church. The fate of a traitor is nothing but death. As for capturing him alive, Sun Yu deemed it a futile endeavor. Those from the Reformation Church would self-destruct upon capture, which is a significant reason they are regarded as a cult. No, it is impossible. Escape, quickly, escape. The scene where Songlong effortlessly annihilated Daniying was witnessed by Mianqiao and Zhanlong, instilling a profound sense of dread within their hearts. They gazed at the formidable Songlong, whose presence resembled that of a war deity, devoid of any inclination to resist. Ultimately, had their meticulously devised plan turned against themselves? This realization was difficult for the two to accept. How could he possibly have grown so powerful in such a short span? The intelligence is flawed. If the Yuhai fleet, or rather the entire Nanjiang fleet, had been concealing their true capabilities. As Minxia hurriedly retreated, Xie Zhihao was simultaneously analyzing the reasons behind their failure. The thought that perhaps the entire Nanjiang fleet had been hiding their strength plunged his spirits into despair. Yet before he could devise a solution, swish, Songlong had already arrived. And the azure flames upon his right fist were the last glimmer of light he would ever see. Boom! The azure flames scorched relentlessly, and amidst the agonizing flames, his once vacant eyes seemed to regain a semblance of awareness, conveying a sense of liberation and gratitude. As he faced imminent demise, he summoned the last of his strength to utter 2 words, "Decao." The instant Sun Yu heard these words, his pupils constricted, and through the void, he discerned Xie Zhihao's abnormal state. Unlike Xuelin, the other seemed to have been ensnared, only regaining consciousness at the end. At this moment, Sun Yu comprehended the significance of Mianxia, who was known as Haoran. Renowned for his forthrightness, Xie Zhihao found himself entangled within the reformation of the Holy See, a circumstance that was never of his choosing. Contemplating this, a tempest of rage ignited within him, rendering his heart unbearably restless as he gritted his teeth. Muttering, "The scum of the reformed Holy See," his gaze fell upon the still escaping Zhanlong. Sun Yu hesitated, uncertain whether Xie Wen was akin to Xie Zhihao, both being under some form of control. Witnessing Songlong's Slayer majesty before turning its attention toward him, Xie Wen was beset by beads of sweat, which fell like pearls. As he raised his hands aboard Zhanlong, pleading, "Do not kill me, I am merely under control." "Is that so?" Sun Yu retorted with a disdainful snort, showing no hesitation as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Flames erupted, and as Xie Wen beheld the infernal blaze, confusion clouded his face. He could not fathom why. Having proclaimed his subjugation, Sun Yu would resort to such brutality. Alas, this question would remain an enigma for eternity. The fire consumed him, and his consciousness plummeted into darkness. Zhanlong too ultimately faded into nothingness. After vanquishing Zhanlong, Sun Yu exhaled a breath of relief. His prior compassion had been unwarranted. Xie Wen was evidently different from Xie Zhihao. He had willingly joined the reformed Holy See, willingly serving its malevolent agenda, inflicting suffering upon the innocent. Anyone truly under control would never utter such a declaration. As the battle concluded, Sun Yu did not depart from Songlong but instead surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no hidden ambushes before dialing Zhang Lei's number. After a brief wait, Zhang Lei arrived at the scene with the enforcement team. Upon witnessing the chaos around him and the revitalized Songlong, he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. It appeared that the captain had undergone enhancements that he, too, should have been able to achieve. Suppressing his feelings of bitterness, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu, who had already left Songlong. "Captain, what is the situation? The CF family has been corrupted by the Reformed Church. We must thoroughly investigate everything related to them and leave no stone unturned." He then instructed the team to clear the battlefield. At that moment, Sun Yu resumed his role as the commanding captain. directing Zhang Lei and the enforcement team to seal off the CF family. It was now certain that the Reformed Church had significant ties to the CF family, hence, everyone associated with them would be scrutinized. The Changhu incident likely stemmed from Shui Lin's machinations, but you must still keep a close watch on Deputy Captain Ji. After the recent conflict, Sun Yu suspected that Changhu was primarily the handiwork of Shui Lin, yet he recognized the necessity for vigilance. Shui Lin? He is actually connected to the Reformed Church? Hearing the name he had not encountered in a long time, Zhang Lei was taken aback. However, upon noticing Sun Yu's expression, he chose to remain silent. It seemed that the situation was far from straightforward. One should diligently attend to their affairs, striving to enhance their capabilities at the earliest opportunity. Contemplating his own fortification, Zhang Lei was instantly invigorated, directing the law enforcement team to encircle the CF family and initiating the charge. As the law enforcement team was engaged in clearing the Xie residence, atop a distant peak, a figure clad in a black robe billowed in the wind. Gazing with indifference at the bustling law enforcement in the dilapidated CF family estate, behind him, a robust man stepped forward. Wearing a perplexed expression, why has the master chosen to let Sun Yu confront the CF family? If we were to act together, he would surely have no means of escape. Without offering him a taste of victory, how could Sun Yu ever lower his guard? Moreover, are you confident that our intervention would guarantee success? Do you truly believe you can shatter the force of the Tsong Yin and the Tsong Lan barrier? Pondering this, the figure in the black robe shook his head, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the interstellar repair shop. Could it be him? Yet, he is merely a youth. It is improbable that he could rejuvenate the broken star mecha. With the CF family eradicated, their leads have been severed, posing no threat to our grand ambitions. After a brief pause, the figure in the black robe cast a calm glance at the sturdy man, Zhou. I shall entrust you with matters concerning Yunhai for the time being. I must return for a while. Upon hearing this, the robust man Zhou quickly knelt. Bowing his head in affirmation, rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill your command. Chapter 65, The elderly are ineffectual. And so are the young? As the figure in the black robe departed, Zhou Kai slowly rose, his vertical pupils brimming with exhilaration. He never anticipated that his superior would entrust such a significant location. The Cloud Sea, to him. He felt a profound sense of responsibility and vowed to live up to the expectations placed upon him. With the loss of the CF family's stronghold, he would need to seek out another base of operations. The cold wind howled, and the dim lights flickered. Within the Xie residence, the air was punctuated by screams and explosions. 2 hours later, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu with a furrowed brow, shaking his head in despair. There were no survivors, all were affiliated with the transformed church. He hesitated, grappling with the horrific scenes he had witnessed. Even having survived interstellar wars and the onslaught of beam weaponry, he felt a tightening in his chest. Nevertheless, since they were all from the transformed church, interrogating them would yield no results. Let's have the scene cleared. Perhaps we can allow the younger members to assist. Sun Yu understood that extracting any information from the members of the transformed church was utterly futile. Even those of lesser strength would have been equipped with explosives upon their induction into the organization. It was likely that the interior bore witness to the tragic aftermath of the CF family's self-detonation. Should we really send the newcomers in? That might be a bit. Zhang Lei expressed his reluctance to let the fresh recruits confront such a harrowing scene, one that even he found difficult to process. He worried they might not withstand the psychological strain. Seizing the moment, let them confront the truth and face reality. It is far preferable to facing a moment of weakness when their own lives are at stake. Sun Yu spoke with a grave tone. They were the Yunhai fleet. And while peace reigned, the current times were fraught with peril. The specter of interstellar conflict loomed, and should the day of war arrive, these inexperienced newcomers, untouched by the blood of battle, would undoubtedly pay a harrowing price. Lessons drawn from hard-earned experience. If it were within his power, he would wish for a world of tranquility and prosperity. Alas, there are always those who seek to shatter such peace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei chose not to argue further. He understood Sun Yu's point. Compared to the cost they would eventually incur, the current discomfort was merely a fleeting sense of nausea. He promptly set about organizing matters. After assigning the newcomers to assist the CF family in cleaning up the aftermath, Zhang Lei quietly approached Sun Yu. Captain, how do you think I've been performing lately? Sun Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. Not bad. Zhang Lei, taken aback, replied, if that's the case. What about the enhancement I mentioned? He gazed at Sun Yu with hopeful anticipation, his eyes fluttering in an endearing manner. Sun Yu responded, I knew you had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, your recent performance has indeed been commendable. Given the current circumstances, every bit of strength counts. Very well, you may proceed tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei felt as though he had received divine inspiration, leaping up in joy. Thank you, Captain. The captain is quite a character. Sun Yu thought to himself. How did I end up with such an unreliable right-hand man? The weight of the future of Yunhai rested upon the shoulders of this young fellow before him. And Sun Yu couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Ugh, this is utterly revolting. Quick, someone save me. I can't take it anymore. Ugh, as the two conversed. The sounds of retching echoed from within the CF family residence. It was evident that the young members of the enforcement team were thoroughly horrified by the scene unfolding inside. Sun Yu lamented, the old are inept, and the young are no better. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Subai. If only Subai would be willing to join the fleet. Sigh. Meanwhile, Subai himself was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. As the last trace of stellar energy surged within him, the shackles of his realm shattered, propelling him into the second tier of the star-treading realm. Upon breaking through, Subai exhaled a breath of murky air. The star whale breathing technique was indeed formidable, yet the pressure it exerted was quite overwhelming. He clenched his right fist, acutely aware of his fatigue. It was important to note that he had absorbed stellar energy several times greater than that of others. However, the pressure resulting from this newfound power was commensurately significant. His burden was indeed magnified many times over compared to others. Had it not been for his exceptionally high innate talent, he might not have been able to withstand it. It seemed that the breathing technique was not necessarily better when stronger. One must still find what suits oneself best. After stretching his limbs, Subai promptly logged onto the Star Network. He perused the comments and the situation regarding tomorrow's lottery draw. To his astonishment, the reviews for the Interstellar Repair Shop had exceeded 10,000. Subai felt a wave of embarrassment. How could there be so many comments? Is it excessive to draw 3 winners daily? Curiously, he ventured into the comment section. I would trade my roommate's decade of singlehood for a chance to win. That's nothing. I would offer his entire life of solitude for a shot at winning. You still can't compare. I would shorten Chikuan's height by 10 centimeters for a chance. Whoa, brother, you're ruthless. I wouldn't believe it unless there was a deep-seated grudge. You better watch out. You might get knifed in the middle of the night. As Subai surveyed these comments, 2 lines of black sweat appeared on his forehead. Were these patrons genuinely serious? While he was pleased with the thriving business, sustaining such a precarious situation was not a viable solution. It seemed imperative to recruit an assistant without delay. Subai resolved to take action. At that moment, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a pinned comment in the section. What Interstellar Repair Shop? I don't believe it. If this manager Subai is truly remarkable, let him challenge me. Upon seeing this, Subai hurriedly clicked on the comment to investigate the individual's information. Chu Ran, a 20-year-old female, is recognized as the youngest one-star mechanic in China, certified by the Chinese Mechanic Association. Upon learning this, Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this truly be an opportunity? A one-star mechanic has seemingly presented themselves right at his doorstep. The most challenging aspect of his task had always been locating a skilled mechanic, as such individuals are typically regarded as treasures by their own repair shops. How could he possibly entice one to work for him? Yet, it appeared that a prime candidate had emerged. A subtle smile graced Subai's lips as he promptly sent a message. In the Mechanic Research Society of Yundu, a young woman with short hair and delicate features was intently watching a video on her phone, frame by frame. The footage showcased Subai performing simultaneous 10-thread operations while maintaining mechas for Zhou Yunzheng and others. As the video transitioned to the moment Subai used a mechanical arm to detach the Belly King snake armor, the young woman hit the pause button. I suspected something was amiss. This video is indeed fabricated. At that moment, Churan noticed Subai's right hand was not resting on the control panel, indicating that he was merely feigning the act. Such deceit tarnishes the reputation of mechanics, and she was perplexed as to how someone like him could gain notoriety. Feeling a surge of indignation, she reflected on her passion for mechanics. Otherwise, she would not have achieved the status of a one-star mechanic at such a tender age. She resolutely refused to allow anyone to tarnish the integrity of the profession. In her view, Subai had evidently achieved fame through sensationalist tactics, subsequently charging exorbitant repair fees. Such individuals were the ones she held in the utmost disdain. Suddenly, her phone rang. Chapter 66. To accept or not to accept. As Chu Ran watched the video, her brow furrowed, the pop-up abruptly interrupting her pursuit of finding Subai's flaw. Who is it? She queried impatiently, opening her star network. Anonymous mechanic. Hello. I am Subai. Chu Ran? Subai? Which Subai? Her expression shifted to one of incredulity. Could it be that fraud? After a moment's thought, she promptly replied, "Mechanic of Light, are you referring to that swindler from the Interstellar Repair Shop?" In the Interstellar Repair Shop, Subai, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed, was taken aback upon seeing Chu Ran's response. A faint smile graced his lips, his eyes glinting with intrigue. A fraud? It has been quite some time since he had heard such a label. Indeed, at the outset, perhaps some had deemed him a charlatan. Yet, after enhancing numerous mechas and with the circulation of the maintenance video, his reputation had soared to great heights. The sheer number of participants in the lottery on the Star Network spoke volumes. He was astonished that anyone still regarded him as a fraud. He had initially contemplated enticing Chu Ran to join the Interstellar Repair Shop through temptation, but now it seemed a different approach might be in order. Anonymous Mechanic, I am not a fraud. I learned that Miss Chu is seeking to challenge me in mechanical skills, and thus I came to keep the appointment. Upon reading Subai's message, Chu Ran instantly fumed, her long fingers furiously tapping on her phone screen. Mechanic of Light, who is the miss? You are the miss. Your entire family are misses. After she finished speaking, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. Upon observing Subai preparing to accept her challenge, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was this charlatan merely seeking to ride on her coattails? It was indeed unreasonable for Chu Ran. As she had initially proposed the challenge, how had it morphed into Subai seeking attention? After pondering for a moment, Chu Ran eventually nodded, responding, "Very well. But should you lose, you must shut down your repair shop and publicly apologize across the internet, acknowledging your fraudulent actions. I shall not allow a deceiver like you to tarnish the reputation of skilled mechanics." Just as Subai was about to propose adding some stakes to the challenge, he noticed the message from Chu Ran. "Subai? What fraudulent video? When did I ever deceive anyone? Tarnish the reputation of skilled mechanics? You want me to close my Interstellar Repair Shop?" This person harbors a great deal of resentment. After seeing Chu Ran's demands, Subai silently deleted the previous message he had typed. He had initially thought that if Chu Ran worked for him for 3 months, it would suffice. Now, however, Anonymous Mechanic, very well, I can comply with your request, but I have a condition of my own. If you lose, you must work at the Interstellar Repair Shop for 10 years. Initially, Chu Ran had concluded that Subai was too intimidated to respond, but upon seeing his reply, her anger intensified. 10 years? This individual is truly remarkable. At the tender age of 20, Chu Ran has already ascended to the rank of a 1-star mechanic. Her talent in the art of machinery unparalleled. Under ordinary circumstances, in a decade, she could very well aspire to achieve the status of a 4-star mechanic. Yet, Subai dares to propose that he might exploit this competition to have a 4-star mechanic work for him without compensation. An obscure mechanic inquired, "So, what is your decision? Will you accept or not? Of course, if you lack the courage, consider my words unspoken." In the midst of her indecision, Chu Ran's gaze fell upon Subai's statement, igniting an instant fervor within her. She clenched her teeth so tightly that it felt as though she might shatter them. "Dare I not? Do you have any inkling of whom you are addressing?" Without a moment's hesitation, she rapidly danced her fingers across the screen of her mobile device, nearly shattering it in her fervor. "Mechanic of Light, I accept. You shall determine the time and place. Just don't back down." Subai had initially intended to stoke the flames further, yet he was taken aback by Chu Ran's immediate response. He hesitated, pondering, does this person truly lack intelligence? Is she genuinely the youngest 1-star mechanic? As a mechanic, composure and caution are fundamental attributes. Each mechanic must possess the ability to remain unflinching in the face of adversity. After all, mechanics engage in a meticulous craft where even the slightest misalignment of a component or an excessive gap between armor plates can lead to catastrophic consequences. This young woman seems to ignite at the slightest provocation, giving rise to a sense of unreliability. Subai has indeed misunderstood Chu Ran. As a certified mechanic, her capabilities are beyond question. Each certified mechanic has undergone rigorous testing, ensuring that during repairs, Chu Ran can guarantee absolute focus. However, this time, she may have acted a bit impulsively. Tomorrow afternoon, let us convene at the Interstellar Repair Shop. Upon reading Subai's message, Chu Ran wore an expression of realization. She truly seeks to bask in the limelight, choosing her own repair shop as the venue. Nevertheless, after tomorrow, your establishment will cease to exist. Contemplating this, Chu Ran promptly announced her wager with Subai on the StarNet to prevent any future denial from the opponent. Once published, it instantly stirred up a tempest. Chu Ran has emerged as a rising star in the mechanic community, garnering widespread attention. Although the Interstellar Repair Shop may not be well known in the mechanic world, it is equally sought after in the Cloud Sea. This matter swiftly ascended to the top of the trending searches in the Cloud Sea region of Starnet. Countless individuals engaged in discussions. Chu Ran is to compete with the owner of the Interstellar Repair Shop. If she loses, she must work for them for 10 years? Chu Ran, what on earth is that Interstellar Repair Shop? Hey, how can you speak so dismissively? I acknowledge Chu Ran's prowess, but she pales in comparison to Boss Su. Have you ever witnessed 10-thread operations? 10 threads? What is that? Click the link, you will find out. Ah, such a lengthy discourse for merely a video, is it not? Charan is recognized as the youngest mechanic with a 1-star rating by the Chinese Mechanical Repair Association. Can Subai truly be compared to him? Indeed. One cannot help but wonder if this is merely an attempt to seize the spotlight, to elevate the reputation of his repair shop. It seems quite evident that this is the case. One cannot believe how easily Charan has fallen into this trap. I can almost envision the smile on Subai's face. Hidden behind the screen, relishing this unexpected opportunity for promotion. However, one cannot dismiss the fact that he faces closure and must issue an apology upon his defeat. Yet, what consequence does that bear? Once closed, he can simply reopen, having already garnered fame. Such occurrences are hardly rare nowadays. Nevertheless, we shall see who prevails tomorrow. By the way, where is that Interstellar Repair Shop? I wish to witness it in person. Oh, are you planning to go to Yuhai? I fear that by the time I arrive, there may be no room left to stand. This promises to be entertaining. Could this be deemed a contest for the title of the foremost mechanic among the younger generation? Perhaps not, for while Charan possesses remarkable talent, he does not yet embody the entirety of his generation. There are indeed several mechanics who surpass him. As for Subai, we remain uncertain of his true capabilities, and thus shall refrain from comment. Chapter 67. I suspect CPU manipulation, yet lack evidence. Subai remained blissfully unaware that this matter had already gained considerable traction online. He merely issued a statement on his official website, announcing that due to prior commitments, the draw would be postponed by 1 day. Although he felt somewhat apologetic towards those who had won, he recognized that there was little to be done about it. In the future, when Chu Ran came to work, he could simply take on a few more tasks. After publishing this announcement, Subai sought some rest. Meanwhile, the repercussions of this incident continued to escalate rapidly. Within just a few hours, it had garnered a heat level of hundreds of thousands. The replies surged into the tens of thousands, and the post was incessantly shared. At Shanghai University, in the training grounds, the Platinum Valkyrie unfurled its wings, shimmering with fiery patterns, basking in golden light. The golden flames illuminated the sky as the golden spear thrust forward relentlessly. Numerous spear flashes accompanied by the golden flames pierced through the air, hurtling straight towards the Winter Swordmaster. Just as the attack was about to strike, the Swordmaster's blue eyes blazed with intensity. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the spear's trajectory, firmly grasping his broadsword with both hands. His body bent slightly as the roar of the engine resonated, and with a powerful swing of his right arm, he executed a fierce horizontal slash. An ice-blue sword aura erupted, slicing through the air with precision, trailing a white mist that formed into glistening ice droplets. As these ice particles descended, they met the golden flames and were instantly vaporized. Bang! A cloud of steam billowed forth, enveloping the vast training ground, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Whoosh! The figure of the Platinum Valkyrie flickered as the particle accelerator behind her erupted into action, its power fully unleashed. In an instant, she reached the rear of the Winter Swordsman, her lips curling into a smile of assured victory. Raising her golden flame spear high, she lunged towards the Winter Swordsman with a thrust as fierce as a dragon strike. Utilizing the enhancement of her swift movement, she aimed to catch her opponent completely off guard. Just as the golden flame spear was about to make contact with the Winter Swordsman, he leaned back slightly, striving to elongate the distance between himself and the spear. A resonant hum echoed, a sound of a sword singing. The previously launched Winter Sword energy, like a boomerang, executed a swift turn in the air, instantly arriving behind the Platinum Valkyrie. At that moment, all of Xiao Mingyan's focus was directed at the Winter Swordsman, leaving her utterly unprepared for the sword energy approaching from behind. With a thunderous crash, the wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie solidified instantly, enveloped by the essence of winter. The outcome was clear. The victor was Zhao Mengwei, the pilot of the Winter Swordsman. As the battle concluded, both combatants exited their mechs. Zhao Mengwei approached Xiao Mingyan, lifting her chin slightly. Now, the record stands at 110 matches, 26 victories, 58 draws, and 26 defeats. Xiao Mingyan, feeling a surge of indignation, clenched her teeth. What an absurdity! What kind of dirty trick is this? Whose sword energy can even curve like that? There was no denying that her loss was frustrating. She had believed victory was within her grasp. Yet, to have her own sword energy turn against her was a fate difficult to accept. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Mingwei displayed a look of disdain. Heh, little shorty, your approach is quite clean. Creating a blind spot, and then utilizing a sudden step to launch a sneak attack from behind. At the moment Xiao Mingyan executed her sudden step, Zhao Mingwei was somewhat taken aback. However, this realization clarified for her why her initial assault had missed its mark. It was likely a manifestation of Xiao Mingyan's unique specialty. The two stood at odds, neither willing to concede, and ultimately, in perfect synchrony, they both let out a cold snort and turned their heads away. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyan's phone rang. Her assistant exclaimed, Sister Yin, it's bad. Our star network has been exposed. The live stream has been invaded. Xiao Mingyan responded. Ever since she had promoted Su Bai's interstellar repair shop, she had hardly broadcasted, immersing herself in her training. Could it be that her fans, having seen her absence from live streams for so long, had become restless? That seemed unlikely, as this was not her first hiatus. Indeed, Xiao Mingyan's streaming schedule could be likened to fishing for 3 days and sifting through the net for 30. It was not uncommon for her to go an entire month without a broadcast. Initially, her fans had voiced their complaints, but they eventually grew accustomed to it. After all, Xiao Mingyan's primary identity was that of a student at Star Sea University, where she held the title of valedictorian, and thus her studies took precedence. After pondering for some time without arriving at a conclusion, Xiao Mingyan directly inquired of her assistant. She appeared like a goddess. What is happening? Aren't our fans quite laid back? The assistant replied, It's not the fans' issue, Sister Yin. Wasn't it you who promoted that interstellar repair shop last time? It appears that the interstellar repair shop has encountered an issue. This revelation left Xiao Mingyan utterly bewildered. An issue at the interstellar repair shop? Could Su Bai's skills truly be at fault? Did she not witness the remarkable enhancement of the airport's capabilities after the recent upgrades? She felt as if she were a goddess, pondering the perplexing circumstances. It was then that her assistant divulged the details of Su Bai's wager with Chu Ran. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Xiao Mingyan discreetly cast a glance at Zhao Mingwei. Ah, how the tides have turned. Last time, you clandestinely orchestrated a significant affair with Boss Su. Now, it seems the tables have turned in my favor. Fate has a curious way of cycling through fortunes. And this is not a secret I intended to keep from you. At that moment, Zhao Mingwei met Xiao Mingyan's gaze, her expression softening into a warm smile. Little one, do you harbor some untold secret? Why the vigilant watch upon me? Xiao Mingyan, flustered, waved her hands in protest. No, how could I possibly keep anything from you? We are childhood friends and allies. After all, I could not hide anything from you, could I? Zhao Mingwei, with an astute perception, countered, Oh please. If you were not feeling guilty, would you be so courteous? Speak the truth. Recognizing Xiao Mingyan's unease, she sidled closer, whispering conspiratorially, If you refuse to share, I shall. Startled by the whisper brushing against her ear, Xiao Mingyan felt a shiver run down her spine and reluctantly divulged the matter to Zhao Mingwei. So it was that Chu Ran had crossed paths with Boss Su. After receiving the answer, Zhao Mingwei felt a sense of satisfaction, and then delicately caressed her chin with her fair hand, pondering that this young girl, perhaps untouched by the harsh realities of society, truly lacked awareness of the world's vastness. How could she possibly question the mechanical prowess of Boss Su? Let us go take a look tomorrow. Lest she refuses to acknowledge her defeat, she decided. Xiao Mingyan, feeling a tinge of frustration, lamented, It was supposed to be my solitary endeavor. I must strive to appear more composed next time. Very well, let us visit tomorrow at noon. I, too, wish to see if that insipid Boss Su has anything to say upon seeing me. Reflecting on how she had incessantly messaged Su Bai over the past few days, only to receive responses like, oh, or all right, Xiao Mingyan felt a surge of indignation. After all, she was Xiao Mingyan. She was quite popular. Yet, look at Su Bai's dismissive attitude. It was as if this adoring goddess, adored by thousands, had been reduced to a mere devotee. She began to suspect that she had been relegated to a mere computational entity, but without any evidence. It had shaken her confidence to the core. Chapter 68. A complete ban on Su Bai? The two concluded their training for the day and, after tidying up, succumbed to the embrace of slumber. The following dawn in Yundu, at the Mechanical Engineers Research Association, an elderly gentleman with graying hair was leisurely savoring his tea in his office. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking disrupted his tranquility, prompting him to set down his teacup and resume an upright posture. Come in. The hurried footsteps echoed as a rather unremarkable young man burst in, his face etched with urgency. President, it's bad. The old man, upon hearing this, felt a vein throb on his forehead. I am perfectly fine. However, the young man quickly continued, no, that's not what I meant. What I meant to say is that something has happened to you, President. The old man raised an eyebrow in confusion, realizing his slip of the tongue. The young man swiftly corrected himself. No, not that. It's Chu Ran. She is in trouble. With a resounding thud, upon hearing the name Chu Ran, Qianyu sprang to his feet, a murderous intent lacing his tone. Who dares to harm Chu Ran? They must be seeking their own demise. Chu Ran was the pride of the Nanjiang Mechanical Engineers Research Association, a prodigy unparalleled across China and even Blue Star. He had always treated her with the utmost care, fearing she might shatter like glass. The audacity of anyone to threaten her was utterly intolerable. The atmosphere grew tense, and feeling the old man's formidable aura, Sherming could not help but swallow hard. The individual in question is the esteemed president of their South River Mechanical Repair Society. Not only does he have numerous disciples spread far and wide, but he is also a 5-star mechanic himself. When he is provoked, the entire mechanical repair industry is thrown into disarray. Although he lacks formidable strength and cannot pilot a mecha, his mere words command the respect of the Starfall mecha engineers. Furthermore, it is worth noting that she, strictly speaking, initiated the challenge to test her mechanical skills against others. Sherming wiped the sweat from his brow, fearing that any delay in his response could lead to irreparable consequences. Oh, is that all? Why are you so startled? Qianyu shot him a cold glance, pondering whether Sherming had too much idle time on his hands. After all, it is quite commonplace for mechanics to engage in skill competitions. Moreover, Chu Ran is still young, brimming with youthful exuberance, and seeking out sparring partners is merely routine. Yet, this time it is somewhat different. Sherming realized he had been misunderstood by Qianyu and hastily clarified. This time, she has even placed a wager. If she loses, she must work for the opponent's repair shop for 10 years. What? Upon hearing this, Qianyu, who had just been about to take a seat, sprang up in surprise, his white beard ruffled by his breath. Has the act of undermining the foundation of one's own establishment reached such absurdity? And is it his own protege being targeted? Come, tell me more. Now intrigued, Qianyu was eager to discover which audacious individual dared to encroach upon his territory. President, please take a look. The young man spoke and took out his phone, showing Qianyu the message from Chu Ran. Subai? An interstellar repair shop? When did Junhai get such a place? Qianyu's expression turned peculiar after reading it. He had never heard of this interstellar repair shop, nor was he familiar with the name Subai. Generally, he was acquainted with most renowned star-level repair technicians in Nanjiang. Was this an attempt to leverage Chu Ran's popularity to elevate his own repair shop? Given his age, Qianyu seldom engaged with his phone or the internet, a fact that Sherming was well aware of. He promptly handed over the video of Subai at the interstellar repair shop to Qianyu. Initially, upon seeing Subai performing a 10-thread operation in the video, Qianyu raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of discontent. It was clearly a trick to deceive. He noticed that Subai's right hand was not positioned on the control panel during the operation. One-handed 10-thread manipulation? Impossible. It was likely a composite video. Instantly, his interest waned. This young man was merely engaging in flashy, deceptive antics. The reputation of our repair technicians is tarnished by such scoundrels. Qianyu then returned to his seat, lifted his teacup to his lips, and took a slow sip. Unfazed, bring that girl Chu Ran to me. Without further inquiry, Sherming complied with the request. A few minutes later, under the guidance of Sherming, Charan arrived at Qianyu's office. Teacher, did you call for me? Charan inquired, somewhat puzzled, unsure of what her teacher could possibly want so early in the morning. She had plans to confront Subai at Yunhai shortly, and any delay would be inconvenient. I heard that you are to compete in mechanical repair skills today. Qianyu remarked, his face adorned with a broad smile, the wrinkles on his countenance clustering together. Charan's heart sank momentarily. Her teacher rarely ventured online. So how was he aware of this? With that thought, she shot a glare at Sherming. Sherming, upon noticing, promptly turned his head aside. Don't look at me. I know nothing. Charan thought to herself, aha, I've solved the mystery. It must be this rascal who leaked the information. Simultaneously, she pondered how to persuade her teacher. All right, don't wear that look of trying to deceive me. This time, I will accompany you, Qianyu said, clearly discerning Charan's scattered thoughts. Teacher, you wish to join me? President, you are going to Yunhai? At this moment, not only Charan but even Sherming appeared bewildered. According to his reasoning, after informing the president, it was likely that the latter would prevent this farce from unfolding. Surely, They could not allow that so-called interstellar repair shop to benefit without consequence. Now, Qianyu intended to take part personally? Was this not merely increasing their visibility? This is precisely what Charon had in mind. She was already somewhat overwhelmed by the prospect of this contest. Now that her teacher would accompany them, wouldn't the intensity of the situation only heighten? If Subai were to learn of this, he would likely be grinning from ear to ear. If I do not attend, who will serve as your judge? Qianyu cast a fleeting yet piercing glance at the two. His tone imbued with an air of foreboding. Should he manage to bribe a few individuals to serve as your judges and declare you the loser? Would you truly be resigned to laboring for the other party for a decade? At that moment, Qianyu's impression of Subai had plummeted to an abysmal low. Since he was willing to resort to deception for the sake of notoriety, fabricating a false video, it was difficult to dismiss the possibility of him employing other underhanded tactics. Although Charon possessed extraordinary mechanical skills and, under normal circumstances, would never succumb to defeat, her inexperience in the world left her vulnerable to being deceived, resulting in unwarranted losses. I see. Shiming, being a few years older than Charon, quickly grasped Qianyu's intentions. The president was preparing to ensure that Subai would have no opportunity for redemption. Very well, this matter is settled. The time you agreed upon is in the afternoon, and we should prepare to depart, Qianyu declared, his word final. His purpose for attending, as Shiming had articulated, was to ensure that Subai would be left with no means of recovery, even if the latter were to win without employing any dubious tactics should he lose. The closing of his establishment would be indelibly etched in memory. Henceforth, he would find it challenging to start anew. However, with Qianyu's involvement, the dynamics would shift entirely. As the president of the South River Mechanical Engineering Society, it could be said that the mechanical engineers and mech pilots of South River would inevitably extend him a measure of respect. A mechanic, deemed by him to possess no future, regardless of his renown, could not stir any waves in Nanjing. As for the prospect of Subai emerging victorious, that thought had never crossed his mind. If one truly possessed talent, why resort to fabricating deceptive videos to mislead others? Chapter 69. Really? Seeking external assistance? As Chu Ran and his companions set off, Subai had only just risen from his slumber. Stretching leisurely, he prepared to open the door. Time was drawing near. Little did he expect that the task would be completed so swiftly. A hint of delight flickered across Subai's face, as he felt fortunate of late. However, the moment he opened the door, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The training ground had somehow become densely packed with a throng of people. Subai thought, didn't I say I wouldn't be receiving guests today? And hasn't it been changed to a lottery system? Judging by this crowd, there seemed to be even more people than before. As Subai stepped outside, the crowd erupted upon seeing him. Oh, Boss Su has emerged. Haha. Look at Boss Su's appearance, still looking striking even just waking up. Ah, I'm enchanted. How can Boss Su appear so adorable? Ha ha ha. He must be utterly bewildered. Stepping out to find so many of us here. This must be the expression of someone with a guilty conscience for having let us down. Did you let him down? I'm the one who got let down. I finally won the lottery. Sob sob. Boss Su, we aren't here for repairs this time. Didn't you have a duel with Chu Ran? We have come this time to witness a spectacle. Upon hearing the words ahead, Subai's countenance darkened. What does it mean to be adorable? I, Su, a dignified man of 7 feet, have been labeled as such? And as for the mention of pigeons, did I not state that I would make it up later? How petty. Fortunately, in the end, they finally revealed their intentions. Yet this left Subai somewhat perplexed. How did you know about my wager with Chu Ran? Subai gazed quizzically at the few individuals at the forefront. He had not disclosed the matter of the wager. He merely sought a job and saw no need for such widespread knowledge. It was Chu Ran who divulged it. Su boss. You have kept us in the dark for too long. Indeed, your secrecy is excessive. We are all on the same side. And yet you did not think to inform us? Tight-lipped, are you? I am quite tempted to test that. It seems we have stumbled into something rather peculiar. You can check Chu Ran's Starnet. She has made it public. Moreover, her fans claim that Su Boss is merely riding on the coattails of her fame. When it is clear that the matter was disclosed by Chu Ran, what does it have to do with Su Boss? Our Su Boss possesses genuine skills. Does he truly need to seek attention? I concede that Chu Ran is an exceptional mechanic, yet when compared to Su Boss, she pales in significance. Subai mentally filtered out some of the bizarre remarks. Has Chu Ran gone mad? He had intended to spare her any embarrassment. Considering she would soon be part of his team, as the employer, he naturally wished to safeguard his employees' feelings. She insisted on escalating the situation. Sigh, very well. However, with so many of you, my shop simply cannot accommodate everyone. Su Bai reluctantly accepted the reason for their visit, but the sheer number of people was overwhelming. Even if his repair shop were 10 times larger, it would still be inadequate. Were they to simply wait here? You need not worry about that. I will enter and livestream for them. A melodious voice emerged from the crowd as Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue gracefully stepped forward. The crowd, displaying remarkable coordination, immediately parted to create a pathway for them. With a cheerful smile, Xiao Mingyan approached Su Bai and said, "Hee, Boss Su, long time no see. Have you missed me?" "I certainly have," striking a playful pose as if blowing a kiss. Bang! Zhao Mingyue, unable to bear it any longer, delivered a swift and loving punch to her head. "Stop being silly and speak properly." "My apologies, Boss Su. We saw Chu Ran's post and came right away." "I hope you don't mind," Zhao Mingyue said, holding back the animated Xiao Mingyan while casting an apologetic glance at Su Bai. Su Bai replied, "It's quite all right. In fact, you've been a tremendous help. Since Xiao Mingyan will assist with the live stream, it seems their journey wasn't in vain after all." "But wait, they could watch from home too, couldn't they?" "Boss Su, isn't it thoughtful of me?" Regarding the matter of discounts, Xiao Mingyan, having finally freed herself from Zhao Mingyue's grasp, approached Su Bai with a singular focus on the subject of promotions. "Oh, that is out of the question," Su Bai replied without a moment's hesitation, firmly declining her request. He had made it clear that this was a matter of principle. Xiao Mingyan was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that Su Bai was indeed true to his word. In truth, her mention of discounts was merely a casual remark, after all. Su Bai had been rather tardy in responding to her messages, and she had intended to tease him a little this time. Unfortunately, he proved to be impervious to her antics. The onlookers were taken aback by this exchange. Exchanging glances and whispers, "It seems there is a bit of intrigue between Su Bai and Xiao Mingyan. Is it really that sensational? I was wondering why Xiao Mingyan would endorse someone out of the blue. It turns out they are acquaintances." Some mused, "If it were Su Bai, I would willingly step aside." However, another chimed in, "Come on, if it's not Su Bai, you wouldn't stand a chance." Among the crowd were numerous fans of Xiao Mingyan, who initially came because of her advertisements. Later, they were captivated by Su Bai's exceptional skills. Although most had only witnessed his work from a distance and had not yet experienced it firsthand, this did not diminish their trust in him. As residents of Yanhai, they wholeheartedly supported the emergence of such a talented mechanic, especially one who had saved their lives. The gratitude for his life-saving act was immeasurable. It was amusing, such a simple contest had drawn so many spectators, yet one could hardly accuse him of seeking the limelight. At that moment, a clear voice resonated through the crowd. Chu Ran felt utterly disheartened upon witnessing the throng gathered outside the interstellar repair shop. She could hardly fathom that Su Bai would go to such lengths for publicity. How much money must he have spent to gather these people? Unbeknownst to her, she was the sole individual promoting the betting match from beginning to end. Qian Yu and Shi Ming, walking ahead, shared a sense of dissatisfaction. "President, I told you we shouldn't have come. Look, this is merely giving him free advertisement," Shi Ming whispered into Qian Yu's ear, still unable to agree with Qian Yu's decision. "They should have simply backed out, allowing Su Bai to waste his money. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Qian Yu cast a languid glance at Shi Ming. Immediately, Shi Ming raised his right hand to his mouth, mimicking the motion of zipping up a jacket. He had indeed overstepped by daring to question the judgment of his superior. As the crowd noticed Chu Ran's arrival, they parted to create a passage. However, many among them were puzzled upon seeing Shi Ming and Qian Yu. Who are these two? Could they be Chu Ran's hired help? Is she so afraid of losing that she sought external assistance? Surely not. After all, she is a one-star mechanic. They were mere commoners. And even if there were mecha engineers among them, they were merely fledgling students who had recently become Earth mecha engineers, thus unfamiliar with Qian Yu. Chapter 70. Who is this old man? Is he endorsing Boss Su? Yet, their lack of acquaintance does not imply that no one recognizes him. As the three approached Su Bai, Zhao Mingwei and Xiao Mingyan bowed respectfully to Qian Yu, addressing him as Elder Qian. Their hearts were in turmoil. They never expected that a mere contest among the younger generation would summon such a figure. What exactly does Chu Ren intend to accomplish? Qian Yu cast a curious glance at the two, equally puzzled. Xiao girl, what brings you here? As the president of the Nanjing Mechanical Engineering Society, he was well acquainted with Zhao Tianming, and he had also met Xiao Mingyan as father. Thus, he had seen the two before. However, he could not fathom their purpose in this situation. Are they friends with this young man? Upon approaching, Qian Yu scrutinized Su Bai and had to admit that Su Bai's appearance was indeed remarkable. Moreover, he showed no signs of panic upon their arrival. In fact, A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. At that moment, Qian Yu's mind flickered back to the details from the earlier video, leading him to question if he had misjudged the situation. We are here to witness the competition between Chu Ran and Su Bai. Zhao Mingyue replied politely to Qian Yu's inquiry. I am responsible for the live broadcast, Xiao Mingyan added, waving her phone. You are involved in this matter as well? Qian Yu's brow furrowed deeply. The identities of these two were certainly not ordinary. If they were indeed friends with Su Bai, perhaps this young man possessed abilities beyond expectation. Others may develop fondness for someone based on their appearance, yet these two young girls, despite their tender years, possess remarkable discernment. This contest is between Su Bai and Chu Ran. We are merely here to witness the spectacle. Zhao Mingwei smiled, uncertain of the other's intentions. But it was evident that they had come to support Chu Ran. However, this is a matter between the two of them, and surely, Elder Qian would not intervene. She did not believe Su Bai would be defeated by Chu Ran, but should Qian Yu attempt to evade responsibility, she would not acquiesce. At worst, she would inform her father. Even though Qian Yu was a 5-star machine repair master, Zhao Mingwei considered Su Bai's skills in machine repair to be equally commendable. At the very least, Qian Yu could not enhance his winter sword master to such an extent. Indeed, surely Elder Qian would not interfere in the contest of the youth? Such news would not bode well. Xiao Mingyan also expressed her stance. They had faith in Su Bai and would not allow him to be unjustly bullied. Qian Yu thought, why do these two young girls regard me as the villain? Am I truly the type to wield my influence over others? Certainly not. I am here to serve as a judge. The competition among the young is permissible. However, should anyone resort to deceit, I shall not be lenient. Qian Yu's tone was light, yet carried weight. As he spoke, he cast a casual glance at Su Bai, then shifted his words. However, if this young friend indeed possesses true skill, I, Qian Yu, would gladly vouch for him. This was his principle. If Su Bai resorts to deceit to attract attention and tarnish the reputation of the skilled mechanics, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. However, should Su Bai possess genuine talent and triumph over Chu Ran, he would willingly endorse him. Even in defeat, he would not pursue the matter excessively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingwei and Xiao Mingyan were somewhat taken aback. This was Qian Yu, a highly esteemed elder in the South Jiang mechanical repair community, with his endorsement. The interstellar repair shop would undoubtedly thrive in South Jiang. Indeed, Qian Yu had no intention of aiding Chu Ran in any deceitful endeavor. After all, with Elder Qian's prestige, there was no need for subterfuge. Apologies, Elder Qian. I have caused you some offense. Zhao Mingwei clasped her hands in a respectful gesture and bowed, subsequently stepping aside. In her eagerness to protect Su Bai, she had indeed overstepped, as he was, after all, an elder, and her tone had been somewhat disrespectful. Xiao Mingyan similarly placed her hands together before her chest and, with a gentle smile, offered her apologies. It was all a misunderstanding. Now, they were completely reassured. When it came to mechanical skills, even 10 Chu Rans would not match Su Bai's prowess. Indeed, such confidence. Su Bai. After the conversation among the three, Su Bai finally recognized who this somewhat familiar elder was. Qian Yu endorsing him? Wouldn't he that keep him exceedingly busy? Oh, wait. Soon he would also have employees. For any matters, he could consult the staff, and for trivialities, he would also turn to them. In summary, from this day forth, unless it was a custom order, he would always seek the assistance of his employees. However, Elder Qian's words had stirred discontent among many. Who was this old man? Such audacity, to presume to endorse Boss Su? Does Boss Su even require his endorsement? I know not, but I scarcely recognize him. He is likely not a person of great significance. Indeed, we are familiar with figures such as Captain Sun and General Zhao. Even Captain Zhang Lei is known to us. Yet this old man's rank is probably inferior to Captain Zhang Lei's. As for this endorsement, it is better left unrequested. Qian Yu, his wrinkled fist has silently clenched. You ignorant children, what right does someone like Captain Zhang Lei, such a mere trifle, have to meddle? As for Sun Yu and Zhao Tianming, it is only natural for them to be recognized, given their status as fleet commanders. Just as Qian Yu was about to discreetly signal to Shi Ming, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Qian Yu. He is the president of the South River Mechanical Engineering Research Association. This is a significant figure in our South River mechanical community. Who would have thought he would come? Qian Yu. Oh, young man, you are rather impressive. Is this old man quite renowned? Yes, indeed. I just looked him up. He seems to be a master craftsman in our South River mechanical field. Thus, his endorsement for Boss Su does carry some weight. No, the lottery is already challenging enough. If we draw more attention, which year or month might we end up with? "Huh? And are you able to draw now?" "Me. Qianyu." Upon hearing the discussions of the crowd, narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that these individuals were not summoned by Subai. Moreover, Subai had even arranged some sort of drawing? Were these individuals complaining about the difficulty of the draw? Could it be that he had indeed misjudged? To conclude that the other party might be fraudulent based solely on a video seemed rather hasty. Gradually, a flicker of anticipation began to emerge in Qianyu's eyes, as he yearned to witness the surprises that Subai might unveil. After the clamor subsided, Churan found herself somewhat taken aback by her mentor's decision to endorse him. But that was contingent upon him defeating me. Such a possibility was utterly non-existent. She was proud, and she possessed the merit to be so. She had always been the exemplary child of others. Moreover, she had shattered the record for being the youngest one-star technician in China, raising the age benchmark by 6 years. Prior to her, the youngest one-star technician had achieved success at the age of 26. This remarkable accomplishment had left her somewhat lost in the glow of her accolades, receiving praise wherever she went. Initially, upon witnessing Subai's 10-thread operation, she approached it with a mindset of learning, astonished that someone of her age could achieve such feats. Unfortunately, upon closer observation, her disappointment grew. Not only was there no discernible evidence of Subai's technical prowess in the video, but even the 10-thread operation appeared somewhat absurd. This is where the tension escalates, even leading to an acceptance of Subai's wager. Chapter 71. Qinhua. Is this level of diligence truly genuine? Have I misunderstood? Churan inhaled deeply, casting aside all distractions. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to lose this bet. Otherwise, would he truly be toiling for a decade in vain? Enough of idle chatter. Let us commence. Churan fixed his gaze upon Subai, his eyes ablaze with determination. Very well, Subai replied nonchalantly, his expression unaffected by Churan's fervor. For Churan, this was a wager. For Subai, it was merely an interview. Should Churan's skills prove inadequate, after signing the contract and completing the task, he could relegate her to menial duties. Conversely, if she demonstrated sufficient capability, he would assign her several straightforward orders. A perfect plan. Before long, Xiao Mingyin and the others, along with Qianwei, followed Subai into the interstellar repair shop. Even Qianwei, upon witnessing the equipment and decor within the establishment, was taken aback. Not only was the exterior clad in vibration gold, but the interior also employed such luxurious materials. Quite extravagant indeed. Suddenly, his gaze darted to a nearby storage bed, and he was momentarily stunned. This young man actually lived and slept in the repair shop? The sheer tenacity displayed was far from that of a charlatan. It seemed the old man had been hasty in judgment. While he remained uncertain of Subai's qualifications as a stellar repair master, there was no denying his earnest attitude. That video, too, was likely not fabricated. At the very least, it should not be attributed to him. Qianyu's gaze towards Subai was tinged with a hint of regret. Had he not come personally, he would likely have made a decision he would come to regret upon learning of the incident later. Now, even if Subai were to lose, he had dismissed the idea of banning him altogether, even contemplating whether to persuade Churan to abandon the wager. Just as Qianyu was deep in thought, Subai spoke nonchalantly, his demeanor so indifferent that it seemed as though the outcome had no bearing on him. This composure left Shiming momentarily stunned. After all, this was a gamble that could determine the fate of his repair shop. Why was he so unfazed? Churan stepped forward, poised to say something. But Qianyu's voice carried from behind him. Since this is a competition of mechanical skills, let us begin with the test of observation. He produced 2 small objects, inviting both competitors to examine them simultaneously and articulate any issues they discerned. What do you think, young brother? Qianyu turned to Subai, having developed a newfound respect for him and eager to gauge his mechanical prowess. Rest assured, these items are freshly acquired. Churan has not seen them beforehand. To alleviate any concerns that Subai might perceive bias in favor of Churan, Qianyu offered a direct clarification. You're joking, Elder Qian. I naturally trust your integrity. Subai replied with a faint smile, confident that the other would not show favoritism. After all, there were still others broadcasting the event live. Upon noticing Subai gazing at her, Xiao Mingyin raised her right hand in a playful wave while holding her phone in her left hand, capturing the scene before her. At that moment, her live stream was graced by a staggering audience of 1 million viewers. In addition to those gathered outside, many had flocked to witness the spectacle due to the surge in her stream's popularity. Oh, isn't that Xiaoyanzi? Finally remembered she has a streaming job? Meng Jie? No. It's you who should be called Jie, the true star of this live stream. We've been waiting for you to go live. Let us be honest. Can we please break this terrible habit of streaming for 3 days and then slacking off for 30? Just look at the lady next door. She never sleeps and focuses solely on companionship. Wait, where's Xiao Yinzi? Who is that handsome guy in front? Goodness. Spread the word. Xiao Yinzi has made an announcement. What? Xiao Yinzi is married? Spread the news quickly. What? Xiao Yinzi has had a baby? I can't accept this. Watching her audience spin tales of speculation. Xiao Mingyan felt a sense of helplessness but chose to remain off camera, merely explaining, "Ahem, you little trolls, enough already. Today's protagonists are not me. There are those two over there. You should be thanking me. You are about to witness a showdown between stellar mechanics, and no tickets are required, though, of course. If you wish to show some love, feel free to do so." Xiao Mingyan's rise to internet fame can be attributed to her vibrant personality and her distinctive streaming style. Despite being undeniably beautiful, she has chosen to embrace a comedic persona. Indeed, this interaction proved to be quite effective. The gifs in the live broadcast room surged dramatically. A viewer named Yinzi, standing at 1.5 meters tall, presented an extravagant super battleship, while another, known for their humor, gifted 10 long-range aircraft. The atmosphere was lively, with one viewer remarking that simply being present was a gift, contributing a small star. The repair shop buzzed with excitement. Inside, Subai and Chu Ran had already entered the maintenance area, leaving the glass of the live broadcast room unobscured. Spectators outside could clearly witness the happenings within the repair shop. Observing the array of equipment, many knowledgeable viewers expressed their admiration. This owner must be wealthy. They only utilize the finest tools. Where is this repair shop located? I haven't seen anything like it in Nanzhou. Suddenly, the repair shop near my home seems lackluster in comparison. As a resident of the capital, I must say that the equipment in our local repair shops pales in comparison. As the two prepared, Qianyu retrieved 2 metallic blocks resembling the skeletal structure of mechas from the star ring and handed them to Shi Ming for distribution. Your first challenge is to identify which of the 4 fundamental types of mecha these skeletal structures belong to and to articulate the issues they possess. Upon receiving the metallic blocks, Qianyu spoke calmly. You have 10 minutes. Since this was a competition, a time constraint was essential. He could not allow them to observe indefinitely. They were required to articulate their findings within the set time frame. This task represented the most basic requirement for a mecha engineer. If one cannot discern the issues plaguing the mech at a glance, how might one proceed with its repair? After Shi Ming entrusted the metal fragment to the 2 individuals, the timer officially commenced. Chu Ran, gazing at the metallic piece before her, lost her earlier composure, her brow furrowed in concentration. This particular metal exhibited unique characteristics. She could ascertain, based on its composition, that it was a skeletal component of the Earth mech typically. The skeletons of armed and power-oriented Earth mechs vary in size, depending on their specific parts, generally ranging from 1 to 1.2 meters in diameter. In contrast, those of speed and balance types tend to measure between 0.5 and 0.7 meters. However, the piece before her measured precisely between the two, with a diameter of approximately 0.85 meters. Its size was excessively large for a speed and balance type, yet significantly inadequate for an armed and power type. Just as she was lost in contemplation, Subai in the adjoining repair room had already articulated his conclusion. This piece is from a speed-type mech. According to my assessment, it appears to have suffered from thermal expansion followed by rapid contraction, resulting in a deterioration of its internal structure. Chapter 72. Is it necessary to be so swift? As Subai's words echoed through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. Every individual present, even Chu Ran, cast their gaze towards Qianyu. At this moment, Qianyu was anything but tranquil. He regarded Subai with a look of astonishment. How did you discern the issue with the bone structure in such a brief span of time? Upon entering the interstellar repair shop, he had sensed that Subai was not one to engage in deception. There was indeed something remarkable about him. However, this revelation came far too swiftly. It is worth noting that even he had taken a full minute to deduce the results after acquiring the 2 bone fragments. But Subai? 10 seconds. What caliber of perception is this? As Qianyu's words faded, it became evident to all that Subai was indeed correct. Yet, from Qianyu's tone, it was clear that Subai's speed was somewhat astonishing. While the eyes of the assembly were riveted upon Subai, the live stream audience was equally fixated on him. It was quite simple. A brief physical examination would suffice. Subai shrugged nonchalantly. This should be the most fundamental form of bronze gold, yet its weight is entirely inconsistent with that of normal bronze gold. Naturally, one can conclude that the internal structure has been compromised due to thermal expansion and contraction. Upon hearing this, Qianyu experienced a moment of enlightenment. He indeed had not conducted a hands-on examination. This also underscored that Su Bai possessed not only extraordinary perceptual abilities, but also a remarkable adaptability. As he regarded Su Bai, his eyes sparkled with increasing anticipation. In the first round, Su Bai triumphs. First blood. Upon hearing Su Bai's response, Chu Ren bit her lip tightly, taken aback by the extent of her defeat. She had not even had the chance to discern that the metal in question was brass before her opponent had already provided the answer. For the first time, her confidence wavered. Was the disparity truly this vast? Fortunately, this was merely the initial round, and Chu Ren forced herself to muster some encouragement. It's all right. There will be more opportunities. At this moment, she would no longer utter disparaging remarks about Su Bai being a fraud, for that would be a grave insult to herself. If she could not even surpass a mere fraud, how could she claim to be the youngest level 1 mechanic? This gentleman is quite formidable. Whether he is genuinely strong remains uncertain, but his speed is undeniably impressive. I wonder if he excels just as much in other aspects. Outside the arena, cheers erupted. I always knew Boss Su was exceptional. Look at how that old man was startled. Wait a moment. I can't shake the feeling that the old man's gaze towards Boss Su was somewhat peculiar. How to describe it? Perhaps a hint of covetousness? Oh dear. The thought is too delightful to entertain further. As the first round concluded, Qianyu turned his attention to the two competitors, primarily focusing on Su Bai. For the second round, we shall test your concentration. I possess 2 sets of basic electronic gun components. You will need to assemble them amidst external distractions within a time limit of 1 hour. In the second round of the competition, Qianyu decided to raise the intensity for the 2 participants. He deliberately turned to Xiao Mengyan and Zhao Mengyue, saying, Xiao, I require your assistance for this challenge. Please enter the maintenance room and operate the mechas, maximizing their power output. As mecha engineers, they naturally held a passion for mechas, and maintaining focus in the presence of what they cherished was a fundamental quality of their profession. Zhao Mengyue and Xiao Mengyan nodded in agreement. No problem. Xiao Mengyan promptly propped her phone on a stand, positioning it to ensure visibility from both sides. I'm heading to Boss Su's place at the airfield. Taking the initiative, Xiao Mengyan set her phone in place and dashed towards the first maintenance room where Su Bai was located. Zhao Mengyue, caught off guard by her unexpected move, could only make her way to the maintenance room occupied by Chu Ren. Upon entering the maintenance room, the two placed their hands on the star rings. The Platinum Valkyrie and Winter Swordmaster made a stunning entrance. It was not only the viewers in the live stream who were captivated. Even Xian Yu was momentarily taken aback at the sight of their mechas, remarking on the exquisite craftsmanship of the sky mechas, which were crafted from materials of a far superior grade compared to standard models. However, when the engines of the 2 mechas roared to life, a powerful hum resonated through the air. Xian Yu was left utterly astonished. What? This core power source is unusual. A sky mecha should not possess such immense power. Mango? After all, as a 5-star mechanic, Xian Yu could roughly deduce the core power source upon hearing the engine roar. However, this revelation left him utterly unsettled. Which benevolent soul had bestowed the Mongzhong on the sky mecha? This was his first encounter with the duo's mechs, and naturally, he was unaware that this was the enhanced appearance bestowed by Su Bai. He assumed it to be a trump card prepared by Zhao Tianming and the Xiao family for them. While Qian Yu marveled at this, Chu Ren found herself completely entranced. The icy blue body of the Winter Swordmaster adorned with lifelike snowflake patterns captivated her immensely. Lacking the innate talent for mecha artistry, she considered it the greatest regret of her life. Her passion for mecha and mecha repair was profound, yet the inability to pilot a mech of her own creation was an inescapable sorrow for any mechanic. It felt as though the heavens had confined her. Most who possessed the talent for mecha repair could hardly cultivate stellar energy, relegated instead to a perpetual theoretical enhancement. How beautiful! I wonder whose masterpiece this is. Chu Ren gazed longingly at the Winter Swordmaster and posed the question that lingered on everyone's lips. It's from next door. Zhao Mengyue replied candidly, a hint of mechanized sound emanating from within the Winter Swordmaster. Chu Ren? Ming? Qian Yu? Am I mishearing this? From next door? Upon hearing these words, Chu Ren felt as if struck by lightning, her mind going blank as her eyes seemed to lose their luster. Zhao, are you saying this mech was crafted by Su Bai? Qian Yu suddenly sprang to his feet, his tone imbued with inexplicable excitement. He had initially presumed this masterpiece to be the work of a master craftsman, only to discover that it was the prodigious young man before him. To wield the power of Mongzhong in the realm of sky mechas, what level of mastery in mechanical engineering had his opponent attained? Of course, his own essence was that of the Ice Sword Master. having been enhanced by Boss Su into the formidable Winter Sword Master. The Winter Sword Master nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, speaking of which, my Platinum Valkyrie was also augmented by Su Bai from its previous form as the Golden Valkyrie, added Xiao Mingyan from another repair bay. Thud. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran collapsed to the ground. Her pride and confidence shattered in that instant, her gaze vacant as she murmured, I actually provoked a master? Previously, she had consoled herself with the notion that perhaps Su Bai merely possessed keen eyesight. Yet, upon learning that these two mechas originated from the hands of her opponent, she realized how limited her perspective had been. What significance did this contest hold anymore? Not only her, but Qianyu too, was left in a state of bewilderment upon discovering that these two mechas had been enhanced from the Ice Sword Master and the Golden Valkyrie. For a moment, he questioned his own identity as a 5-star mechanic. To elevate an ordinary sky mecha to such heights surely belonged to the realm of 6 stars or beyond. Su Bai? 6 stars. Am I mad, or is the world itself unraveling? Chapter 73. I still prefer your previous unrestrained appearance amidst their astonishment. Su Bai had already completed the assembly of the electronic gun. She gazed at the bewildered Qianyu and the despondent Chu Ran, who had collapsed onto the ground. Su Bai, what just happened? Wasn't it said that we were to successfully assemble the weapon in a disruptive environment? Why is she on her knees? What expression is that? It's as if she just won the lottery, only to find that her ticket was accidentally ruined in the wash, believing she had stumbled upon a beautiful romance. Yet she is merely the third party, initially thinking the audience would be pleased, only to receive no 5-star reviews. What is this expression that seems to convey abandonment by the world? Everyone? Su Bai tentatively inquired, which finally pulled the others from their state of shock. Qianyu promptly approached the first repair bay, barely glancing at the electronic gun in Su Bai's hands, and bowed respectfully. Apologies, we were presumptuous this time. Master Su's skills far exceed our expectations. There is no need for further competition. On behalf of my misguided apprentice, I offer my sincere apologies and concede. Upon witnessing Qianyu's apology to Su Bai, Shiming quickly followed suit. My apologies, Mr. Su. I shamefully underestimated your capabilities, which are beyond my comprehension. How foolish of me to think you sought attention by challenging Chu Ran. There is nothing more convincing than the ability to enhance these two mechas. Even if the peculiarities of the metallic skeleton were discerned merely 10 seconds prior, and the electronic gun was assembled in less than a minute. For a master capable of enhancing a mech to such an extent, it is akin to a child's play. However, there is no need for modesty. Su Bai felt a touch of embarrassment due to the remarks of the two individuals, as the enhancement of the mech was achieved through the system, while the latter two truly represented his current capabilities. Yet, that is merely a reflection of the present. Perhaps in the future, he might reach such heights without the aid of the system. Nevertheless, to the audience in the live stream, the scene unfolded quite differently. Qianyu, the esteemed president, actually apologized to Su Bai in public and even stated that he was inferior to him? Could this be a self-scripted performance? Just this? Refund, please. A self-directed act? Yet, this is Qianyu, a luminary in the field of mech engineering from Nanjiang. Would he truly tarnish his reputation to pave the way for a junior? Moreover, look at Chu Ran. What a spectacle. If this were indeed a performance, I would gladly bestow upon him the title of Best Actor. Huh. The foolish ones continue to ponder whether it is staged, while someone as astute as I hastens towards Yanhai. I am already at the airport, about to take flight. Hee. Dear brothers above, you believe you are on the 5th floor, but in reality, you are on the 1st. The interstellar repair shop requires a ticket for service. Surprised? It is still possible to change your reservation. By the way, I checked, and the number of people waiting for tickets has reached 100,000. Best of luck. The awe inspired by the Platinum Valkyrie and the Winter Sword Master paled in comparison to the deference shown by Qianyu. After all, their identities were evident. The two mechas, though undeniably impressive, were merely visible through the shimmering barrier, leaving them unable to discern the intricacies within. Come here. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Qianyu let out a sigh of relief, genuinely concerned that the other party might harbor resentment and scold the motionless Chu Ran. After all, she was a master mechanic, a realm he had yet to attain. How audacious of her to seek to endorse Su Bai. It was somewhat presumptuous. As for Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyu lying, that was inconceivable. Their status precluded any necessity for deceit in front of everyone. At the mention of Su Bai's name, Chu Ran shuddered, her once vacant gaze regaining a flicker of vitality. With her head bowed, she approached Su Bai, hesitant to meet his eyes. The recollection of her past words made her wish for a crevice to hide within. How could she have questioned a master of mecha, even daring to challenge him? Her toes dug into the ground, the embarrassment palpable enough to furnish an entire apartment. After a prolonged moment of silence, she finally stammered, "Master Su, I apologize. It was I who overstepped." As she spoke, she glanced up to gauge Su Bai's expression, only to find him gazing at her with profound significance. Flustered, she hurriedly lowered her head once more, resembling a defeated little mouse. "Su Bai, what is this all about? I still prefer your earlier carefree demeanor. Do not forget our wager." Su Bai cast a casual glance at her and spoke directly. It was originally meant to be a simple recruitment for an employee, yet it has become so convoluted. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran suddenly looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment, blinking incessantly. Her face radiated delight. She had initially thought he was merely jesting, wishing to impart the lesson that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. But was he truly suggesting that she work? No, this was not merely a job. This was a fortuitous opportunity. To work alongside such a master would undoubtedly elevate her mechanical skills to new heights in due time. Chu Ran was not the only one captivated by this notion. Even Qian Yu and Shi Ming were taken aback. Qian Yu was the first to react, patting Chu Ran on the back. "Hurry and thank Master Su." Chu Ran, having broken free from her excitement, responded, "Thank you, Master Su." Shi Ming looked at Chu Ran with envy, sighing, "Her fate is truly fortunate. I too wish to learn from Master Su." "Su Bai, is this the first time I have encountered someone so joyful about working for free?" "Ahem, well said, well said." Su Bai offered a casual dismissal. He had yet to witness the full extent of Chu Ran's skills. Nevertheless, she was a first-star mechanic, and his task had been accomplished, hadn't it? Let us finalize this agreement. As Su Bai spoke, he retrieved a contract from behind him and handed it to Chu Ran. The document, printed in black and white, stated a 10-year employment term without a salary. Chu Ran accepted the contract and, without a moment's hesitation, signed it and returned it to Su Bai, inquiring, "Boss, when shall I commence my duties?" Su Bai was taken aback, exclaiming, this, as he scrutinized the contract once more, confirming the absence of any salary. Why was she so eager? Laughter filled the air as Qian Yu observed Chu Ran's signature and expressed his delight, saying, "From now on, you shall diligently follow Boss Su and leave the academic affairs to me." After the comedic episode concluded, Qian Yu bid farewell to Su Bai, inviting him to visit their mechanical repair society for discussions, as he had numerous inquiries to pose. With that, he departed with Shi Ming. Once the two had left, only Su Bai and his 3 companions remained in the interstellar repair shop. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation as they regarded Chu Ran. Previously, they had only focused on vindicating Su Bai and sought to reprimand her, forgetting about the wager between them. What were they to do now that they were to work together for a decade? The proximity of a solitary man and woman in such a setting raised alarm bells in their minds. "Chu Ran, do you have a place to stay? Perhaps we should go look for some housing?" Xiao Mingyan approached Chu Ran with a warm demeanor, immediately grasping her hand, completely oblivious to the fact that she was still broadcasting live. "What did I just witness? Xiaoyan, release your grip. Allow me to take over." Haha. Day after day, she claims to be short on funds, yet she intends to take someone to purchase a house. Chapter 74, The Starship Enhancement. "It's a tad bit expensive." "Oh ho." As if struck by a sudden thought, Xiao Mingyan approached her phone with a smile, waving her hand. "Goodbye, everyone. That's it for today's broadcast." In less than a second, she closed the live stream, achieving what could only be described as a lightning-fast exit. In the pitch-black live stream room, a flurry of question marks appeared. "I didn't pay to miss out on anything. What is it that I cannot watch?" Xiao Yan has become increasingly audacious. She used to count down before ending the stream, and now she just vanishes? Unfollow. Block. Don't struggle upstairs. She won't see your messages anymore. All I can say is, QTND. But did anyone record today's incident? I sense it could go viral. It's been 10 minutes, and your reaction is too slow, my friend. It's still you. It is indeed peculiar how these individuals could chat for ages while staring at a black screen. One can only conclude that the nature of the streamer attracts a corresponding type of fan. After concluding the stream, Xiao Mingyan directly linked arms with Chu Ran. "Let us go and get down to business." Chu Ran. She was taken aback by Xiao Mingyan's action, to be candid. This was their first meeting. Wasn't it a bit inappropriate to be so forward? Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Mengwei joined them, standing beside the two with a friendly smile. "No worries, we're quite familiar with each other in Yanhai. I'll take you around to get acquainted. Finding a suitable residence is of utmost importance." As they spoke, the two individuals would not allow Chu Ran to refuse and directly pulled her away. "Su Bai, my new employee hasn't even been evaluated yet, and you have already taken her away? Never mind." Fortunately, at that moment, Su Bai's thoughts were not focused on assessing Chu Ran's abilities. Just a moment ago, the system's notification arrived as expected. "Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a 1-star mechanic employee. Time taken, 2 days. The 4-star mechanic skills are now unlocked, along with the reward of the 4-star inheritance skill when tie weapon forging method at maximum proficiency. The system has initiated the weapon enhancement branch and the starship enhancement branch. Finally, the long-awaited rewards have arrived. Now, the system panel has expanded to include several branches. Weapon enhancement. Strengthening weapons according to their level requires corresponding interstellar points. Earth level costs 1 point, Sky level 10 points, and Star Stepping level 100 points. Su Bai raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. The interstellar points required for weapon enhancement are approximately 1/10 of that for mechas. Not too expensive. However, when he eagerly turned his gaze towards starship enhancement, his expression darkened instantly. "Su Bai, what?" "Starship enhancement. Strengthening starships according to their level requires corresponding interstellar points. Breaking star level costs 1 million interstellar points, falling star level 10 million interstellar points, and eternal sky level 100 million interstellar points. How wonderful. Clearly, I could opt for a raid, yet you want me to enhance instead." Su Bai was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. The interstellar points required for the enhancement of the starship were astonishingly 100 times that of a mecha. Truly, it was a voracious beast consuming wealth. Never mind, he thought, setting aside the matter of the starship for the moment. With a resigned gesture, he acknowledged that while starships were predominantly in the hands of the fleet, which was indeed affluent, the cost of enhancing a Hung Tian-class starship amounted to over 1 trillion star coins. Even the fleet would feel the burden of such an expense. And this was merely the cost. Surely, he must profit from it somehow, right? It seemed that only the imperial capital's main fleet within the entirety of the Chinese alliance could shoulder such financial strain. However, it appeared that they were the sole possessors of the Hung Tian-class starships. Su Bai took a moment to compose himself and shifted his focus to his final branch, the repository of 4-star mecha repair master legacies. Each legacy was marked with a price tag, and fortunately, they were not excessively expensive, with each priced at approximately 1,000 interstellar points, equivalent to merely 10 million star coins. Such a price would likely incite a frenzy among prospective buyers. For those prominent families, a single 4-star mecha repair master legacy could significantly enhance the mechas of their entire lineage, and with a stroke of luck, they might even cultivate a 4-star mecha repair master. They would gladly pay even multiples of 10 million star coins for such an opportunity. Su Bai merely skimmed through the options and did not rush to make a purchase. Having just mastered the 10 3-star legacies at hand, he decided to wait another day before considering the 4-star legacies. Moreover, does he not possess a skill that has reached its utmost proficiency? The Wuni weapon forging technique. Upon encountering this inherited craft, Su Bai found himself pondering whether this was an intentional design by the system, leading him down the path of weaponry since he was unable to enhance his starship. As a 4-star mechanic, the legacy of his craft is undoubtedly commendable. For 4-star mechanics are typically on par with those who forge star-crushing mechas. Although the identity of this Wuni mechanic remains a mystery, the mere fact that he has been recognized by the system attests to his prowess as a 4-star mechanic. Upon entering the virtual repair chamber, Su Bai retrieved the vibranium materials he had previously purchased from the interstellar network. These materials nearly filled half of the repair chamber. He spread them out across the floor, positioning himself at the forefront of the vibranium. This forging technique primarily focuses on melee weaponry, rendering it less effective for energy swords and firearms. Su Bai took out a thermal knife, adjusting the power to its maximum, and with a swift motion, he brought the blade down upon the vibranium before him. His right hand executed the technique of fusion of all things, continuously sensing the feedback from the vibranium and making timely adjustments. With both hands in motion, they danced through the air like a dragon in play, meticulously dismantling, adjusting, and shaping the vibranium before him. Once assured of the accuracy on one side, he proceeded to the next area for refinement. Sparks illuminated the fine beads of sweat on Su Bai's forehead. His gaze was unwavering, not daring to slacken his focus. As though he were carving a masterpiece, time gradually elapsed. With a forceful strike of his right hand, Su Bai brought it down upon the nascent weapon before him, leaving a series of fist imprints at the junction of its grip. He then proceeded to replicate this process continuously, ultimately forming an irregular matrix. Once his task was complete, Subai began to arrange sensing components atop each imprint, crafting a circuit board. He subsequently covered it with a layer of vibrating gold. Gazing at the formidable blade, a 15-meter-long giant lying coldly on the ground, Subai nodded in satisfaction. This was a broadsword, forged entirely from indestructible, vibrating gold. Unlike traditional blades, which taper to a narrow edge on one side, this blade maintained a near-uniform width, making it susceptible to damage. However, the brilliance of the one-tie weapon forging technique lay in its approach. It employed a method of density compression to embed a substantial amount of vibrating gold within the blade. This allowed the weapon to autonomously adjust its sharpness based on the electronic components added last, enabling it to transform from a sharp instrument to a blunt one, adaptable to various combat scenarios. Indeed, it was quite an impressive creation. Observing the weapon he had meticulously handcrafted, Subai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This marked his inaugural achievement in forging a weapon of stellar caliber through his own efforts. Yet, this was not the end. His gaze shifted toward the long sword. A faint smile gracing his lips. Let us now test the effects of reinforcement. Chapter 75. Its name is Nanju. The plan for expansion. Subai placed his right hand upon the hilt of the broad blade. The 4th-tier weapon enhancement allows for the elevation of the weapon's rank by 1 tier, while also providing a random attribute bonus. Upon reading this, Subai's brows lifted in surprise. He had initially assumed that weapon enhancement merely involved the upgrade of materials, never anticipating the inclusion of attribute bonuses. For a mech master possessing the corresponding attributes, a weapon imbued with such bonuses would be an invaluable treasure. Although its rarity does not match that of innate skills or specialized traits, it is still quite scarce. Boom. Unlike the enhancement of mechs, at the moment Subai opted for weapon enhancement, a thunderous sound erupted, followed by a flicker of crimson light that instantaneously enveloped the broadsword before him. From the tip of the blade to its hilt, visible changes began to unfold. The original vibrating gold was replaced with a translucent material imbued with a hint of purple, resembling glass in its clarity. This was purple crystal, one of the 7-colored crystalline materials, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness and exceptional ductility. The 7-colored crystals serve as superior materials for mechs and weapons, typically reserved for the rare Starfall mechs. Before long, the broadsword had entirely shed its original appearance. Boom. Another explosive sound resonated as the blade ignited with a fiery brilliance, a faint black flame swiftly enveloping its entirety, as if it were cloaked in a fiery mantle. Golden patterns rose from the ground, hastily extinguishing this flame, leaving only a trace of black fire receding to the junction of the hilt and blade. Not bad. Gazing at the broad blade before him, Subai rested his chin on his right hand. After a moment of contemplation, he decided upon a name. The first weapon shall be called Nanju. The deity of Zhongshan, known as Zhuyin, is rumored to possess the black flames of the Zhu dragon. Since Nanju originates from the southern river and embodies black flames, the name is fitting. Subai silently commended himself. Indeed, he was a master of nomenclature. After admiring Nanju for a considerable time, Subai clicked his tongue in mild disdain. TSK? It is high time for this repair shop to undergo an upgrade. It was becoming increasingly evident that even a single weapon was nearly too much to accommodate. Indeed, when Sun Yu had visited previously, Subai had noted that the size of his workshop seemed somewhat inadequate. While it could barely contain the Broken Star mecha, the space felt cramped. Now, with a broad blade lying on the ground, it occupied half the available space. If more were to be added, it would surely become untenable. With a plan in mind, Subai promptly took action. First, he dialed Sun Yu's number. Beep beep beep, the phone rang and Sun Yu, currently in his office, deep in thought about matters concerning the Sief family, frowned. Who could be calling at this hour? However, upon recognizing Subai's name, his expression softened in surprise. Subai? Without a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, Subai. What can I do for you? Having experienced Subai's formidable enhancements, Sun Yu was thoroughly satisfied. Not only is he capable of escaping from the crisis and retaliating against his adversary, but more importantly, he has also instilled in him a glimmer of hope for breakthrough. When Subai sought him out, he naturally would not decline. This was a promise he had made previously. Captain Sun, I primarily wish to inquire whether the suburban area near my interstellar repair shop can be sold to me. Subai stated his intentions directly, without preamble. The interstellar repair shop is situated in the outskirts of Yunhai City, encompassing a suburban area of approximately 600,000 to 700,000 square meters, akin to the size of an ordinary university. Should he acquire the entire expanse, it would suffice for the expansion of the repair shop. Captain Sun was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. What do you intend to do with that land? I plan to expand the shop, Subai responded candidly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu rose excitedly. You want to expand? That's wonderful. Is 700 square meters sufficient? If not, we can add more. Subai's desire to expand the interstellar repair shop must be supported. It signifies that he is prepared to take on more orders and potentially diversify his business operations. This not only facilitates his future enhancements but also benefits everyone involved. What could be more advantageous? After all, that area is currently unused. Granting it all to him poses no detriment. That will suffice. Thank you, Captain Sunday. How many star coins will it require? I shall transfer the amount directly to you. Relieved by Sun Yu's agreement, Subai exhaled. He was concerned that without the land, the system might not recognize his expansion efforts. I suppose we can estimate the price at 1,000 star coins per unit. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu reported this minimum standard to Subai. If possible, he would have preferred to offer Subai the land for free. However, this land rightfully belonged to China, and he merely had the authority to sell it at a stipulated price, with the star coins ultimately needing to be surrendered. Were it not for the fact that this area was a desolate suburb, he would not have been able to lower the price to such an extent. Upon hearing the price quoted by Sun Yu, Subai understood that the other party was doing him a favor and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Sunday. I will transfer the amount to you right away. With that, he ended the call. Beep, beep, beep. 7 billion star coins were credited to his account. Soon after, Sun Yu received the transfer from Subai. Xiao Wang, come in for a moment. Please designate the entire 700 square meters around Songhai Road under the name of the Interstellar Repair Shop. Almost simultaneously with the receipt of the funds, Sun Yu instructed Xiao Wang to take care of the matter. The troubles brought by the CF family had been considerably alleviated by the news of Subai's expansion. This is excellent. In these turbulent times, Subai's expansion will significantly enhance our fleet strength, thereby increasing our chances in the impending conflict. Sun Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he had previously triumphed over Xuelin and his companions, he was acutely aware that it was primarily due to Subai's enhancements. Had it been the original him, he might not have made it out alive. He wondered about Zhang Lei, whether that fellow had made his move. He should have gone. After all, he constantly clamors for enhancement and works tirelessly for it. Thinking of Zhang Lei, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile. He truly cares about the enhancement. However, our Captain Sun seems to have forgotten that he was the last individual exempted from the lottery for enhancement. Does Zhang Lei desire enhancement? Of course, he does. It is a dream he cherishes deeply. The painful sacrifices he made for enhancement were immense. His knees remain red even to this day. Yet, yesterday, after finishing his work and wrapping up matters for the CF family while mentoring the newcomers, he returned home only to receive the devastating news. The Interstellar Repair Shop would now adopt a lottery system, allowing only 3 slots each day. Zhang Lei, having set the Interstellar Repair Shop's star network as a special focus, immediately saw this announcement. He hurriedly participated in the lottery, only to be met with despair upon discovering that it had already concluded. Just now, he clicked on the lottery page once more. Upon seeing the number of participants, the light in his eyes was utterly extinguished. All he could do was pound his chest in anguish and exclaim, "What a calamity!" Chapter 76. A new venture for the Interstellar Repair Shop? Within the confines of the Interstellar Repair Shop, a prompt echoed in Subai's ears once more. It revealed the availability of an expandable area of 700 square meters, requiring 70 interstellar points. Would he like to proceed with the expansion? Another 700 million. Just after transferring 700 million, his balance had dwindled to a mere 3 billion star coins. Now, yet another 700 million. It seemed as though the universe had conspired against him. Truly, spending money proved to be far easier than earning it. Resigned to this harsh reality, Subai ultimately opted for the expansion. The commencement of the expansion was estimated to take 20 hours. As the system's notification concluded, a colossal metallic shell unfurled from the rear of the suburban area, originating from the Interstellar Repair Shop. It resembled a giant egg, accompanied by the occasional sounds of trees collapsing and the excavation of the foundation. Fortunately, Sun Yu had anticipated Subai's expansion and had already disseminated information regarding the impending construction of the Interstellar Repair Shop, thereby averting excessive scrutiny. Only a few passers-by paused to observe, whispering to one another, Is this the latest technology from Yuhai? When did we become so advanced? They are even employing metallic barriers for construction? I wonder if it's related to previous weapon research? Perhaps our developments have gained recognition in China, leading to this covert construction? Ah, that makes some sense. Should we perhaps record a video? I perceive that you are increasingly entangled in this matter. It has been stated that the construction must remain confidential. Setting aside whether your video can be released, can you fathom how many years you might be provided with food and lodging? Haha, I merely jest. It is all a misunderstanding. Reflecting on the incessant reports following the earthquake, the public swiftly correlates the incident with the emergence of the metallic giant egg. They have collectively chosen to conceal the truth. Only upon the return of the trio, including Xiao Mingyan, do they stand bewildered at the scene before them. What exactly is that behind Su Bai? Xiao Mingyan muses. Utterly perplexed. They had merely taken Chu Ran out to purchase a residence, subtly indicating that Su Bai might not appreciate being disturbed, urging her to exercise caution. To this, Chu Ran had readily acquiesced. She harbored no intention of being disrespectful. After all, the other party was a master mechanic, surely disinclined to be interrupted. Securing a position at the interstellar maintenance shop was already a stroke of fortune. She vowed to cherish this hard-won opportunity. Zhao Mingwei gazed at the metallic giant egg with a similar sense of peculiarity. Is this under construction? Odd. I have not heard of any major projects in this vicinity. And it has commenced in such a brief span? Chu Ran remained silently at the side, hesitant to speak, fearing that Su Bai might still be irate. Maintaining her silence was the best way to cultivate goodwill. Oh, that? I am merely expanding, Su Bai remarked nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at the three women. His demeanor utterly indifferent. Expanding? Is Boss Su preparing to embark on a new venture? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyan was filled with excitement. It was inconceivable that Su Bai would expand without reason. If there was expansion, it must be in preparation for the development of new business. As the second customer of the interstellar repair shop, how could she possibly miss such an opportunity? Zhao Mingyue and Chu Ran also perked up their ears, gazing at Su Bai with rapt attention and anticipation in their eyes. Well, sort of. I plan to sell some weapons and might even auction off a few mechas that I've crafted myself, Su Bai stated plainly, revealing his recent plans. The primary reason for his expansion was indeed to initiate new business. His daily work of enhancing mechas would remain unchanged, while maintenance tasks would be entrusted to Chu Ran. In the time remaining, he intended to create more weapons and even mechas for auction. After all, this little money truly does not last long. Previously, he had been somewhat pleased with himself, considering himself a minor tycoon, but today his assets had halved. It was imperative to generate income. Weapons? Mechas? Are you selling them directly? Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Chu Ran could no longer contain her excitement. She looked at Su Bai with eager anticipation, astonished that she had witnessed the weapons and mechas crafted by him so soon after arriving at the interstellar repair shop. How could a repair enthusiast like her not be thrilled? Do you have any ready for us to see, Boss Su? Xiao Mingyan asked, her eyes sparkling with expectation. They were all aware of Su Bai's exceptional craftsmanship, having previously enhanced only their own mechas. Now, witnessing the handcrafted creations of another fills her with eager anticipation. After all, during the chaotic construction phase, only the airport bore witness to the process. This has long been a source of regret for Xiao Mingyan. In contrast, Zhao Mingyue remains remarkably composed. She has witnessed Su Bai's craftsmanship in its entirety. If he can forge combat mechs, there is nothing beyond his capabilities. However, she cannot help but feel a sense of expectation to see more. While mechs are temporarily unavailable, there is indeed a weapon at hand. Su Bai does not decline their request, as the size of the Nanju is designed for standard star-breaking mechs, rendering it unsuitable for his own use. Both Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingwei are undoubtedly affluent young women. Perhaps they could assist in promoting his work. With that thought, he leads the three ladies into the first maintenance chamber. At this moment, the mechanical arms, originally intended to secure the mechs, are repurposed to elevate the Nanju, presenting it entirely before the trio. Upon discerning the form of the Nanju, the three women collectively gasp in astonishment. Hiss, is this made of amethyst? Chu Ran, as the technician, is the first to recognize the material used in the Nanju. Her conviction regarding Su Bai's mastery as a craftsman solidifies. Only a master craftsman could create such a weapon from the amethyst among the 7 colored crystals. Xiao Mingyan, however, is somewhat taken aback, as her golden flame reacts upon seeing the Nanju, as if facing a formidable adversary. She immediately inquires, Mr. Su, is this weapon imbued with elemental properties? She also articulated the question that Zhao Mingyue wished to pose. Unlike Xiao Mingyan, she felt a subtle yet oppressive aura emanating from Nanju, causing a slight heaviness in her chest. Indeed, it could be classified as fire attribute. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Fire attribute. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyan's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. However, that radiance was soon extinguished. Regrettably, this was a broadsword, and it could only be wielded with at least a Starfall mecha. While she was indeed a mecha master of the fire attribute, the broadsword did not complement her Platinum Valkyrie. Moreover, weapons crafted from 7-colored crystals were beyond her current capabilities, as these typically belonged to the realm of Starfall. This is a weapon of the Broken Star mecha, Su Bai remarked, shaking his head. The material of Nanju was undoubtedly purple gold. However, the circuit components he initially embedded were indeed compatible with the Broken Star mecha. This indicated that Nanju was unequivocally a weapon of the Broken Star mecha. Chu Ran? Xiao Mingyan. Zhao Minghua. Who on earth would craft a Broken Star mecha weapon from purple crystal? Chapter 77. Su Bai, it's merely a weapon. This is quite unexpected. How could the electronic components required for the Broken Star mecha be embedded within the amethyst? It simply cannot withstand the strength of the amethyst. Chu Ran was the first to voice her doubts. Even though Su Bai is a master mechanic, the situation before her was truly beyond her comprehension. A layperson observes the spectacle, while an expert discerns the subtleties. After all, she was once the youngest star-level mechanic in China, though that is no longer the case. Nonetheless, she still holds the title of a 1-star mechanic. She possesses a far greater understanding of material strength than Zhao Minghua and her companion. Upon hearing Chu Ran's inquiry, Zhao Minghua and her companion turned their gazes towards Su Bai in unison. Su Bai's mechanical prowess is widely recognized, yet they were equally eager to grasp the intricacies involved. Indeed, this is a weapon of the Broken Star mecha. As for how it can endure the strength of the amethyst, that is still beyond your current reach. Su Bai cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ran, quietly placing her hands behind her back. How could it withstand such pressure? Surely, it is because it was not amethyst to begin with, but how am I to articulate that? Seeing Su Bai's inscrutable demeanor with her hands clasped behind her back, Chu Ran was utterly captivated, her eyes filled with admiration. She felt a wave of shame wash over her for her previous ignorance. Simultaneously, a sense of anxiety gripped her. Does the shopkeeper consider my skills too inadequate? Will he regret having me work here? No, I must strive to perform well and not let the shopkeeper down. Zhao Minghua and Xiao Mingyan perceived the situation quite differently. Chu Ran, being a 1-star mechanic, found the complexity of the technology incomprehensible, indicating its extraordinary level of difficulty. It is indeed a testament to Su Bai's prowess. By the way, Boss Su, may I inquire about the price you intend to set for this exquisite blade? Although Zhao Minghua's talent is not related to fire, her father is the commander-in-chief of Nanjiang, and perhaps there might be a use for it within the fleet. The estimated price for Nanju is around 800 million star coins. After some contemplation, Su Bai ultimately proposed a rather reasonable price. He had invested 1,000 star points, equivalent to 10 million star coins, into enhancing Nanju. The intrinsic cost of vibranium is also substantial, with a rough estimate of 30 million star coins based on its usage, while he could have sold it for 400 million star coins. Considering that the materials for Nanju have now been upgraded to purple crystal and have employed the Wind Tai weapon forging technique, he arrived at a final price of 800 million star coins. A mere 20-fold increase seems rather justifiable, does it not? This price is not merely reasonable. It is astonishingly low. Is it truly so inexpensive? Chu Ran exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Su Bai. After all, this is a purple crystal weapon capable of being utilized by a star-breaking mech, although there are no comparable items on the market. Standard weapons for star-breaking mechs generally hover around 40 million star coins. The craftsmanship involved in Nanju is simply unfathomable, and the store manager is offering it for only 800 million? This is utterly commendable. It is indeed remarkable for someone as young as the store manager to possess the skills of a master mechanic. One might surmise that he has long since relinquished an excessive pursuit of wealth. I must take note of this. I aspire to become a conscientious mechanic like him. The image of Su Bai immediately elevated in Chu Ran's mind. Does Su Bai have more weapons of this caliber? Are there any with ice attributes? Upon hearing Su Bai's quoted price, Zhao Minghua decisively inquired about the availability of ice attribute weapons, finding the price exceedingly tempting. If she were to inform her father, he would undoubtedly rush to make a purchase without hesitation. Wait, I want that Nanju from Su Bai. I'm going to make a call right now. Xiao Mingyan was equally direct. Upon hearing Su Bai's quote, She immediately resolved to buy the Nanju, momentarily disregarding whether it was a broadsword or if it would be of immediate use. Once this opportunity passes, such a store may no longer exist. Hey, you little imp, I inquired about the price first. What are you doing? Zhao Mingwei glared at Xiao Mingyan, her face a picture of indignation. You have no use for it. She was bewildered that Xiao Mingyan would attempt to purchase something she had merely asked about. Well, I might not need it immediately, but you have no use for it at all. If I don't buy it, does that mean you will? Xiao Mingyan retorted, unwilling to back down, after all. She possessed a fire attribute talent, making the Nanju at least somewhat useful to her. Zhao Mingwei, on the other hand, had an ice attribute talent, rendering the Nanju utterly useless for her lifetime. Just as the two were embroiled in their contest, Su Bai cleared his throat a few times. Ahem. You need not compete for it. The Nanju is a weapon designed for the Broken Star mecha, which would serve no purpose for you. In due time, I shall forge the Sky Mecha and the Star Treader mecha weapons, and you may procure them then at your leisure. Although Su Bai felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to sell Nanju directly, he had contemplated an appropriate buyer. Among his acquaintances, Sun Yu, a Broken Star mecha master with a fire attribute talent, was the most fitting candidate for Nanju. His talent lay in flame manipulation, though not a unique fire attribute. It enabled him to harmonize with various types of flames. With the addition of Tsang Yin and Hei Yin, possessing these two flames would undoubtedly amplify his prowess. Since the other party had recently assisted him with the expansion of his repair shop, it was only just for Su Bai to reciprocate with a suitable offer. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the two ceased their contention and turned their gazes towards him, exclaiming in unison, "Is it true? There will indeed be weapons for the Sky Mecha? But I already possess the Blade of Winter." Zhao Mingwei gritted her teeth, feeling a deep conflict. Her Blade of Winter had, in fact, surpassed the level of the Sky Mecha. As a melee weapon, she found herself in little need of it. I do not solely offer melee weapons. There are also ranged photon weapons and large-scale ranged weapons available, Su Bai replied with a smile. His choice of Nanju for his first crafted weapon was primarily driven by a desire to experience the Wen-Tai forging technique. However, this did not imply that he would refrain from creating firearms and photon cannons, particularly concerning the caliber employed by the Sky Mechas. It is effortlessly manageable for him at his current level as a mechanic. Furthermore, with the enhancement from the system, it would be utterly assured. The insignificance of the interstellar points required to augment the Sky Mecha is hardly worth mentioning. Rather, it is the trade of ground and aerial mech weaponry that constitutes the main attraction, given the limited number of powerful individuals. However, the number of ground and sky mech artisans is still considerable. Should all be sold, the profits would indeed be substantial. As Su Bai concluded his statement, Zhao Mingyue's previous indecision dissipated, while Xiao Mingyan, standing nearby, could not help but grin, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Is that true? Zhao Mingyue's words reminded her that she did not have a pressing need for close combat weaponry, yet she was somewhat lacking in long-range offensive capabilities. While her innate skills could yield a semblance of ranged attacks, they were excessively taxing on her star power. What could be more delightful than to resolve battles with greater ease? Of course, Su Bai, observing the two in a state of profound excitement, couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. It was merely a weapon, after all. Was such fervor truly warranted?